Yes, how are you? Karibuni sana. Nawakaribisha. Ukiingia kwa kituo unasalimiana. Karibuni sana. Leo ni siku ya Wednesday na nataraji tutazungumziana. So karibuni katika kituo. Naona already Gradwell alikuwa shafika na kuni wave. Yes. Welcome on board. Ukiingia kwa kituo unasalimiana. Tusikue watu wa kunyamaziana ili tuweze kudiscuss ama kukagua yale mambo ambayo yanaendelea katika taifa letu. Bwana Odinga ni kama alikuwa huko Northern Frontier District, ndivyo nilisikia akiita. Odinga alikuwa Northern Frontier District na akaongea mingi. Akasema yeye aendi kwa mitego. Let me look for him. So Bwana Odinga yeye amesema aendi kwa mitego. So na tunajuanga mitego inakuanga ikimaanisha nini. So niliona akiaro na ya kwamba kuna mashida Kenya, lakini hiyo mashida ambayo iko Kenya sikuelewa anataka kuitatua namna gani, na ako na Zakayo. Karibuni sana, karibuni. Naona watu watatu washaingia na wamechukua viti zao. So karibuni. So Raila Odinga Salam's government, hiyo ndio sio hiyo. Napata naona ana Salam government. So saa zingine ni ile nashangaa sasa una criticize serikali yaje na huko ndani tena. Pia kulikuwa na mkutano ya Raila jana na Uhuru, maybe tunaweza anzia na hiyo. Okay, wacha nione kama yes, Fanny Jerry, karibu sana. Wacha tuanzie na hiyo. I hope leo itacheza vizuri bila taswishi yoyote.
Build custom industrial machines in days.
Wacha tuone.
No matter the complexity. Design your equipment.
What do we need?
Na kiongozi wa ODM Raila Odinga wamekutana kisirisiri katika kaunti ya Kilifi. NTV imebaini kuwa mkutano huo ulifanyika hapo jana, ingawa wawili hao hawajaweka wazi walichozungumzia. Wadadisi wa siasa wanasema kwamba Uhuru na Raila walizungumzia ushirikiano kati ya Raila na Rais William Ruto. Mwanahabari wetu David Modhoka taarifa hiyo kwa kina.
Katika mojawapo ya picha zinazosambaa mitandaoni, Rais mstaafu Uhuru Kenyatta na gavana wa Kilifi Gideon Mung'aro wanaonekana wakitembea kwa pamoja. Katika picha nyingine, gavana Mung'aro, mwandani wa Uhuru David Murathe na kiongozi wa ODM Raila Odinga wanaonekana wakizungumza. Japo walichozungumzia hakijawekwa wazi hadi sasa, wadadisi wa siasa wanasema mkutano wao ulihusu mkataba unaobuniwa wa ushirikiano kati ya Raila Odinga na Rais William Ruto. Je, huenda Uhuru anataka kujumuishwa kwenye uhusiano huo au alikuwa wakimshawishi Raila asiungane na Ruto kama wanavyotaka upinzani?
Those who think Uhuru can go and beg for position, they must be dreaming. Uhuru is beyond those kind. What would he want? Directly or indirectly. Uhuru has everything he needs in this world. Can they give him money? Does he need power? The constitution does not allow him to get more power. So what would he need? He doesn't even need protection. The Kenyatta name is enough for Uhuru. It can be Uhuru has never been happy with Raila working with Ruto. I'm not sure, but I do suspect heavily that Uhuru can't be happy seeing Raila working with Ruto. And I think Uhuru will still want Raila to make one more attempt with his support.
Lakini kuna uwezekano wowote kwa Raila anaweza kuachana na uhusiano wake na Rais Ruto sasa hivi?
If it's given the prime minister, not this one of Mudavadi, the really thing, with the really power, with the really people, with the really Jewish, why would he not get to 2027? He'll get 2027.
Raila amekuwa Pwani na Nyanza katika kipindi cha wiki moja iliyopita kukusanya maoni ya Wakenya kuhusu ushirikiano wake na Rais William Ruto. Baadhi ya Wakenya wakiwa na haya ya kusema.
I think that concerning about the handship between William Samoei Ruto, President, and Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga, I think that's the best thing in this country. Historia Prezo kuungana na Raila, hii historia jaba, historia tumezoea kuona ikihappen. Raila ameishi kuungana na watu, ameungana na Moi, aliungana na Kibaki, aliungana na Uhuru. As far as they do that, the two
na mbona ni aje pia wa Kenya ni kama na si nimeona hapo nika kijana ka Gen Z bana, so inakaa history iko sawa, walimu wa history ni kama wanafunza vizuri. Huyo nimeona ni mtoto wa miaka 20 na anaelewa historia ya Raila which is beyond him. Kwa hivyo inakaa kuna watu wazuri kwa history, sababu nikisikia kijana wa Gen Z, kijana anakaa miaka 20 anajua ya kwamba Raila ameishikana na Moi pahali, I feel happy. Naona ni kama watoto pia wameanzia kuelewa hiyo history ya kwamba maandishi hazijaanza leo. Mumesikia Manyora hapo anaelezea ya kwamba Manyora anaelezea ati Uhuru hataki kushikana ati na Raila ili waende kwa Ruto because of money or anything else. So ni speculation tu alikuwa anasema hapo. So it was like claiming that Uhuru has everything he needs in this life. Anyway, but we have also to know that money is never enough. Pesa itoshangi, so you could be having money but still unataka, you need more. So so that is one episode. So wacha nitafute hiyo story ingine ya Raila leo akiwa Northern Frontier District. Hivyo ndivyo nilisikia akiita, wanaziita Northern Frontier Districts. Tuende kwa mitego. Aliingililia hiyo story ya mitego sana. Anyway, but today he was in Garissa, I guess.
Did you know that 95% of people give up on their New Year's resolutions?
I hope it does.
Asante sana. Wazee, wakina mama, vijana, mimi wa bwana, hamjambo. Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh.
Anyway, wacha niweke mpaka hapo alikuwa anasema story ya mitego. Thank you Lucy, unaniambia ni kama umesubscribe channel yangu. Nashia anatuambia kuna sad news. I hope sio sad news ya yale mambo tumezoea. Karibu sana Lucy. Asante kwa subscription yako siku ya leo, na wale pia mjapiga subscribe, tafadhali nitaomba kwa heshima mnaweza tupigia subscribe. Thank you. So Bwana Raila ni kama alikuwa anapeana history hapo, lakini the kicker was here. That is the kicker.
Tulisema tuketi chini na watu tuzungumze jinsi wananyeti, tukaweka kama sisi Azimio, Kalonzo Musyoka kama kiongozi, wale kaweta ile ngata Kimani Ichung'wah, wakaongea. Tulikuwa tunaongea juu ya mambo ya gharama ya maisha, ushuru ambao watu wanatozwa, mambo hii ya matibabu.
You could increase your monthly income by following my stocks. Why not join my WhatsApp?
Mambo ya imla, jana ambao walipigwa risasi wakati wa maandamano, wengine wakakafa, wengine wakapata majeraha. Tukasema nataka maneno yale yote yatatuliwe. Jana kama wamekufa wazazi wao wapate ridhaa, sivyo? Sasa tunasema narco report itekelezwe.
Narco report itekelezwe.
Sasa tumesema tunataka wa Kenya waje kama kitu kimoja. Mambo ya uchaguzi hatutaki tena ile Kiswahili. Tunataka tume ya uchaguzi inaweza kufanya uchaguzi sawa. Kenya
live support anaongea.
Mimi niliuliza nyinyi tufanye vipi? Tuwe jamaa wengine alikuwa anasema ati ameweka mtego. Alikuwa anaweka mtego. Kila mahali ameweka mtego. Kuna kitu cha kupita. Kuna mambo ya handshake. Kuna mambo ya nusu mkati. Sasa sema namna hiyo.
And why is Raila feeling so happy that kwa nini Raila anafurahia sana maneno ya handshake? Yule jamaa ya mtego si alikuwa anasema hakuna handshake. Ni kama yani Raila ni kama anafurahia hiyo handshake alienda akafanya na Ruto. Hapo ndio nataka to deduce kabisa, because story ya Refugee ni kama alileta kama mockery. I think he is not interested in even joining somebody like Refugee. Ukiona vile alileta hiyo story ya Gachagua hapo, alileta ina mockery form yule jamaa ya mtego yule, alafu sasa akakenjeri the way he used to say that attack ye maneno ya handshake. So from this speech you can actually deduce that Raila Odinga is well and alive in Ruto cycle.
So nataka tuende kwa jamaa mwenye mtego. Tuongee mwenye mtego. Mimi niwaambia yeye hadithi ya Kiswahili. Tendawili.
Anyway, let me not continue. So story ndio hiyo. Watu wa Garissa, hiyo Northern Frontier District, waliulizwa kama wanataka mtu ya mitego, wakasema hapana. And with that I can share the link. Yule ambaye anataka kuingia ingie kituoni, atuambie zaidi. Njiru remove this. Jiro remove this. Aki Los Colonel, ni kama sikuelewi. I don't seem to understand your ama ni hiyo video nilikuwa nacheza. Anyway, that is what Raila was saying. Nilikuwa nataka kwa nimemwekea because it was relevant, ameongea hivyo leo. Sitaki kuwekea story ya Ruto because sifikiri Ruto kuna kitu atatuambia. So I think there is also some good news. Ann, karibu. Okiya Mtata ni kama ameongea after so long. So na pia kuna wale watu wanasema ni kama wanaweza shtaki serikali. So I think it is good Okiya Mtata has now woken up. I don't know how Okiya Mtata is going to assemble his campaign. Kuna vile naona ni kama anaweza kosa momentum. I think Okiya Mtata can support one of our coalition, na maybe we can agree on a working formula, but kuna vile tu naona ni kama hi Ann, karibu utusalimia Katoi. Kuna vile naona yes, he could be a good person, but kuna vile naona Okiya Mtata ku develop traction sio rahisi. Ni maoni yangu tu, developing traction sio rahisi. So story yetu ya siku ya leo ni Raila ni kama amekataa story ya mitego. Hivyo ndivyo amesema. Yeye amesema hawezi ingia kwa mitego. So sijui akienda kuconsult Nairobi, lakini pia consultation yake inaisha haraka sana. So I don't know akienda Nairobi ama maybe akienda Central, yeah, he said kama nao watu wa Central watasema mitego iendelee. What does it look like? Don't worry. So your story ya mitego, it is something we need to know that Raila ni kama ameruka. So I think indirectly ni kama sasa Raila yeye ameconfirm anataka kufanya kazi na Ruto. Yes. So that's how it is. So now, and I think the better we forget this guy, the better. Huyu jamaa tumemweka kwa akili sana mpaka tukakuwa ni kama hatufikiri sana. And I think we cannot afford this hide and seek. Ubeshte and Omtata. Anyway, unajua mimi ni mtu wa kutoanga msimamo. I would advise Omtata not to go for presidential. Karibu Julia. I would advise Omtata not to go for presidential. Not in bad, but Omtata is unable to build enthusiasm. Unajua uchaguzi yote ama king'ang'anyiro chote cha urais lazima uweke hiyo msisimuko. Lazima uinject energy. I don't see Omtata injecting energy. I'm not discouraging him. He is free to do it. But he is good as a senator. He is good as an attorney general if you want. But kuna vile mimi simfeel, kuna venye simfeel yani. Julia, maybe kukukaribisha ni ya kwamba Raila amemaliza negotiation na wale watu wameuliza Garissa wamemwambia asiende kwa mitego. Go ahead.
Jiru, give me some few minutes.
Haya, ni sawa, ina shida. Ya ndile pia sikuwa nataka kukuweka sana because maybe unaweza kuwa hapa na pengine unataka kuwekelea point urudi. I still know that kuna watu wako kazi. Okay, BT Irogo, karibu sana. So mumesikia sasa mitego yetu imekataliwa. Some of us tulikuwa tumefurahia sana jamaa wa mitego. Tulikuwa tunaona jamaa wetu wa mitego he is going somewhere. He is going somewhere. Lakini sasa Raila amemkataa. So but we will continue na mitego and we see what happens na uko mbele. Let me see what Rusi is saying. Jiro, there is something dangerous ahead of us. If we are not careful, Kenya is not in a good situation. Bruce Colonel, that is not hii hata sio kitu tunafaa kukuwa tukiongea saa hii. maneno ya Kenya ilikwisha kitambo. I would presume Kenya ni kama ile shamba imekuwa attacked na mandovu. Kenya ni ile shamba ya mahindi imekuwa attacked na mandovu, na mandovu wanatembea tembea huko wakiharibu chakula until hizo mandovu uzitoe ama manyani uzitoe kwa shamba. There is no rest. So mambo ndio hayo. So Rusi, story ya Kenya ilishanga kitambo. Sasa ni tuamue sasa vile we can bring things back to normal. Ruto was kicked out, hiyo tulijua atamtoa, but now Ndindi Nyoro naye sasa pia ni fake. Ndindi Nyoro pia ameenda tu kucheza chini ya maji. I wish he can denounce Ruto as early as now, because as long as yeye anatoka Mlima Kenya, he will not be spared. So the best thing Ndindi Nyoro can do now, and I agree with that guy ambaye alikuwa kwa Shiro wa Okra jana. Nilisikia sijui alikuwa anaitwa aje huyo kijana, sijui kijana Musafi ama nani. Yes, I agree with kijana Musafi. Ndindi Nyoro did a mistake. Ndindi Nyoro alifanya mistake to not be bold enough to denounce the Gachagua impeachment. I wish he was strong. That's an issue. He was supposed to be strong. Anyway, wacha tuone itakuwa namna gani. So that one is not very good. It doesn't look good for him. The community can actually punish him for that. The fact that he remained neutral at a very important point in life. So can you imagine, you still remain neutral and you get punished? Saa zingine ni vizuri kufanyanga uamuzi. Wale majamaa wote wanafanya, oneni vile kasheria siku hizi kamepanda, kamepepea kale if you compare all the women rep wote in the whole of Mount Kenya region, ako kasichana kanaonekana ndiko kako kule juu kwa roof kabisa. Hata yule wetu wa Embu anaitangwa Double N, she is nowhere, because they were unable to tap at the right moment. So Gacheri could get another seat in Kirinyaga. She is becoming a threat. So Rusi, sisi ni sisi tunasue Kenya, hakuna story ingine. Ni tunasue Kenya, hakuna story ingine. So Ndindi Nyoro and to suffer that way. But it's unfortunate that Andy sahi amekataa kudenounce Ruto. Mimi sahi ningekuwa nimemtusi mbaya sana. I wish he can do it. So Dani Dario, that one is not right. So Ruto alikuwa anahitaji at least wale watu wame remain neutral. He was supposed to be serious with them at least. Okay, ni sawa. So Julia, uko tayari ama I mind my own business?
Okay. So nimesikia hizo stories za Ndindi Nyoro. I have been wondering, watu walikuwa nasema kwamba that people were praising Ndindi Nyoro. I don't know where was that coming from. Some people are even saying that Ndindi Nyoro can vie for presidency. Can you believe that, Njiru? And Babu Owino.
I don't believe in fence sitters.
Ata Babu Owino ni fence sitter. Ask me why. Babu Owino always absents himself from all the votes, critical votes. Unakumbuka? Zile za finance bill ya Gachagua, Ndindi Nyoro and Babu Owino abstained. They were not there. What does that tell you? They are fence sitters. They are playing safe. So we don't know those kind of people, and I believe what Father Danderas is saying hapo chini kwa comment kwamba it is saying that Ruto anatumia Ndindi Nyoro to divide the mountain. So kuna bloggers wamekuwa wakiplay Ndindi Nyoro as a very popular candidate. Nakumbuka hapo mwanzo Ndindi Nyoro was used to fight Gachagua. Unakumbuka when he was walking around showing that Yeye ni mtu wa pesa, akona pesa mingi, he's doing a lot of good things in his constituency, and was walking around with Kasongo's MPs who are popularizing him. And at one time sijui alienda Nyandarua wakadeclare wanataka kupeana uongozi kwa Ndindi Nyoro, watoe kwa Kashagwa. Those kind of behavior, behavior inatuambia kwamba he's a Kasongo man, he's Kasongo stooge, so we are not going to buy that. So Kasongo should be told wajinga waliisha Kenya, so we are not buying Ndindi Nyoro's theatrics and Kasongo kwamba ati Ndindi Nyoro is now not in UDA. Now Ndindi Nyoro can be one of those standing in the mountain. We are not buying that. You are either hot or cold. I always ask myself, nyinyi watu mshai kunywa chai warm? Si wa Kenya tunapenda chai, especially si watu wa mlima. Tukikula chakula lazima tukunywe chai. Have you ever drank lukewarm tea? How disgusting it is. Unajua afadhali mtu akupatie cold sweet tea ama hot tea, but not lukewarm tea. That is how disgusting Ndindi Nyoro and Timar. They need to be told that. So I'm just wondering, Njiru, kama Ndindi Nyoro akisimama na UDA, Kiharu atashinda. Do you think atashinda? Because people say he has done a lot of good things in Kiharu. First, okay, I have two questions. First, will he vie with UDA? Secondly, if he vies with UDA, will he win? Do you think he'll win? What do you think, Jiru?
Okay, Julia, I agree with what Mutaikaiga said. Mutaikaiga kuna siku alikuwa na advise hata huyu jamaa anaitwa Kang'ata, Irungo Kang'ata. Mutaikaiga said in Mlima, disloyalty to the people is punished heavily than even work. Sijui kama unakumbuka Mutaikaiga akisema hivyo, like you could be a very good MP kwa zile vitu unafanya, but you come with the wrong people or with the wrong ideology. Now you still get punished. So as long as Ndindi Nyoro is still playing the way he is playing, he risks collapsing. Even with, because Julia, what happens is that still hiyo kazi Ndindi Nyoro amefanya, it can be done by somebody else. Unajua hiyo ndio kitu watu they fail to understand. Si ati Ndindi Nyoro ni Mungu, ati another person cannot come and do what he is doing. But if you are badly oriented politically, it is usually very bad for the community. So unaweza niambia sasa, hata kama Ndindi Nyoro anafanya kazi hivyo, akikuja na Ruto anaweza chaguliwa even with that work. It doesn't work that way. So
especially with UDA, unajua the next election whatever, kutakuwa anti-UDA euphoria.
That's why sijui kama unakumbuka, and the best person to answer that question is somebody who used to be called Peter Kenneth. Peter Kenneth used to be voted as the best MP in the central region ama in Kenya. Sijui kama mnakumbuka Peter Kenneth kulikuwa kunasemekana huyo jamaa anafanya job sana Gatanga. He used to be the MP of Gatanga. Kulikuwa kunasemekana Peter Kenneth hufanya job sana. But what happened when it came to punishment? He was punished properly because of disloyalty. Go ahead.
Yes, I'm also seeing Dandera saying that Julia, keep in mind that Babu is playing safe, surviving Nairobi, same as Sifuna. That is why Babu is now openly supporting Kalonzo to the court. Now, my question is, Babu and Sifuna are playing safe. Now, are they going to vie with ODM? Supposing, unajua Gachagua amesema, watu wapendi kisema Gachagua, lakini Gachagua kona plan, kwamba watafagia Nairobi seats. They can. They only lose when they divide the votes. But if they decide that we'll have our man, let's say they have their man, their person in Nairobi, whether governor, senator, after they'll bag Nairobi. So Ndindi Nyoro and the Sifunas watapotelea tu huko katikati. Because if Sifuna is stuck with ODM, now what if the other side takes this guy, huyu brother ya Weta, amnaitwanga aje, MP for Westlands, what is his name?
Wanyonyi.
What if the other side takes Wanyonyi? Because I think Wanyonyi is aspiring to be a senator. The inside
Wanyonyi hata kuwa senator, see the other time alikuwa gavana material. Raila
ni
wakamwambia
governor.
waje.
The other time alikuwa governor.
He was aspiring to be a governor, but akina Raila wakamwambia igathe, ni igathe.
So I think this other side can play that card. Walete Wanyonyi kama governor. So that they galvanize the mountain people. In fact, mimi nitasafiri, nitaenda kupiga kura Nairobi. I will intentionally go to vote in Nairobi to make an impact. Juu nikivota hapa sina impact ya MP ama senator ama governor. Njiru wakiregister tena naenda kuregister Nairobi. And I will you see, and you know Mount Kenya have that kind of a thing. Unajua Mount Kenya sometimes they play a game. Wanajua viti huko Murang'a, Nyeri azingangani vile. And they want to bag Nairobi. So we shall intentionally travel to Nairobi to vote the candidates we want. And I think that's a game Gachagua is playing. Because you see, if you're in Mathira constituency, obviously mtu Gachagua ataingia Mathira. Si ndio? Hakuna mngangano hapo. That the votes are many or they are few. But Nairobi vote matters. So me personally, I will intentionally vote in Nairobi. Nitapiga kura yangu Nairobi. And I'm sure there are many people planning to do that. Because I want to have an impact on the governor and the senator and the member of parliament. So supposing walete Wanyonyi asimame, they back him with the DAP or something. Unaona? Huh? They back Wanyonyi. Do you think akina Babonino will survive? They will survive. How to survive? Imagine a Wanyonyi candidate backed by Mount Kenya region and Ukambani. Now what ni wengi Nairobi. They can even just take matatu scam.
Do you think kulingana vile Wanyonyi yako, do you think Wanyonyi can drift to Wamunyoro direction?
I don't know. He's not speaking. Everybody here is playing safe. Hata Wanyonyi hajaongea, si ndio?
And I see you see Juria ukiangalia vile history inakaa, you see the Wamunyoro cave, the Wamunyoro cave will mostly probably coalesce with the Kalonzo.
Yes.
So hiyo inamaanisha sasa ni kura ya Mount Kenya na kura ya Ukambani inakuwa in one block. Then so meaning that sasa ile kura sasa iko outside the block ni the Luya and the Luo vote. If we look at it in a tribal dichotomy, the way
yes.
So meaning that now, so the question here which we need to ask ourselves is, also there are some Luyas who look as if they want Luyas and Namutama Babowino, who they still feel that they can play with Wamunyoro. The question is the remaining Luyas and the remaining Luos and maybe some few people from coast and the Kalejins, can they form an enough volume of winning Nairobi? That's the question we need to ask.
When you wako wengi ni Luyas and Luos in Nairobi, but they are not as many as the Kikuyus and the Kambas. And the Kikuyus and the Kambas can afford to transfer their vote to Nairobi without any much cost. It is cost effective for Kikuyus to transfer. Unaona, ikifika hapo, Mount Kenya watambiana, watu wa Murang'a mwende mchukulie kura Nairobi.
Julia, don't you think that hii uchaguzi sahi, now that maybe especially the Mount Kenya region, now that for 15 years they have not produced a governor for Nairobi, don't you think that sahi watu wa Mlima kuna vile they might be strategizing actually to get that seat?
Yes, and that is how Sonko won. Unakumbuka kura za Sonko?
Ilikuwa mingi 800 to 600.
Yes, hizo ndio kura za Sonko. Hiyo ndio strategy. Strategy ati tuko na mtu Nairobi. People travel to Nairobi to register in Nairobi. Me I know relatives who must vote in Nairobi, come rain, come sunshine. Na wengine hata wanaishi Murang'a. So, and more still, if they are able to get a Luya candidate in Nairobi, okay, Kikuyus don't even need to have a governor in Nairobi. Let me say that. They can have a governor from another tribe, but still, and you know they have, if the evidence is, you know they have they usually have very many MCAs. You know that.
Yeah, I understand. But Julia, if you have had the dialogue from Mount Kenya region, It's like now they feel for 15 years we have not produced a governor. We have to do something to make it happen, because people from Mount Kenya feel is like their things are not working well in Nairobi because maybe they have not produced a governor. I think now they feel they need a governor. It's a serious question now for them to do it. Na mimi naona hiyo ndio rhetoric iko kwa streets, like Mlima inataka they have zeroed in they have zeroed in Nairobi governor into their crosshair.
So unafikiri wataleta nani Igathe ama nani?
Danedario kuna kitu amesema hapo. Ndio hiyo nimekuwekea. Anasema don't forget right now James Gakuya is the most preferred candidate for governor Nairobi. Followed by Babu. Do the math. That is according to Mizani Africa. Aya. The same Mizani inatuambia sisi ni Mbaride atendi yako mbele. I disagree. Tunatuambia ati sisi ni Mbaride wamempea 48 bana. And my young boy ambaye nimekuwa nikisupport sana Mukunji wanampea 10. Bana, I disagree. Go ahead.
Hata sikukumbuka maneno ya kina James Gakuya. Ubaya hawa ni wezi wakasha.
Na huyo Gakuya ametokezea wapi? Because sikuanga namjua. Like, Julia, do you know the history of Gakuya other than being the
But he's always on TV talking.
Na alitoka wapi? Like, who is he?
Si ni MP? Gakuya si MP ama?
No, naelewa he is MP, but ni kitu gani hiyo? What is making him like become competitive in Nairobi?
Yeah, he helps a lot. And he's always fighting the government.
Oh, niyo tuko. So the so-called 8 million Kenyans who refused to vote in 2022 according to Jebukati. Who are these Njiro and Julia? Hebu tuambieni. Unajua Belfast lazima ajifanya the only being in Getheri, so that he has always to make his presence felt. Ebu jibu ele. Belfast ni ele. Ele has to make himself important.
You nani yakina nani hao, but let me say Gakuya, I don't know. Unajua mimi, you know the best thing of winning this thing in Nairobi is Kashawa team to front Aluya na pigwe kura na kina Kalonzo na Kikus. That is the best. That is my take. Because
Julia, 1 minute.
Thing.
Oh, 1 minute. Unaona hata hiyo ratio hapo ya Gakuya na Babu, that one is within margin of error. Babu can still become a governor. Kama percentages ni hizo. So unaona wanasema Gakuya 25 na 21. Hapo you can flip that one. That one you can flip. So the issue is if Gakuya and Babu can combine, it is possible. Waende mwanango moja wanamalizia Sakaja asubuhi. Don't you think that one is also good?
I sipendi hao watu wote, by the way. I just feel they are both criminals. Gakuya and Babu.
No. Unajua saa zingine when the only thing which matters is winning, tigers and wolves combine. So remember Itito failed and he is a grassroots politician. Belfast, Paul, I know you really try to make yourself very important. Belfast, I expect women are the ones who are supposed to be doing what you are doing. Maybe if Anne is doing if Anne is doing this, if Anne is doing this, I would understand. Lakini Belfast anapenda kujiweka mbele aonekane. Julia, can you comment about Raila Odinga na vile amesema yeye aende kwa mitego?
Ni sawa tu amesema hivyo. Atukisa ameambia Gachagua aache kuitanga Raila Odinga every day.
Do you think Gachagua is going to respond to Raila Odinga? Hata hatukutaki. Fanya kabisa.
Kana kesho.
Yeah, that is the response. Hiyo ni response na
atasema hivi. Huyu mzee nilikuwa naona amezeeka. Mimi nilikuwa nasaidia yeye. Nilikuwa naona anaweza anguka bila hata kupata kitu. Nilikuwa nimeangalia miaka yake. He will say something nasty. You wait. Tomorrow.
Sawa, Julia. You see, what I see mimi kulingana vile naona unaona kama sasa unajua Nairobi tulimiscalculate sana last election, hata kama tulileta jamaa poa huyu Igathe I think, lakini tu kuna vile tu I still don't believe that vile UD walituosha Nairobi. I think Luyas and Luos decided to go otherwise, so that's why we have also to understand betrayal, how tribes betray each other in Nairobi. Ni kama Nairobi kuna kuanga na betrayal ya aina.
Let me tell you what happened in Nairobi. Wakikuyu wa UDA walipigia Sakaja. Sakaja only won because the Kikuyus in Nairobi voted for him. And then the Luyas and the Luos would not vote for what is Igathe on tribal lines. That is how Sakaja won. So that was a mistake that we did.
Julia Gepskon anakuambia kitu hapo, anakuambia ni kama Babu Owino ali-inject huko parliament. So anasema, did you see today in the parliament Babu telling the MPs that they have liquid brain cell, which he has a solid brain, while he has a solid brain cell. Anajua. Then Danny Dario kuna kitu anasema hapa Julia. Can you comment about that? Unajua pia Danny Dario is also trying to make himself important like a gospel.
All those candidates for Nairobi, all of them chaos.
I think Danny Dario is talking about the main ticket ya Prezo. Ya Babu stroke DP ticket.
Hiyo sasa hiyo ni wameenda sana, hawezi pata kitu.
Why? And I think don't you think it can enthusiase young people? Because I think they are people in their 40s.
Gen Z will not buy that. These are people with scandalous people.
Both of them?
Both of them.
Okay.
Let me tell you, the ticket that will win inakuwa revolutionary. Mtu hatuwezi pin makosa kwake. Na all these people that Babu Owino na Ndindi Nyoro wako na mask. Ndindi Nyoro may not have been accused in court, but Ndindi Nyoro is even said to have been one of the shareholders of Kenya Power and Lighting Company. Na mtu mwenye amefanya kazi na Zakayo, hapana Njiru, tuawache. Kenya, we have very many Kenyans. Those are not the only Kenyans we have.
Unauliza story ya Peter Saratia. So sijui kama Gepskon anataka Peter Saratia akuwe rais. Kuna hii. Unajua pia Gepskon is also trying to make herself important. Hebu mujibu asikie vizuri. Gepskon hai. Poleni.
Peter Saratia is still childish. But they should still vote for him as member of parliament. At least he represents his people.
I think Sarasia will want to become a senator or a governor. Unajua au majamaa wanaonanga saa zingine wakipata mvuto kidogo anasema nataka kuenda hapo mbele. I need to go one step higher.
And you know me what I'm thinking, Jiru? If we have a revolution, then people who are not revolutionary may not fit in that parliament or even as a governor. We may be looking for revolutionary leaders as governors, senators, you know. So we may even have very many independent candidates winning this time, especially in Mount Kenya region. We may have very many independent candidates winning because people will be looking at revolutionary people. People will be looking at mtu mwenye hajatajwa mahali, alafu mtu mwenye tunaamini anaweza perform. No, it is not. Yapping in parliament is not enough. Babu Owino is just yapping. He never takes a stand when we want him to make critical votes. Same with Ndindi Nyoro. Is a person Nyoro ametumia. He's not done his people from Kiharu a favor. He's just done what an MP should have been doing. It's only that he's the only one who was doing what he was supposed to be doing, and then others did nothing. Ate the money. So Naka come and perform. Others thinking about Ndindi Nyoro as a national leader tumwache. Apana. In fact, let me say this. Kenyans should look for professionals in the next election. They will not disappoint them so much, because professionals should look at management of their resources from a professional point of view.
So, and Nanikuulize, how many professionals have come out? By the for the first time, professionals ni kama watokezei.
What are talking?
Julia, I am not seeing like professionals other than yule jamaa alitoka kwa yule jamaa ameenda kule Nakuru, anaitwaje, that guy ambaye aliresign kazi ya Ruto juzi, and then he has become a very serious politician in Nakuru. Yule jamaa alikuwa kwa presidential delivery. Unakumbuka huyo jamaa?
Anaitwa nani?
There is a guy who resigned from presidential delivery. Huyo sasa ndiye naona at least he is among the few professionals I can say amejitwika, and he has declared that he want to be, and maybe people like Akina Stone PK want to become MCAs. So
nakwambia what will happen, Jiru. If they run up to the election, people will come out. People even who are in the diaspora come out and they will be voted for. Jua Kenya wamechoka tu na hizi takataka za watu wenye wakuwa kwa. You know, anybody who has been in parliament right now is a rotten egg. Anybody, because you are either for us or against us. Atunapiga ndomo, and when critical votes are going on, you are among them. No.
Yeah, anaitwa mbaya. Ndani akona hiyo information. Jamaa anaitwa mbaya. That's one professional nimeona. The challenge I have, some of these people who call themselves professionals and they have extremely become political, ni kama sasa politics inakuja inawadelude. So some of those people I don't take them as professionals. Utakuta hata sisi Mbalile anajitanga professional. I'm a professional.
Hapana, hiyo ni mkora. Let me tell people like and another thing, I believe Gen Z will take a very big chunk of the voters. Na mtu wenye matapagiwa kura na Gen Z ata Nairobi ataingia through, and I don't see Gen Z supporting Babu Owino and Ndindi Nyoro. Hiyo sioni.
So Julia, can you give me a workable ticket which can easily challenge Ruto? So nipe ticket yako sasa. Sasa hiyo ilikuwa ya Dani Dario, alikuwa anaongea story ya Babu stroke Didi. Ticket yetu inaweza kuwa gani?
Wapi, where?
Like
national?
Yeah, our national ticket.
National ticket, there is one strong ticket. Matiang'i Martha Karua or Matiang'i Omtata. That ticket will sail through.
Matiang'i Martha Karua,
Yeah.
Matiang'i Omtata.
Yes. That
and you don't want to invert it. Ama lazima Matiang'i ndiye number 1 hapo.
You know, Kenya is a patriarchal society, just like Americans. Unajua sikujua tu watu hapa wako na ujinga tu wa nchi zingine. Sikujua nyinyi mko na ujinga tu, hiyo ujinga mingi ati hamwezi pigia mama kura. Unajua huyu mama hapa alishindwa kwa sababu watu wengine hata walisema, mimi Jiru niliongea na watu wengi walisema hawawezi pigia mama kura hapa. Na hiyo ni ujinga.
No, Julia, wa mama wanapigiangwa ni vile you have to bring a very serious woman.
Hapana. Mimi niliongea na watu wengi hapa, na hao watu saa hii wanalilia kwa choo. Kwa sababu walisema hawawezi pigia mama kura. Ama Dandera unasemaje? Walisema hawawezi pigia mama kura. Saa hii wanalilia kwa choo. Na hawako na sababu nyingine, hawawezi pigia mama kura. Hata kunyanyenywa kuenda kupiga kura wasipige kwa sababu hawapendi yule jamaa mwingine na hawawezi pigia mama kura. Yaani nikasema tu, nilifikiria inchi watu wameendelea. Sasa wacha nikwambie, Martha Karua and Fred Matiang'i combination, whichever it goes, whether it is flipped.
Julia, 1 minute, na kuna mtu anakuingililia hapo. Can you answer that one? Yani kuna mtu anasema yani wewe na Matiang'i ni kama kuna kitu.
Yes.
You are too much to Matiang'i. Why?
Matiang'i is my favorite. Matiang'i, Martha Karua, Matiang'i, Omtata, those are my favorite tickets. Kwa sababu nimeona, I have seen Matiang'i perform. I have evidence that Matiang'i mpatie job, hana saa ya politicking. He'll not be there to come in to sing for you or to politic for you, you sing for him. Ama mwimbie kawimbo dia furahi. He believes in performance. Martha Karua the same. Martha Karua, you will not steal money, you will be jailed kama jana. Martha Karua has remained above board, period. So we can trust Kenya in the hands of Fred Matiang'i and Martha Karua. Period. Wacha nikutengezea serikali. Let me make for you the government. Huh? Hii serikali Fred Matiang'i, Martha Karua ticket. Then we shall bring in Omtata. Omtata tumweke treasury. We shall definitely bring Kalonzo Musyoka. We can make him prime cabinet secretary. Because anyway, we don't have much to accuse Kalonzo Musyoka, by the way. At least we can only say that he doesn't man up the way we want, but we have nothing to accuse him for. So we can trust him with our government. Now, hiyo serikali Murara atakuwa hapo. Kwa hiyo serikali in the cabinet.
Na wapea post, pia cabinet post, sema utampea gani? Jaribu kuwapea cabinet post.
Maybe Murara will be given youth and gender, something. But I know Omtata can be given trusted with treasury. Now, Martha Karua will be deputy president, and she'll also be in charge of constitutional review. Okay. Then I don't know whether we can bring back Maraga to the chief justice, but Maraga sometimes ana waiver. Kwanza saa hizi ndisikia anafanyia Kasongo kazi. Ni kazi gani anafanyia Kasongo? That memharibia kiasi.
I think there was a commission, sijui ni commission ama ni committee alikuwa amepewa asimamie.
Alichukua hiyo kazi. Kwa nini alichukua?
Julia, saa zingine ni kusota, sio kupenda kwa watu. You have 1 minute, Julia. You have to bring food into the table. Si ninyi ndio mnasemanga hivyo? Hata Raila is trying to bring food into the table. Aida anakulanga. Aida eats.
Unasema Raila hata alisota.
Aida anataka unga at the end of the day. Na unga iko na Ruto. So lazima Raila aende unga. Ni unga anatafuta, sio kupenda.
Hiyo serikali, si nimekwambia the people I know who will be there. So if they bring in, and then it should not be more than 15 people in the cabinet. Ikuwe lean. Then Gen Z wasimame MP, wasimame MCA, wasimame. We vote as many Gen Zs as possible. You know why I'm saying that, Jiru? Gen Z, after wako na vichwa ngumu. I like their vichwa ngumu. At least, Jiru, where you are not old enough, probably you're not old enough to have a Gen Z. But Gen Z siku hizi unawambia wanakuuliza why. Alafu wanafikanga wani wanakwambia, ma'am, you don't have to decide everything for me. I can decide for myself. You don't have to decide the kind of a car I'm gonna drive. Wako hivyo, wako hapo.
Julia, umepokea hiyo maswali wewe.
Alafu ukiwauliza ati new people, do you follow Kenyan news? Unamsikia mtu anakuwa kashina kanakwambia, ma'am, I have no time to listen to that silly government. That is what they say. That silly government. Na wanachukia Kasongo. Every time they say something, they say, alafu wanasemanga wanaongeanga ile lugha yao yenye hata ushiki wewe mwenyewe. You need translation first before you understand what they are saying.
Now watu wametoa maarifa wapi? To the extent that I know, Julia, it took a lot of time to say city government. Wewe umekuja kusema city government ina uzee. But now na watoto wametoa hii rhetoric wapi?
Wanasema they have no time to say that silly government. With silly old people. And they say with silly old people. So, Gen Z, these people who are below 30, Njiru, wako vichwa ngumu, if you don't do those kinds of calculations. What calculations?
Yeah.
So,
hiyo madhafu tunafanya hapa tunasema hatuna tofauti na Raila huyo ambaye ameanguka mara tano. But you know, I want to tell Musyoka here, at the end of the day, we also need people who people will have confidence. That is why even Raila Odinga in 2022, he attempted to name his cabinet ili Wakenya wapate confidence with the people who was to use.
In fact, Shinda Jiru, for him to campaign, he should give us a list of cabinet. Nani kwa masomo, critical areas kama health. Unaona? And you work with people who are not tainted. And me, I would advise them, they should work with the diaspora. Watafute diaspora. Diaspora unajua pia wako vichwa ngumu. Unajua, Jiru ukiishi hapa, you go back, na wewe usha around Kenya, unajaribu kusumbua, and you give him a piece of your mind, yenye hajapata for a long time. kwa sababu hajazoea kupatiwa peace of mind. Unaona?
Julia, wacha nikwambie, mimi hata niliachanga kusema because saa zingine nikidiscuss na watu wananiambia bwana, that is impractical bwana. That is impractical. I have even spoken with a certain member of parliament, najaribu kumwambia the way things can happen. Hey bwana, anasema bwana, that one can only happen in another planet, not in Kenya. Yes, wewe tu tuambie hizo vitu zinatendekanga, but so that's why I'm telling you like yes, diaspora can be involved, but diaspora will be frustrated, Julia.
No, that is why Matiang'i, if becomes president, more than half his cabinet should be diaspora. Kwa sababu first, you will not intimidate them. You will not. It will be hard to buy them. Most of them, not all of them. Kuna diaspora wakora pia wenye wanasimanga manifest. Unaona, but it will be hard to buy them. Unaona, and they'll go there with a mindset yenye iko changed. Unaona, most likely you are meka hapa kiasi. They will go there to implement what they have seen. And people keep on telling us, I don't compare America with Kenya. Mimi, let me say this. If I was given a chance today, tuseme tu nipewe nafasi. Nipewe nafasi kwamba niambiwe kwamba Julia, we want education to change. I will do very few simple things that will transform Kenya for the rest of Kenya's life. First and foremost, nikipewa hiyo docket, nikijua ninapewa, nitafanya survey ya less than 2 weeks, collecting data on the kind of schools and structures we have. Tena, hiyo survey ni collect data on the number of school-going children we have. When I say school-going children, I mean even college students. And nifanye balancing, what do we need? Where? Okay? What basic needs do we need right now? Where? Kama ni madarasa, Turkana County, how many classrooms and desks and teachers do we need? How many schools in Turkana County do we need? How many classrooms? How many desks and teachers? Nitafanya hiyo survey with less than 1 month. Na niseme, niambie serikali, nitaka hii pesa for this. Give me 3 months. All these schools will be transformed to what I feel a basic classroom should have. Hata isikwe na computers kama America. Hata wasikwe na laptops kama America. Lakini classroom yenye unajua hamuoni haya mkiona watoto wenyu wakitembelea huko. Unaona? Then the next thing I ask myself, why are Kenyan parents paying school fees? Even today, even like Kibaki declaring universal free education. Ni kwa sababu gani? Mimi saizi already niko na jawabu. I have the answer. The answer is simple. Because Kenyan schools are boarding schools. So the next question is, do we need boarding schools? For example, Njiru, I want to do Kirinyaga County. I work in Kirinyaga County. So I want to give an example of Kirinyaga County. I work in a school called Mutira Girls High School. And Mutira Girls High School, fence yake, the next fence, there was a school called Jombe Mixed Secondary School. About 1 mile away is Kamuiro Boys High School. About 2 miles away is another girls boarding school. In a radius of less than 3 miles from Mutira Girls High School, were about 5 secondary schools. We don't need that. That's a waste of resources. Mutira Girls High School can carry a population of 2,000 students. Day school, children walking from their home. Na wapewe breakfast, na wapewe lunch. Hii pesa serikali itumie kuwapea breakfast na kuwapea lunch. And parents, that is what Mutira Girls. Ngiru.
Ndio hiyo shule yako Mutira Girls.
Yes. Hiyo shule, si unaona hiyo shule? Hiyo shule jirani yake iko na kashule hapo kwa next fence. Sasa wacha nikwambie the unfortunate. Yes, I hope Kenyans can see. That is Mutira Girls High School. And Mutira Girls High School is a top for me school, top 100 school. And Mutira Girls takes students to the university. Over 80% of the students qualify with a C+ and above. And more than half of them qualify for science courses. I'm talking about a performing school in Kirinyaga County. Hiyo shule, jirani wake, Jiru, let me tell you what used to happen. Wasichana wetu, walikuwa wanapanda kwa hizo gorofa, wanaanza kuchekelea watoto wenye kwa ile fence ingine. ridiculing them. Unaona kuwaita. Well, you know how annoying some girls can be. So one time, Jiru, Dimesha, I am a bad teacher. One time I escorted my girls to go and apologize in the neighboring school for insulting them. But then that is not fair. That is called inequality. That is such bad inequality in a provision of education. Yes, hatutaleta cosmocha. Fred tumekusikia, we not have cosmocha in the cabinet. Now, so Njiru, if you ask me, I would say nisiseme si shule zinaingia kwa January. Nitasema huo mwaka ndio mwaka wa mwisho wa watu kuwa borders. That is the last class of students to be admitted in boarding schools. The next year, kutakuwa na let all children go to the nearest school. History ati kuna watoto wameitwa national school na wengine extra county. Kwani, let me ask you, which you're still playing my girls, eh? Yaani wasichana. Hatusikii sound.
Nilikuwa nataka tu waone tu wakitembea hapo as you talk.
Yes. Those are my girls. I'm very proud of that school. Because I played a key role in making sure the school rises to the top. When you naona kama I'm exaggerating, you can go back to that school and find my records there.
So Julia, you are saying that you want to materialize Kenya?
Yes. Yani watoto waende hiyo shule iko na how many labs? Iko na about 6 labs plus a computer lab. Hiyo computer lab iko na 50 lab. Okay, when I left, which were many years ago, which means they could have improved by now. When I left, they already have 50 computers in the computer lab. Hiyo shule ilikuwa na 2 chemistry labs, skiza, 2 chemistry labs, 1 biology lab, 1 physics lab, 1 home science lab. Now home science, 2 home science labs. Juu home science ilikuwa na lab ya kupika na lab ya the other things. Nakwambia ni kuna shule kama hizo Kenya. Na hiyo shule must have been having over 50 TSC teachers when I left. When I left, it was 4 stream. Nasikia size ni 6 stream. 6 stream, they are having over 1,500 students coming.
Of course, mashule zimeongezeka sana these days.
Yes.
Well, they have students.
Now they have 2 deputy principals na kuna principal. Na walimu ni wengi. Na walimu ni wa TSC. Hiyo shule walimu wanafundisha watoto wanapita. Watoto wanafanya medicine, watafanya engineering. When I left, we used to have over 100 girls scoring A plane in math. Niko mwalimu wa hesabu. A plane. And when I left, you can go check my records. I am not lying here. Just Google or go to that school. When I left, my mean score was 9.3 in math. Let me brag a bit. Now, I'm just trying to say it is possible to provide quality, equitable education to all Kenyan children without having. Na sasa mimi nauliza swali Njiru. Our wasichana wako na all those resources and all that. The next phase, kuna watoto wa day school wenye class zao hazina chairs za kutosha. Hawana vitabu. What is that school I'm talking about? Motira girls, the ratio of textbooks is 1 to 2. Kitabu ya math tulikuwa na 2 textbooks ya math. Kuna ya KLB, KIE na ingine. In fact, there were 3. Kuna revision 1 to mwanafunzi akona vitabu 3 amepewa na shule, textbook bure, and exercise books were free. Now me, I'm wondering, how unfair? Yes, it is a boarding school. It is still a boarding school, Gypsy Corner, and that is what I'm against. About. Now, in your shule, all those students have everything they need. Now, the other side of the fence, kuna watoto pia na ni wa Kenya, hawana vitabu za kutosha. Wako na walimu 5 peke yake. Njiru, hebu listen to the irony. The other side of the fence, there is a day school there with only 5 TSC teachers. Au wengine ni wa board of management. Wenye, that means TSC has not employed them. Do you think that is fairness? No. The solution is Motira girls should be changed to Motira Community School. Motira hapo ningekuwa na shule kama ine hapo. Ningekuwa na Mutira Community School. There's a Kamuiro Boys ningeifanya Kamuiro Community School. Kerogoya Boys ningeifanya Kerogoya Community School. Kerogoya Girls Kerogoya Community School. Garu Girls Garu Community School. All those schools, let the children around walk to that school free of charge. Serikali ngangane kuwapatia breakfast na lunch. Then that parent mzazi wote asikae akifikiria next time talipa fee aje. Hapana, just make sure your child has uniform aende shule, and with the time to eliminate at a uniform isipokuwa anapendanga uniform. Unaona, the only burden that I personally would leave to the parents is the uniform, and I think the government should also facilitate, because there are children who cannot afford proper uniform wanunuliwe. So I would not replace a boarding school. The boarding schools would end Gypsy Corner. Kwa sababu Kenyan parents are paying school fees because of boarding. Unaambiwa ni boarding. They pay 1,000, 60,000, 100,000. Unaona mtoto anapelekwa Mutira Girls, mzazi wake akona fee performa ya 100,000. Hey, kuna ananunua gold. Hapana. Let children walk the nearest school and pay nothing. 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 So, Njiru, if you bring people with such mindset, revolutionary mindsets like me into that government, wacha nijipigie, then let me brag.
Julia, I will not give you Ministry of Education. I will.
Why?
I will give you Ministry of Health.
Health pia nipatie health.
Can you talk about Ministry of Health?
Ministry of
I will give you a ministry where you don't have strength. Okay. How you do.
Okay, Ministry of Health, I know the problem right now, insurance cover, right? First, step number 1, revert back to NHIF. Okay? Step number 2, evaluate. Okay, step number 1, evaluate our hospitals, our dispensaries, our health centers all over Kenya. Their status, what they have, what they don't have, what they need. Unaona, wako na madaktari ya kutosha. That will be my first step. All right? That what kind, but then hapo nitafunga watu wengi. Kuna watu wanaweza enda njera Njiru juu there are a lot of people who are stealing government medicine and selling it. Wacha nikwambie Kenya, that would make me so unpopular is that you are either working for the government or for your hospital, not both. That would be my first step. Either umeandikwa kwa serikali ama uko kwa hospitali yako una run, so that we don't have to be having patients going to the government hospitals ati daktari hajaonekana ameenda kwake kutibu watu. What is that? And he's been paid by the government. Why should he be paid when he's not available? That would be my first step. Now, the other thing, I think these people need paid better, both teachers and government hospital workers, both doctors, the medics, hata walimu. The government should look at their pay scale, how much, do something about it. But I would first look at what do we need in our hospitals, and then look at NHIF, reverse back to NHIF and make it work. Reverse back to NHIF and make it work. So after you guys perform, there's a fanya watu wengi wafungwe. Then okay, before that, Irene can come in. Now, if I was even in the health ministry, I'm for education, I would have a platform online where Kenyans can directly lodge complaints to me that I can see, even notifications. Kama shule yenyu.
Na hizo complaint utasoma kweli?
Yes.
Wakileta zile moto.
Yes.
Na wakianzia kusema Julia must go.
It's okay. And then I would hold. Unajua kuna watu wafanyi kazi Kenya. Unajua kuna watu wanaitwa county directors of education. Ningewa hold responsible for those failures. Unaona, tuseme nimepata message ati shule fulani kama Mutira Girls, mrani fulani huwa hafundishi. Unaona, principal anafanya nini? Why she doesn't know about that and what has she done about it? Now, what has the county director of education done about it? I would not be working alone. Everybody angebeba iyo mzigo wake. Wewe uko Kirinyaga, niwe county director. Sikiza na usikize vizuri sana. Sitaki kusikia hizi drama tena in our schools. Sikiza na usikize sana. Sitaki kusikia ati walimu hawakwenda kufundisha. Listen carefully, Mr. County Director. Listen. Kila mtu afanye kazi yake. Na kama utaki fanya kazi utoke uende. Uendange ukiendaga utafute watu wengine. Did you watch that? Sioni hatuoni iko kwa simu.
Oh, gazeti zitakuwa zinaandikwa hivyo. Clueless health CS.
You see that? Not me.
Within
Within
gazeti
the past 100 days,
no,
ningeona moto.
okay. Unaamuka siku moja gazeti imeandikwa hivyo. No, ndiye Minister of Health.
It's okay.
Clueless health CS.
You know why she's clueless? Because she's not the health CS. Ruto is the health CS.
Deborah. Na Julia na venye kuna jina mzuri. Do you know who was Deborah? Aende abadilishe hiyo jina. Deborah.
She's not the health CS. Ruto is the health CS. And Matiang would not work like that. And I believe Matiang would hold the cabinet secretaries responsible for their docket. Si ati wanakuja kumpatia story defu, hadithi defu. Ikiwa tunasemanga ngano si ya marimo. For example, if you hear that a school bus had an accident and the children were harmed or something happened to the children, and the school bus was found an accident, ilipata accident usiku, pengine saa 5, kuna question. First and foremost, school principals know children must not be transported at night. There should be no school bus on the road after 6, according to the laws of education in Kenya. Secondly, school buses should have speed governors. Unaona, there are some, so those kind of things. By the time wananiambia hadithi ndefu kwamba ati watoto walikufa kwa basi, county director, principal, mtakuwa ndani and charge you for crimes, for murder, for negligence of duty, period. Asanteni. Wacha Irina aongee.
Good evening, everyone. Sasa finally, mumeona why we are here. This platform exists for the kind of things Julia has outlined. Now, you understand why some of us insist on women being leaders. Although niko kwa thread ingine ya wanawake wengine wenye leo nimewapasha, nimewambia vile wameni disappoint. It was expected that world over women would be better leaders because of a few things. But now listening to Julia, anyone with sense would understand exactly what leadership is. That is purely what leadership is. She's spoken to something that has been close to my heart. This whole thing about boarding schools ilianza ku crop up Kenya. Julia, you've been within the education system and you're an expert there. Therefore, you'd be able to probably have history regarding when boarding schools started booming at the rate at which they are and now became the norm rather than the exception. That was the worst thing that ever happened to us. Because even the moral decadence that we presently have in this society is as a direct result of children being away and accumulated for 3 years in high school, a whole 3 years they're in those confinements with no one to really guide them other than those other people who also come from backgrounds that you cannot be able to audit. And then you are accumulatively with your child the entire high school year for just 1 year, which is an equivalent of actually 12 months cumulatively. So cumulatively, a child's years zenye ziko formative kabisa, ujamuona, ujakaa naye, they can pretend for the short while they come home, they can pretend to be someone else. But if you're seeing your child each and every day, you can always be able to tell if your child has changed. That is what Matiang'i and Magoha were working out. That is why every school now started having one day stream. So that way there would be day stream, meaning that, and that is how they were starting to phase out boarding schools. Of course, that quickly changed because our principals here are just as wicked as everybody else in Kenya. So the whole thing about boarding schools, not necessarily just for costs, Julia, it would address a lot of things because Matiang'i and Magoha's reasoning was, let parents raise their own children. So that at the end of the day, we know the product of your home. Your child is not a product of a system that cannot be explained. Your child is not a product of cultures that cannot be placed. So that said, the whole thing about the kind of things and how Julia is outlining them, it comes from a deep place of someone who's just not a professional, but someone who has a human heart to herself. She's first a woman, she's first a mother, she's first Kenyan. Like literally, when you think like that, there is no way you can be an expert in a certain area and fail to be able to address the needs of Kenyans as they are placed. Because the truth is, Do we need more than 5 ministers in this country? Do we need more than 5 cabinet ministers? We do not need any deputy governors. The number of MPs can stay. The number of MCAs can stay and even be more. But upper national government, Pali, there's a lot of nonsense here. Do we need all those people who gallivant in the name of advisors and everything else? All that rubbish needs to first be addressed. And then, if you actually have professionals, how many dockets has Mudavadi been holding? Has Kenya collapsed other than the fact that Ruto is stealing? He steals whether there's a minister, he steals whether there isn't. So right now, how many dockets has Mudavadi been holding? But right now, because they're opening up the broadbandness of the theft and bloodbath and theft, now they'll obviously have those departments back to ministries right now. Because now Ruto wants to be comfortable and he wants to steal comfortably. Then now leave it in the hands of Raila when he's done. That nilimweka kwa serikali akakuja kaniharibia serikali yangu yenye niko na mpango mzuri nayo. So this the kind of conversations today we are having, those solutions, that is precisely what we should be talking about. I would have probably spoken about my area of youth empowerment, sports and arts. Similarly, you simply look at programs. I mean, we have CBC right now. You should have clubs anchored. You should literally have a department that's solely dealing with culture. I think there was but incompetence. All the sporting activities, because those two, this is sports and arts. It hires quite a bit of people in terms of one set only. Say you have a movie set, you'll have a cameraman, and now this is just one set. So when you look at all the programs perhaps on TV right now, you can talk about the whole week, all the productions that are there. So now all the productions that are there, look at that one set as having, let alone the actors. Say if a program has a main cast of 5 or 6 actors, you will have maybe another 5, even 10 supporting. That in itself is only 15, and that is one set. That is 15, that is cast only. Then you will have a cameraman who has an assistant, and they have grips and they have lights. So in the department of camera alone, you can have like at the minimum 3 individuals. When it comes to lighting, you have probably another 5 individuals because it's sensitive. When it comes to sound, you similarly at the very least have 2 people. What's that total in just one set? That's like almost like 30 people, and that time you haven't thought about catering, you haven't thought about transport. So one set only on a minimum basic has almost like 50 people every day, and people are shooting every day. Why do you think the Nigerian movie industry is so big? So that is because it's entertainment and it's content creation. It's not going away. Right now, mainstream isn't working out because siasa mbaya, maisha mbaya. We used to watch programs on TV because of news. Now people are no longer watching news. Therefore, the viewership of those programs has gone down, and as such, they're not paying enough. Some of us, the reason we're no longer on screen is for that particular reason. But that is not to say that it cannot still happen. We can create content and I mean, when Kenya is working, guys will go back to watching news. Then for as long as you're doing the right content, guys will go back to watching those shows. So the prices of what is being paid to actors and everything else, then get rid of the producers who are taking kickbacks. Imagine if for one episode, you're supposed to be given $1 million bob, or maybe say 1.2, like Citizen used to do, or 1.5. Then you have to give, I will not name names, you have to give the managing director, the production, the main guys. You give one person per episode, you guys. So you see, like these shows that are aired daily, so they're aired 5 times a week. So for every episode, a guy is getting 300,000 out of that one episode that would have gone towards the cast and crew. But him is receiving a salary, a very fat salary. He has the title of a programs manager or a production manager in that channel, in that media house. So you're giving him to the tune of 1.5 million that would have been going to actors and crew, because you're giving him kickback so that he can give you work to produce. So if corruption is eliminated from all levels, this country can work. So now, when now you have those shows, so if say there's usually like more than 3, I'll talk about local shows because those are the ones that I can be able to authoritatively speak about. So 3 shows have 150 people on set every day directly linked to an industry, and that is one station. So all the other stations, say, count all of them, and now say that the virtual space completely opens up, and now there's like, we talk of every county maybe having 2 or 3 productions in every county, because they're having probably their vernacular whatever productions and everything else, because the community streams that are also streaming in vernacular also on. Imagine what that would do in terms of both ripple effect and the employability of people. Let's look at sports. I do not even need to break down sports to you guys. It's exponential. Let's look at culture. Why is it that we have children who, like in the case of, I'll use an example of my son. My son is huge on the fact that he's Kikuyu, and I'm super proud of him for that. Why don't we particularly decide that we are having cultures across this country, that these children need to do exchanges of, to understand cultures and build cohesion based on what their understanding of their country and what their cultural practices are and why they do what they do in terms of history? Then should they change? Why are they changing? The younger guys maybe would come and say, this doesn't appear to be working for us now, so let us do it differently like this, because they're the owners of the country anyway. So culturally, we have exchange programs. Instead of taking children to orphanages to look at monkeys and everything else that perhaps they'll never see or have to interact with all their lives, why can't they interact with fellow Kenyans and decide that this Turkana, this Somali, how did you come into becoming part of us? Yet we know you have a country across. So they will be able to understand their geography and their history so clearly, and they'll be able to understand their civics, and they'll be able to understand their social studies, and these things will be applicable in their lives. So we'll be building quality Kenyans all round. And that is just like one department. Of course, we will go to all the other departments when we talk about health, and when we talk about accountants and everything else, they would tell you what they can rightly similarly do differently about Kenya. But trust me, solutions are with us. But it's not the case, because everyone is thinking, I need to eat. But I'm eating those things to where? Why are we not calling those guys out? Why are we having money that cannot be accounted for? Why are we not making it punishable by even the common mwananchi? Why is it that the common mwananchi cannot frown at you, stone you, do everything they can do to you, just because they know that the money that you have? Like what people are planning to do at Winners? They're planning to do it. Why? Because we know this is our money. So suddenly, let it be punishable. Let people be so afraid of doing things with people's money that cannot be accounted for. When it comes to a neighbor mwenye unaita mheshimiwa na uende ulimpatia kazi, that man ndiye aende choo, ndio watoto wake waende choo. They use your taxpayers' money to kununua tissue. For their wives to have baby, they need to buy pads using the taxpayers' money. For her to go to a salon, she's using taxpayers' money. Therefore, that common mama mboga, that common watchman there, that boda guy is a boss. Ndio mheshimiwa huyo mtu. But then we go around deciding, anatugonyo, that there's money these guys are giving us. What money that they got from where? That they stole from us? So it needs to be something these guys are scared of showing. They need to be scared of displaying opulence that cannot be accounted for. They need to know that the moment your name is mentioned in corruption, you do not want to turn up anywhere, hata na baiskeli. Because taxpayers wanasema hiyo ni pesa yetu na tunaitaka. Either utupatie back tuitumie ama tunaichoma. Until the point where that happens, then these guys will continue to do what they're doing to us. Like right now, the kind of theft that's presently going on, and people are lining up now. Saizi wanasifu Ruto mpaka wanakuwa na press conferences, mpaka Wajaluo saizi wamekuwa watu wanajipatia narratives vile they've been marginalized. We've been marginalized, and yet Raila's lawyer, long time lawyer, is a Kikuyu za Mwangi. He's been there with him all along. Their children go for the same parties. Their children go to schools together. Those guys are always doing businesses together. Their social networks are made up of people from different tribes. Sasa hapa chini, my first respondent, my neighbor here is a Kikuyu. And everywhere else that I look, I have Kikuyus. Then you want to tell me that I need to decide that those guys are my enemies to what end? Should anything happen to me today, I will not find any of those politicians to help me, but my neighbor over here will be able to help me. Then sisi ndio tunadanganywa, tunaambiwa tuchukiane. Uko juu wako sawa kabisa, wakikunywa chai, gonga glasses and everything else. When they're planning how to finish our economy and bring it down, uko hawana tribe. Ni sisi hapa chini ndio tunafaa kuletea tribes. Kenyans have to wake up and decide that that is not happening. That cohesion has to be deliberate. Hata ukiona kama kuna neighbor wako amekuwa na uhasama na wewe, unless mlikuwa na historical problem, you sit down and point them in the eyes na mwambie ini ujinga tunafanya. We've got to call ourselves out and most specifically be able to join our hands in ensuring that we are putting Kenya where it's supposed to be. And by ensuring that right now, people know that there is no money that you will display to me and we do not know how you arrived at it. Akina Joho hata kuja hapa kutuambia vile Ruto sijui tano bila break nyofopia koridho, yet nini we obviously know how you even got the money that initially had. Kenya has to now wake up, and it has to wake up with solutions, and it has to start from the time you step out of your door. It is what you do with your fellow neighbor that is going to determine that Kenya is better tomorrow. Asanteni.
Njiru, nasikia Maunga amekubaliana na mimi.
Yeah, hebu kidogo kidogo tu Julia ni wainjectie kitu hapa because ili tuweze to reach Maunga I agree. Lakini pia kuna kitu imetendeka Kenya sasa. Sijui kama mmesikia historia ya Masakos. I'm hearing that Sakos at Cusco, I'm talking about it because
13 billion was lost. 13 billion was lost, and that 13 billion was lost because of obviously Ruto's machinations.
Na ndio nauliza sasa, if people are losing their, because I thought Sakos was the last line of defense for Kenyans who save. So if now Kenyans are losing their Sako money, where else is it safe in Kenya now? Tunapoteza pesa kwa serikali, kwa Sakos, where we think that we cannot lose money. People are losing money there. Where has our country gone to? Like Maunga, if I ask you, maybe you explain to me. Sasa tuko wapi?
Njiru hatuko anywhere. Njiru saizi we don't have a country. Let us be honest. Our country is gone. What we used to know as Kenya is not here.
Sawa, Julia Chukuria. You can also comment on the same as you agree with what Maunga said.
Cusco, I was very surprised, and like I was very shocked, but I'm not surprised because in serikali ya Kasongo, they are looting everywhere and everywhere. It is just sad. SACCOs zimeinua wananchi, especially the public sector. Even SACCOs they grew mpaka kwa private sector. Watu wa matatu walikuwa na SACCOs. So when they start even to the agricultural sector, wakulima wamekuwa na SACCOs. So if they have ruined the SACCOs, then that is just one of the worst things that should happen to Kenya. And that is why this government should just go. And you hear Maunga just backed me, like we just need revolutionary people who will decide that now we are done with this foolishness, we are done with discrimination, we are done with poor distribution of resources. We need equity and equality in distribution of resources. And we just need a few things in Kenya to think about the basic needs that we need, like roads, barabara, stima, maji. Yani, tuseme Matiang'i is president. He should ask his cabinet for a few things. Kama niwe minister wa energy, amnampatia deadline 6 months, ama kama si 1 year. All Kenyans should be connected. You do what will take you. Unajua, kama ni minister wa barabara, roads, all Kenyans should be connected. Unaona, juzi, I learned something about America. That shocked me, Njiru. You know, I live outside. I don't live in a city. I live in a small town. Na wacha tu niseme nafikiri naishi in American farms or something, because where I live, my neighbor has chicken. Akona mpaka na jogoo inawika asubuhi. Now you can tell where I live. I live in a small town. Now I just learned.
We call them inner cities.
Yes, inner cities. In fact, hata hii town yetu unaweza tembea na miguu na umalize. You can walk to the supermarket, you can walk back. I mean, you don't have to drive. That's the kind of, and it has one middle school, one high school. Unaona? And I don't know how many elementary. The elementary schools sijui ni ngapi, si mingi. So what I'm trying to say, nimelearn about America kwamba ati ukijenga, somebody was just telling me, if they land kuna home uko ndani kwa msito, the government deliberately makes a road towards there na power na stima na maji. Do you see my line? Yani hii serikali, the American government imejitask to provide basic services kama barabara, like roads, electricity na maji. And that is what any other government should do. Na in education, you see these people here, kama leo today we didn't go to work because there was a so-called tornado warning and all that. But then one of the reasons why we didn't go to work kwa sababu the bus drivers would not risk driving into those places. I mean, they make sure that all children go to school. Yani wanahakikisha uwe na pesa usiwe na pesa unapelekwa shule. And a lot of children where I live here are on government lunch na breakfast. Yani watoto wanakuja asubuhi wanapewa breakfast, na hiyo breakfast yao ni mzuri, hata injili unaweza kula, unapewa lunch. Kwa kisha hata kama mtoto alala njaa, at least mtoto kuna something to eat in school. Okay? So what I'm trying to say that it is not rocket science to provide these basic services to people by a government. It is not rocket science. We just need to stop being greedy. Period. I always ask, when najiuliza maswali, in how many houses can you sleep in a night? You can only sleep in one house. Juzi, Irene na Njiru, nimeona watu kwa Facebook. Sijui kama umeona watu kwa Facebook. They are selling their houses ziko ushago. Now watu ni watu wa diaspora. Okay, me, I don't blame people for making a house due to kona hii kitu ya lazima ukuwe na home ya nyumba ya home. Lakini I'm just asking myself, in how many houses can you sleep? Now, our politicians, hey, they want to amass wealth and amass wealth. Mpaka nashangaa kama mtu atazikwa na hiyo pesa. Mimi nashangaa, Kasongo amepiga simu binguni akaambiwa atazikwa na hiyo pesa. Ama amepiga simu jehanamu akaambiwa hiyo pesa itamsaidia kununua air conditioner in hell. Did he have some communication with the devil, and he was so that the money he has he can use it to buy air conditioner kwa shetani? Because how much is enough for a man that you keep stealing at the expense of other people? So my take is, a good government can provide the basic services without even increasing the government expenditure on those services. For example, the government of Kenya can ensure that children go to school without paying a single cent, without increasing the budgetary allocation on education. Now, finally, somebody asked me a question, not about university education. University education, we shall revert to the HELB. Sisi wengine wetu tulisoma na HELB. Mimi fee yangu sijui ilikuwa 8K ama ilikuwa ngapi. And at no point my mother gave me any extra money. She didn't have to look for money for me to go to college. Because HELB paid our fee and HELB gave us pocket money. And after 5 years, less than 5 years of being employed by TSC, I was done with paying my HELB. So, see at HELB, nilipa HELB for the rest of my life. Na sikuwa naisikia hiyo HELB, nilikuwa nalipa 100 kitu per month ndio ishe. It is not like I was paying a lot of money back. So if I'm given a chance, I would revert to HELB, and I would ensure that all students who qualify for university with a C+ are government-sponsored students, and that they are provided with a HELB loan. To revert kitambo mpaka turudishe school university fee to 8,000. Na hiyo 8,000 iwe inalipwa na HELB. These children should be given at least 50,000 every academic year for their fee and for their upkeep. And this HELB should also finance middle-level colleges. Kwa sababu kila Mkenya wanalipa hiyo HELB back. Mostly, majority of people pay back that money. Haikuangi hasara kwa serikali.
Julia,
Yes, go ahead.
unajua kwa nini haiwezi kuwa hasara kwa serikali? The whole idea behind educating your population is so that they can come and be useful to you as a country. When you have the best trained professionals within your soil, now they did not toil, their parents did not toil to take them to school. They will come and serve their nation. That is when you will come and find doctors treating people just because they're Kenyan. They will not decide that I'm making money out of you. The reasoning has been, and for the longest time has been, mzazi anasema na mtoto mwenyewe na reason the same. Mzazi wangu alistruggle sana kunifundisha. Mbona nikuje nikupatie for free?
Yep.
Until someone has that understanding of the fact that proper education, quality, affordable education is something that a nation benefits from when most of its population are well-read and are professionals. Until we have that understanding, we will not understand what governance is. Pole kwa kuinterrupt.
It's okay. That is why we must prioritize that. To reach a help, we go back to help. And we stop asking Kenyans for money. Tunaenda kufanya medicine, you're paying 100,000, 200,000. For who will pay that? No. Let all Kenyans be treated equally. So that's my take. And as soon as we make education accessible, na maji, na stima, na tuwe na barabara, Kenya itaomoka. Nakwambia, Kenya itaomoka. And then we seal corruption loopholes. Ninasikia Waititu amefungwa jela, ameshindwa kulipwa fine. Good job, your judge. I hope the appeal doesn't go through. I hope so. We need these people to go to jail. Wakuwe wafungue kameti, hata away from other prisoners, because some of them are like animals. Asante Njiru.
Okay, so Julia, I think that one is quite in order. But sasa I know unajua Waititu case ni kama ile nyingine ilikuwa ya Waruke. Waruke, I think they had been jailed for, I think ni 67 years. Then pia Waruke, I think pia walikuwa wameambiwa they raised together with the sister to a worry. I think walikuwa wameambiwa pia they raised like around, I don't know if it was 1 billion or 600. But
700 million.
Yeah, then Sunday nikaona Waruke akiwa nje. So nikaanzia kujiuliza ni vile Waruke alilipa hiyo pesa ama ni vile
Hapana,
on the
hakulipa pesa. Hakulipa pesa. Hiyo kesi ya kina Waluke walikuwa wanafanyia Ruto kwa ofisi ya Ruto during that time ya maize scandal, kwa ofisi ya agriculture minister na kwa ofisi ya prime minister. So hiyo time kulikuwa na maize scandal, ndio ilikuwa huyo Waluke na huyo mama alikuwa, I think anaitwa Roslyn ama was it Mary, one of those ones. So at the time wakifanya ni Ruto walikuwa wakifanyia kazi, so unajua they were jailed. Hiyo sentence yao was pronounced Uhuru akiwa president. So vile Ruto aliingia government, Ruto akawa pardon. I almost like sought their pardon. I don't know about that lady, but najua Waluke sasa akapili hiyo kesi ikaenda through na sasa akaenda akakuwa elected. How that worked is what doesn't make sense.
That is now corruption. Imagine now tunaendelea na hiyo cycle. Ati tusikie ati serikali nyingine imekuja ati Waititu amewachiliwa. Can you see that? I mean, that's why we must just have revolutionary leaders. We must have revolutionary. Mimi nimepeana formula. Matiang'i, half of his cabinet should be diaspora. Kama Matiang'i will be president. Na Matiang'i should only work with Martha Karua or Omtata. Because anybody else will be looking at who to forgive, madhambi zake. Even Kalonzo would be looking for who to forgive. Kalonzo can work in the government, but not the owner of the government. Now, and after that, now they should look out for other professionals who can perform, because we need a revolutionary serikali. And then Kenyans, we should vote for Gen Z. We should have more members of parliament as Gen Z, more senators as Gen Z, more MCAs. Kenya itabadilika. These children, they have a very different outlook, mindset towards life in Kenya. They have a very different mindset. See what? We don't want status quo. Watoto status quo wakae nyumbani wenda kachunge mbuzi na kuku. Asante Njiru.
Yeah, Julia, maybe before I bring Bwana Neutral, who is not, na pole kwa kuwaingililia leo. Nimeona guys kuna akisema ati leo naingililia watu sana. Ni salamu tu. Salamu yangu siku hizi ni kuingililia watu. Maybe Julia, mkiwa na Maunga, naweza wauliza tu swali kidogo in terms of those things you are saying, sababu hebu niwaulize, does it mean that our leaders are ignorant, or because I know some of these things, good character, there are things which they know we need. But what still make them, including saa zingine, we have even gotten people from diaspora. I know even Ruto hata yeye akona watu wametoka diaspora. He poached some people from diaspora, lakini wakienda inakuwa ni status quo as usual. So does it mean that hawa watu hawajui what need to be done, ama tu ni deliberate jeopardizing the will of people, knowing that watu watasare tu? Because some of the things which these people deliver to Kenya is like, it doesn't seem like something which is normal. So maybe kuwauliza, why do you think even with the available information and some of these people even being very learned, how comes they cannot deliver for Kenyans?
For two reasons, maybe Irene has something to say and Ellie. Two reasons. One, the bulk stops at the presidency. If the presidency is not revolutionary, hakuna kitu mnaweza fanya. That is one. Secondly, I heard people who say, ati Kenya hawezi change, msiletee vitu za America. Those things you are saying, Julia, cannot work in Kenya. These are people with a stuck mindset. And a lot of Kenyans reason like that, including the leaders you are talking about, Njiru. Now, they also, kukosa exposure pia Njiru ni shida. Hata kama wanaongea na watu, let me say this. Unfortunately, unless you come to America and decide be willing to learn the positive things, America pia wako na shida zao mingi. They have their own challenges that they are dealing with, that they have their own unique challenges that they have to deal with. Lakini there are a lot of positive things that we see. Me personally, I see positive things in the education, very many positive things in the education. So if you ukikuja America uone kitu kizuri kimekupendeza, wacha kusema ati Kenya cannot work. This cannot work in Kenya. This can. Have you even tried? It is only a foolish person who continues to do things the same way and expects results. And that is what most Kenyans are. Unapewa cabinet ministry, unapewa cabinet position, unaendelea tu the same way. Unaambiwa ati tunafanya Matiang. Can you look for that Matiang clip? Yenye alikuwa anasema kwamba if you tell people why you didn't do this way, you say we have always done it like this. You cannot change. Now people here will be shooting me down, telling me that as in Julia, we must have boarding schools. Boarding schools, who is paying for boarding schools? Are they so Kenyans can pay for boarding schools for the rest of their life because we must have boarding schools. We must keep status quo. Come on. It's lack of a changing mind. It's just lack of what I'm saying, lack of a revolutionary mindset. Asante Njiru.
Aya ni sawa Njuria.
Another thing, yeah, we have dealers and not leaders. We have people who, because the truth is, if these people were truly leaders, if you come and find that the president is the person that you thought he was not, you are at liberty to resign. You have no business sitting in. But I'll tell you, I'm in some fora, you guys, that has confirmed to me that 95% of the people who are presently holding opportunities to be leaders, to be called leaders in this country, are nothing but vultures. They can devour Kenyans at any opportunity. Kumbe opportunity tu ndio huwa hawana. As for deciding that they are better, they are not any better. They will eat us with an opportunity when the opportunity arises. They'll easily reason with you and try to tell you, or rather not really reason. They'll simply remark that political parties exist to grab power. So you're like, what is this power you're talking about? You're not telling us about leadership. You're not telling us about governance. You're not telling us about giving Kenyans better. Julia, when they're saying that such things cannot happen in Kenya, how did Michuki achieve what we presently enjoy right now as a public transport system in Kenya? That everybody has to sit and vehicles have to have belts and everything else, and there needs to be order. So that in the event that anyone is standing, it's actually a felony that the cops can be able to punish you thoroughly for, and you part with a big bribe. So this whole thing about people saying, oh, it cannot be done is because people are too lazy to effect things. And they do not want to be like as you rightly put it, they do not want to be hated. They want to appear as though they are ice cream sellers, that they have to be loved by everyone. And that is where the problem is. We do not have leaders, Njiru. We have dealers who come from very, very bad homes, who probably went to boarding schools without being taught by their parents on how to be a good human being, if their parents were not as evil as what they're displaying. Thanks.
Okay, sawa, Madam Maunga, I think that one is good. We will come back to it. Wacha Erikana ongea. Erikana, welcome. Nilianzia kukuchokoza toka ukiwa pale chini ya mnazi. Erikana, go ahead.
About Njiru and the rest of the panel, I'll speak very briefly. Nimeona leo umenipandisha cheo, umeniita majina, lakini hiyo pia ni sawa. Mimi jina langu si Elkana. Nilikuwa nataka kusema jambo lingine hapo kuhusu elimu, lakini kwanza ile kesi ya Waluke na huyo mama wa Kungu. You know, this was one of the most heinous crimes that Kenyans have ever entertained. You know, Kenyans, it's like sometimes we love our oppressors, you know. But this case, it's old. It's from 2004, and these people were paid to the tune of 3.5 million US dollars then in 2004 for maize crop that was not delivered to the government parastatal NCPB. The case is well known, but you know, Wali feature for all those years during Kibaki's time, they managed to cover it. Uhuru's, in fact, Uhuru even did the worst thing, because Judy Wakungu, Uhuru's cabinet minister, who is now, I think, in France or something, like an ambassador under Ruto, she is the daughter of Grace Wahungu, who was jailed together with John Waluke, that MP from Western. And all these things, like we always talk about how these people support each other at the top. And then when it comes to the private sector or private individuals, like, say, for example, Grace Wahungu, who I believe is in her 80s or maybe late 70s, these people are untouchable. This case actually was mentioned again. They failed in one of the appeals that they made before they were released from jail, and I think the case is to be, you know, it's actually in court again. It's a huge amount of money. Of course, I don't know how close Waluke is to Ruto and his regime, but obviously he was returned to parliament before the expired period where you can say this MP is no longer an MP because of XYZ. Walimrudisha haraka. So what I believe that should happen, you know, because things are changing in Kenya. Kenyans have a bigger voice now. Is Kenyans should now find a way of making sure that this Waluke steps down as an MP. How they were going to do it, I don't know, because, you know, we have the problem with our Speaker of Parliament, who cannot action anything, even the issue of IEBC, and anything that you know, can make a faster situation for Kenyans to be freed from you know, greedy MPs, criminal MPs, and things like that. I don't know how Kenyans can do this, but if the court has failed to send these people back to jail, there has to be some way that Kenyans can get justice. Because if that was 3.4 million US dollars, you know, over 300 million Kenya shillings at that time, can you imagine how much, you know, of this money, even if it was a profit for NCPB, which is like a government functionary then, could have helped the country, you know. So that case, I am very, very bitter about that case. And the fact that Uhuru Kenyatta, kina Kibaki, na Ruto, hao watu wote, they have entertained this matter because they are part of the problem. You know, I see people celebrating Uhuru Kenyatta as if he's some hero, but he is essentially part of the problem. You know, these guys have looted a lot of money from the economy. So that was just a comment there because someone mentioned about Waluke and the case and how these people walk scot-free from our courts. This issue about education, I'm really happy that Julia and Maunga have been highlighting the problem. Personally, I find it strange that we still have a majority boarding schools, I believe more than day schools in Kenya, especially in the secondary education level. I think the idea that boarding schools should come to an end, I think is a good idea. I don't know how they can fasten this, how they can quicken this, sorry, but I think it can help the economy in a big way. Some people will say that maybe it's not a good idea because someone has set up an enterprise through the education industry and now you're telling them to close the schools. Until now, also parents who were able to go to work because their young people are in school, in boarding school, now will not be able to work. We have to find a way to deal with this problem because I think it's a huge problem. In most developed economies, as we know, boarding schools are very, very few. I mean, not even. I mean, if you look at Western Europe, most countries, they're rarely boarding schools anywhere. And if you find where they're boarding schools, they're only for the elite, maybe 0.something% of the education industry. Why do we have boarding schools is the question. And is it time for them to go? I would say yes. But I think majority Kenyans would say no because we are very conservative to change, and that could be our big problem. Also, I think that because we also mentioned universities, but before I go into universities, you find that many of the, and please don't take this as an offending, remark, but it's always been said that people from Nyanza, used to excel in secondary education or whatever tertiary education. Personally, I believe that people just pass because they have good teachers and those teachers concentrate on their work, and it's not about which community you come from. But if I use that example of Nyanza, you find that a lot of good teachers went to the big towns like like Nairobi, especially Nairobi, and looking for better salary in terms of education sector, private schools. And so they left in big numbers over a long period. They left the schools that they were serving in Nyanza. Those were especially those who pengine walikuwa not fully employed as teachers na TSC, but they were good teachers. Wengine walikuwa tu wale wamekuwa employed na TSC wakawachana na hiyo. So you find that a lot of schools had a situation where their good teachers walitoka, so wakabaki mayatima ya nini, ile elimu poa ama bora. Sasa that I think was part of the problem. Then you find that most of the schools in Nyanza then walianguka vibaya, alafu zile za Nairobi na other areas started performing very well. I was told about this by a teacher who also did the same. I don't know to what extent this is very true because there's no statistics about it. But to be honest, I think that our education system, now I'm going into universities, is part of the problem why we have a serious situation of unemployment. I think Kibaki, he ran too fast with gazetting university, tertiary, colleges and technical institutions as universities, and anyone who had some income to built something called a university, or some missionary groups that brought their idea of a university and they built that. Then you got a government gazette, which gave you the university status. I think we copied Nigeria, literally copy paste. I think we did that because, and Nigerians have the same problem. There are too many educated people in that country, and some of them, they just have certificates from these universities. There are even fake universities and fake certificates, like you saw what happened in Mombasa last week. I think it was Kilifi or something, where the police raided a graduation ceremony by some Christian university in Mombasa that did not have the papers to even operate. So I think that what Kibaki did, maybe he did it as like democratizing education, whereby education is not elitist, but everyone can attain university education. Maybe that's what the Kibaki had as a goodwill. Maybe he just wanted to do that, to make sure that kila mtu anaweza kwenda kwa university. Lakini sasa hiyo shida ni kwamba watu wengi wamefanya hiyo education mpaka wamemaliza, alafu sasa hawana kazi. In fact, a lot of people were going to work and doing evening courses in different colleges and universities, and that really increased during Kibaki's time. But then after that, there were no jobs. So you wonder why there is a huge problem of unemployment. Maybe not. Those universities that have not performed well, where they're just a conveyor belt, pengine reverse hizi vitu zikuwe technical institutions. We're living in a different world where economies are now being run by technology mostly. So I think that some subjects, and me, I'm a fan of humanities and the social sciences, but here I am saying that mathematics, physics, all those technical world exams, education should be taken seriously, and those are the ones that now they should say, now let's improve the society, let's improve our studentship and our education through technology. I think that will help Kenya in a massive way, because now, if you look, even now, you Google the number of universities in Nigeria and compare to Kenya, we're just chasing each other. We have too many not fit for purpose. And I think that's a problem that should be, solved by a person who goes into a ministry of education, who is brave to make some big decisions. And I think Magoya, I can't remember his name, the late Minister of Education during Uhuru's time. He tried to solve this problem step by step, but I don't know if the economy would have, complimented him for that, because the first thing people look at is how much is my university making. For example, if my university is called Riara University, how much am I making? How much am I making next year from the new students? So I think that that's part of the problem, but those are things that can be solved, in terms of, I have seen your headline there about the politics of the day. I still believe the same song that I'm singing here every day, that as long as we have a presidential system, we're wasting time. We're wasting time on elections. We're wasting time because presidential system means Ruto can do whatever he wants.
Eli, why do you think it's a system problem? It's done by the same people. Even if we went a parliamentary system, these same people are being bought every day. So it's not a system issue. It's just the fact that we do not have leaders right now. Honestly speaking, it has absolutely. How many countries have presidential systems that are actually working? We're just the wrong people. It has nothing to do with any systems. These systems are powered by human beings. What quality of human beings are we?
Okay, what's I can totally understand you, and I feel you completely what you're saying. But if we think that within the system we have now, any change is going to happen within the next 5-10 years, it's impossible. I think that the young people who are driving this revolution, they have this idea in mind that the presidential system is bonkers. It's not fit for purpose. And that's why they gave Ruto a hard time even after the June 25th, those X or Twitter conversations, they were quite loaded. They were not afraid to tell him that, So yes, we do have a problem with the type of leadership we have. You've even said that some presidential systems don't have a huge problem the way we have. Ours is a unique problem, right? Which, since the transition from Moi's rule in 2002, we're still very slow to try and manage how we can solve this problem. But I can tell you, there are even politicians in parliament who believe that this is the problem. Maybe they're saying that because they're MPs and they want a parliamentary system.
Kidogo si tunakukata, hebu hold hapo kidogo. Nilikuwa nataka kuwachezea hii ya Raila kidogo ili pia kuwaongezea uzito kwa what we are discussing. Is it possible with a name you will continue?
Yeah, thank you. Go ahead.
Because nataka pia munielezee kwa nini immediately Raila amekuja alafu sasa hii group yake ikakuja. Kuna hii group ya the red beret, nataka munielezee. Just one moment. One minute. Anyway, I don't want to pray it for long hours. Guys, when I don't know what's wrong with my computer, all the time when I do it with my computer here, I'm told that it's cracking. So I like nikasema acha nifanye na simu for now.
It is the setting. You have set speed something. The speed is very high. So if you play a clip, it runs so fast. Look at the settings. I think that's there's a time I played something in the other channel and it came out that. But I think mwenye are correct.
Okay. So kwa hivyo nitaangalia settings nione. So maybe okay, kesho. Okay, thank you for that advice. Anyway, but mumesikia ujamaa hiyo battalion ya Raila au majamaa wanatokezewa wanajiita Fidel Castro hata.
Actually hiyo inakuanga jina yake.
Mauro.
Uh-huh.
Sorry. I've forgotten my trail of thoughts that are,
Okay, sorry for that.
No, that's okay.
Ulikuwa
Even
unaongea
that
I
thing,
think story ya wabunge na nini, but nilikuwa nikitaka pia kuinject hiyo, na karibu sana Irene Njeri, nilikuwa nataka pia kuinject hiyo even as we discuss. Ile kitu nilikuwa nikitaka tujiulize ni why are these young people gullible? They think that Raila and Ruto can offer solutions. That is my problem. And unasikia tukisema even as you consult.
Those are Raila's youth.
They people are not gullible. I think young people have a very different mindset.
anyway, remember Raymond Omolo's Omolo is the PS of security. So you can connect that the dots. Those guys, they're probably part of ODM, and ODM now is trying to work with Ruto. If those were Gachagua's men and women dressed like that, wangeshikwa wote. So that's how the presidential system works. Person who is in power can do anything. The parliamentary system, if it's...
Let me cut you so that you answer to this. When you talked about the parliamentary system, I just looked up governments that have parliamentary system. And apparently, there are very many failing governments with parliamentary system. A good example is India. India has an autocratic parliamentary system, and there's no way they remove Modi from that power because all the time his party wins. So as long as Modi's party wins, he becomes prime minister. Whether he's dictatorial or not, he continues to become prime minister. So it is not the system, it is the people. Jamaica has a parliamentary system, and Jamaica, I think is tending to be even less developed than Kenya. It is not parliamentary system.
Yeah. Okay.
The American, let me talk about the USA. USA have had their presidential system, and a lot of time they have been making even bipartisan votes, bipartisan decisions in parliament in their houses, and yet they have kept that presidential system for many years. So it is not the system, it is the people in power. It is not, the system will not change. Even if right now, let me ask you, right now we changed parliamentary system, and UDA has the majority members of parliament. Don't will still be a dictator. What will you do? After all, even now he has managed to buy the members of parliament. You'll do nothing. They'll go to parliament and vote for him to be their prime minister, and then you continue to get away with everything he's doing, because it is not the system, it is the people. So I think it is hard to convince you, but the system will not change Kenya. Kenya will only change when we have the right person at the top.
Okay, so many countries as well have successful systems that are run by a prime minister or a person who is not the head of state, but is the first among equals in a cabinet. The same, this parliament that we see right now, it's only because it was captured, and we've had captured parliaments before. But if we don't want to change to a parliamentary system, then I think that something which is similar to reducing the presidential powers so much so that people are not even attracted to stand for elections to become a president. It could be another, way of... When these guys, the young people, launched the revolution, and it was at the climax on June 25th, and after that, some of their demands, the ones they made plain about a small cabinet, a president who is not all powerful, all they were saying is they were against the presidential system. The things we're saying, that the young people do not have the same vision that we had. It's true. But I think that what is happening is that we're kind of afraid of trying something that we have never tried before. So then maybe if people are saying, even if a referendum came and the referendum was about that question of which kind of system we should have, and then people said, okay, we will remain with the presidential system but reduced powers, or because the devolved counties reduced the powers of the president, but not as we expected, you see. And then, like yesterday, 2 days ago, you had the court case where Ruto is now, there is a member of the public who wants to remove Ruto from power, you know, and Ruto's lawyer, Fred Ngachi, has rushed to court to stop this. You know, who knows? Anything is possible, you know. So I think that we should not be afraid by saying that, and I totally agree with you, Julia, that it is the people, because if we had a Thomas Sankara, Ibrahim Traore type of leader, things would be different. Honestly, things would be different. But we have a strange constitution at the moment, which if it's not changed or yani vile tu iko, unaona, acha nikupatie example, just a small example. Someone is leaving the airport driving to State House, and everything has to stop because of this one person. You know, that is part of the characteristics of a presidential system, an all-powerful person. It doesn't matter, even Kina Raila and Karua, if they came to power with this system, they would have lorded over us.
Eli,
So,
allow me to ride on that. There's a time Uhuru was landing in this country at 5 p.m. When a motorcade was brought to him, he asked the question, "What time is it? And how do you expect that there'd be a motorcade on Mombasa Road right now? That would block Kenyans." He ordered for a chopper to be brought to him at the airport, and he prevented that from happening. That happened in his first term.
Another thing, Ellie, what do you mean? I want Jiro to tell me here, because I think he's here. Whether Americans follow the presidential system, whether the president stops things from running because he's going somewhere. Does that happen here, Njiru? Sometime back, I heard Joe Biden was where I am. I didn't even know he was in town. I just heard he went some Black History celebration, but I didn't even know he was here. It is not the law that states that the thing should come to a status because the president is coming from the airport. It is just some stupid culture. It is not in the constitution, Ellie. It's just some stupid culture that things shall have to come to a standstill. Another thing, the powers of the president are shared between, there is the parliament, there's a judicial. We have 3 arms of government. But guess what? This guy has taken over all those 3 arms of the government. Let me ask you, I'm sorry, those who are listening, forgive me for using this country as an example. But this country had hotly contested elections last year, and it was so hotly contested. But then things are just normal. Why? Because a lot of people try to follow the law. It doesn't really matter who is president here, because the law will be followed. The law enforcers will enforce the law. It doesn't matter who is president. They will still enforce the law. And that is what we don't have in Kenya. It is not the system. I can give an example of the United States. They follow a presidential system, and I think a lot of them try very much to follow the law. Usifikiri hata ukivunja sheria sawa ni Republican, you'll get away with it. You'll be arrested. So it is the culture.
thank you.
It is the culture
Okay,
of the
it's
people.
the culture plus
Yeah.
the system, Sindio, because you look at Mwai Kibaki. Mwai Kibaki, he tried very much to be a hands-off president. See nothing, hear nothing. He let his ministers do their job. He was not micromanaging the country, Mr. Kibaki, you know? That one I give to Kibaki. He did not want to be here and there every time. He was concentrating on his job. But it's part of the problem. Yes, it's the system, because it's this the people who run the system. Him is just the president. But maybe I would have said that maybe it's the system that makes this a big problem. You know, Kina Mudaura, you know, those kind of people. The way they were, so-called reshaping the PNU machine, how they were running the country. You know, for example, Murungaru. You know, Murungaru was basically a bad man. You know, and he was the first minister in Kibaki's term that basically spoiled Kibaki's Kibaki's political profile in his first term as president. So maybe I should have just said that part of the people you're saying, the people, I think you're saying the system who runs that machine that is led by a president. And I think it's part of the problem. And for us, especially Kenya, because then why is it that we're interested in elections as soon as we've had one? We're already campaigning. It's a very, very unique thing in Africa. There's no other African country that operates like that. And, it's very time consuming as well. But during Kibaki's time, his first term at least, I remember that was just a man who was trying to run the country without even. I remember people were saying that Kibaki should send Moi to jail, expand with all the Moi orphans, the political orphans, and put them in jail and things like that. Kibaki, instead of doing that, he decided he wanted to re-energize the country, the economy. He wanted to start from the first page and see if he could do anything better. And unfortunately, that midway did not work. So this is why, if we cannot get a better system, I think then then we might have to seek other
Only if we
ways.
cannot be better people. It's not about systems. Aki, please, like when we honestly talk about systems, how many systems will we change? Systems will come and go, but the individuals that we are bad people. Let us first decide that we have raised the wrong people from our homes. We do not have Kenyans who are accountable enough to their country, to themselves. We are bad people. We've got to look inward and decide what is it about us that is wrong with us. That we cannot follow simple laws. We cannot follow simply what is wrong and right. We do not have integrity. Integrity, those things that we do when nobody is looking. How much of that do we have? As an individual person, we've got to internalize this thing. It is not about systems, please. It is about who we are. As Kenyans, we need to come to a point of deciding that I need to do right by myself and by my people and by my country. In that particular order. When we do that, and then we can put God somewhere wherever it is that your religion or your spirituality takes you to. But we cannot blame systems anymore. There are people who even run without constitutions, but because they were raised right, because from their homes they were told that this and this is wrong and right, this and this, care about somebody else. We have the 10 commandments that if we followed it, and I'm sure even the Muslims have their own, and the Buddhists and everybody else has their own. If that can be a guiding principle, how come some Muslims just teach children Sharia only and that is fine? They take them to madrasa and that is all. They don't even take them to an education system. How come those ones stand out right to the culture and a need to be human? We just need to be human about everything that we do. We will not even need a system to guide us. We will just know that by the time that you have been appointed to a position and agreed to it, because normally sometimes even when something is available and you volunteered to it, you're not being paid for it, you automatically decide that is an obligation and you have to do it right. Because had you not taken it up, somebody else who's better would have taken it up. For instance, if Ruto did not wrestle Raila out of this thing, maybe, just maybe, right now I can't even say with authority, maybe, just maybe, Raila would have been running the country a little differently, and as such would not have been in the doldrums we are in. So we have to decide that the buck stops with us. We are the problem.
Maunga, who is your person? Who is your person that who do you have
I
in
am
mind?
this person who wakes up every morning early and I know that I have 24 hours that has been given to me for free. I would have been in an hospital bed or I would have been dead. But because I'm alive and I know that I'm reminded to number my days, and that wisdom should guide me. As I'm numbering my days, potentially this can be the last time I'm talking to you, Eli. What is it that I will have left you with? In everything that I do, I purpose to make sure that every minute of my life counts. And it ought not count for what I get. It ought to count on what I impact. What is my land benefiting from the fact that I'm having this conversation and taking up people's time? Time that is otherwise money elsewhere, or other people would have been sleeping right now. Eli, you're within my time zone, perhaps, or at least just 3 hours maybe. There's a lot of people here who would rather have been asleep or making money using their money. you're making money using their time, but they're here having Kenyan conversations. I need to make sure that I'm not wasting their time in doing that too. So the person that I am is a person of character. Let my character be who I raised and not how much I acquired. What I acquire is not useful. What I leave behind because I existed at all is the reason why I exist. And that is the person I am.
Thank you, Maonga. And that's why I would like to ask you, because I know what Julia said, that the kind of person she is expecting for leadership. So who is it that you have in mind?
I have Matiang'i,
What?
who we've been told is not there. I have Martha Karua. I wouldn't tell you, sorry, I would not talk about Omtata. I've practiced governance for the last 17 years. I started practicing it as a young person. Right now, I have served in several boards. I can tell you for free, governance requires expertise. It requires deliberate knowledge of how it means to to offer solutions. You need to be a problem solver. You've got to be innovative. You've got to think on your feet. You've got to have a heart that beats for people. When that happens, then you have experience in how a governance system works, like Matiang'i does, like Martha does. I will trust you with the system. Right now, so far as things stand, I have those two people. I'll tell you for free, I've listened to Morara. Morara would be one of those people, being that he's been in business and he's been successful in managing his business. If at all our age was not anything to be spoken about, which is a conversation I would take a whole day having, because I'm affected by it as well. Trust me, Morara would also have been someone I'm looking at. And I would tell you for free, I have a CEO in the YMCA. He's called Jared Musima. If today you gave me an opportunity to give Jared this country to run, I would bet you he would run it and you'd be successful in it. I'm sure there's been a lot of people, you people privately know, that are running enterprises both locally and abroad who are doing very well, who'd make for perfect presidents. The reason why Matiang'i and Martha score high for me is because they have run the nation that is Kenya. So they understand the loopholes, they understand every area that they feel needs fixing, and they have had experience in how they were able to successfully do something that was there before.
Okay, I have also asked earlier question, which is, really not reply to me. I'm not satisfied with his reply. If we had a parliamentary system and Ruto was the prime minister, how would that change? How would that change the lives of Kenyans?
Yeah, I think you asked about like if Ruto's side had a majority.
Yes, and then he
in
was the prime, because he would be a leader, so he'd be the prime minister. How would that change the lives of Kenyans?
No, this presidency, which I'm thinking about, is a ceremonial presidency. You're just the head of state. You're just the head of state.
No,
just like in the UK.
Yeah, they have
the king is the head of state. That's it.
No, I think they vote for a prime minister, and
no. They don't vote for a prime minister in the UK. They don't vote for a prime minister. A political party that has majority of the seats in parliament wins the parliamentary seat for the prime minister. So if, for example, Kenya Kwanza produces majority of the MPs, the prime minister will come from Kenya Kwanza. They don't directly vote for a prime minister. It is the majority party that will produce a prime minister. I don't know. Maybe that cannot help Kenya because of our tribal system. And actually, I see where you're coming from when you say that, what if that scandalized Kenya Kwanza of William Ruto wins?
Yes, I was just looking at the UK early, and I saw that the prime minister has the executive powers.
Yes, so the prime minister can send. The prime minister can literally decide, tomorrow we are having a war against Russia.
Yes.
But he has to be rubber stamped by the king as the head of state.
Okay, so the prime minister has executive powers. So in the Kenya situation, Ruto would be the prime minister, and he'd still have executive powers.
Hey. You see, in a parliamentary system, those MPs matter.
Okay.
And that means the sovereign, who is the people who have elected those MPs, they matter. Kila mtu ni sovereign, you know.
Those MPs matter, and Ruto would buy all of them.
Yeah, okay, that's the unfortunate situation that we're in.
Yes. So we are just
Yes.
trying to tell you it will not change anything for Kenya.
Hey, then we must.
Whether presidential or or parliamentary, it is the same. As long as we have people like Ruto somewhere trying to be powerful. So we need somebody who knows why he's in government. So you see, like I give you an example of the United States, and they have had a presidential system for a long, long time. And these people, if you watch their parliamentary proceedings, a lot of time they have bipartisan talks, bipartisan votes, and they always do that. Another thing you want to watch in the US, however much they have hotly contested elections, immediately the elections is over, it's like everything ends and is forgotten, because at least the law enforcers try very much to enforce the law. So you cannot say that you break a law because you are a Republican or a Democrat. So how did they get there? To an extent that they trust their law, they trust their constitution. So the problem is not the system they are having. The problem is the kind of people who have been entrusted with those powers. And the challenge that we have in Africa is, who do we entrust? That's the challenge we are having in Africa. So we have Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted to ride on what you're saying, but I see Njeri has come back and you kept her waiting too long. So maybe, Julie, after you're done, I'll probably ride on what you're talking about just a little later.
All right. Let's have Njeri talk then. Njeri.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I hope mko poa. I just wanted to contribute to this conversation a little bit. For the topic, I don't think Raila was consulting anyone. He was just pretending to be doing it, and then come another day thinking we are all fools that will take his lies. So I think he was just acting like he has always done. When it comes to our behaviors as Kenyans in general, we have become very greedy people, that we overlook a lot of things, especially when it comes to whom we are looking up to. Tunapenda sana we like to be associated with money and prestige. And the worst thing is that we have come to a point whereby it doesn't matter what is going around my friend, so long as mi niko poa na naweza shikana na huyu mtu niendelee juu, I will do whatever I can. And that is why we are having this bad government. To begin with, the president has been a rooter, a thief, a liar for a long time. And people decided they will follow him just because they knew what they were going to get from him, including the Gachagua that we have right now. I'm sure he was following him because he knew he was going to get something from it. So now that they went different ways, he's coming out and telling us all that was happening. Yet he all along knew what kind of a person Ruto was. So I think, I don't know, it would take a long time to change this situation, unless sisi wa Kenya tujipange tu, because we have an opportunity to change Kenya and to give it to people of integrity na watu wenye wanafikiria the least person in the country. Mtu kama akina, well, I don't know, I don't know about Matiang'i, but well, I'm starting to lean towards him, but bado mimi sijamwamini sana, but I think he's a better choice than anybody else. Hopefully if he gets elected, he will be a good president, but tutaona. Mtu kama Martha Karua, she has always stood up for the wrong thing, even walking out of a presidential meeting, and she didn't care what people thought about her because she stands for the right thing. Hata hafuati pesa. Yeah, I mean, at least naweza sema kuna integrity. juu watu wako parliament sahi, like they've been sold, they've sold their souls, wanafuata tu pesa, you know, and they don't care what the local, the you know, the Wanjiko is going through. They don't care. They'll come here, hizo interview wanafanya, they lie. I don't know what they think, like people are fools, but Kenya sahi penye imefika, watu wamefunguka macho. Another thing I'll say is we need to really endorse the Gen Zs. It looks like wanasideliniwa. These big people are taking their idea and going with it to our sideline. Like, what we need to know, what do they want? You know, they should be educated on what leadership is. As we said, as Maunga said, governance is not something that you take one day and move with it. You have to be a leader. So I don't know, akina Molara na wengine, they have really tried, but I don't know, I feel like they're being swallowed by these big people as well. Hopefully watajikaza na as he said, I know he said the other day, he said that he's trying to knock the door for the young people to get in the room and be counted as Kenyans leaders who are trying to change Kenya. Another thing I was going to say about the leadership. Leadership is not, uongozi wa Kenya si ati ni system. Uongozi wa Kenya umeharibiwa na watu. It doesn't matter. And I'm glad, Julia, you asked that question. If Ruto, if we had the parliamentary system and Ruto was the prime minister, he would do the same thing that he's doing right now. It would not be different. So it's not the system that is not working, it's the people. Tukiangalia unaona kama mtu kama Ruto, being the president, we've heard from people close to him, the person that controls him and tells him what to do, mwenye anaongoza Kenya sahi ni Farouk. Somebody who cannot even stand in front of people and say anything. And he's the person that at the end anamwambia Ruto venye atafanya. So it's just poor people, bad people trying to govern our country, wezi na wakora and murderers, to be precise, you know. Watu wenye hata wameua watu ndio wanaongoza Kenya. And behind the scenes, president anakuja wanaongoza Kenya behind the scenes, na huyo president naye anasimama hapo kusema ati ni anafanya hizo vitu zote. Anyway, that was my point for now, and yeah, tutaendelea. Asante.
Yeah, dear namesake, you've spoken right. What I wanted to say about what Julia was saying, Julia, when you're using the examples of US, when Ellie is using the example of UK, the one thing I'll tell you about those people are patriotic. They literally will report someone who's breaking the law. Us in Kenya, you will look the other way if it's not affecting you. Why? Because we've not bred that culture of Kenya giving anything to you. Yes, it should be important what you're doing for Kenya, but what Kenya is doing for you is also necessary. And that is why when you speak about systems working for the Kenyans, it is important. Because then you will find that Kenyans are actually benefiting from this country. They love it enough. They would not want any distraction. Right now, everyone is looking to leave Kenya. Everyone is looking to run. So, and rightly so, you wouldn't blame them. Young people are literally going down. They're becoming suicidal and everything else. When you speak about, when Irene speaks about ensuring that these young people, yes, mentorship is necessary, but who are we mentoring? Let's look at imagine, Julia, my heart usually breaks whenever I see Samuel Kabisa for you, because you used to love him even at the time when we used to tell you we have seen red flags, and as such we should trade with caution. Julia, for some reason you really believed in Samuel. Look at him right now. Kasmal now is not even a product of mentorship anymore, because he's out of principle. Someone was telling me, oh, he needs to get his feet wet. He might as well do it in ODM, but at what cost? Because the truth is, we are working with perception, and the perception of the Gen Z is totally different from, say, ours. They will no longer view a leader with the kind of lens we did. They will no longer be as forgiving as we were. They will no longer say, oh, hiyo ulifanya jana, leo na kupatia opportunity kufanya differently, because wameona tumechomeka. They've seen the number of times we have done that, the people ahead of them, we have failed. So they obviously are coming with a paradigm of deciding that no, for as long as you've done a small thing like this, that disqualifies you and disqualifies you kabisa, we move on. Because the truth is, Kenya is not short of leaders. Hata saizi ukienda kwa neighborhood yenu, ukienda kwa koti yenu, you will see a child who stands out from the rest of the children. And now those are the ones that we should harness. Because I was telling someone, there's a little cousin of mine. He's 12, and then he's very opinionated. He was born a premature, but then he's turned out to be, quite something. It's quite turned out to be quite an amazing genius. So this boy is the one who one time looked at us and told us, and that was, I think, 2 years ago. He was 10 at the time. He told us, I wouldn't want to be a menace to society like Ruto. So this boy, the other time, I think there was a problem in school, I think, with his brother who's like 4 years ahead of him. And when I assessed the situation, and when we asked him exactly what happened in school, you could clearly tell this was just a teacher picking on him. And for me, I'm usually very careful for a child not to be picked on, whichever the case, because I usually say that I survive within the ecosystem that is Kenya. So when you break a child, you're breaking a child who'll potentially be an adult in my old age. So that child will not take care of me as I ought to be taken care of, because of the fact that you existed and you broke that child. So I never allow anyone, whenever I am in a position, and I told the mom and the dad, if you guys do not address this thing at school, do not blame me for whatever outcome. I will go to that school and I will address it the best way I know to do. My son also went to the same school, but he used to protect those teachers from me. He never used to tell me everything that used to happen. I got to learn of it way after he had left. So I said, Apo waliponyoka. But because these children, I am a guardian to these children, and these children belong in my old age within my proximity. Should anyone interfere with their bringing that is not full of love and not full of guidance and not full of an adult being deliberate about ensuring that a child grows up right and just is given the best that they can get within the purview of what they can and allowed to make the mistakes that they should make as a child, then you are endangering my old age. And because you're involving any part of me in anything you're doing, I will deal with you directly, and you will not throw the card that it is not my child. And that is why usually, even when I see a child littering on the streets, there's this one time, there's a grandmother, I think, who was walking with some child. Then the child littered. Pulled the child and asked him to come pick that thing up and look for a dustbin. Then the grandmother comes at, yeah, wacha nimchukulie. I told the grandmother, you're done, your life is over. This country belongs to these children. They need to know not to litter and make it and mess it up. I told that child, pick it up, go look for a bin. Grandmother, take care of other things, but do not damage this country for these children, because it is theirs. So we've got to be responsible and decide that anything that is happening wrong in this country is affecting us directly or indirectly. It is either that the fact that you have let somebody be mistreated today, and tomorrow when you utakuwa huyo mnyonge, when a matatu is supposed to be 80 bob, and those guys have come and hiked the fare for whatever reason, be train or whatever it is that they usually, and they say 100 bob, and you board that matatu, unless there's someone you're going to run to save their lives, I think that you're an oppressor. Because tomorrow you might not have that extra 20 shillings. What will happen? You'll be the one left at the stage. But it was a culture that you allowed these guys, you allowed them that you can hike and we will still be able to roll with you because mimi niko nayo. So we've got to potentially know that anything that tukipanda itamea hapa, any monster we are feeding will grow here and will eventually eat any of us. And that when they're done with your neighbor, they only have you, so they'll come for you. So we've got to decide as Kenyans that we are loving our country enough, and that we are our brothers' keepers, and that we are keepers of an infrastructure that is supposed to serve us. So sometimes that is why you are usually told you should sometimes ask, what can I do for my country? But it is important that my country does something for me because I am a taxpayer in that land. Someone cannot come and ask for a mandate and then come do whatever it is that they can do because they can. It ought to be something that I'm rising up against and saying, no, this is wrong. And that is where, as Kenyans, we need to be. We are duty bearers and right holders. That should be understood completely. But even as a right holder, what is my duty? And this duty bearer, what is their right? So we've got to be symbiotic in our existence. And that only comes from the fact that it is brotherhood. It has to come from the fact that as Kenyans, we are deciding that if something is done right in my soil, there's a ripple effect of the benefit for me forever and for several generations of mine, whether I'm here or not, whether they can afford it or not. Just the fact that they're Kenyan should be a card that they're holding, like what you guys are enjoying in the diaspora. And Julia, as you said that people are selling their homes, diasporans are selling their homes in the village. I was just thinking about it. The love my son has for this country, I would be damned to imagine that we have damaged this country that boy doesn't have anywhere to come back to and call home and love and enjoy as much as he does. So honestly, the kind of lives you guys live, the economic refugees you are, you may appear to be making a lot, but the truth is, you literally serve them with bills. They serve you with the bills throughout. So you're sustaining them, and it's like a system that's oscillating. It is the more you make, and I think I was having a conversation with my son, and he was telling me it's like they wire you to make that money so that you can give back, so they can take more, and then it becomes a vicious circle. So for people to invest and have the opportunity to have a home to come back and retire at, and just like enjoy the fresh air, because we do not have factories that are emitting very, very wrong fumes in the villages and everything else, to enjoy just the slowness of what it means to just be old, happy and gray around your kinsmen, should not be an opportunity that is denied to people because Ruto's mother bathed a fool. Thanks.
And a criminal. Yani alizaa jambazi na akatulelea jambazi. She should be ashamed of herself. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to insult that woman, but that is true. If your son comes out to be that kind of a person, I guess you should be distressed. That is how I would feel as a mother. That people are talking about my son in the morning, in the evening, in the noontime, in lunchtime. People are insulting my son, the son mwenye nimezaa, wanaamka wanamtukana, wanataka hata wanamwombea mengine, wanamweka kwa jeneza. I hope she understands what Kenyans are feeling.
She doesn't care. She's a very bad woman, by the Julia. By virtue of who she's raised and by virtue of what people say about her. But you see, I don't doubt those things because of the kind of a child who has come from her womb and her nurturing. So I don't doubt it. I've seen someone write about Jimmy Onjigi, asking whether it's part of the problem or solution. You see, we do not talk about Jimmy Onjigi here because he's not a factor for us. But then when someone is saying that he's the one who's sponsoring Karua, that is neither here nor there. Yes, you can sponsor me, but trust me, you guys imagine I believe Karua. I'll be honest and tell you, when I remember I was in Arusha for a youth conference, and in the year 2009, and I remember Kinuthia Mwangi, the former chair of Devolution, meeting with me for the first time, and we were having a cultural night, and for some reason I was wearing Kenyan regalia, but because I usually have a West African look, Stasha, and earlier on I'd made a presentation on the behalf of the youth. So I remember him meeting me during that cultural evening, and then he asked, oh, by the way, what's your name? What? I went on to tell him my name, and then he asked me, which country do you come from? I'm like, I come from Kenya. Then he's like, oh, you're the next Martha Karua of our time. I was like, no, I'm the next Irene Ayimba of your time. Why am I giving you this story? It's because, yes, I know who we are. When someone tells me, when anyone usually equates me to Martha Karua because they have experienced me, I do not blame them. I just say that I do not have to. There exists a Martha Karua, and even if she wasn't here, Martha Karua already lived. You can have an opportunity to experience an Irene Ayimba. And that Irene Ayimba can also choose to be dynamic and deliberate, and she can decide to do right by her country. And she can be principled, and that's okay. She can decide that the occupation of one space, I don't even think I need a 6x6 bed, because how much of it would I be spreading on? Then that ground is going to hold, a 4x6 is going to hold me permanently. That's the only space I'll occupy. I can only drive one car. I even have the ones I have, I don't even drive because I do not see the need. I'd rather give it to my boys who actually have the need to move with it. Trust me. There's some of us who don't care about these things that you people look at and consider anything. There's some of us who care, who do not want to be side chicks. We just want just one man to give us his strokes, but to do it exclusively. There's some of us who just intend to raise the right children who can be taken to the world, and the world benefits from the fact that my womb carried something amazing and I risked my life to bring forth the right child and the right individual. That my name will be carried by a legacy that I carried within my body and I nurtured and birthed right and gave to the world. And that is enough as much as the accolades I need. When I dress, I can literally dress. I do not need any designers or anything. I do not need accessories are cheap. I'll go to Dubois and fetch what, as long as it's not anything that I'm allergic to. Heck, life does not have to revolve around opulence. We can be as simple. We can just focus on being good human beings. We can just focus on just being deliberately, whatever, realistically, just being available to just, like, exist and be a good. One time a niece of mine told me that, auntie, auntie, thank you so much for existing. Guys, hiyo siku karibu nilale na nini viatu kwa mguu. And the only reason she was telling me that is just because I went and found her mother, a cousin of mine, in distress, and I was able to try and cover the spots of what she was covering, of what she was going through, and try and make sure these kids at least a better settled. And that child one time talked to me on phone at night and told me, auntie, thank you for existing. Guys, that is all I'm looking to do. At the end of the day, it will not be what I have. It will not be my name. My name in another 100 years, yes, it can be remembered, but to what end? Bloody hell, I'll have been alive for less than 100 years, for all I care. That's as far as my voice can ever be heard. Or at least in the worst case scenario, my brother was so enigmatic, but he left 3 months before his death. He could not speak. But what was that he did that will be remembered in our lives? That was not about what he said, but rather what he did and the impact he made. The truth is, long after we are gone, there'll be people here. And what we do. So the likes of Akina Karua may exist for the same. I cannot be very authoritative about saying it, but she has been tried and tested and proven in areas where I believe she'll be able to deliver on. She can't be able to deliver everything. She's not perfect. But by all means, none of us is. So given an opportunity, we have to be also decide to play our role in ensuring that we help her. The same way Kenyans helped Kibaki when he came in. We used to arrest policemen for taking bribes. What are we doing right now? So we've got to ask ourselves that even as we go to the next level. We cannot sit and critique just because we can. We've got to decide that we are offering the solutions. And within those solutions, what is our role? Each one of us has to have that question. And each one of us has to have that drive. There's no way we are going to put it in one person's hands and think it is their responsibility to fix Kenya. No, we have failed.
Yes, each one of us has to play their role. Mother Karua is doing a good job. About Jimmy Wanjege, Jimmy Wanjege, what I think is an opportunist. And everybody's trying to sway into sides where they think we'll get somewhere. So I think he's trying to make himself significant. But I don't know how that far will go, because all these people will be tested by times. Times will test them and prove whether they really mean anything to Kenya. So I know why the person is asking that is because I also saw Jimmy Wanjegi where Mother Karua and Tim were seated. So probably there are now questions. What was he doing there? Personally, I think he's the kind of a person that would like to take every opportunity. I mean, for something. So time will tell, according to me. Njiru?
Julia, let me tell you, as we try to look for Jiru.
Okay, 1 minute.
Yeah.
1 minute.
Okay. Let me now let me tell you something about Wanjigi. There's one tycoon I once knew. Okay, well, he's a friend of mine. He's called John Paul Njoroge. John Paul one time ran for the seat of MP Limuru, and I asked him what was the point. Then his response to me, because he was an engineer, he went to the US. He's been very successful in the real estate and everything else. So I was like, what was the point? He told me there's a point where after you've made so much money, you wonder what else you can do, and it's probably something you're pushing. But the only thing he came short of telling me was because now you're looking for power. You're looking for just, you realize that your money can only take you this far. You know, as a person whose ego is sufficiently inflated, you're thinking, you know, how much more can I push? You know, like how much. So it's only power that you seek because it is not about money anymore. So the likes of Wanjigi, all he's looking for is perhaps power and presence. Let me not be ignored. Yes, they realize I have money, but that is not seeming to matter anymore. And that is why for the longest time people have looked at Raila and wondered is it that you have. And I hear he has dark forces, so Ruto apparently is looking for it in that same manner, so that he can arrive at that point where you're so enigmatic and you have a cultic following and you want to be a cult leader, so that people can adore you and bow down to you, you know, like for nothing. So when you're looking for that, of course it is an ego thing. I don't think women have that problem too much. We have children who think we're their little gods. So I don't think women have that problem too much. Men appear to have it. That's why I think a good majority of them still look for women even when they have amazing women in their houses.
Jiro,
Poleni wanaume.
I didn't remember my day. So that's why men have this ego thing. Like they have to look for some people to worship them. Oh,
Exactly.
that's funny. I didn't think like that. Maybe the men in the house can tell us. Jiro.
Okay. Wacha ni comment na hiyo story ya Wanjigi kwanza. Niingize resist. Unaona? Wanjigi, I don't know the reason why you always want to be the decider of every government. All the way from sijui 2013. Ya Kibaki hapo tuambia is involvement anyway. So hiyo siwezi sema. But I don't like the way Jimmy Wanjigi pretends. I don't know if it is pretending or position. Let me say positions himself as if he understands our problems more than any other person. And I think also he is a man, I think, who is also a beneficiary of some of the government proceeds, which have not been gotten in the right manner. So mimi tu naona tu Jimmy Wanjigi, even though he praises himself as somebody who doesn't want anything, in some other time pia alikuwa amesema anataka kupigania urais na pamoja na Raila, alafu sasa akaondoka, na sijui siku ni kitu gani ilikuwa imemwingia kwa akili, ilikuwa ati anasema ati watapigania urais pamoja na Raila kwa ODM. I think Jimmy Wanjigi did not know that hakuwa anajua ODM ni Raila na Raila ni ODM. So that one was like pressing water in a mortar and pestle, kufinya maji na ndiri. So Njuri, hebu niulize hiyo swali ulikuwa unaniuliza sasa in a nutshell, alafu nikujibu then ili tupate mwingine.
I think it was on a light note. Vile I didn't kwamba nyinyi mnang'ang'ananga kwa mass wealth nini, you have some ego issues which women don't have, because women we have always had people around us loving us so much, we don't struggle to get that love. Na nyinyi nawasumbua.
No, you see, for men, it is something which is very consistent from the time of Alexander the Great. Men are built innate. Men are built to conquer. Let me use that word. Maybe Dario you can. So mwanaume lazima he has to conquer both in the animal and human kingdom. So to conquer, mwanaume hata anaweza kuwa na vitu mingi atumii. Look even at wale wako na watoto wadogo. Look at your small boy, anataka kuwa na vitu mingi sana hapo, na pengine hata hataki kugawia one of the sister hapo. So the issue of men is about conquering and wanting to have everything. But that one does not mean that they cannot be trained. They can be trained that sharing is caring. But
no, men. That about sharing. No. Men are very generous. Most of the most generous people are men. What I was saying, and I think because Abu Resist Mengia, we can digress because we have social constraints that actually lead to some of the characters we see. Men are the most generous, and some of the most generous are the ones who become the most promiscuous. Why? The women that sometimes look at their generosity as something more want to find a way of rewarding them. But a man cannot say no when the legs have been opened. So he sometimes goes and does that very innocently. Alafu inakuja inamhaunt in that manner. But sasa when it comes to training, the only training that someone can have yenye mi respect ni you having self-discipline of saying that nikona wangu mwenye I need to love in this 1,000 ways, because eventually old age is coming, na hiyo old age ndio itachambua mbivu na mbichi. This woman, her children will take her and go and make her comfortable and try and make sure that for all the pain that you gave her, they give her glory. So wewe saizo umezeeka hapo hivyo umekauka, you're trying to look for an opportunity for people to sympathize with you where there exists none, kwa sababu mama yako labda alikufa. Thanks.
Okay. Ni sawa. So I think men in terms of wanting everything, kwani amkumbuki jamaa alikuwa anaitwa Gehazi in the Bible, the one ambaye aliona alikuwa anauliza yani you mean hii vitu au watu wataki, alafu sasa akaenda napo. So I think appetite ya wanaume on the things and the property and women, all that niyo vitu yote, and especially I think pia inakuwa tofauti, and resist you need to come and then it also becomes serious ikifika pia on in power. I think pia appetite for men with the power is also another one. You really meet very few men who are like Mandela. I want 4 years and I go away. You always want that. Men always want they also want that power. So I hope there is something which can be done culturally.
Njiru Traore wanted to give up power, and a lot of disciplined forces. Actually, the reason why army sometimes make and that is why you find kuna army wao kuja wana overthrow governments wanakatalia the likes of Akina Museveni. That is someone who's just a malfunction. But the army are trained to know that today might potentially this minute might potentially be my last. Let me strike it right. So unless the likes of Akina Museveni wenye wako na defect, most of the army guys now, they're called disciplined forces because wanakuwaga na high levels of discipline, except hapo kwa wanawake, I think.
And you know they're running away from those questions. I'm still asking them why they're not responding early. Have you gone, ma'am? Na resist amepotea. Resist rudi hapa haraka sana, and you tell us.
Alafu by the way, before hata waende sana wajue Julia ni mwalimu wa math, mwalimu wa STEM mwenye alikuwa na 9 point what over 9 point something mean grade, na Julia ni mwalimu wa math. Tunataka kuona harusi imefana sana kama nyinyi ni wanaume by the way kwa hii platform and beyond sana that's a rider.
They are taking notes.
Very important, ndio wasiende wakalea watoto wenye hawana sense na yetu kuna kumbe wanawake wa sense hapa hivi STEM champions wako tu hapa hivi STC wana waste away brains zao and their youth.
Kwani wameenda ma'am? Okay. Njiru.
Mimi niko hapa ni vile Eli anaogopa, sijui ni kwa nini.
Eli hawezi ogopa, yeye ni Lakeside. Na amesikia Julia ni mbrown na ni Mkikuyu.
Ati Eli naogopa.
Oh my God, one woman is enough.
Now Eli is dying now.
Wacha nikwambie, mimi kwetu ni kule kwa kina Akuku Danger. So for a person like myself,
you can practice yeah.
No. I am happy to be ni kwetu na mwanamke mmoja. Hiyo ni imenitosha. Lakini tunatoka kwa hiyo clan ya Akuku Danger.
Na wewe ni ya Akuku Dangerless. Hata kama wewe si Akuku Danger, you are a tenth of Akuku Danger, right?
Hapana, si hivyo. Mimi nakwambia ukweli. Akuku is a hey, let me not sound like Raila who claims that Siji Obama is his cousin and all that.
Alafu akaulizwa juzi. Did you hear that question that popped up? He was asked that Obama was your cousin. How did he respond?
I think he said something. think that interview was with the BBC as well.
Yeah.
But Nani brought it up. Mehdi of Al Jazeera, when he was interviewing in Chungwa, he said, "Are you trying now to be like?" He said something about Raila lying about his relation to Obama. But this is a traditional Luo thing where you have to, inflate. I think Ayimba would tell you, you have to inflate your relations. You can even say that Gor Mahia was your distant great grandfather, just because Gor Mahia was a person of your village, of your clan. So me, actually, I have that advantage because Gor Mahia came from my village, same as Akuku Danger, my village. So acha nikwambie kitu. Kuna story moja hapa ya wale watu wanatoka Kenya through COS, this thing they call COS in the UK. Basically, it's sponsorship. And the Ministry of Labor, hii ya Mutua, sending Kenyans to Dubai, the UAE, and even to Germany and the UK. The COS has been suspended and brought back every few months. So I think the UK government re-established the COS for Kenya in December. What is happening is, and I've met these people, young Kenyans, between 19 and 21, wanaletwa huku kufanya seasonal jobs in the UK for 6 months. 6 months. These people go to work at 5 in the morning. They sweat their ass, They're working in a mushroom farm, zile za greenhouse. So these greenhouses are like obviously all year round, even though the job is called a seasonal job. They're paid money that cannot sustain them in the UK. So like one of them told me that they were earning something like £260 for working 45 hours a week. So if you put 260 times the Kenyan shilling, I think I can't quantify that gross there in terms of Kenyan shillings, but it's not money that can sustain someone who lives in the UK because of especially during the winter when you have to heat your house, because you have to keep warm, all those things that you have to do. Nakwambia watu hapa, unasikia mtu anataka kujiua, mwingine hawataki kurudi Kenya lakini wanataka kurudi, mwingine sijui walikuwa wanaenda university wakapatiwa hiyo opportunity wakakimbia wakakuja huku, and they are doing a long shift, very many hours. Alafu because they are black, because we are African, they are treated worse than the other workers who also come from Eastern Europe. So what is happening here is very sad. It's that kind of thing you hear about Kenyans in Saudi Arabia. So I saw an article today where sijui Alfred Mutua was in Parliament today, and he was saying that the Ministry of Labor is working with other recruitment agencies so that Kenyans are trained on how to behave before they go abroad. Ati Kenyans ni vichwa ngumu. Ati this is an activist generation. Wanakuja huku Europe, alafu wanapiga makelele, wanampigia employer Makelele, people were reacting very, very strongly. They were very upset with Mutua today. People were saying that this man, does he want Kenyans to be trained how to be good slaves? You know? But this thing is not even taking, it's not even being highlighted by mainstream media because it's happening in UK. So hawataki kusema hizo vitu zinafanyika huku. Lakini kama ni ile ya Saudi Arabia, where around 85 Kenyans die every year because of the enslavement, and now wengine they take their lives. So I'm not suggesting that everything that is happening in terms of recruitment of young people coming to the UK is bad. But a lot of those stories that you hear, I am telling you, is very sad. So wewe, you decide ati people can legally come here for 6 months. 6 months. Flying all the way from Nairobi. Now in fact, a lot of these young people, si watu wameishi Nairobi, hapana, ama Mombasa, wao ni watu wametoka, unajua bara, you know, uko reserve. Ni watu wapole, very, very hard working, and they've ended up here. Just before the 6 months have expired, they're being told, anzeni kufunga virago, mnarudi. Mkitaka kurudi huku, nyinyi endeni Kenya kwanza. Agency inawaambia, otherwise you get deported. In fact, 2 ladies were deported about 3 months ago because nasikia ati walijaribu kukaa kwa sababu waliambiwa 6 months yenu imekwisha. Sasa hao wakasema sisi tutatafuta njia zingine za kukaa. Sasa hiyo agency in Kenya na their contact huku na serikali ya hapa, so they worked together. Those 2 ladies, those 2 young girls, they were deported. So they were going back to Kenya starting from scratch. 6 months. I think Mr. Mutua or the Kenyan government should stop this nonsense of Kenyans being sent to work in the UK for 6 months. You know, that is something they used to do to those Eastern European countries before they joined the EU. Or even, you know, they used to call those seasonal jobs. They come here because it's just a stone throw away from UK, 2 hours flight. Someone is flying from Kenya to London for 8 hours, alafu from London to other regions of the UK for an extra hour. This person is going to live in shared accommodation, say with 3 or 4 other people. Wengine hata kwanza hawa wa 6 months, nasikia unapata they have never traveled away from their workstation. Ati wanaenda kwa hii town, wanaenda huko London, wanaenda huko sijui matembezi, sijui they want to know about UK. They never find time. So for those of you who have power to share such information with whoever powers that be in Kenya, this is the reality of things, because I think it's very unfair that kina Mutua can accept such conditions of work for young people at 6 months in the UK. This is slave labor. Kwanza wanafanya kwa hizi mushroom factories na hizi vitu zingine ndoko hizi za kuuza kwa supermarkets, because generation sasa za hawa wazungu, the youth generation who would have done those jobs, wengi wao wako kwa hiyo Xbox ama PlayStation. They're just lazy. They don't want to work. So we Africans now, we have to send our young people to, you know, to fill the vacuum. Why can't they do something? Because there's another group of Kenyans in similar jobs who have been given 3 years, you know, 3 years COS, your sponsorship, 3 years. Why can't Mutua just go and argue with the British government just 3 years across the board to start off with. Hii 6 months ni ya nini? I think it's a very, very, very bad thing. And a lot of young people are going to live here. Not that this place is the best place, but you know, they're going to, it's going to screw their lives. They've been enslaved here, alafu wanarudi. If they had those 3 years, I hear there is a condition where now after 1 year you can change jobs. You can even start going to college. Why is it that they have decided this is the group of Kenyans who can do the 3 years, and this other group, they just come for 6 months? So if anyone has a way of getting in touch with those people who are making such decisions in Nairobi, they need to negotiate with the UK government, because it's a very painful thing. These people are not coming here to be tourists. They're being used to do the job.
Eli Mutua is acting as an agent, by the way. And Resist has
Yes,
been
I
here
know
for so
that. He
long.
has companies. Yes.
Yeah, Resist has been here for so long. He comes in and goes out. I don't know if we can let him speak, alafu we can proceed.
It was just a highlight because the studio was quiet. So, okay, go ahead, Resist.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to say something little, and I'm still on the road going home, tired. Those people who don't know, who have not experienced what happens in the diaspora, we have said time without number, it's not fun. You work, even if I have had what the previous guy have said, and it's very horrible, especially coming from somebody like Mutua. Somebody, if I remember, he had come from, he had studied abroad. I think it was the United States. That's where he studied. And but I think he came at a certain program that these high ed programs. Maybe with the white people. Maybe he never went through what a lot of us have gone through, and it's usually very difficult. If you have like the normal Kenyan job whereby you go at 8 o'clock and you go home at 5, that is only enough. To most people, is only enough to pay your rent and feed yourself. That's about it. So if you have some relative that you may want to help, you may have to take another extra job. You must. It's not you may. You must take another job. And if you have a certain, you want to do something else, you may be forced to take another job. If you want to do a little project back at home. So the reason as to why, we all know the reason as to why we came here, like 90% of us, is we are basically economic refugees. And it pains my heart to see the kind of people that are posing like they are leading us and they don't do anything. I am really annoyed to see the behavior of the current president, who I have had a big problem saying he's a president. I think he's just a clone. And I don't know what it will take Kenyans, what it will take us Kenyans to be so angry enough that we say, kama ni mbaya ni mbaya, we have to get this man out. This government has to go. Because right now, the people who are dying because of lack of, because even if, and I know some of us in this forum back at home, I want to assure you that we are very connected. We know exactly what happens sometimes on hourly basis. exactly what is happening back at home. So some of us are able to go back at home 2-3 times every year, so we can see. So to see a situation whereby we hear for the first time that I had what 1 trillion Kenya shillings, it's probably the less than 5 years. Maybe during the last administration of Uhuru Kenyatta, that's when I heard of 1 trillion Kenya shillings, like being a budget. But before, I remember during the Moi's time, it was millions of Kenyan shillings. During the Kibaki time, it was a couple of billions, and it has only come to maybe 1 trillion lately. Now, to hear somebody, some few individuals, and we know all this money, where it goes to is going to one individual, most of it, the whole back of it, maybe 75%, maybe 80% of the money is going to one individual in the name of the president to a tune of 1.3 billion. I don't know what would make Kenyans mad. I really don't know. I don't know, because this is the reason why we have. Then you hear the following day, you hear the program, the NHIF. I don't know how long it has been, but since I remember myself, I'm over 50 years old. Since I remember myself, NHIF has always been there with a few problems, but minimal problems that could be fixed. To hear that a new system has been brought at 104 billion and it's not working is mind-boggling. It's nothing that I don't understand that. I don't know. There's no explanation. Maybe, I don't know. Kenyans are crazy. The people that Kenya, told it goes not to the government, as the NHIF was a government entity. Now this goes to an individual pocket. Now to hear that this money goes to the crown president's son, the bigger chunk of it, I don't know what it's going to take Kenyans for us to be mad. I think the ones in the diaspora needs to do whatever they can do. The ones at home needs what they can do. But this government needs to go like yesterday or the day before. This is so annoying. So why do we have a country? Why do we need a country? If we have this kind of money, why do we need a country?
Pardon me, resist. What is that about the president's son? Is that some new scandal? Can you tell us?
Yeah, I hear Shah this account that is the Shah. The money is not going to the government purported Shah account. It's not going to the government purported account. It's going to a private account that the president's son is more than 50% owner of that account. This news just came out today. As we hear that, now we hear that the person that we thought is our savior, the enigma, has been paid 1 trillion Kenya shillings to support this man. And all indications, as the topic is here studying today, all indications he's going to support this man. So I think it's the high time. I don't think I don't know what else now they can do that we get mad. This is the ugliest of the ugliest that can ever happen to any country. I have never had it. I've been reading books. I've watched movies. I've never seen anything like this to any country. Man, I'm so mad. Let me talk a little bit later. I'm so mad.
Okay. Wow. Yeah, that woke me up. Huh. So anyway, remember, I think it was yesterday that Ashley was talking about crime against humanity, and I would second her. The fact that Kenyans are dying because they lack healthcare, I think we should attempt to consult ICC about that, because it is very, very annoying what's going on in Kenya right now, that people are lacking healthcare, they're dying just because somebody is pocketing all that money. We really need to do something. And for me, I've always said, this man we don't have to wait up to 2027. Whatever avenues we can use to get him out, and the sooner we do it, the better, because we don't know. Last week, we didn't know about this shard thing. We don't know what we're going to hear next week, because every week it's something new. And it comes with, it's a magnitude of a thing that we're hearing that he has done. Imagine him pocketing all that money while somebody is fighting some people are fighting for their lives in the hospitals and in their homes. It's very, very aggravating. And we really need to do something about it. Thank you.
Wacha niulize swali now that nimesikia the sister anasema hiyo story ya SHA. But there are so many scandals which are now live. Maybe the system might not be aware, or maybe you are aware. Sahi kuna scam ya a place where money should not be stolen. Kuna scam ya Cusco, that is Masako. Nimesikia Masako do inapotea mbaya sana in millions. Masako, where one of the safe haven for Kenyans money, number one. Number two, kuna hiyo story ya SHA. Tuliambiwa na serikali, Kadhungu ni serikali. Mumesikia vile Kadhungu amesema. Hiyo hapo ni do imepotea. We don't need any confirmation. Hapo do ishapotea. Na housing, Gachagua yeye mwenyewe who was part of housing, sababu ndiye alikuwa anaipigia marefe, do imepotea hapo. So like, why are we still talking of 2027? Even with issues which can actually collapse a government. Ndio huyo besti anaenda kupeana 120 million kwa charge. Kitu itaendeka. Like, are Kenyans this relaxed? Yani, Wakenya tu ni wasi wengine watulivu sana. Like, they can have a president like Ruto who is committing all the crime, right, left, and center, and still people are relaxed. What's wrong with us? Like, maybe nikiuliza, like, what's wrong with us? Like, are we still waiting for the ballot even when criminality is open? Mi sielewi, yani kuna venye yani tumerelax, ni kama yani tumedungwa shindano, or maybe tumepagawa sisi wote. That is why we cannot be able to connect what is happening. But what is happening in Kenya can collapse another place. I don't think even what is happening in Kenya, even TZ can allow it. I don't think even Nigeria, one of the country which we tunasemanga is a failed state. Hata Somalia sifikiri, ile Somalia ile tunasema ni failed state. I don't think this one can work. Okay, Resist, you can respond alafu sasa tusikie Stone PK as we roll.
Well, ukweli ni kwamba I think our people feel defeated. We feel down. We don't know what to do. It was like now, this is personal. I looked at the issue on Sunday. I was watching live on the TV here at home, and I was seeing this man talking about donating the 20 million Kenyan shillings that Jesus, I don't know, Jesus is Alive Ministries or something like that. That whatever the church that is, and of Mr. Moai or Pastor Moai, I don't know, and then promising to go and caress his friends, and they release another 100 million. And well, and you know, I had to brave it because I feel like almost my tears coming out, but I have to watch it. I need, because sometimes you have to see your enemy and what they are capable of doing. And then the most painful part was to see the celebration at the mention of the money that these men is going to give the church. And my mind quickly deconstructed what happened the previous Sunday in Baburi, Mombasa. I was also watching live, and I saw a man who has been characterized as very retaliatory. He was actually retaliating to me. He was retaliating to what Pastor I did to him, and disallowed him not to donate any money to JCC Church in Baburi. So I could see the anger in his face at that particular time, and I could see the joy at the people in this other church in Roysambu. And fortunately, I know both places. And I could not fathom what the might, how this is the decolonization of the might at its highest. This is like a cult. Why would you? Because this information, all this information that we are talking about now, had been out prior to that. We know how many billions have been lost in the last 2 years. How many trillions have been lost? We know, and all these numbers has been thrown. So I don't know how we're gonna help ourselves. I don't know how we're gonna help our people. But this is what I think: we just need a few people to start the rebellion. And I heard as some of the speakers talk about Maina Wanzegi, and me, I would go with what Ms. Maunga had said earlier at the beginning of her speech, and she had said we don't talk about somebody like Maina Wanzegi so much, and I think that's the right way, because Maina Wanzegi is not our enemy. Me, that's what I think. That's what I was thinking she was going, but she explained also in a different way. Maina Ejege is not our enemy. And even if you think the advantage he is trying to take, if he gets like a little tender here or there and he makes his money in a clean way, who cares? But he's not our enemy. I wouldn't waste my breath a lot thinking what he is. Because when the man talks, I've listened to him multiple times. This is a man who thinks about the country. And if it's a country, you must, the country, I remember what Maunga said earlier. You have to think, what are you going to be, what's your contribution to the country? If you remember the story he gave about how he had processed the contract of the Mombasa to Maramba railway, and the amount that it was, I think it was like 300 billion. It ended up consuming 1 trillion, but it was his project. He is an investor. He is a thinker, and you can see the trade of thought that he has, because he has not been condemned the way Ruto has been condemned of any corruption. He is just a entrepreneur, which is, I think that's part of our system, and it's not the best, but he can make money. But if he had a good system and he wanted to be remembered as somebody who initiated or helped the contract of the Mombasa Maramba highway, I agree with that. So I don't look at him as an enemy. So in this particular case, if he is in this picture, because we clearly don't know, if he is in this picture, if he is in this system to help with his ideas and his monetary value, because even you look like a country like United States, it's something that they call the super PACs. There are people who donate money. There are people who donate ideas. Everybody comes with what they got. Me, I can say something. Mauga can say something. Jiro can say something. Juria can say something. Whatever your contribution is, we are looking who is our enemy. We got only two sides: is the people against Kaongo. Yes, the rest, don't worry about them. And for you to see somebody like, because me, I have a huge faith, huge trust on Mother Karua. If you see Mother Karua accepting
to be close to that kind of person. She has seen something in her. I wouldn't trust Maina Wajege very much, but I would trust Mother Karua. She has been tested. She has been tried. She has never failed. She is human. She can fail. But so far, she has done very well. So in this particular time, in this dispensation, we need people who are not against. And that is why I don't care how much mad. I was so mad with Gachagua when he was saying those things he was saying at the back. But at this time, he is on our side. And he's not perfect. And who is? Any of us is perfect? Lift your hand. We clap for you. Nobody is perfect. So when it comes to somebody who is on our side, we know what your weaknesses are, and we are watching. As long as you are on our side, we good. And we also have to be careful with some people that are called the moles. That's all we have to. So there must be a vetting team. So there are so many things that need to be in the system, in the works of how to see how this is going to work. But this issue of theft center all the government sectors. Like I heard somebody talk about how much is $1 billion. And it said, if you are to, this person said, if you are to count $1 billion in one shilling, you are given zero, you are given to count 1 billion. It will take you 33 years to count 1 billion. That's 1 shilling by 1, it will take you 33 years to count that money if you are given in 1 shilling coin. So think about 1,000 billion, which is $1 trillion. It will cost you 33,000 years if you can live that long. You tell me how many generations. And we are still here seeing some people clapping for such a people. It annoys me. It gets to the bottom of my heart. It should annoy everybody. We should be like I have heard some people say before. Every tool, every ounce, every thing that we have, it should be on the table. That we have to get these people, and it cannot be 2027. The destruction that has been done in the last 2.5 years, we cannot be talking about 2027. Thank you.
Kwani Njiru umedisappear? Njiru wachaka kudisappear. PK.
Hello?
Yes, PK.
Habari yenu?
Nzuri.
Mzuri sana pekee.
Nimesikiza.
PK, that
Yes.
is ni kama umechoka ama ni nini hapo?
Yeah, nimechoka kabisa.
Umechoka na mambo yako ama umechoka na mambo ya Kenya?
Nimechoka na mambo ya Kenya. Yangu ijanichokesha because I have a family to feed.
Wacha nikuingize kidogo PK. Umeona opinion poll ya Mizani?
Ya kila kitu.
Umeona venye kijana wetu venye are those people real? Umeona venye kijana wetu venye wanasema ati yako na 9. Is that real?
Yeah, but then yeah, it's good mmeniuliza ama nimechoka. Honestly, I've given up on Kenya.
You can't unless
no,
when you go.
Don't give up.
Listen, guys,
unless
this
you
is
go
Don PK. Mimi, listen.
Unless you go 6 feet under, we are not gonna allow you. Thank you.
No, I know
don't
you
give up.
Hallelujah.
Don't give up and have thick skin.
Listen, that is where we are. You know, Kenya, there is hope, there is light. By the way, there is life in giving up. If you guys didn't know, there's that philosophy. Unaona umebeba mzigo, umechoka, unataka kukuvunja uti wa mgongo, unaweka chini. You leave. Mahali Kenya imefika, I think it's mahali sasa because one, mnajidai nyinyi watu wa Mungu. You still want to talk about God. Nasikia watu wakisema ngai areo giteine. You know,
20 million.
you are still talking about God being on the throne. You are still talking about Bwana asifiwe. You are still talking, and you are using these phrases irrelevantly. You know, you have a snake in the house and you are busy calling God in a spit, very venomous. Inakutafuta, the house is closed. Wewe unaita tu Mungu. You are calling God. Na kuna rungu pale. All right? You want God to enter the house, aende achukue hiyo rungu agonge hiyo nyoka ikufe. You will die. You will die. There is no God that will help you there. Hakuna, hata kama unaomba Mungu gani. That's the situation we are in Kenya. We are busy
Stone.
praying. Let me finish.
Stone. Can I correct you for just one?
You cannot
30
correct
seconds.
me because that is what I'm viewing. It's my view. That's why sasa mimi nataka kusubmit bila mtu kuintervene because this is how I feel. Si nimeanza na kuambia I'm giving up. Mnaniambia
Hata kama
nisigive up.
umekosea.
Nimekosea nini?
Let me tell you, our very survival, the reason as to why you are sitting where you're sitting and being able to take care of your family is because of God.
That's you.
Cannot,
How about if I'm an atheist?
huwezi kuondoa Mungu in any position.
Ujui kama mimi ni atheist, bro. That's where you go wrong as Kenyan.
The problem is I have had you before. You're not new to me.
No.
You're not new to me.
Nimetoka huko. You don't know, maybe I've changed. Kama Raila.
So at least you're talking of maybe. So you until you tell us you are this, we are not going to take you as
Sema tu kama Eli.
I don't know. Listen, unaona sasa we are arguing over a personal thing. That's how we waste our time in Kenya na Ruto anatuua because we are busy arguing Martha Karua hawezi sijui nini, oh Murara ako hivi, wasting time with useless arguments like you want to engage me in. Maybe since yesterday.
Mimi nilikuwa nakwambia I don't want to argue about the politics. I just want to say in whatever happens, God is involved.
That is you now, bro.
Resist bwana, wacha.
Kwa kikapu yako bwana.
Mimi nakuunga mkono Stony.
Exactly, please, and I want us to go that way. Nikisema naamini shetani, usianze kuniconvince kuna Mungu, kuna nini. Maybe that's the path I'll take it.
For me, I'm not boarding.
No, I'm not telling you to board on my bus. Resist. You see, please, if you get that philosophy right, that is when you will not be duped by the Satan on the ground in that country called Kenya.
Especially when you have a robber called a person who is robbing the country every single day, William Ruto and his cabal, and yet he's the most God-fearing person.
Yes, and you are here preaching and telling people God. Na huyu anawaibia anaimba Mungu Mungu. Who is fooling who? I'm coming, nataka kutoa presentation yangu niseme what happens when people conscious stands. With the countries that you hear people saving themselves from this kind of mess, what calls them to do what they do? It's not that they don't believe in God, poor Kenyans. Kenyans mumesoma, mumeenda, mukasoma mukapitisha, mukasoma Biblia mukapitisha ikarudi zero. You know, you have to really look into your problem and engage in your problem directly. Don't be kept up at unakuwa hypnotized that this is God. At wengine wanasema ni Mungu. Mulisema why are you crying then? You said that. Those who are called Rachel is a prayer warrior. What are these nonsense called prayer warriors? It's a garbage things. It's nonsense. Prayer warrior, alafu you pray Satan. Unaomba Mungu nini shetani. That's why they have admitted Satan is now in control in our country called Kenya. Because of those of you who have faith have mulifungwa macho with your faith. You are busy there, as I said, and the example of the snake is very right. Okay, you believe what you believe. Oh, God is here with me. This snake will not kill me. And then unasema pa imekuuma, mguu imeparalyze, pa imekuuma. Now we are talking of a country that is already, it is not even limping, it is crumbled. But mnadanganywa, bado kuna hope. And then when you ask your hope inatoka wapi, you can't answer. If I ask you what hope you have, and I've been on another space nikauliza watu, please, those of you who are telling us kuna hope, tuonyeshe hiyo hope iko wapi. Don't give us superfluous things. Ati tukae tukibelieve vile ati Yesu atarudi, Jesus will come back. Now that's what you want to tell us, that Kenya, mambo ita change. Change. Will it change itself, ladies and gentlemen? Really? 2.5 years? Have things changed? Do we expect change? And if we expect change, who is going to bring this change? And we have reached whereby we even don't know who is going to bring it and how it's going to come. Because one, we fear now. We are saying constitution. That's another stupid goof. Oh, you can't talk of anything else. The constitution. Constitution in a nonsensical country led by an evil person, and you are on this other side saying constitution away. Surely I want to live to see that constitution working in Kenya. That is what I'm asking God to give me, those extra days or years to see that constitution working between now and 2027. I mean, you are being led by somebody who is on a suicidal mission. Munaona dereva hii gari anakanyanga inaenda kuingia kwa maji. Tuseme, give an example of huko Mombasa. Ame accelerate, ferry iko pande ile, na huyu amekanyanga tu. Wewe una chance ya kugonga huyu driver, either unyonge, utupe nje, ushikilie hiyo steering, ugeuze gari. But you are there lifting the Bible and calling God to take control of the bus. What will happen? You will all end up in the Indian Ocean. I know I'm being harsh, but that is the truth. Right now, this mongrel, this snake, it's not calling God that will do whatever it needs to be done. God will not come to queue. God will not come to get the people who are supposed to give you the right way to vote. God will not give you the perfect president you guys have been looking for. Mungu wa pili, ule ambaye atakuwa na dosari hata moja, because Martha Karua is useless. Everyone we talk of, kila moja ana shida, wachana na Matiang'i, wachana na huyu. I've never heard of Kenyans, 10 Kenyans, 8 saying that we would want this guy. It is always 9 out of 1 saying no. Then you remain with nothing. I've done that sample in another forum I see. I gave them a simple challenge. Okay, I have these 5 guys. Assuming umewekewa hapo kwa room. Do you know they moved out of that debate? Niliwauliza, of all these, and you are told lazima uchukue mmoja hapa. Mtachukua gani? Watu wakashindwa. People with degrees, masters, PhDs, they are not able to make simple decisions. And that's why the Kenya country is where it is. Naona? So watu wangu, lazima to change strategy, and we accept we have failed. Not even Ruto to fail. Our cowardice, our ujuaji mingi, our wokovu mingi is what has killed the country. Hello.
Hey, how's it going, buddy?
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
I may just have your first name, please?
Peter.
Peter, and just the last initial?
K.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Thanks.
All right, okay, thanks. Sasa mnasikia watu wangu. So, usomi mwingi, uoga mwingi, we have excess of everything. Yeah? Because ask yourself, it's simple. Mi upeana simple country. Country ile mnaita ni jinga, ni toto, ni bure, ni nini, hawana democracy. Kwanza I hear people praising democracy. Kenya has one of the best constitution. Kenya, all those flowery things about Kenya. Of what sum total are we getting? The sum total is lamentation, it's suffering which we are having. Those of us who are here are lucky. Maybe you don't have a relative that has gone to hospital, akaambiwa rudi nyumbani ukakufe. Yeah? Maybe those of us who are here, hauna kijana alifanya 3 years ago, amefanya aende university, imeshindikana. Ako nyumbani. I have 2 close relatives and 3 that I was helping. So you have 5 people who are at home for the last 3 years. Wakiwa wanangoja, hakuna pesa ya kwenda university, because personally I can't afford anymore. You know? So until it hits you, that's when you will appreciate things like coup d'etats. That's when you'll appreciate presidents being bombed like the way Sadat, those of you who are there those years ago, the way Anwar Sadat was eliminated in front of Aguaride. People say ni sawa, wacha akufe na wale wako hapo. That's why people do some of these crazy things. And for me, I said in our forum yesterday, when I see some of these things, I never even, I just jubilate, because I say those who are doing this are not mad. Those who are doing that, see at in one, they just decide. Look at the way Kabila, alikuwa anaitwa nini Kabila, the way he was eliminated by his bodyguard akiwa hapo. Why? You think alikuwa huyu bodyguard alivuta bangi tu akaona huyu mzae alikuwa anaitwa Ndombolo because alikuwa anatembea kama gorilla, akasema hiki kimzae juu kinatembeanga hivi, acha nikimalize from the back. No, it is mtu anaumwa na machungu kama hii tunayo, that our country is sinking. You cannot tell me how shall we recover the losses, the life, the education lost. Kwanza life, you lose life of Kenyans, my friend. You lose lives of doctors, lose lives of nurses, policemen, officers, and all that through this carelessness. Hata si magonjwa ya nini, ama si ile ati inakuwa ni uwezo hatuna as a country. Tuna uwezo. And people, we sit here saying there is hope, and tuombe Mungu while we are in our bedrooms. Our Gen Z come out, they tell us, please, let's chase this thing out. We left them, the brains were scattered on the nini, and we still say there is hope. Sincerely speaking, diaspora, watu wanasema, oh, sijui we go to Hague and all that. We can't just go to Hague kwa mdomo. There is bank rolling of money. Yeah, let's talk to Akina Kalonzo. If they have money and they are pretending they do this, why can't they fund this kind of a thing so that we have a team? I know in diaspora we have lawyers, we have let's have volunteers, a gang of volunteers, like the way Mother grouped and went to salvage Besige in Uganda. Let's have, and then we changa the little we can, but we would want Akina Wanajita, Jimmy Wanjiki, who are billionaires. They can fund this. Then we have a team camped at ICC. There, saying this is happening, a big team camping there, drawing the attention of the world. And I mean, for me, so that's why I'm saying I'm tired when I hear them talking, giving us or the audacity, debt, and all. How do you plan to fix it? That's why these days I think even Jimmy hogwash. Okay, anybody who is using that mechanism, you are creating awareness. Then tufanye nini sisi wananchi? Kachagua, unatupatia narratives to do. Yeah. Sasa you are narrating to us the story of the hare and the lion, vile walikosana and all that. Alafu sasa tudu nini? Alafu natuambia tena 2027, surely, you better keep quiet and cook whatever you are cooking. Usituambie, then ilipuke vile italipuka, then we will jubilate. So I hope you guys understand me when I say, I think now nimefika ukingoni, and I mean, sincerely, because there is very little I can do. If somebody tells me we contribute for a team to go to The Hague, fine. Now I'll feel like there is hope because huko najua moto itakuwa inawaka huko. But just sitting and hoping, tukiambiwa bwana asifiwe musangarale, that's what Kikuyu say. Kikuyus are the most saved people in Kenya, and they are the most. I don't want to finish the other bit. Most saved, yet terrible. Terrible. We are where we are because of them. And now wengine huko Nyanza wamejoin, wana revenge sasa. Can you imagine we are in this kind of SHIT? Watu wameanza kuingizana ujinga sasa. Ati hawa wamefanya hivi, hawa wamefanya hivi, instead of the, how do we kill this snake? Now we have been put into those very stupid, nonsensical arguments and hate. Sasa Mjaluo lazima punish Mkikuyu. Seriously? Wacha nipose hapo. Niko na mengi. But my brothers and sisters, we are at a very, very bad situation. Somebody yesterday told me in my show, we should try to borrow a Traore. But most of the time, God does not create two people of the same. Ningumu, hata twins are never the same. Yeah, so you cannot have two Traores in the in the world, unfortunately. But you can have a similar Traore in Kenya, which I believe there is. But oh, yesterday watu waliniambia no, don't talk about that. But unajua sasa hatuwezi ongea hivyo, sijui nini. What is this people are fearing? I would say like this guy who said kukufa ni moja, it's only one type, sijasikia type mbili. Whether mtu amekufinya amekunyonga na kisu na nini, the end result sum total is you dead. Yeah, so mtu akisema oh channel imefanya hivi unaifunga, you close it. Then just close it because we said what we feel. Close it, especially mine. If anybody wants to close it because I've said Ruto should be actually shot, killed, bombed, blown off, hiyo brain yake ikuwe scattered kama hiyo wale watoto wa pale ile ya Gen Z. Why not? If Gen Z's brains were blown, why can't Ruto's brains be blown off if he is making Kenya suffer? If anybody wants to close the channel because of that, go ahead and do that. But that's how I feel, and that's what most people feel. That today, if Ruto's brain was blown off, there would be celebration for half a year. That will be tumeonyeshwa. People will celebrate for half a year. And that is the most stupid thief and evil that he can continue running a country that is praying for his death. Back to Njiru. Ama ni nani yako juu?
Me, I can respond. You ulinizima vizuri sana that it's good you have elaborated your point, but on the same time, it's good kuwa na maoni yako na hiyo ni maoni yako. And that's what it is. And they are pretty good. Some of it is very good. Like ile tu niko na shida nayo peke yake is whereby you think that any country can exist without God. I'll remind you. Hata hapa mwishoni umekuja kusema even God cannot create two similar people. See, you're confused. Just like the politicians. You say one thing, then you counter with another. So I'm just telling you, even when the Israelites were going to fight any war, the Palestinians or any war, kwanza walikuwa wanaomba. The problem that we have in our country is the fact that the Christians that we have are not committed to what they say. That doesn't mean that we don't have serious Christians in our country. They are there. But we have a lot of Christian fake pastors, fake bishops, and fake Christians. They are there. And they are in the end, maybe 90%, maybe more. I don't know the percentage, but it is the majority. But what I am trying to say, and I cannot agree with you, even if you stood in top of KICC or useme hapo ati we don't need God. I will not agree with you. We need God. But how do we use the powers that we are given by God? The number one is not talking about the Constitution. Constitution, the Ruto is not using Constitution. So why are Kenyans talking about the Constitution? We cannot. That's an even field. He is not using Constitution. We are not supposed to be talking about the Constitution. You have heard me say here, time without number. We are supposed to stop thinking about Constitution. Viongozi wale the ones who are saying on your viongozi wetu, this need to stop thinking about Constitution. We need to stop thinking about 2027. And that's why I said all options should be the table. I agree with you 100%, 1,000,000% that somebody should, when I say somebody, that includes me. I should be prepared to grow and blow that guy off his head. And that should be the plan. The good thing that you also came up with the plan at the end of your story, that's the good thing. That should be an agenda. But you know it cannot be done brightly. You have to have a plan. That guy is highly protected. So huwezi kutoka hapa ati wewe uchukue AK47 yako ufikiri utafanya. It's not going to happen. It has to be a well organized. It might lead to a guerrilla. And I can see our country going. So ndio nasema Even when we say that we're gonna get this guy with whatever means, that's what I meant. With whatever means, if we gonna organize, like if you ask men, the ones that I have talked to from the central Kenya, they are ready to go for war because either way you're gonna die anyway. Hakuna shifsha, hakuna jakura, hakuna need. Either way you can die, but you die fighting for your country. So hiyo maneno ya politician hii mikutano yote, I don't see where they are going. Because you are dealing with a sadist, somebody who does not have any humanity. You see him to me, he's not a human. That's why I called him a crow. That's my short response.
So I think now we have new entrants.
Let me clarify something small. Again, resist ni Mkenya wa kawaida. Miss my points kabisa. Anasema I'm confused, I'm a politician and all that. In my submission nimesema, based on your faith is personal. I think nili underline hivyo. And faith is not me to convince you to believe in what I believe. I said that. You know, so that means I waived myself from any attack that whatever I'm saying, I'm trying to convince people to agree. And I'm not looking for a following or people to agree with the way I feel, my opinion. My opinion cannot be validated. Personal opinions cannot be validated. You just listen to an opinion and then you give yours. That's why in my statement, every time on TV, I've never said I agree with Njiru, I don't agree with Njiru, because I don't agree or disagree with the people. Okay? Now, I gave my own version, what I think, why I think we are where we are, and I was trying to give way forward. So, and I'm not confused. I just said, if you believe in God, it's up to you. If Kenyans believe that God will come and save them out of this, that is their faith. And then remember, I said, there are those who are atheists. There are those who don't believe in that. So, and that should never be a debate. Hiyo debate iliisha duniani. Christian unakaa na Ukristo yako, Muislamu anakaa. There is nowhere watu argue, wakidebate at mimi God wangu ni better than you ni na nini. Hakuna hiyo maneno ya Israel na nini. There are people who don't believe in those stories. Okay? And when I say there are people who don't believe, it is true. Hizo ni story, wanasema ni stories za jaba. Okay? Why ukiwa una believe, you feel pain. You should not feel pain ikiambiwa ni story za jaba. Wewe una hold faith yako. Unaona? So my argument was, despite all this, na resist ameingia tena akaanza kusema kuna Christians kuna nini, but their percentage whatever, wale wazuri. Do you think we will go back to where faith used to move mountains? You will be lying to yourself. Hata ikiwa wewe ni Christian yule unaombanga 24/7. Hiyo haitajarudi, because the world has been overruled now by evil. And if you don't believe in that as a Christian, again, I don't know what you really, your focus is. Because even there are Christians who are saying the Satan has overpowered the world, is in control. That's why you have every sort of evil. Mambo ya gay, mambo ya sacrifice, mambo ya shakahola, mambo ya inaendelea na inaendelea kukitiri. Inaendelea kushika mizizi. All right? So it is a serious war, not like the previous ones. Yeah? That's why tunasema Kasongo, unaongea hivi na Kasongo anasimama anaongea akismile. Watu wameua jana, hapa anakuja akiongea. Kanisani ameenda amefanya hivi. Yani, look at that guy. That is how you look at evil ikitawala. Kasongo is undeterred. Ni sisi tu tunaweka perception, oh, Kasongo is fearing. Kasongo is unshaken. For you, those of you who don't know, ask those guys of his, wale wako close na Kasongo doesn't care. He's on a suicidal mission. He's in a state of stupor. When you're in a state of stupor, you don't care what is coming. And you are possessed. It can only be blown off. Okay? That's why anaongea hivi unasikia 104 million. I mean, who does that? Niliingia Njiru ukiuliza which country can tolerate this. This is what should inform you, Christians of faith, that it is These times are totally different. Not prayers will help you. Zitachangia, but you have to think of other things together with those prayers in what you believe. But you sit, you go to church, pray, go back home. We prayed. Kids were killed. And he continued to kill. He continued to kidnap. So what is happening to our prayers? Yeah. So my point is that people now have to do like what now Resista said. Either people decide to go back to the forest, but again, going back to the forest is obsolete. People don't have time to go fight for another 20, 30 years. Kukomboa nchi. That will be backward. That will be primitive. With the modern world, ati sasa mnaenda Juston Pike amekuwa dictator, ati mna organize guerrilla, muende mkapigane huko. You are wasting another generation. They are shortcuts. Because again, you don't possess and command everything, even if you are Ruto. Okay? My point, nikimalizia underlining with all this, is that Kenyans are totally cowards. Totally. Cowards of the highest order. Waoga ile mbaya mbovu. Tuliuziwa uoga kabisa. People are talking in undertones. Jeshi was bought totally, which would have salvaged the country. No mwanajeshi hapa anaweza hata ongea anything. I have relatives there. Ukiongea hivi naongea, unaona anaangalia kando na ni mjeshi. Senior people. Matumbo imekuwa huko. Since when did you see wanajeshi wanachuria matumbo? They are just enjoying. Unasikia mwanajeshi akikuuliza sasa tukifanya hivi, meanwhile hatujui vile itaenda. Can you talk like that? Ati you are uncertain of wacha nisiongee sana bwana. So bwana Resist, what I'm trying to say is that as much as yes, people tunajua, let's admit, let's accept that these are the weaknesses that Kasongo knows very well. That is why ameuma meno, anajua mutadu. Because of what I have listed there. He knows very well. Hakuna kitu utafanya. That's why anaweza simama mbele ya podium. Anatukana watu kama shenzi. I mean, that tells you a lot. Yani yeye akona 4, wanaume wakona 2. Yes. Na anauliza, wewe imagine anauliza, unafikiria, yani unauliza 50 million people, unawasomea kama watoto. Resist. Please analyze hizo vitu ndio utasikia vile ninasikia. That is why hata mtu mmoja anatakiwa atoke. Si huyu jamaa wa huko Marekani kuna jamaa alikuwa amejificha kwa golf cause akitaka kufanya hivyo. Na huyu mwingine kijana I mean, really? Mtu anakandamiza nchi inaisha na tunasema tunangoja 2027. Wallahi billahi, mimi I think I'm in another cloud. Back to you, Njiro.
Well, Apple, I can say, Stompike, you have umetengeneza statement yako kiasi, but what I just didn't want you to say ati hakuna Mungu, ati Kenya inaisha kwa sababu ya Mungu, and you saying that I'm not paying attention. I'm not even doing 100 things like you're doing. I'm only listening to you. So I'm very clear that even yule mtu kama huyo askari alitumika huko, the example you gave us ya huko DRC, he was used by God. Usifikirie, unajua, we have a huge section of Christianity, and I know this. When you wanakuwa na shida, when something bad happens, they think that hiyo ni shetani. No, sometimes bad things because God wants it to happen. So usifikirie ati at any point, kama sahi, we know very well our country is being ruled by mostly demonic powers. We know that. Na umeke submit hivyo. But hakuna siku Satan atashinda. That's why I was telling you, Stone PK, that we have hope. And you should not lose hope either. At the end of the day, the power of God through his people itatawala. And this is what I'm telling you. Sometimes it might just need one person. Kama mwenye alikuwa hapa, alikuwa anajaribu kuua rais wa hapa. It might just need one person to turn things around.
It might need some heads getting together. It might need a battalion. But things will turn around. And there are some people who I call the prayer warriors. You can't see them, but they are praying behind the scenes. And things will change. And ask yourself, why is still Kenya standing? As much as tunaona imeisha, Kenya is still there. You can't compare Kenya with the Southern Sudan or Somalia. It's still ahead because there's some people who play. But prayers is not enough. Haitoshi. You have to take the power that you have, the physical power, your spiritual power, every power that you have to use it. Na sasa hapo ndio tunasema, mimi kwa maoni yangu, Wakenya bado, I agree with Storm PK that pengine ni waoga. I think to an extent ni waoga. But Kenya ni wale, they have done many things before, including kutoa the white rule. The Mau Mau period, mnakumbuka vizuri sana. Hakuna mahali wameenda, they are still there. But lazima wafinywe, na nafikiri saa hii wamefinywa kiasi, lakini bado haijafika pahali. Lazima wafinywe mpaka waifike mwisho. Haijafika, for me haijafika. Kama imefika, wata explode. Na huyu jamaa hata survive. He won't. Trust me 100%, he won't survive. So mi niko na hope because I know ikifika mwisho. Have you ever tried to run after a dog? Ifike mwisho ikifike kwa ukuta, itakuuma. Sasa iko karibu sana na mwisho wa ukuta. It's right there. And this one is not going to just bite. It's going to kill. Thank you.
Njiru, may I say something Njiru? Ama tena Njiru ameenda. Wacha niseme, on the issue of faith, I think it's very personal. And I think it depends on the experiences, our experiences with faith, our faith, where our faith is. Unajua Kenya kuna Waislamu, they are Hindus, they are Christians. So I guess it's very personal. It depends on our experiences with that faith, the faith where we have our faith. Personally, I pray a lot for my country. And I've been also trying to follow people who I believe are praying so much for that country. So a lot of things may happen, according to me, because of the prayers of those people. Now, to me, God uses people. Kila mtu ako na jukumu lake. Even the army they have their responsibility. The politicians have their responsibility. Hata kina Mother Karua. Na pia sisi, we have our responsibility. So I think everybody should be playing the part that they feel they should play, and should do it perfectly. Now, our talking here, chatting here is good, and is very good, because probably we are providing civic education to Kenyans and enlightening them that they need to fight on. They need not to give up. Now, there are people who are acting. As we speak, there are people who have gone to The Hague. Kuna watu tayari wako The Hague. Nimesikia PK amesuggest, sijui kama ni PK ama ni Resita amesema we can go to The Hague. There are people who are already at The Hague. Okay? Now, it means we can also pile more pressure at The Hague, because Ruto has committed enough crimes against humanity. Now, pia kuna watu saizi who have taken a case to the High Court for the impeachment of Ruto. And Githu Muigai was trying to say that Ruto cannot be sued, but they explained. They came out with 30 allegations of crimes against humanity by William Ruto, why he should be impeached. Now, also kuna ile case, ile kanisa, the infamous church, where Ruto gave 20 million. Somebody has sued that bishop, and the case is in court, and that he should give back that money to the Kenya Anti-Corruption Commission. While sometimes it looks futile, in the recent past, nimeangalia, these cases are not futile. They are becoming impactful. It is kind of pressure. While we know that Ruto is capable of buying all these judges, and they are able to make judgments according to his decisions, still your pressure is important. In fact, my next pressure point that I think if the Gachagua team cannot do this, then we, the diaspora, can do this. We can sponsor a bill in parliament to oust Ruto and try to get signatures. Now, we never know that these signatures can amount even to 100 signatures in parliament. We never know. So easy, if you look at politicians in Kenya, they are like, wanaka kama wako, they are nowhere. They are moving from one side to the other because you can tell that they can feel the movement. They can feel that chochote chaweza kutokea. So they are playing safe. And the fact that the out of them are playing safe, even those that we believe that Ruto had bought before, these are movements that we can take advantage of, that we can also sponsor a motion in parliament for him to be ousted. While we feel it may not be successful because we still feel like Ruto has bought from the speaker to everybody, still is a good pressure point. And the other pressure point that we can use, ni maandamano. We were discussing this yesterday. Now, the Gachagua team can mobilize a maandamano right now. Mumeona what was happening in, I think it's Mathare today. I mean, the running battles. Mpaka wamechoma police station na nyumba za polisi. Kenyans are hungry and angry. And they just need somebody to give them instructions. So maandamano can also work. So those pressure points can work. But me personally, I believe that all those pressure points, those who are truly praying for Kenya, including myself, those pressure points will work because God is on our side. So I believe that school of thought. So I'll not dismiss the issue of faith, the issue of praying. The fact that some people are committing crimes in the church, the fact that we have many hypocrites in the name of pastors, the fact that we have so-called men of God who have defiled the church, does not mean we don't have remnants in Kenya. We have remnants who still worship the true God and who continue to seek God in truth and in spirit, and whom, according to me, should continue crying to God on behalf of Kenya. That is my take. Asante Njiru, sijui kama Njiru umetoka ama umeenda wapi. Kuna sijui ni is that Njeru Mwaura?
Yeah, munanisikia?
Njeru Mwaura can say something as we wait for Njiru ameenda wapi, unless somebody wanted to rebut what I said.
Unanisikia? Habari zenu?
Yes, Njiru.
Acha niongee na lugha ya taifa. Sauli wasungu wamejaa hapa. Sasa, I'm shocked na we are shocked what happening. Acha niwaambie wa Kenya. Unaona huyu Mutuli kwa nini mtoto yake alikuwa anasukuliwa ndio akimie. Sasa niko na clear on 13 of May 2024. Wakati huu Ruto anatengeneza hii group wafungue hiyo account, Mutuli Sauli niliandika akawon, alikuwa Attorney General, akawon huo Sarangati tui nani kwa hiyo account. Sauli tunajua dunia mzima health system na kama school hiyo iko kwa government head account. Ruto akapanga hii group ya na kuambia hii group wakaenda Dubai wakafungua account, wanaweka pesa. Sasa hiyo health system hakuna kwa government, iko kwa group like a company. Na kwanza huyu Day bibi yake yako hapo. Sasa vile iko ndivyo Mutuli tulikuwa tunauliza ni nini wanaulizana na huyu Ruto, na akamtoa kwa ile kiti. Sauli Mutuli alijua hii secret vile wanafanya, na ambia Sarangati, this is illegal. Nyinyi mwezi kutoa hii account kwa mkono ya serikali, mnafungua kama group. This is not company, this is serikali, account ya serikali. Sasa wakafungua hiyo account. Kimani Ichung'wah akaenda kwa bunge pale, akatoa order, ule mtu ataramikia hii account ni lazima uende UK kwa court, sio Kenya. Unaona? Sasa hii ni biashara wa Kenya. Hii ni biashara. Tunashindwa Ruto wanatoa pesa wapi? Sasa wakati huyu ameongea, Ndio nikaenda kwa ile karatasi yangu niliandika kitabu. Nikaona hii ni ukweli. Wallahi Ruto anauza Kenya. Na huyu mtu ni mjinga namna gani? Ndipo watu wanakufa pale, hakuna health system, hakuna nini. Kwa hivyo ameweka Kenya ni kama business. This is not a company. This is serikali. Hiyo pesa yote wanaweka, wanatoa, wanagawana, ndio hiyo anapea machachi huko. Sasa wa Kenya kupigana tuongee, we are wasting time. Sauli namba moja, kutoa huu mtu tunajua ni parliament. Wanaweza kwanza vile alitoa Gachagua, ameshika parliament namna hii. ODM na Kenya kwanza wote wako pamoja, wanapewa pesa, wamekimia, wawezi kutoa huyu mtu. Sasa ni Wakenya waamuke, na hii will work ni kuenda kwa court na masignature, tunataka huyu mtu atoke, makelele kabisa kwa court. Sauli tuna na haja ingine, hii parliament wawezi kumtoa. Nataki Kenya ikuwe enek kama Sudan, tutaki hiyo, tunataka atolewe vizuri. Ni Wakenya sasa waenda kwa court, waulize court, tutaki huyu mtu. Sasa tuna mtu mwingine wabunge wawezi. Vile nimeona huyu aliongea juzi, Ruto he been hijack Kenya. Hijack. Ameweka Kenya, serikali ya Kenya ni kama company. This is not company. Hiyo tunashindwa, masomo yote imeharibiwa. Hospitali zote hakuna inafanya kazi. Sauli hivi ndivyo wamefanya na hao watu wote. Na hiyo kwanza, hiyo wakati walifungulia huko Dubai, huko ndivyo walienda wakatengeneza hii maneno. Wakati alikuwa na fly anaenda nje, alikuwa anapanga hii kwa hii grupu ya. Sasa hii pesa yote hakuna mtu anaweza kuingia hapa wa serikali hawezi kuona nini. Sauli ni company, ni group, tuwezi kuona, na hakuna mtu anaweza kuuliza swali. Hapana wa Kenya, bila nitasema sasa ni Wakenya waende kwa koti wote, amkeni Gen Z, tuseme tunataka huyu mtu aende. Sauli bunge mnapiga mawe, hakuna kitu inaweza kufanyika, amewanunua wote na watu wanakufa. Wanaambia watu wagoje, ugojo inagoje kweli? Na ndio akona hii pesa yote imetolewa 111 million. Hiyo ni ya gani inafunguliwa namna hiyo wa Kenya? Kitu unajua ile pesa sasa wako nazo sinaweza kujenga ile big highway mara 3. Kibaki alitumia 35 billion. Sasa ako 3 times ile pesa, anadanganya watu saa. Sasa tuamini sasa, tuache kupigania nini. Niko naanza Kenya wa hii tulikuwa tunauliza hao Mutuli wanapigania nini? Hao Mutuli anasema hivi. Sauli Ruto alijua, Mutuli anajua hii secret. Akamwambia wewe ukiongea nitafinya huyu mtoto yako. Hiyo ndio answer. Na Mutuli ndio mnaona aogopi. Anamwambia bring in, nitoe. Sauli Ruto anajua, Mutuli anajua hii secret. Alikuwa general na alikataa about hii account. Akawaambia hii ni illegal kufanya hivi. Sasa kitu yote unafanya kwa giza imetoka sasa. Wakati huyu Nancy ameongea, ametoa siri zote sasa. Msinyamaze, na hakuna kuambiwa kunyamaza na Ruto. Ruto ni mwizi, na hiyo grupu ya parliament wachache tu ndio wataki hiyo maneno. Hao watu wamefuata Gachagua. Sauli wanajua hii siri. Sasa huyu Ruto hakuna kuambia bunge, hakuna kuenda kumpindua, ni kwenda kwa koti tuseme watu tutaki. Hiyo tu ndio kutoa Ruto. Msigoje, hakuna kugoja 2027. Wallahi hijack Kenya yote. Sijui ni hao wa jeshi anapea pesa wale wakubwa ama ni nini. Kwani waoni? Hata alitoa chakula zao lunch, akasema watakuwa wanapa. Kwani hao watu wako na kichwa gani? Ruto anafikiria kweli? Ruto need doctor. He's not thinking. Hiyo business zake ya kuku Kenya sio kuku na mayai. Kenya ni ya wanawake, ya watu watu wa 55 million people. Anafikiria anafikiria anataka ananyamaza hivi, anafikiria watu wajui. Nimemfuatilia hii story sasa, nikaona huu ni mkora mko naye. Ameweka wahidi, ameweka nini, wamenunua Kenya yote, wamesika Kenya namna hii. Hiyo kwanza watu wa saa, mtu anatoa hiyo saa awache. Kabisa msijiandikishe, wachane naye. Hiyo pesa ako naye hiyo account, acha ikale. Wakatae kabisa. Hata watu waache kuenda kazini. Hiyo ndio inatakana. Kila mtu serenda. Wacheni kwenda kazi. Hiyo pesa anatoa, anataka kuhama Kenya ama anataka kuuza Kenya ama ni nini? Watu watagoja mpaka nini? Watu wanakufa, wana pesa, wana dawa, wana nini? Akina hiyo mabisi alienda huko Nyanza anasema ati it's a little bit problem. Problem what? Amefanya government like a company. Oh yeah, Kenya. This is not the argument. Wachana kwanza ati Kashagwa, Mada Kalua, whatever. This need Kenyan, everybody, to say no. No. Hiyo tu ndio nitaongea. Sauli, I'm shocked. Nione vile Nancy alisema, na ni kweli, hii ni true story. Ni wakora huyu, wakora kabisa. Huyu Ruto. Ati na anaenda kanisa huko. Kanisa gani? Kwa mimi ningekuwa president, hakuna hiyo kanisa born again, na sifunga zote. Ni waizi. Wanaiba na yeye. Sasa huyu walipewa hiyo 20 million na watu wanakufa na njaa. Shule watoto wanakaa chini kwa mawe. Anafikiria nini? Ako na akili kweli? Hebu niambie wa Kenya ni kabla sijamaliza. Ukipea maskini pale, wewe ukiwa Christianity, na PhD, upe maskini pesa pale. Na ujenge nyumba yake, na umpe chakula. Na umsaidie watoto waende shule. Mungu anakuuliza nini? Usipe kanisa. Sauli, kanisa inyesi. Wako tu wako na nyumba. Mungu mtaulizana nini? Msifungwe macho na kusema ati napee Mungu. Sasa amewacha kusema kujenga kanisa, anasema ati napee Mungu. Mungu hataki umpe pesa ukiambia hii mkono ingine ile umempe. Huyu Ruto haki ni mjinga huyu. Huyu ana adabu na ana hata akili. Mimi nitasema hivyo tu. Anafikiria 50 million people anaweza kuwadanganya. Kwani anatumia power gani? Hapana wa Kenya, mseme hapana sasa. Hii ni mwizo na wabunge wawezi kutengeneza, hii ni ujinga. Sasa muamuke nyinyi wenyewe. Na mimi nimemaliza, na hii inanikasirisha sana. Okay, nimemaliza. Murudishie mimi hiyo.
Wacha niseme kitu before niende. Sasa mnanisikia?
Yes, nakusikia.
Sami, it seems like sisi wote tuna agree wenye huyu jamaa hafai kukaa anymore. The problem is strategy ni gani? Tuianze leo, tuende nayo. Wenye tuko diaspora tujue wenye tutafanya, you know, wenye tutaungana ndio huyu jamaa atolewe. Wenye wako Kenya nao wajipange wenye watafanya. We start from here. Hata tukishinda tukiongea hapa every day, itakuwa the same thing tomorrow, kesho na mpaka 2027. So I would say we do what we need to do. Tuanze leo, tuingie kwa hizo groups zenye tuko we move on with a plan. Hiyo tu ndio nilikuwa nataka kusema, na kwaherini, mkuwe na siku njema na usiku mwema. Asanteni.
Njiru,
Njiru amelala. Lea.
hapo Julia, wacha ni contribute kidogo. Sijui what happened there. Lakini I wanted to reassure Irene that you know that revolution has not ended. That revolution is slow and it's continuing. There are so many things that the young people in Kenya and elsewhere are doing and also not just the youth, but mostly the young people. You remember that girl who said, Agwambo, you stay home. Don't come to the protests in June 2020, the 20th, June. I think her name was Anita Baraza, a young girl from Meru, only 17. People thought that she was 19 or 20. That's besides the point. But she was very bold. She set up her own group called the Wagwan Nairobi, and it's still running. And there are so many young people who are running things that we don't know of. That means that they can mobilize themselves, and within a short notice they challenge the system. I think sometimes they get so frustrated that they want to do things immediately, ama saa zingine tu watasema zile vitu ambazo pengine wasiseme hadharani. For example, when now people said that they will storm that church on Sunday, this coming Sunday. That's not a good strategy. Wangekaa kimya, waende huko alafu wademand ule jamaa arudishe pesa kama alipatiwa, ama wamwambie apige magoti aombe msamaha. Kama si hivyo, wampatie conditions. Those occupations should be unannounced. Even the revolutions, there was a thing that revolution shall not be televised. So me, I don't think that nothing is happening. There are so many things happening. Some things we will not even know, but some that we know and are shared either at a personal level or to you or to other people, or we know of because they're being broadcasted on the media. So we should be positive that there is something that is going to change Kenya. Things will happen. Me, I believe that Kenyans are adamant that they're going to change the country. We shouldn't give up. I wanted to direct a response to Stony, but Stony doesn't seem to be here. If he's here, Stony amekasirika sana. Lakini the modus operandi, Stony, me and Stony, we fell out one time, I think about 4 years ago on Mutembei or something like that, over this same issue of what is the strategy, what's the tactic to use. And we kind of agreed to disagree. But I think that when you say that the only good Ruto is a blown up Ruto, that is, sometimes we say things and then we regret them, or we say them and then we're happy with it. I remember in 2017 and 2013, when there was a disputed election, many Luos were saying some really, really, I would say, bigoted things against the Kikuyu community. They were saying a good Kikuyu is a dead Kikuyu, because they looked at it as if it was a Kikuyu problem. But it was a problem that has existed in Kenya every 5 years. Okay? The only thing is that whoever was in charge was either a Kalenjin or a Kikuyu, and all the rest of it is history. So when Stoney said that about Ruto, at the only, he didn't say it in those exact words, that the only good Ruto is a dead one, but he did imply that he should be blown up, and that's the only way that Kenyans can move to the next level. I think that's something that I don't think it's a good approach. And to say that it's not a good approach does not mean that one is a coward. Because then after you've blown Ruto, after ukishamuua, So what have we achieved actually? What have we achieved? Because me, I want to look at what we have achieved. Because if we achieve nothing by doing such a thing, it's just it becomes very stupid, you know. And so what I believe is that Stony PK did not mean it, even as a metaphor of saying what he wants to happen. I don't think I'm ready to defend Stony here and say that I don't think he meant what he said. He gave the example of Anwar Sadat. That's a very, very difficult comparison, you know, when Anwar Sadat was killed by his own bodyguards in Egypt, in a totally different situation, because he had agreed to do a handshake with the Israeli government. You know, in Kenya, we have a very dangerous situation. So, which Stony usually, when we respond to this, he says, "Hey, Kenyans, we're cowards." I hope Stony is listening to this. But do you think in a country that is full of diversity of so many different communities who are also divided in so many ways, until now so many people from Rift Valley are just going to sit there at Nani Ruto, even if they didn't like Ruto, and I'm sure a huge percentage of people, especially the Kipsigis, they can't stand him. They can't stand Ruto. But are you trying to say that if a guerrilla warfare started, a civil war, just because these people feel that their person has been taken down? You can only compare this to Rwanda. So I think when we're having these conversations, yeah, we should be at least considerate, about what we say, because we know that this person, Mr. Ruto, there's a whole trail of accusations against him, including those of murder. But then to suggest that the only way to get rid of him and his system is to get rid of him physically, violently, we're not doing anything different from what we're accusing him of doing. So I hope this message passes across to the panel, especially our brother here, Stony PK, who I believe is very angry, just like the rest of us. Said he's exhausted about what is going on in the country. But I know that we have to be very tactful about, we have to be very careful about how we manage these conversations, because at the end of the day, these people can use them against us. And we know this. It has happened before. I can tell you about a Kenyan who was killed because he was consistently outing activities of the former governor of Nairobi, Mbuvi, about Mbuvi's crimes, Gideon Mbuvi. Other people call him Sonko. And Sonko gave him warnings, and the person was collecting more and more followers on Facebook, different platforms. Si walimuua. So it's not to say ati uogope sasa ukisema hivi utauliwa nini. Stony has been here on this platform.
Eli umepreach ya kutosha. Can I rebut, please? You are giving us too long lecture and you are meaning the same thing.
No, Stony.
I'm not
if I can
pastor.
remember very well, Stony,
No,
Julia
you are
spoke for an
lecturing us
hour.
for two.
Most of you guys have spoken for an hour. Me, I'm not allowed. I'm never allowed to speak here for even more than 15 minutes. Never. Anytime I speak, you guys stop me. Why? I don't know.
Because you are giving us gas, my friend Eli. I'm
Yeah,
not
but
a
it's
pastor.
look.
You are saying
No.
You saying
No, but
I'm
can you
angry.
let me
How
talk?
do you know?
Can you
Talk
let me
about
talk?
yourself.
No, ngoja. Wewe saa zile ulikuwa naongea, umeongea for a long time. Sisi wengine tukikuja kwa hii platform tukiongea hatuwezi kupita 15 minutes.
Talk about Eli basi, usituuzie uoga hapa. Stone ni stone, Eli ni Eli. Talk about you, Eli, what you
Don't
believe, and I said
personalize
that in
this.
my presentation. Why are you worried about what I say?
When resist objected to, whatever that faith discussion you were having, you're okay with it because you told him no, it's your right. So me, I'm also saying this. It's my right to respond to what you said.
No,
It's
don't
not
validate
personal.
what I say. Don't tell me about Sivo Nini, nitauliwa nini. That's me, and I said it in my presentation.
Okay,
Yeah.
hautauliwa sawa.
Yeah. Yeah.
Lakini
So tutuzie
sawa.
uoga kama we ni coward, if you are a coward,
Wewe
you
si
keep your
coward.
cowardice.
Wewe
Yeah.
si coward,
Eli,
mimi ni
usituuzie
coward.
uoga bana. Don't. We've seen
Hapana,
things.
wewe si coward. Stony, wewe si coward, sawa. Wacha niendelee na submission yangu. Wewe si coward. Kitu najaribu kusema hapa, I think if everyone come to these conversations and say, let's blow up Ruto or Mudavadi or whoever, or Kina Raila, what are we achieving? Because we are here to try and achieve something. What are we achieving? I don't see anything that we are achieving. In fact, you're contradicting yourself because you even said there something about guerrilla warfare between communities and what, and in that there you implied that it's not the correct way to go. And then all of a sudden, you say that this guy should be blown up. Do you know there's some people
Eli, people's brains were blown up at the parliament. Sini watu hao waliuliwa. What are you telling us? What are you saying, Eli?
Tushasikia Miguna akisema sijui tufanyie Uhuru nini tufanyie, alafu yeye alikuwa ndani ya hiyo security mechanism ya Uhuru na akina Ruto. Miguna. So sometimes when you say these things, I actually get scared. I think you're one of them. You're trying to test the ground.
Yes, I am.
I'm being open to you now, if that's what you want me to say. I am actually thinking that these are the kind of talks that Miguna used to give. Kumbe yeye pia alikuwa part of serikali at some point. So wewe tuambie ukweli. Wewe uko upande gani?
Upande ya Raila na serikali.
It's only the things you say on this platform sometimes, I don't believe you mean to say them. This is what I'm trying to say. Miguna came and made noise. Mpaka he says, blow this, do this, do. Kumbe alikuwa ndani ya serikali.
Eli, I've heard you ask what are we going to achieve? You know, we are better off killing one person than sitting back and having all our children kidnapped and killed and having all our money sunk out because of one individual. So what we would achieve out of that one man going is we would actually get Kenya back. That is what we would achieve.
Maunga, at this point, I'll just speak as myself, my personal view, so that it doesn't look like, because Tony challenged me there and said, I'm a coward, and I've accepted that, that title, right? But for the general safety of the country, when it goes to war.
What are we saving this country from, Eli? Honestly, we've been quiet.
Scotland,
Eli Aki, we've been quiet. Kenya inaisha, Aki. Kenya inaisha, Eli. Watu wanauawa. Systems are failing. Everything is failing. All our money is being stolen. All our systems are dying. People are dying in hospitals. Children cannot go to school. Years are just passing. When we lose a whole year because mtoto hajaenda shule because they can't afford it, because Ruto ametoa help na katoa all the systems of education, that is a child who's lost an opportunity to have had that year in school. Lost time is not anything that can be recovered. Because of one man, that one man needs to die so that a country can live. Let that country bleed, but at least it will come back to life. But the way we are being killed right now, the way this country is being finished, we cannot recover in 100 years. Let it go and let it go now.
Okay, so you yourself and Stony Maunga, have you ever lived in a civil war country
At least
in
I know
in
that
real
I'm
time?
better off
In real
dead
time.
By the way,
early
I'm an
than
expert in
living
conflict
seeing what is
resolution.
going
No,
on
I'm
What do
not
you
right
talking
know?
now.
about being an expert. Ushaona in real time.
Ellie,
Nimeishi real
there's
time,
war,
yes.
yes.
Wapi,
But what
wapi.
are we going through right now? You know, I wish mngekuwa mnaishi Kenya, I wish
Cha
mngekuwa
yako
mnaona hii
bana.
misery.
We mimi nimeishi kwa civil war hapa.
Good for you. We umeishi kwa hiyo civil war na bado unaishi huko, na hiyo civil war ndio ilifanya hiyo country ikakuwa better. Sasa sisi hapa
Okay,
lazima tutafika mahali ndio hii country itengenezeke permanently.
Na hakuna
me, I
civil war
just have to
inaweza
say I
tokea
don't agree
Kenya.
with it.
Tulivuka hiyo chapter for your information. If you know that nini, the cycle of discontent in citizenship. Hiyo tumevuka hiyo daraja. There have been never civil war in Kenya. Haitakuja. The diversity is just too much if you know that science. Take that to any bank.
This guy ameachwa akakuwa hai, watoto wetu wakachukuliwa pole. Saizi bodies are being picked up anywhere in Kenya. People are disappearing kwa sababu wanaenda wanakuwa incinerated, wanafanywa vile wanafanywa. Eli, we don't have a country. Even when you are claiming peace, country inaisha. Alafu wanaiba kofa
Sijasema
zote
peace.
saa zile anaua watu hivyo.
Mimi nina
People cannot be
respect.
recovered because of one man. Surely Eli, utuambie hivyo. What
Hapana,
peace
mimi
is that
nina
you're talking
respect.
about when the country is getting
Hapana,
damaged?
mimi nina respect na respect na kurespect we Maunga na kurespect PK. Kitu tu sijui vile, the reason why I'm speaking the way I'm speaking is I'm just thinking about what will we achieve after that, because we're looking to achieve
We
something.
will achieve
Ruto
a
government will
country.
go.
We will
It will
get our country
dismantle.
back. We
Yes.
will have gotten rid of the main problem.
Yeah.
We will deal with the others. We will fight it. Eventually the fighting will stop, but at least that man will not be around. Right now, why is everybody so happy Chebukati is dead? Yet he wasn't a factor right now. There was nothing he was capable of doing. So you can imagine if actually we could get rid of the person who he installed, who's messing up Kenya the way it is. Kenya inaweza feel aje? Na inaweza kuwa aje? People can be inspired. Their hope can be back. Right now, Kenyans are existing. It's not a good thing to be. Sometimes people are better. The only happy Kenyans right now are the dead Kenyans. Anyone
Me,
living on the surface of this country right now is a sad person.
I believe that Kenyans will remove Ruto without firing a single bullet.
Amen.
I believe that, because if Kenyans could do what they did last year, which people thought, hey, these are not Kenyans. So if Kenyans could reach that point, why are we giving up now? Because we're actually giving up. I might sound really, really disgustingly cowardly when I say that this person, yes, is the problem, but that's not the
Ellie, do
way
you
to
know the
get rid of
reason
the
why
problem.
revolutions are usually fought and you know why countries are usually liberated by young people? Young people usually don't have the kind of reasoning you're having. Unajua una reason because you have perhaps gained something called wisdom. Maybe over time you feel it's wisdom. But right now in Kenya, we do not actually need wisdom because there's nothing wise about what Ruto is doing to this country. So the reason why it is young people who usually fight it because they have nothing to lose, they have everything to gain. They
My
can gain
sister,
a whole country. Listen, they can lose their lives but gain a whole country. But when you're older, you have people you're thinking about and you have your life to preserve. So I understand exactly where you're coming from, but at least it's not something that gets anyone anywhere.
my sister, I know, and I've also shared with you here real life stories of people I'm involved directly in trying to salvage them from being deported from here, because Mutua and Ruto decided these people should be here for 6 months. And the way they're being treated, and all the labor industry between Kenya and Europe and Arabia and all those things. Okay? I am involved directly. And if anyone wants to get me
Okay,
to
your involvement. Okay, how does your involvement make sure that Ruto is not stealing 1.3 trillion from our coffers? How does your involvement make Mutua stop building that house he's built in Mombasa as a model Saudi house to train slaves to send to Saudi Arabia? How does your involvement then ensure that we are actually creating opportunities here in this country, as opposed to sending out our people for cheap labor so that they can stay away from their loved ones for years and maybe forever, just because Kenya has failed them? How does it change that?
because I'm
Meanwhile,
challenging
the
this.
death of
I'm
Ruto,
challenging. I'm
would
yeah.
ensure that a new system comes in place, and someone who has a heart that beats for Kenya, that sees the potential that Kenya has and actually taps it and makes sure that Kenya's works, comes in and takes over Kenya.
Yeah, but like, I'm challenging the system practically by ensuring that our watu ambao waliletwa huko as slaves for the
We're also
last
challenging the system by getting rid of the person who has brought us this problem that we previously did not have. Those people you're fixing have been brought in as a result of what Ruto has directly done.
Ruto and Uhuru, not just Ruto, because Uhuru ndiye alianza hii kitu ya
I don't care. Uhuru is not here anymore, but it wouldn't make a difference. It's not like they've ever been my cup of tea anytime. Either way, it is just something that we need to get rid of.
Okay, wacha Eli,
hii ni
wacha
ngumu.
kubisa. Eli,
Haya,
wacha nikuambie
Njeru.
kitu.
Okay.
Juzi niliona munapigana. Sauli Gachagua alienda huko Machakos akasema first thing is to go. Watu wakaingilia hiyo ndio tunaongea sasa. Ni plani gani, ni nini tutafanya aondoke kwa serikali? Sauli tunajua njia ya kumtoa ni wambunge, amewanunua. Unasikia vile watu wanasema. Alafu ni nini? Mnakumbuka ule lawyer alipigania BBI? Ule lawyer alikuwa anavaa kofia hivi. Huyo ningekuwa na namba yake na muita. Namwambia tuungane sasa. Aende kwa hiyo koti. Naambie koti shut up. Tunataka huyu mtu imprisonment by Kenyan, not parliament. Parliament wameshindwa, wamenunuliwa. Hiyo ndio unaambiwa Eli. Usikie watu wanakufa walai. Hapana kuongelea ati maneno ya Ruto nini na hiyo grupu yote. Tumeshindwa kwa nini anatoa ministers every day, anapadilisha hii. Sauli wanajua siri anafanya. Ndio anapadilisha minister 3 times a year. How come? This never happened. Minister 1 minute gone. PS gone. Analeta wengine wale wajui siri ile anafanya. Sasa solution now ni vile tutatoa Ruto kabla ya 2027. Otherwise, uende huko kwa vijiji, uone watu wa mama wale wazee wanakupia huko, watoto wanakupia huko. Hiyo musemi, munaona tu Nairobi vile anamuonyesha Kenyatta Hospital whatever, Nairobi Hospital. Go in a village, you see what people going through. All then, ule pasta, uone vile anatuonyesha huko. Hiyo inauma sana. Inauma bwana. Hakuna kuanza solution yati huyu anapeleka watu kazi nini. Solution today is how we can get out Ruto in the power. That's the end of it. Nothing else.
Sasa, wacha nikuulize, mbona basi huyu mama ambao watu saizi kina Gachagua wote wanasema sijui huyu mama anaitwaje ule Koome, Justice Koome, wanamprotect. Sasa vile washamprotect, sasa mbona wasimtumie huyo mama Justice Koome ndio asaidiane na wananchi kumtoa Ruto?
Eli, you should
No,
know.
we have to look for practical solutions.
Hold on, Judge, he's sitting there. You Kenyan will never take your complaint. He will act. But Judge Koome, she's not going Kenya to toy Ruto. That's not her job. It's you Kenyan.
Hapana.
If you take a complaint.
Kuna judges. Yeye kazi yake ni kuappoint bench. Kusema hili bench ndio hao majudges watatu ndio watasikiliza hii kesi. Wakenya washaenda kwa nini kwa koti kwa mahakama.
Ruto ufuatanga nini rule of law gani? What will the judges pass that Ruto is going to follow? So akisema Ruto atoke, you think Ruto will leave?
Naambia Kenyan is number 1 to parliament na wawezi kumtoa. Second chan is Kenyan. Wallahi Kenyan wakiingia kwa koti kama vile jinsi walitoka last year. Judge wanasikiza hiyo case. We don't want you apply Ruto. Ruto doesn't apply us. Tulimpe kazi bwana. Kenya soma katiba ukae. Tumempe kazi. Na sisi wa Kenya tuko mwizo sasa, Sauli tuna na watu wa kusaidia hii ni parliament wamenunuliwa, center wamenunuliwa. Sasa ni Mkenya awamuke aende kotini. Tutaki huyu ni hivi na hivi na hivi, this is enough. Na hiyo inasikizwa na jaji. Mnaingiza jaji nini kome ya nini na majaji, mpeleke malalamishi na atatolewa na majaji. Hiyo tu, tuko ni wa Kenya waamuke sasa waende kotini. That's all. I was looking last night. I asked lawyer hapa. Akaniambia nyinyi sasa Kenya mzima muende huko kwa jaji. Watasikiza kesi yenu. Sasa mnaanza kusema huyu Kome nini. Si huyu anajua Kome atamtoa. Mkipeleka malalamishi ataweka majaji
na Kome ndiye alipatia hiyo kazi.
Sasa anamtoa kwani Ruto ndio he own Kenya. Eli wake up. Ruto doesn't own Kenya. We own Kenya. Okay? Kenya ni yetu, ni ya wananchi.
Tuseme tu ukweli. Ngoja tuseme ukweli. Watu wako na hasira ndio, lakini watu saizi hawataki kuunite na hasira zao, waone which is the best way kudeal na huyu jamaa.
Sasa watu wataunite aje Eli? Watu wataunite aje?
Kwa sababu
kama tumekubali.
Wacha nisitaje majimbo ati huku Central Jikos, wacha niwache tu hiyo. Lakini mnajua pale ninasema hakuna unity. Hiyo ndio shida.
Sasa ile yenye ile process itawaka kumaliza huyu mtu, iwe atakufa iwe atangolewa, whichever the case, bora ametoka. That is all some of us want. We don't care how it's done. The end justifies the means.
So kuna timeline. Kwa sababu mimi sioni timeline.
Ndio nasema whether there exists a timeline or not. Tumesema it won't make a difference. Sasa hatuna timeline yenye tuko nayo. Sisi ni kutaka kumngoa whichever way we can. So with or without a timeline, that is an issue. Sisi agenda yetu ni kumtoa.
I think that Ruto is facing more real threat from countries such as Sudan.
Amen. Let them come and take him out for us by
than Kenyans.
Waje watufanyie watusaidie. Tutawapenda all the days of our lives.
So
Kenya tunalalamika lakini tunapenda kuwa oppressed.
Ede nikuuliza swali hapo So do you think hizo mainchi ambazo unasema which could be giving him more threats do you think they can organize government takeover in Kenya or even regime change in Kenya? Do you think they have capacity to do that? Maybe a country like Sudan or Congo. Do you think they can manage to do a government takeover in Kenya from within, either through financing people or through their own sabotage? Do you think they can reach that level? Espionage. Do you think they can manage to do espionage? Because I don't think in Africa many countries are known of espionage. But do you think Ruto can actually subject himself to espionage based on that from other countries?
You've just used the exact word what I was thinking of. Every country has counter espionage, especially countries that think that they are more high profile in that region. So, for example, Kenya thinks that they're the boss of this part. So these Kenyans and the Sudanese, they're watching each other, of course, because the Sudanese are trying to survive. When Kenya has gone straight in and decided to create a parallel government in Sudan, which is going to split that country in the north. So do you think those people are just sitting on their laurels, waiting for some kind of peace, when they know that they're being sabotaged by a country called Kenya directly? Not even at his jokes zile za Moi pale Moi alikuwa na finya kina Jaffa Numeiri na kina kina Omar al-Bashir kule south na north of Sudan. Alafu Moi was working with Garang quietly. Lakini hii ya Ruto ni direct. Sunona. So do you think they're just sitting there? Me, I personally think that the Kenya, you even see Ruto's security has been heightened more than ever before in the last 2 weeks, because anything can happen, so
May it happen soon in Jesus' name.
Anything can happen. In terms of regional affairs, he's in serious trouble. I think he's in more trouble.
And let them not attack Kenyans. Let them just attack him. They can easily find him. Finding him is not very difficult. He's always zukuranda doing a lot of rubbish and garbage kutangatanga. Apatikane kwa hizo processes zake za kutangatanga, wamtoe yeye peke yake, waache wa Kenya in peace.
Na hii kitu inafanyikanga hivi. Watu kama hao si ati ni mtu Msudanese mwenyewe ndio atakuwa involved. Wanatumia proxies. That's
so. By the way, I don't care what they do. Watufanyie to let them just do the work of the Lord.
And this is why Mr. Ruto is trying to bring Kina Raila on his side to survive even in the international politics, to look legitimate. It's sad. It's sad to see that Raila Odinga is involved in this shit. SHIT. But this is what they're doing, because he knows that all around the region, probably the only person now who is listening to him is Yoweri Museveni, because Yoweri Museveni has personal interests in Kenya, especially in Nairobi, and the only person that can guarantee him, safety of passage, because Yoweri Museveni is also in serious trouble because of the way his purported son talks. But honestly, I don't think that Ruto is feeling safe outside Kenya. The only guarantee that Ruto has ni wale wa koloni, wale wazungu, wale ndi wanampeleka. Any Kenyan president, any Kenyan head of state is guaranteed stability or safety by the US and the UK. This is the rubbish issue that we have, that affects our politics. And I even think that to some extent China also guarantees there's this unwritten rule about what if this happens to Kenya. They don't really care about is it the president. No, they care about their so-called interests and stability. We must have a really, really, bigger approach to this, because the reason why I object to any talk about violence is because all of us on this platform, except I think Irene, are abroad. Honestly, we are able to say these things because we are not in Kenya. In fact, I'm surprised that Irene has the balls to say these things. But we are not able to say these things when we're in Kenya in most of the time. Let's be honest. Let's be honest.
That's another lie.
Haya, we sema yako.
When ulinijua lini, Eli ulinijua lini, go back to your calendar.
Mi nimekujua for almost 5 years.
Yes, where was I?
Huko before COVID, just around there.
And where was I? I've been in the region based in Kenya, Nairobi, for a very long time, bro. Okay? And what I say it anywhere I am, because I say what is in my mind. Yeah, I speak my mind early.
Yeah.
I speak my mind. Even early kinikosea, I tell you as it is, even if you put me under gun. Nitakwambia I said this because of that. These are the kind of people we are, some of us. We don't chew with one side of the mouth and then the other side of the mouth is saying this other thing. When you say, oh, violence, what was it? What did you witness on the 25th of June, bro? What do you call that? What have you witnessed? What is it that
No,
is
but
going on?
that was caused by the police, not by the youth.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It's violence. It's violence. Who commanded that, bro? Why are you tongue twisting? Who ordered that?
No. What I'm
Who
saying
ordered
is,
that?
well, okay, you're talking about yourself as an individual. Me, I'm talking about solidarity as a group. What do people do to remove Ruto? Where you are saying you don't fear, you're not afraid, blah, blah, blah. Okay, fine. But me, I'm talking about Kenyans as a group, as a whole. What do they do? What do they commit themselves to? How if you say mtu aende akachape Ruto, where are you at this? Where utafanya nini saa hiyo?
I think Eli,
do you get me? Do you get my point, bro?
Eli, you're telling Stone PK you're talking
ati nitafanya nini Eli?
Wewe kama contributor ya hiyo strategy, wewe utakuwa wapi?
Advising speak for you as an individual, because it sounds like you're the only person that's
agreeing with kila
yourself.
Mahali, bro. I don't want to reveal.
It sounds like you're only agreeing with yourself. So
sorry?
If you can say Stone PK is talking about himself as an individual, you should also be talking about yourself as an individual. Say, this is what I believe, but don't impose. What wataki hizo ideas zako, because it sounds like you are a demoralizing agent. You're not coming out.
And then
this is getting really. All right, let's debate openly now. Okay, so you guys are saying ati tuende tuchape Ruto. Wewe utafanya nini? Wewe utafanya nini kuchapa Ruto? Jemo.
I don't have to tell you, bro.
Na wewe Jemo utafanya nini? Utakaa tu hapo mbele ya kompyuta unachapa Ruto? Wacheni hiyo.
Ruto only understand violence. Okay?
Si basi wewe utuambie, wewe si waende ukamchape.
And I'm listening. If
we can't tell you what we do, Eli. Hata hiyo wewe uko kwa serikali kwanza.
Yeah, and if
you say I'm in serikali,
don't be out here telling me that that's not the option.
You don't know what we do, Eli. We don't know. Sisi tunafanya mambo, bro. Tunafanya mambo.
We, unajua kuna watu walisema walienda Vietnam wakajiita Vietnam veterans na hata hawakuenda hata huko. Have you not seen those things in American movies?
Hiyo ni America.
No, listen. The people who say they went to Vietnam, at CG, I'm a veteran, CG what? They never stepped there. So you are telling me things I don't even know.
You know, Kenya went through the Mau Mau. Sometimes
you wouldn't know nothing.
Okay.
I like to appreciate my community, because you could not be invited in our community during my Mau conversations, because you'll bring the dialogues that have.
Sasa unasikia hiyo.
Sasa unatuambianga stories za history. Na hiyo history yako hata inakaa you are telling us every day about history, and you sound like you don't even believe, and if you are given a chance to be part of that history, you will be MIA. You have tendencies of agreeing with
nyamaza niongee. Umenipatia
ukiongea the entire time, my friend.
Hapana, si umeniuliza swali, wacha nikupatie answer. Hapana, nyinyi hapa huwa mnataka tunyamaze, sisi ndio tusiongee.
Si umekuwa ukiongea.
Hiyo hapana, sisi pia tunaongea. Hapana. Umesema kitu hapo, ati sijui Mau Mau, ati mimi sijui, ati sijui our community, sijui mimi, I will not be invited in Mau Mau meetings because Mau Mau meetings, sijui because I will talk peace. Ati because I will talk peace. Mau Mau, only 200 British people died, okay? 40,000 Africans were killed by fellow Africans, you know? So don't lecture me, okay?
You can be lectured. You are lecturing people here. That's why I say you are telling Stone PK to talk as him as an individual. You can be lectured, my friend. You can be lectured. You are lecturing Stone PK to talk to you as an individual. Why don't you talk to you as an individual? You're imposing stuff on people. And I'm telling you, if you are part of 1963 during the independence, Kenya will still be ruled hiyo mentality yako chukua ujifanye kama
You
individual.
personalize things. You always point at
I
people
agree with
ati
Stone PK for
yako,
that
hii
matter.
yako, nini
I
nini.
agree with
We're talking
Stone
here as a
PK for
group,
that
okay?
matter. Stop telling us that
We're
Stone
talking here as a
PK.
group. You
No,
told me,
I
you listen
agree
to
with
me.
Stone PK.
I will speak,
And
and
I
you
am
shall let me
speaking.
speak.
And
And I will repeat this,
the
okay?
monotony that you have been
No, I
subjecting
will
us
speak.
is boring,
I
let
was
me tell
you
you.
speak here for like
You
2
don't sound
hours.
like you believe in it.
Ngoja, nitaongea.
Hata mi
And I will
naongea.
not beg to speak. I will
Hata mi
speak.
naongea, my friend. You
Sasa
are a
tuongee. We
monotony
ongee.
of boredom and you talk
Ngoja,
about
we
history
nini?
that you don't believe in.
Ngoja, shauri yako. Unataka ati unasema ati mtu kama mimi, watu kama sisi hatuwezi kualikwa kukaa kwa baraza la Maumau kwa sababu sisi tutaongea amani. Ati sisi hatujui maneno za community yenu. Mimi nimekuambia 40,000 Africans, 40,000 Africans were killed by fellow Africans. Only up to 200 white people died during that so-called land liberation. Okay? There's nothing you can lecture me here about Mau Mau. I can give you a whole story. Okay? So you just keep quiet because you know nothing about Mau Mau, even if you're a Kikuyu. You know nothing about Mau. I know more about Mau Mau than you. Okay? And I can give you facts about Mau Mau and how they sold each other as Kenyans do.
If you were part of it, I guarantee you, you are a coward. All I'm trying to call you is a coward.
I would rather be called a coward than going to butcher 40,000 fellow Africans.
Other Kenyans than
Eliani, who you calling here? Listen, guys. Gen Z, listen, you. What you helping Gen Z today? Because I know you two older than Gen Z. What are you helping? When you doing this, Mau, what to do with the Mau now?
These guys are demoralizing
because these conversations during the fight for independence, people had bitter arguments like this. This is nothing new. So let's have these bitter arguments because we'll come out as good people because we don't have to agree about anything or everything. I listened to him and he said something there very unfortunate because you think that where you come from had the monopoly of violence against the oppressor. But now everyone is saying that Kenyans just love being oppressed.
Uko na PhD. Ruto aliwauliza hamuna PhD mtamwambia nini? So
Now look at what he's talking now. Listen to him now. Just listen to that. You jump from one thing to the other.
PhD does not speak about. Wewe unataka kuongea kama uko na PhD. Uko na PhD ndio tukutume kwa Ruto.
Sasa sikia huyu. He jumps from,
No, Ruto does not understand your language, my friend. All I'm saying, he does not. He understands the other way. I think he will come to the table if he's threatened more than he akanyo natuambia hapa. So I agree with Stone PK.
Yeah, but of course he was threatened. Skia Jemo. On June 25th there, Ruto was threatened because there were 2 helicopters that landed at State House. Sijui ilikuwa napeleka huyo mama na familia yake Uganda, na Ruto sijui walikuwa nampeleka wapi. So he was threatened. So si kama ati watu hawakumthreaten, but the youth did not use guns. They mobilized, they took the streets, they sabotaged the economy for days. And that's the way things are going. That's the way the revolution is going. A revolution that will involve an armed struggle against some thug who is supported by the West.
But
I will not be part of that.
The kids were not using any violence or guns, but the guns and violence was meted on them, and a lot of them were killed and incinerated and burnt and disappeared with, and some of them cut up into pieces and thrown away as garbage in quarries. So trust me, the person we are dealing with does not really care about the fact that the person that he's dealing with is unarmed. So for me, whichever way it happens, let it happen.
Okay. Maunga. The problem I have here, me personally, is the group of us who are living outside the country are comfortable when we are saying these things. That is a big problem for me. Miguna used to do this only to
Doesn't
realize that
matter,
kumbe
Ellie.
Miguna was part of Uhuru Kenyatta.
Them. We're helping them. Doesn't matter where you
How?
are. We all Kenyan.
How are you going to help
We
people
all
to
Kenyan.
how are you going to help people to blow up Ruto? Tell me, how are you going to help them?
I said it to you. What to do now, because we don't have a parliament. He bought parliament in a center. What the Kenyan have to do, signature, IBC open on March, we go walk in the court. The court will listen this. That's it. Solution we got. You guys, you keep carry on. It's like we fighting two groups. We are all Kenyan. We worry what is going on in our country. Now you guys coming and no agreement. Solution is how we teaching Gen Z to do. Then they go there killing, they get killed, they go everything. They try hard. We give them solution. Get good lawyers, like 10 lawyers, 20 lawyers. Everybody there is lawyers anyway. We work in the court with them, with the signature. That's the solution we got today. Huh? Not to say how is that?
Basi Njeru, siwaambie kina Jemo hapa, mbona wamenyamaza? Na kina Stony PK, hao watu wasijui tuende tukablow up Ruto. Siwaambie hiyo message. Mbona ni mimi ndio wananipigia kelele? Mbona asikupigie kelele wewe? Mbona?
Mimi nawaambia
hapana. Hii kitu yenu sijui hata inakuaje.
What am I gonna benefit from what? Look, so we'll sit down and let Ruto benefit from corrupt. I see it this way. Ruto atatoka na hiyo the style enye Stone PK anasema. You might not lead it and Stone PK might not. It will happen and they are not gonna come for permission from you.
Okay, so ngoja vile Njeru amesema, huu mama wetu hapo vile amesema a peaceful strategy ya encourage my youth. Do you agree with it or not, Jemo? Why don't you shout at her the way you are shouting at me? Ama umefunga mdomo?
Kwani you too, you was married to one man. Are you two married?
Unajua
are you two married to one man?
Hapa mjaka akifungua mdomo wanamuona mjaka ni kama mtu wa Raila. Hiyo ndio shida hapa.
Itamalizia kwa risasi. Mtaenda hiyo vitu yote, when all is said and done, the person that's gonna pull it is not gonna come to you. He's not gonna come to Njeru. He's not gonna come to from Stone PK for permission. Ruto does not understand any other language, and that's the unfortunate. You live by the gun, you will die by the gun. That's what he's headed.
Jemo,
that's he's headed.
Jemo. I am also shocked about you because I used to think that.
Shocked about you too.
No, ati sasa wewe umekaa kwa keyboard ati kill Ruto na umekaa kwa keyboard. Wewe mbona usiende huko ufanye hivyo? Wacha ujinga. Hii ndio ufala ambao watu wa diaspora. No. Mimi ukiniita coward nakwambia haleluya. Hii ni ujinga ya mwisho.
Ukitupea history za mainchi zingine ni wali pull trigger huko.
Wewe ni pull trigger saa ngapi? Si umeshasema mimi ni coward. Unataka ni pull trigger ya nini? Wewe waacha zako. Unakuja hapa unatuambia nini? Ukitaka kwenda kuua Ruto, chukua ndege uende kamuue. Usituambie maneno hapa kwa keyboard ambao huwezi fanya. Alafu Kenyans will suffer because of you. No.
Mr. Neutral, either you go to Raila side na Ruto side, stop staying neutral.
Mimi sina side.
Sawa, watu kama wewe malukuoma hatutaki kuwasikia.
Mi unaweza kunita watermelon. Usikuje hapa utuambie ati unaenda kuua mtu na umekaa kwa keyboard. Unamuua mtu na unamuua mtu na umelewa hapo umekaa hapa ati unaua mtu. Si uende huko ukamuue. Ukunywangi lakini saa hizi spirits zako zimejaa na sijui nini.
Now you are speaking on my behalf.
Yeah, because now I'm being personal like you. Because what you said was totally uncalled for.
I call you out. I call you out.
You're saying
because you lecture people like we are not educated.
You are making a suggestion what you can't do. You are making a suggestion what you can't do because you are bitter that Gachagua was removed, and Gachagua, another thug like Ruto, was removed. So you people, you are bitter because a thug like Ruto called Gachagua was removed.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I did not benefit
No, it
from it. Did
matters.
you
What you
benefit
need to
from it?
do
Because
is
you keep
to
asking
get
those
yourself
questions.
a ticket,
Are
fly
you
to
benefiting
Kenya,
from
and
it?
do
Because
what you're
those are
saying
your
you want to do.
questions. But are you benefiting? You're asking
Coming
irrelevant
here listening
questions.
to
Are you
boring
benefiting?
conversations about blowing up Ruto, and you
Now,
can't
my
even,
friend,
when ukimwona
someone
utaanza
needs to call
kutetemeka
out
tu
your
hivi.
BS. Someone needs to call
We,
out your BS. Some of us are educated more than you. Now with your neutral
Okay,
views.
okay.
haya sasa mmeingia kwa education. Sasa sikia huyu
Yeah, ni ukweli. Wewe
kijana.
unatuambianga BS tunakanga wajinga hapa.
Wewe,
Study
sikia.
question. No,
Gojea
Me,
kidogo.
you
you
can
might as
track
well
me
speak for
online. You
yourself,
can find the things that I've done.
Okay.
I would
Haya,
not
Eli.
talk rubbish like
every
you
time naingia
here,
hapa
coming here to
information
tell us that you're going to kill Ruto, and you can't do it. You're on the keyboard. Shut up,
Then you
man.
have a problem with it.
No, Eli, relax
No,
kidogo.
you don't get to
Jemo.
tell people that. You don't get to tell
Jemo
people.
kidogo.
You can express yourself. You don't get to tell anybody that. So I guess someone is calling you a BS. And now you are speaking about Tony PK, and you are saying, oh, I don't think he meant it. I heard you saying, Tony PK said what he said. Now you're telling people, asking if Tony PK is listening, oh, I don't think Tony PK meant what he said. Who are you to deconstruct what somebody believes in? You see, unajiona gani wewe unajua kuliko kila mtu? Kwani uko kwa roho za watu? Come on, man. I don't get like this. I don't nafikiria ati nimeelewa. I don't drink, but I will not tolerate BS sometimes. It gets on my nerves.
Okay, ni sawa Jemo, nimesikia. So I think we still want a very sane dialogue. So Bwana Eli, let's go a little bit. Let's allow people to place their dialogue the way they want, without wanting to question too much. So nani alikuwa next? So that ama ni Stone PK alikuwa. So Bwana Neutral unaweza tulia kidogo until we become completely neutral. Maybe wacha kwanza watu wako neutralize kidogo. So Jemo, ni Stone PK ama ni wewe? Who is next in line?
Since I've talked and I've taken some time to kind of disagree with neutral guy here, let someone else talk.
Okay, leo nimeona Stone PK pia amekuja na maneno ya hizo amesema kila mtu aamini kile anataka kuamini. So that's why anyway the dialogues are becoming a bit complex these days. I know sijui kama ni mashidi ya Ruto ama ni nini, but I understand. So Maunga, uko na kitu ya kuongeza ama Stone PK you want to add anything? So Bwana Neutral, for now you can.
Mimi all I'm saying is mtu mmoja ni kama nasemanga tumbo ya mwanamke mmoja iwezi kuwa ati ndio ilibeba shetani mwenye ata think country. So we might find life sacred and everything. Huyu mtu mwenye tunajaribu kutetea aishi ati so that peace can reign, huo mtu mwenyewe hata ajali ati watu wengine wananini wanauawa at his command. So mimi afadhali huyo mmoja aende, dunia ibaki na watoto wetu wabaki na Kenya ikuwe na future, kwa sababu saizi as things stand economy yetu pia inakuwa sunk out completely. Sasa there are lives that have been lost that can never be returned. At least economy tutasema after 100 years inaweza kujaribu kurudi where it is based on whether tutakuwa tumebakisha watu or not, but maybe it might never recover forever. Because kuliwaishi shetani mmoja yenye tumbo ya mwanamke ilizaa ati sasa Kenya iliisha kabisa kwa sababu huyo mtu alikuja akaishi. So for me, how Ruto can go out at this point, I don't care. I just want him out. Thanks.
Okay, ni sawa. I think Madam Maunga, that one is quite a very blunt truth, but ni sawa. So naona Julia amerudi tena. Yeah, there is a lot which need to be changed actually. I hope we have energy to do that. Kuna wale watu wako skeptical na 2027, they feel 2027 things can actually turn against us, and I don't know if people can still be able to get what is to take more of what they have already gotten now. So I just hope that 2027 will work fine. If it is not going to work fine, then we tukue na strategy number 2 sasa. Tusiende ile story ya ile story ya Arsenal ama ile story ya Uganda. Mnamaliza hiyo uchaguzi, mnaanzia kungojea hiyo ingine with no change. it will be the worst ama kama wewe ni mtu wa Arsenal in a light note hii season inaisha, mnangojea kikombe hiyo season nyingine, and the cycle continues. I hope we are not there. Julia, go ahead.
I just came kupoesha moto lakini ana umepoesha. Jiru, unawachanga studio ikichomeka, kwa nini unafanya hivyo?
No, sikuwa nimeacha. I was here nile saa zingine you allow freedom of speech to play out. Ni vile nimeona sasa Eli ameamua kufeel. I thought Eli was neutral, kumbe he is acidic.
Mtu yote ukimpush to the end ana turn to his true colors. So I guess he has a right to do that. Now, me, my take is there are many avenues.
Thank you, my sister.
My take is
Jiru upenda violence, Julia. Jua tu by now. Hakuna kitu. I'm sure alikuwa amekapo nyuma keyboard amezima kamera, anacheka anaambia saizo anaiba kegosho, akidance akisikia kama hiyo ni music to his ears.
Imagine that is what Jiru is, na mnafikiria ni mtu ameokoka. You are wrong. He needs to see Father Danny Dairas in camera. Father Danny Dairas, hapa uko na wateja wengi. In your own free time, please contact them. One of them is Njiru. So my take is there are many ways. Ruto doesn't need to stay in Kenya. There are many ways. Na Kenyans are haki. Nyinyi mmaona what happened? Ni majengo leo. Nyinyi mmaona hii hasira ilikuwa majengo. Sijui I didn't tuelezea what exact. I mean, you have details. I was just watching on YouTube.
Yes, a 17-year-old boy was shot by police. So the residents went up in arms. So they went on the rampage. But munajua, Kenya is now boiling slowly. Sijui kama muliona Mandera wakikata ile nini, wakirarua nini billboard ya kina Ruto. Yenye Ruto alikuwa akienda huko Mandera na amejipanga na huyo governor na sijui politicians wagani hapo kwa hiyo nini, kwa hiyo billboard. Watu wanakata wakichant vitu. So it will be from every corner of this country. Itakuwa kuna tu trigger factor kamoja. Kitu iki ina trigger inalipuka, ina trigger inalipuka. Hivyo then Kenya will erupt. Kwa sababu saizi there's a lot here. There's a lot of built up anger.
Yeah, people watu wako na hasira. People are just waiting for anything.
So Pole, yeah, I'm sorry to burst Ellie's bubble. Kenya will blow up.
Na unaona hata what happened in Kirinyaga. You know, these don't happen at zimepangwa siku hizi. Watu tu wako na hasira. People are just aggravated. Unaona. So mimi naona kwa miezi ijayo, I mean, Kenya itembelei njia yenye ni laini ama a soft. We are not landing on a soft. We're not landing on a soft ground. Naona kama vitu vinaendelea ama kuongezeka because people watu wako na hasira, people are mad, people are aggravated. Sasa uliona leo what happened in Majengo and that escalated. These things will keep on escalating. Na mimi naona wanasiasa wetu hata wanaona hiyo njia, na saizi they should exploit also njia ya maandamano. They should exploit that. In fact, we'll keep saying, I don't know, they still will keep saying here nani kwamba saizi maandamano ikitokea Kasongo ataenda. Saizi ikitokea ataenda tu. He would. I mean, there's only too much that somebody can take. Na ukiangalia Kasongo ako kama on a suicidal lane. Mimi ndio namuona siku hizi. Unaona ati anaenda kwanza amekasisha watu na pesa. Na kwa kanisa anapeana milioni 20, alafu anasema sijui ataongezea ngapi. Sio ni kuonesha watu middle finger. Yani hiyo ndio attitude ya Kasongo saa imfanye. Yani I think he's ready. He's getting ready hata kupack.
Julia, alafu ugrab land ya KDF, uambie KDF patianiki land yenu. As in, ni kama ile story ya kutoa lunch yao. Yani anataka kuingiza mkono kwa macho kabisa na kwa mapua, kwa all devices zote. Naanza ninawadunga mpaka muamke. Nimechoka na hii country, nimeshaiba ya kutosha, nishajinunulia country ya kwenda, nyinyi bado hamtaki kuchukua nchi. Niwafanye aje?
Kasongo. Unaona Kasongo hata yeye mwenyewe anashangaa. Hata hii jeshi iko na wajinga aje. Unaona? Ni vile saa hizi hawezi step down nasema nimewachia Kindiki.
Exactly.
Hawezi swallow his pride ati I'm stepping down. Hiyo pride pia inamsumbua.
Unawahi kumbuka nikiwaambia tu kwa platform, niliwaambia kuna siku tu if Ruto is a bright man, akachukue Raila pali Raila ako waongee kabisa, wamalize, wakachukue Chebukati pali Chebukati yuko kidogo tu, yani wakuje bila kuambia anyone anything, tuwaone tu wameita press conference State House, hata journalists wasijue ni nini wameitiwa. Kidogo kidogo Raila atoke huko nyuma na nani na huyo Kaongo muuaji, alafu watoke huko nyuma, asome speech, aseme poleni, alafu Chebukati asome the real results vile zilikuwa, ambie Wakenya poleni, nimesema pole, ile government inakuja yenye napatia Raila anini akuje a clean country, but whatever you do, grant me amnesty, nitoke tu na watoto wangu nini na kuwesa hizo. Kuna ndege imemngojea hapo hivyo, akimaliza hiyo speech hata asitake questions, apande ndege kama ameendanga, Raila abaki hapo kama amepatiwa sword. But sasa tunaona sasa Raila hata akipatiwa sword saa hizi, nani atakuwa kitaka afanyie kitu yoyote? But for me, that is what I had envisioned. I envisioned the best exit for him, and that was last year. As at last year, I saw this guy, he's sure there's nothing he can do with Kenya. The only thing he knows is how to steal. He's already stolen enough. He's already established. There's nothing more to steal. It is virtually impossible to steal. Zile zenye ameomba, because you know he's been borrowing in trillions. He's been this time nasikia Kenyans wamekataa kununua hiyo infrastructure bond, which would be very good for them, kwa sababu ukiwa unanunua kitu, unanunuaje kitu yenye Ruto ndio anafaa kumanage na ni pesa sasa, hiyo ikurudie itasemekana ati hata haijulikani hizo pesa zenu zilienda wapi. Sasa zile tu hizo documentation zote mwambie zilikuwa fake, na sasa ati umenunua bonds, utakuwa mgeni wa nani? So nasikia suddenly Kenyans wamekataa kununua hizo mabonds na nini. So saizi akiangalia everywhere, hana place pa kupata hizo lump sum of money zenye alikuwa getting through corruption conduits zenye alikuwa ameweka kwa every government ministry. So as it is, he's done his idea of what it was like to be a president, because alikuwa kifikiri amekuja kutafuta immunity, alafu akaimagine amekuja kutafuta immunity, alafu atakuwa kipata pesa anajaza kwa magani bags every day in billions. I realize that is not realistic. So I think saizo ndio achukue hiyo 1.3 trillion, you know that is a lot of money. So ashaichukua, anajua hakuna venye unaweza run economy na hiyo deficit yote, anataka kwenda. But sasa anataka kwenda in a way ionekane ametolewa haku, because unajua bado ego yake umsumbua bado, hata na hizi shida zote bado anaonanga hiyo ni kitu. So hataki kuonekana ati aligive up, ati alitolewa, ati alijitoa mwenyewe. Anataka ionekane ati yeye alitolewa, ilishindwa. Na watu were the ones being mean to him. He was not the bad one.
And he's evil. He would like to see chaos and bloodshed, you know.
Exactly. So exactly. He doesn't want to leave peace in his wake.
Yes. He's haimagine anaweza walk away ati awache tukichaguana. He's very evil. So Kasongo penye amefika, that is why we should put our pressure points. Hata kama we think they are not bearing any fruit, we should just continue putting it. Kama ni mtu anaweza endesha maandamano kama leo, watu waendeshe maandamano. Kama hata those MPs who are yapping pro Gachagua MPs now, saizi wakuwe pushed, waanze kupeleka motion parliament kwa weta, kusukuma hata manyumbani.
Yes, kile imefanyika Julia, he has made sure that amepromise our MPs wa ODM heaven. And saizi all they are doing, they are salivating for hizo positions. Both pia kuna wengine wenye wanajua pia watapatiwa ministries watoke kwa MPs. As in, you'll be shocked yani at the likes of Akina Kaluma, the people that you credited with some common sense. You'll be shocked at the way yani it's almost like nika kandi, wameona mtoto ameona kandi, wamekadia, wamengoja those ones of hey, at what point will this guy drop this thing, but I can't wait. So wamesubiri ati wapatiwe anything at all. They don't care. Kenyans kufeni. Kenyans in fact let this country sink, bora tunabeba zetu. So that is what he's done. So he's promised ODM guys that I'm with you, I'm doing this, wanapatiwa hizo non-existent tenders nini anajifanya naga, so that ati au wakwe on his side. Now imagine those guys have bought it.
Maunga, I would make 3 points, and then I think I'll exit the panel. My first point is what you just said there. And also, I see that I've attracted a lot of fierce debate there where I'm being slaughtered in the chat, but I don't care. I'd rather be one person here against everyone. I don't care. But anyway, what you just mentioned there about what they're doing to bribe ODM or people who are pro-Raila and so on and so forth. I want to mention something. If people are bitter and angry with Ruto in many parts of the country, including where I come from, but then now, for some reason, people where I come from are pretending to coalescing with Ruto. They're asking this one question. I'm telling you, they're asking this question. Why should we be involved in something that was created by other Kenyans? Why should we be the ones to be
Allow me
involved?
to
No,
respond to that.
let me
Akiusiende sana,
finish.
that is normally annoying.
I'm going
These
to
are
losing
people
my
who are drawing from our taxes early. That is the
yeah.
reason why they must be bloody involved. If at
Okay,
all they do
okay,
not feel the need to be involved, by all means, let them bloody resign. Somebody
okay,
who's
fine,
eating my
fine.
taxes has absolutely no business occupying a position that somebody else would have been there, sitting there, legislating and oversighting a government because they're drawing from my taxes. That is what they're there to do.
Okay, I have to rephrase this. And now I will not speak about ODM and the politicians. I'm speaking about people from Nyanza who are saying they don't want anything to do with all this stuff that's going on, especially after the Gen Z revolution. I don't support what they're saying, but they're saying that why should they be involved in something that was created by
But
Rift
perhaps you
Valley
should tell
and
them
Mount
it is
Kenya?
because right now, everybody who's terminally ill, including them and their parents, they're dying anyway due to the legislation that this devil
Yeah,
is making.
but
So
they
it
don't want
doesn't
to hear
matter
that.
whether they get involved or not. Somehow they cannot be able to afford to take their children to higher learning anyway. They cannot be able to confirm what CBC is doing anyway, and time is being lost. They cannot be able to afford the basic food and shelter. They cannot
Yeah,
be able to afford
okay.
basic bills.
So
So
to
that is
fix
what they
that
have to do.
problem, okay, to fix that problem, to fix that particular problem, that question that I raised, one of the things that Gachagua and his company can do, it might sound the most stupid thing to do, but if they want to, spread their campaigns in that part that is now being captured by Ruto, that Nyanza, waende huko kina Gachagua waseme vile Gachagua husema. By the way, Gachagua goes around the country, Ukambani, sijui what, he says how Ruto fooled them and it will not happen again. He
Sasa
hasn't
sisi
done that.
tulikuwa tunajua, us he didn't fool us. We
So,
knew who he was. We knew
so,
who he was. So there's nothing new for us. So we don't need Gachagua to come and tell us anything.
yeah,
There's
okay.
nothing.
So,
Ruto has not surprised us.
okay, so exactly. You're talking what I'm talking. So this has been happening since CG 2007. And these people are bitter. You have to, look, we must be so stupid not to understand why these people are behaving the way they are, why they're so bitter, right? And they just been
Someone
keeping
came
it.
to my inbox and tried to tell me that thing of people not wanting us. Mimi, hakuna mtu nataka anitake, by the way. Kama mtoto wangu atakuja niambia anitaki kwa sababu yeye ni Mkikuyu, I'll be concerned, and even that I will fix. I will spank his big ass mpaka shangae. Including, there are few things I can do to someone as a mother that would not be very good. It would be damaging just to get rid of rubbish that my tummy appears to have carried. But having said that, the truth is, mimi sitaki mtu anitake, nataka Kenya initake. By virtue of the fact that I hold a Kenyan identification and I'm able to be, because I'm as noisy as I am, this nobody else can sustain from anywhere else. It can only happen, and I can only survive well. Nowadays, Kenyans are being killed for the purpose of speaking, but I'd rather die in my land because I was standing for what ought to be, because my blood went to this soil, by the way, and I produced a Kenyan, and as such, I was born of this soil. So I have rights to this soil. So when I speak, and that capacity I only have here, I do not have it beyond our borders. So I will protect this country for that particular reason. So what anybody tells me, including who likes me and who doesn't like me, that is immaterial. What I need to know, what everybody needs to understand, is that I have a stake in this country and I will fight for it. And nobody will come and tell me I need to beg for it. But that is not to say that I'm going to join the devil to make a point to anything. I have a point to make to my motherland. I was born as Irene Achieng, and that is what matters at the end of the day. It doesn't matter that I have any points to prove. I do not have any point to prove other than the fact that I did not, as and when my country needed me, I did not sink it further because I had a point to prove to another Kenyan who was ignorant. Let my education stand for something. Let my experience stand for something. Let the motherhood that I speak about as being part of Kenyan, let it stand for something. And it will stand for what is right. If I'm standing alone, so be it.
And I would say the same if I'm standing alone on this show, so be it. Because what I believe is, apart from that point, what I raised about the campaigns that are now going on in other parts of the country, especially where I come from, the people of Central and other parts of the country need to be able to now mobilize with the people of Nyanza. They need to
Eli,
do
you know the
it.
conversations going on around our place are the likes of Akina Wanga and Akina Kaluma. In fact, those are South Nyanza guys from your area. Those are guys who are simply just they're sending that narrative because of their own pockets and their own stomachs. They are not
Yeah, but
doing
I'm
it
not
for any
talking about the
Kenyan, including the
politicians.
country people.
Yeah, I'm talking
Those
about the
people,
youth,
yes,
the
yes,
activists.
they've been, no, the youth have been indoctrinated. I know how that is happening. Eli, do not forget that I'm an official in ODM. Please don't forget.
Okay, right. Okay, fine. I think I made my point about that particular issue of how this situation between this divide needs to be solved, and needs to be solved very quick, because it's part of the problem right now. Because some people have entered government when they shouldn't have entered government, and now the people in the constituencies back there are totally confused about what's going on. Okay, so my second point is this, right? If we have to look for a way to deal with Mr. Ruto, we also double speak, because the policemen know what is going on, soldiers know what's going on, all the armed forces, they know what's going on. Any Kenyan who can perform a citizen's arrest of not just Ruto, but a minister, a permanent secretary, all that can happen. Kenyans nearly did that last year with the MPs. So we need to kind of change our modus operandi. Me, I'm okay saying this when I'm abroad.
Anywhere we are
Yeah,
headed, those
it
things
will
you're
happen.
mentioning will happen. You see the
Yes,
way
good.
your people were being taken and being put in dustbins. You will soon witness that of Kenya. If at all Kenyans went into parliament now, MPs wakajikojolea, watakuwa kifanyiwa unyama wataamini. People, they live amongst people. They will be shocked. Kenya is going to change, and it is going to change by everybody waking up and saying enough is enough. We cannot take your rubbish anymore. All of you guys need to go, and you need to go now. Kuna siku Kenya itaamka na ifanye hivyo. And we will not care about whether anybody is uniformed or not.
But now we are talking, because that means we're mobilizing even the so-called state officers, and the only ones that I now fear that we still don't have the energy or even any way of infiltrating them is the judiciary, because those guys are so powerful that even just by the stroke
Why
of
do
a
you care
pen.
about them? See, Ruto is dealing with them nicely. Pia, they're shitting in their pants.
No, but now we shouldn't give up.
Ellie, I don't want anyone I can be afraid that has not done what they need to do. The fact that I'm doing what I need to do is important. Encourage Kenyans to do what they can do in whatever capacity at whatever time. Be the hummingbird, like Wangari Maathai said. Do the little you can, the best way you can, to make a difference and move on. Do not be worried about the obstacles. You worry about, nakwambia Eli, mnafaga kuingia maternity ward ndio mjue vile kunafanyikaga. This is what normally happens. Unakwaga umeingia na hiyo mimba yako, umeingia na nguo zako, unapata wale watu walitoa zao kitambo, wanafanya masarakasi zao, utashangaa tu for the little while that you have entered. For then in the next few minutes, ama even a few hours, utakuwa wewe unafanya sarakasi zako, the next person mwenye naingia anakukuta pia yako na mshangao for a short while, anakutana pia anaanza yake. So that is where Kenya is right now. Kenya is pregnant and it's about to deliver. Ile kitu ambayo mtu anafanya vile anaweza ifanya vile anasikia kuifanya, wacha ifanye, lakini usimwambie kwa nini ule anafanya tofauti, kwa nini ule afanyi. Hiyo haitatufikisha mahali, because there's no at any one time there will not be all of us feeling the same way. Even if we're feeling the same way, our reaction is going to be different. Focus more on what your reaction is as opposed to what the other person's reaction is. That's the only way we're going to get anywhere.
Okay, my last point is the usual one is Mr. Odinga should just come and leave the stage, because if he's still there, the newspapers are going to make money. Kenyans are going to get more confused, and he should just leave the stage.
Eli,
Then we
what
see
did
what
Raila do
Kina,
today?
we see
Where
what
was
Kina
Raila?
Kalonzo and Kina Gachagua can do.
Where was Raila today? And during the time when
I saw that, but I think he just needs to leave
no,
the
that's
stage.
what I'm asking. Who cares about where he was today? You know, I think there are people who are still thinking that Raila has any influence. You don't realize how much of it that guy has lost. And the only reason why he has to hold on to Ruto is because Ruto is his only lifeline. Because
Then
he
why are
cares
people
about
saying?
that
So why
lifeline.
are these people saying? Why are people saying in this platform tonight that G Raila received G how many billion? Someone said here, and I was just laughing.
Why should you care? Ellie, why should you care? Already, you see, this is what usually happens. When you're swimming with the pigs, you will not claim that I am the other pig is dirtier than me or I'm cleaner than that other pig, because you're all you're all in that swamp. So the truth is, right now, Raila is with Ruto. Kenya has lost 1.3 trillion. Do you know it is not even something that you should be sitting comfortably and saying, and we're talking like this, and the Kenyans who are sleeping hungry, the Kenyans who can't go to school, the Kenyans dying in hospitals because they don't have medicine and they do not have the machines and everything else, and we are here talking about 1.3 trillion being lost, and we are just here talking about it comfortably. So when you think someone like that is with someone that you associate with, ideally you're supposed to also be in the penetration. You're similarly supposed to be in the same facility that other person is in. So speaking about Raila, or whether somebody speaks about him or not, should be totally irrelevant. It's not supposed to be anything that you're even speaking about. It's not supposed to be something that bothers you at all. He's of no use whatsoever. If anything, he damaged. Atungefika hapa, atungepoteza hii 1.3 trillion. Tungekuwa tumesave before that. But what Raila had one seat to protect. He wanted to go to AUC, and that is all that ever mattered. So why should he be a factor at this point? Even yeye, wacha kama mtu mwenye analipua akiolipua together, what same difference?
Thank you. Those are my 3 points, and to those those cheerleaders and funny people on the chat, I was laughing when I read their comments, because if they can't make their comments here openly and they shout there, like I have 100% people there. They have a problem with my view, my opinion, and it's so stupid because you're not even saying anything to solve this problem. All you're saying at the Eli Neumbwa is talking bullshit. What are you saying? Me, when I come to these conversations that we have here, I read the chart 100%, and I react because I believe those are Kenyans, well-meaning, they have something to say, and I do the same here in the studio. Lakini ukiona watu wa chat, by the way, saa zingine watu wa chat ndio watu wa studio hapa, na wacheka kabisa. Shauri yenu. Mi kitu najua, mkienda ati mnaenda kumuua Ruto, hiyo ni shauri yenu. Tuone vile itatokea after that. Me, I don't support that. That's my final conversation here. I don't support ATCG removing Ruto by force just because he has been killing people. At now as we go and blow him, I don't support it. Hiyo ni shauri yenu. Nendeni muifanye. Asanteni.
Hallelujah. Mbona studio imenyamaza bana? Thank you, Eli. Thank you for that, but I would encourage you not to really usiangalie upande wa comment section sana, hiyo mtu una developing thick skin and that's why I said opinion ya mtu ni ya mtu. So and it is true. Wewe ume explain, wale watataka kwenda kumblow wamblow, hiyo ni sawa. So don't worry sana about wale watu wako huko side za comment. Now mimi kuna point moja nani umeisema, Maunga, and thank you so much for seeing what majority of Kenyans are seeing, because that's one thing. Kuna, I hope I'm clear. Kuna watu ambao the likes of sasa hiyo ODM brigade, you know, they are just being driven by selfishness. As much as people say politics lazima kuwe na interest, of course there has to be interest. Kila game kuna interest. Hata ukienda football, fans have their interest because they want their team to win. Players want to win ile kikombe.
PK, what is your interest with Mbere?
My interest in Mbere is to see the change that I've always wanted since I was born, because I know how I found it when my dad introduced me, akaniambia huku ndio shago kwetu. When we used to go kutoka Nairobi tunaenda, the suffering, mpaka unashindwa ama ni Kenya, you know. And when now I grew up, I went, nikaanza kufanya kazi, I was deployed. Funny enough, I took a profession that actually is service oriented, dealing with the people, and I've been deployed in very deplorable areas. Nilikuwa nafikiria kwetu ati ni very remote, ni very backward and all that. Then I realized, you know, it is lack of resources being distributed to them.
Precisely. So those are the interests. Those are the initially the people who wrote the whole book about political science and the word interest. There contextually, it ought to have meant that my interest is especially people, service, and people.
Service. That is it. Yeah, service. You know, just to be a guardian of the people. Because I think that is what it is. Because politics is about distribution, equal distribution of resources. What that discussion on the table, tufanye hivi, tugawe hivi, which is what is called maendeleo, development, progress. So that's why I'm in dispute with the people who say, unajua in politics, that does not this. People have taken the word politics out of context to fit into conmanship, to fit in trickster, to fit into liar. You know, that is not what it is. It is not that. And then unfortunately, some of the very good service deliverers, wale watu wanaweza kudeliver service, they cannot do that socially until they are baptized through political system. Ndio hiyo uende campaign, ufanye nini. But otherwise, if ingekuwa ni kama, you know, you apply, mnafanyishwa interview, it would have been so beautiful. Yeah, because you get competent people and then you have panels there choosing and all that. But now, imewekwa ni watoto nyara. Then those who are vying, wanajua sasa ni, you look for money, you lie to people, you pretend one off, and then they fall for you, and there you are for 5 years. You see, so that by itself now takes time for people to realize this is how they are being cheated, this is how they are being conned. It has taken us 62 years now since independence for us to agree. Juu sahi Kenya wamekubali kwamba those people we trusted, those people we believed in are thieves, they are conmen, they are tricksters, they are selfish. It has taken us 62 years, which I say is a short time comparatively. There are those who did it for 200 years, 300 years, but sisi tume fast forward. Sahi mtu hawezi kuja hapa kuanza kudanganya ati fulani yako hivi, fulani yako hivi. Watu ndio unaona sasa kama Jendo alikuwa anasema we would like such and such a person. We are in that capacity level now to be able to pick or handpick. Right now, if you tell people to handpick a president, they will do that quickly. They will say we want so and so, and that is how it inaendaga hivyo. Tukimweka in a short time akuwa haja deliver. Like for example, the 100 days are very good for people to make a decision. I was in another forum, people are saying, oh, you are judging Ruto too soon. And you know, I got so mad. Too soon. It takes you as a president 2 years to be able to show whether you can deliver. And then in 2 years, you have destroyed all that there was, and you are still waiting for some indicators and to show that huyu mtu atapiga about turn, a deliver. How will he resurrect what he has destroyed for 2.5 years? That is sickness. Okay? So for me, and I said yesterday in our forum, it is the first 100 days, the executive orders that will determine who we will keep as our president. You know, let's see your 5 executive orders, especially sahi ule mtu akiingia. I want kusikia mtu ataingia na executive orders 5 minimum, and that's why I eliminate some presidential candidates. I don't see them doing executive order. Sorry to mention earlier ametoka, they wanafuata hiyo software ya early, you know, it has to be this. I don't see people like Kalonzo coming in and pulling in executive orders to strike off all those 5 devilish things, you know, school, health, you know, hizo kurudisha immediately, reverse to what they were, and then keep watch as we think of how to whether we want to overhaul or to change it completely. Okay, what were the gaps in NHIF? What were the gaps in I said karibu niseme NSSF because I think hiyo pia imekufa. Wazee watakuta hakuna pesa wako nayo. All right, what was the gaps in the funding module for university? That is in management. That's what you do. You do a SWOT analysis of whatever system you have found. The fact that you employ you are new CEO, you don't come and start, you ground everything at when you umetumwa kutoka mbinguni with expertise. Yeah, your first 3 months unaangalia, then basically you are just analyzing and listening to people. The gaps, you don't deal with where the centers of excellence are. Hizo zinafanya mzuri, hizo utafuata baadaye to see whether they can be improved. But immediately unaingia, kama umeingia kwa kampuni umeambiwa it make profit for the last 15 years. You have to know. Unaanza kutafuta why product iko vipi, nini, you know. I tend to think that is the module of running a country. Si mtu kuja kutuambia because you came with a manifesto. Ulipokuwa unachora hiyo manifesto, ulikuwa unafikiria nini? When you said you will give all women sanitary towels, you didn't know how to generate funding, sustainable funding for that. Yeah, so I don't forgive any failure, even in the past 3 months. I don't think if you can't achieve, if we can't see your roadmap in the past 3 months, 90 days, at one dalili, then even if you are given 50 years, you will go nowhere. Especially umeingia that the past 30 days ni kuiba. You have stolen this has disappeared, this has disappeared, this. Then people still say mpe time. Now your time tumempatia ndio sasa ni trillion. Sasa, can you imagine? What do Kenyans want to see? What do my friends people like Eli want to see? Yani tulianza kuiba mabilioni. Yes. Endelea.
Alafu akaenda kama vile msema alichukua yote anauliza watu wanataka nini, anataka kumpe kura na anajua vile Kenya wanataka, anajua nimesikia Kashabu alisema watu wengi wasikii Kashabu alisema.
Tengeneza mic yako mama.
Haya, unanisikia sasa? Sasa kitu akasema hiyo alikuwa anatoka huko anauliza watu wanataka nini. Ilikuwa kampuni na hajafanya. Kwa hivyo nakubali na Kashabu, ilikuwa tu ni kampuni.
Mtahabu kutoa Njeru arudi kako beta kwa sababu inakaa saundi yake haiwezi saidika. Mumtoe akirudi, mumtoe mumwekee link akirudi, she'll be better. I think she's been distorted.
Yeah.
Okay.
Nani sijui Julia kwa wapi mimi.
Unanisikia sasa?
Mwangalia mwaona.
Unanisikia? Sawa.
Haiko sawa, tutakusikia ukiongea, utoke,
Bado iko
alafu
shida.
tena
Iko
uende
shida.
kwa link. Toka uingie tena. Inakuwa umekuwa
Haya,
compromised.
haya, wacha nitoke sasa. Nitaingishwa na nani na ameenda? Okay, wacha
Njiru
niwaambie.
yuko.
Njiru
Njiru
hapa.
yuko.
Oh, yeah. I hope at nini. So what was I saying before Anijibu? Yeah, I was talking about the annoying indicators ambazo and it is so sad that I wish Ellis is here. Napenda kuongea juu ya mtu kama ako hapa.
He's here. He's back.
Ako huko nyuma. Oh, lakini
Eli yuko hapa.
Yuko ametoka, si alituaga. Eli alituaga.
Eli siongee.
Oh, ndio huyu neutral. Oh,
Eli
okay.
Eli akishindwa kulala hapa ndio huku ndio kuchill.
Anakuja kuchill.
Usingizi imekataa.
No,
the right of reply. Alafu mi naanza kazi in 6 hours, lakini the right of reply lazima nisikia vile ndugu yangu hapa anasema hapa.
Yeah, nilikuwa nataka why I was trying to tag Eli there. Nilikuwa nasema I feel so saddened that what Eli is saying is what people are saying. Uko chini, uko ground, by the way. You know, most of us tuko ground mbaya mbovu. As we don't want to reveal so much. So, ati narrative ya kwamba wale wakati ule hawa ndio walifanya hivi. Sasa sisi hatutaki kusikia hivyo, tutafanya hivi. You understand what I mean? That is sickening, sincerely, because sasa tunasema kama ile ilikuwa those of you who heard about Liberia, Liberia war, Charles Taylor, despite doing the things he did, atrocity, ilikuja kikapindukana, then he came contesting and people were singing. Vijana wale walikuwa massacred, wengine nini, yani that generation ndio walikuja wakiimba, you killed my ma, you killed my pa, but I will vote for you. Wakakuja wamesweep na wave, wakalazimisha mpaka wazazi, yani unaambiwa kwa nyumba, if you don't vote for my pa. Sasa walikuwa wanaita Taylor pa, yani kiwevu fulani, kishetani fulani kilikuja kikaziba hiyo, ikakuwa Taylor ni mweupe kama pamba. Charles Taylor. Now when I hear Nyanza, because I listen to Nyanza a lot, I mean all those people are people we interacted heavily. Unajua ukiwa ODM member alafu tena ule ndani ile mashindani yeah, you interact with them properly. There are people when they are normal, they are really normal, but they have come to reveal kitu moja. Everybody in Kenya ameshangaa. You listen to Kaluma. Okay, Otiende ananyamaza. I think conscious ya Otiende somehow because they know
Otiende is not a poor man. I actually think those people who are the poor ones are the ones now willing to sell Kenya. Otiende is a man who education yake ilikuwa imempatia yeye, pesa zake is old money yenye alijitengenezea, sio ya kutengeneza bure ya taxpayers kaki na Kaluma poor people.
And then his deep involvement in bringing Kenya where it is by virtue of being the part of the constitution makers. I think he has the country at heart. Ile iko hapo kwa heart kabisa. Ile anaona mazetu likaa huku Naivasha Bomas tukichora hii kitu alafu sasa inakuwa inakojolewa. Whenever I listened to him talk wherever in other forums, I would feel him. Okay, so you don't hear him uttering this very very demeaning, zina demean status ya kina Kaluma, mpaka watu wanaulizaje na Wajaluo ni wasomi au ndio wale tulikuwa tunasikianga kizungu poa, reasoning deadly social democratic people. Yani unasikia akina Mbandi, akina
saizi wote wana sound kama Gaucho.
Bas, thank you. Wewe nakupendeaga hiyo Irene. Nilikuwa natafuta example. Yani wote mazee ni level ya Gaucho. You've given me the best of. Mpaka sasa Na angalia wengine tulikuwa tunakaa nao kwa yoka. Basi mpaka unawa respect. Akiambiwa ni fulani anataka kuongea kani wewe unataka kuongea unanyamaza kwanza.
Stone.
Yes.
That is a national problem. It's not a crisis in one community. I mean, you look at the guy from Dagoretti, John Kiarie. What difference between him and Kaluma, for example?
Hapana, Eli. To whom much is given, much is expected. Wajaluo walikuwa wamepatiwa hii nchi, and as far as the intellectual might is concerned. So when they reduce themselves to what the choir that is presently being witnessed, wame to reduce sana, by the way. I understand that it is supposed to be a national issue, but when it comes to Luos doing it, it comes out worse.
Yeah, you know, Maunga and Eli, let me put a picture. Unajua, labda mukuji, you didn't know where Kenyans of upright standing had placed Nyanza people, Nyanza politicians, ndugu zangu, for 60 plus years. As a country, the status that, you know, most of those, and I'm saying those of upright thinking, politically, socially, and economically, where they had placed the Nyanza politicians, hakuna Mkenya amewahi kufikishwa hapo. It's only akina JM Kariuki ndio walikuwa amewekwa hiyo level. You see, I'm mentioning a few. Nyanza ilikuwa, yani walikuwa wanachukuliwa wholesale. Yani watu walikuwa wanasema you pick any, umweke atetee wananchi, ako pale. And it's not, that is not being construed at it is tagged on maandamano. That was idiots trying to cheapen it. Watu wa maandamano ni watu wa Nyanza. Hiyo kwanza, I hated that narrative because again, it is cowards who talk like that. You don't want to come out to go to wherever. Ndio unasema ni akina nani ndio wanaendanga. And then of course politicians, especially the central people, picked it and wakai twist. It came out very insulting. That I you know, pained me and I felt very bad because I know my kids, myself, and all of us have been out with everybody else.
Yani, Njero, distortion from her side. Hasikio distortion, ni si tu tunasikia hiyo distortion. Because there's nothing she is saying that tutasikia.
Umetoka tutumie kitu kingine, unatumia mic
kama surely atumie gadget ingine.
Ni simu, is it a phone? Yeah, that's
now better.
Yes.
Ni vile nimeingia kwa line, naenda kazi, niko kwa airport. Sasa ile pengine problem ikakuja. Acha niseme kitu kidogo hapa kabla sijaenda. Dada yangu, ndugu zangu, unaona Kenya kwanza tunataka tupalishe hii katiba. Unaona hawa parties au watu wa politician hawa, inatakana tu chama mbili peke yake ndio hii ukabila ishe. Ile iko kwa serikali na ile opposition. Wale wakikosa kufanya kazi, watu wajali, wewe ni Mjaluo, wewe ni Kikuyu, wewe ni Kalenjin, wewe ni Mkamba. Alafu pande nyingine wakikosa kufanya kazi wanatolewa na ile group nyingine. Sasa Kalonzo wako na chama, Kikuyu huyu Kioni yako na chama, ama Uhuru wako na chama, Raila wako na chama yake, Nyanza wako na chama zao. Hiyo ndio inaleta hii ukabila. Hii ndio inatakana sasa ni time Gen Z tupadilishe hiyo katiba. Registration of parties, wa register only the 2 party in Kenya. Na hii kabisa isha. Sauli ukiona sasa huko na watu wako na Raila, Raila aenda kwa Ruto na wanalala njaa.
Njero, sio multi-party inaleta ukabila. Ukabila ni sisi. Sisi ndio wakabila. Sio, hakuna system yenye inaleta chuki kwa Wakenya. Wakenya ndio wamekubali kuchukiana.
Okay, wacha niseme hii. Hiyo nasema hii tutatengeneza. Najua Gen Z wako very 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 smart. Sasa ukiona sasa tuseme kama example, Raila ako na ODM. Watu wa ODM ni lazima wafuate Raila pale ameenda. Watu wa Kalonzo ile inaitwa Wiper. Wanafuata Wiper. Uhuru, Jubilee. this ujinga hii ikuwe chama mbili peke yake kwa registrar. That's it. Hakuna kabila ile utaingia pale ama utaingia wapi. Bora Kenya itengenezwe na watu wa Kenya wasaidiwe.
Mwaura,
Hiyo ndio
unajua
mimi naangalia.
Mwaura ndio uendelee. Ikiwa hiyo mbili unajua itakauka, itakuwa Nilot but is Bantu, my dear.
Doesn't matter. Ebu sikiza. Sikiza. Wacha niseme muone. Ukiingia hii chama huko, uingie Sauli ni ya Laila, unaingia ni Sauli ni ya Kenya. Wa Kenya wameugana. Ukiingia ile nyingine iko kwa serikali, umeingia Sauli wewe ni Mkenya. Uangalie wewe ni Kikuyu, wewe ni Mjaluo, wewe ni nani. Unataka ule mtu ako na power pale afanye kazi kwa kila mtu. Doesn't matter opposition whatever. Na muache kuambiwa ati ni lazima ukuwe kwa serikali ndio mfanyiwe kazi. Hiyo ni upuzi. Hiyo is very stupid. Na ndio umeona sasa ODM wamesurrender wafuasi wao. Unaona? Sauli wanaingia pale ati wanasema wanafanyia watu kazi. Hebu enda Kisumu niambie, ama uende huko Kikuyu. Hakuna pahali mashule inasomwa kwa iko na mashule. Si ni ujinga. Nasema muache hiyo kuangalia ni chama gani unaenda. Itakuwa bili na hiyo jinsi wakibadilisha Kenya itasimama sasa. Chama bili peke yake, doesn't matter which one you go. You can change next year if that party did do work. You can go other one. Na dati ndio unaona wasungu wamesimamisha nchi zao. Party ni bili. Wewe ukikuja na yako
wazungu wako na party mbili by the way. Wako na multi-party. Wako na multi-party ni vile wameshikana.
Wanafanya hivi, wacha nimalize pale niko kwa wasungu saa hii naingia. Hapa tuko na Labour na Liberal. Lakini tuko na Green ya wale
conservatives pia.
Ebuni, unanisikia sasa?
Yes, endelea.
Ndio nasema kama vile ujuzi niko naye naongea saa hii na nimeangalia wasungu vile wanatumia Afrika. Unaona multi-party hizi. Hawa wako na chama mbili very strong. Liberal na Labour. Haya, Labour ni ya watu wale wa katikati. Ile Liberal ni ya millionaire. Wale wajali. Okay? Dynasty. Lakini wako na ingine hapa inaitwa like a national, wako na Green. Bili peke yake. Wakati uchaguzi inakuja, Green anaenda anaongezea wale wa MP, anaenda kwa Labour. Wanakuwa na viti mingi kwa parliament. National inakibia kwa Liberal wakati wanachaguana waongeze pale. Na hiyo ndio wamejipanga watu. Ndio sisi tunauana na tunafanyana nini? Tuko kwa hii nchi sasa, ukitaka kuingia Labour ama Liberal no problem. Ukitaka kutoka wakati ya uchaguzi uchague wale, hakuna problem. Sasa hii Kenya. Nataka Kenya wafikie, usiangalie Jaluo, tunaangalia saa hizi Laila na watu wake. Wanacheka damu ya jinsi. Saa hii media mtasema na sio ukabila.
But Gachagua sina watu wake anasema Wakikuyu washikane, anasema anatetea Wakikuyu. Sasa hizi hata tukisema Koome ako na shida. Si anatetea Koome. Sio Raila tu ako na shida, hata Gachagua ako na shida.
Okay. Wapi tuko na chama sisi? Tulienda kwa Ruto hakuna chama. Nataka Kenya waangalie.
We are not talking about chama, tunaongea about Kenya. Kama binadamu, kama personal.
Ukikuwa una na ile shuki uko naye, Gachagua anasema Mount Kenya ni lazima mkuwe na party yenu mkienda kwa watu. Hiyo ndio anafanya.
Na Jubilee ilikuwa nini?
Alafu sasa hiyo siende analeta ukabila akisema Mount Kenya uko na chama yao.
Sasa mnataka tuende wapi? Na tuna pasi yetu. Mnataka watu
waende. Sasa ndio umesema parties zikuwe mbili. Why are you contradicting yourself? Let's speak about things that make sense by the way.
Sasa ni saa hii. Mimi nasema in the future. Kenyans, please listen. I'm talking about in the future. Today is today. Wako hivyo vile wako. Mimi nasema nikiulizwa ikuwe huko mbele hiyo katiba ibadilishwe. Kila mtu ako na chama yake ya ujinga. Mimi nasema future.
Tulikuwa
I'm
na
not
chama
talking
moja
today.
Moi's time ilitusaidia nini? Tukaleta multi-party
Wachana,
ikatusaidia Kenya iko where it is right now. Tusiongea about
wacha,
kutoa parties by the way, hapana. Hiyo tusikubali kubadilisha katiba, party reduciwe. Let it be open, multi-party ibaki.
sasa nasema mkirudi kuongea maneno hata watu wengine walikuwa nursery school. Mmoja ameenda. Hata mkiongea nini mmoja ameenda. Kibaki ameenda. Kenyatta Msejo Mkenyatta ameenda.
Those people who do
Sasa
not know
tuongee
their history, those people who do not know their history are bound by making the same mistake in their future. So lazima tutaongea about history yetu.
the
Because your
history
history ndio
iko
imetuleta
the
pali tuko.
history the
Thank you.
history iko kwa kitabu.
Haiko
Sasa
kwa
huyu Ruto
kitabu,
ndio
si we've lived it. Sio
Hivyo
unasema
ndio
ati watu wa
walimwambia,
Moi walikuwa kwa nursery school.
hivyo ndio walimwambia Raila kwa kampeni ati anyamaze, asiongee
Imagine it is
history.
not right that we just talk for the sake of talking. Ebu, let us make sense of the things that we are saying. Let us be
okay.
responsible about our utterances. Let us make
Wacha
sense of what
niseme.
we are talking about.
Hebu niambie sasa, mnaangalia chama. Hebu niseme sahi. Kila mtu hapo Kenya, hata nyinyi sitaki
Wengine wetu
kutaja
chama is not
ukabila.
important. It is the character of Kenyans ndio saizi tunaangalia. Tuna have kuangalia within. Life is not all about politics. Life is about the quality of who a Kenyan is. Hata zile conversations tuko nazo, it will be based on who the character of the people we are. We've been bad people, tumekuwa na ukabila na imekuwa ni sisi ndio tumekuwa tukilea criminals in our houses, tumekuwa tukiambia watoto wetu wachukie kabila ingine, sisi ndio tumefanya hiyo kitu. So sisi ndio lazima, okay, usijali, mimi I have not said it but najichukulia because I'm a Kenyan. So moving forward, what we are saying is the things that are wrong about Kenya tuta fix from the point of being a better Kenyan, period. Hakuna system itatusaidia, tutajisaidia sisi wenyewe based on who we are. Hiyo UK yenye unaongea about, it is not about multipartism ama lack of it ndio imewasaidia. Nyinyi kama mtu ako na tabia mbaya, ana resign kabla hata mtu kumwambia. Sisi hapa mtu akiwa na tabia mbaya, sasa hizo ndio kwanza ana run for public office. Aende akafanya hizo tabia pali Wakenya wanamlipa na taxes zao.
Sidio nasema, nilisema kitabu wakati nilikuwa hapa ndani kabla sijatoka kidogo. Nikasema Wakenya saa hizi tuko na solution 1, tutoe Ruto. Ni kuchukua maloya kama 50 wamejaa huko, tuende kotini. Sauli wa bunge watamtoa, senta watamtoa. Sidio nilisema, watu wa Western wanafanya hivi. They march. We march to court. We don't want this man. We are not fighting. We are not making anarchy. Winauliza
So
court.
after court imepitisha that he is supposed to leave, alafu atoe jeshi na polisi wakuja watuue hapo kwa barabara, what difference will it make?
Sasa hiyo uoga yenu ndio watu wanaangalia. Unafikiria ukitoka huko na salama na
mambo na
hakuna
koti kwa sababu Ruto does not respect court.
Sasa ni Ruto gani mnaongea? Mtu amezaliwa 1967. Kwani Ruto ni bomb? What are you talking about?
Sasa ukituambia mbona sisi ndio tumuogope na wewe usimuogope, mbona usikuje ufanye tofauti?
Nilikuwa huko nikamati
rule of law nayo huwa hafanyi anything. So I'll go back to what Eli was saying. When you do not become objective and you're not on this ground here, usijaribu kuita watu cowards. Kawe mwenyewe hujafanya kitu about it. Appreciate what efforts people are making and appreciate the things that are not making sense. If at all court here makes sense, we are simply telling you. Huyo Koome wenu bado Gachagua na claim kumtetea na kuna kitu atafanya, yeye ndiye alireinstate Ruto na bado Ruto akiwapatia pesa they'll do the same thing. There's no arm of this government that is pro Kenya anymore.
Ebu sikiza, si nilikuwa huko 2023. Si nilikuwa machi na Gen Z. Unasema si machi nini? Huko ni kwetu. Na mimi ni Kikuyu sifishi na nilikuwa huko kwa town na Gen Z. Sio kitu ati sijui vile nasema. Mimi nilikuwa huko na mimi sio mtu wa kuongea hapo uogo. Ati ama kuongea kuropoka sijui vile nasema. Nilikuwa huko na hawa. Tulikuwa kwa town. Watu wakuwe wanajua maandamano ni nini, iko kwa katiba. Hakuna kusema mtu utauawa. Watu wakianza kuingiza hiyo mungeke kwa maandamano. Si muliona Jenga, si alisema ni yeye alikuwa anasaidia Raila na maandamano. Mkianza kuingiza ujinga, wakianza kuingiza ujinga hii ya vijana wanaiba, wanaharibu business. maandamano iko kwa katiba, uko na right. Kama vile Gen Z walitoka na kila mtu anasema wakatupiwa au wakora hao. Hiyo ndio maandamano. Don't carry anything. Kuwa na piringi na kitambaa na simu yako na maji. Hiyo ndio nasema na iko kwa katiba. Na saa hii haya, hebu niambie Irene, daktari wana machi walikuwa kwa parliament last night. Walipigwa na tear gas. Walipigwa.
Hao hawatapigwa kwa sababu hao
sababu gani?
Government.
Hawana effect, there will be no impact.
hawana impact, itakuwa tu ni maandamano kama ya UK ile, so you know you demand your right. Hii ya labor, those are small things. Wanaenda strike 3 days.
Wacha nikwambie, hao watu madaktari Kenya yote inasikana, mtu mmoja hata wawili wasikane, wanapea barua, tunatoka maandamano, kila mtu hata daktari hata nani. Niliona walienda mpaka kwa parliament na wakaongeleshwa pale. Hata nyinyi, hata sisi wananchi wanaanza kufanya hivyo. Wanaanza kwa hakuna kisirani na kutoa nini na fujo na kuchoma barabara. Unaona? Maandamano iko kwa katiba. Nataka niambie Mkenya
femicide demonstration. Femicide demonstration ilikuwa tu juzi. Mbona hawako wamebeba anything kama masilaha au anything na wakakuwa tear gas?
Si nakwambia waliingiliwa. Wale watu walikuwa wanachoma huko Nairobi.
Sasa utafanyaje wasiingiliwe? Utafanyaje? What will you do?
Ndio hiyo tunataka. Ndio hiyo tulijua ni nani anafanya. Na niliambia watu hapa wakaniangalia hivi. Si huyu Maina Jenga ndio alikuwa akona hiyo group.
Sasa Maina Jenga ikiwa anahangaisha na watu less than 200. Then what are we talking about?
Watu kama hawa, nyinyi ukiwa ndio citizen, what do you do with somebody damaging somebody else's business? What do you do? Na is next to you. Unauliza polisi wanakuwa huko, polisi wanauliza. Listen, wacha nikwambie. Vile nasema, mimi nimeongea na lawyer, nikamuuliza hizi maswali na akaniulizia. Akasema hakuna polisi akikupea barua na uwaitisha wa escort, ni lazima watokee. Tufanye ile kitu imesema kwa katiba. Sio kusema tunatoka kesho tunatoka.
Ruto haangalii katiba Njeru. Kwa nini mnaongeanga theory?
Unajua hao watu wako majuu, hawa ndio
kwa nini mnaongeanga theory?
Ni theory.
Ruto hafuati katiba yote ya Kenya.
Za theory.
Ruto is the constitution unto himself.
I agree with you. Unaona kama hii madaktari, nimeuliza jana hii swali, sasa ndio niongee kwa hii lady. Ndio niongee na nyinyi. Nimeuliza lawyer msima huko. Kumwambia madaktari wako na barua ya polisi wafanye hivyo. Ndio. No, akasema wataenda ruti gani? Wako na barua kwa mkono. Wafanye maandamano hiyo. Sio ati walitoka wakati asishauri
ali. What we've been doing, Njeru. Hakuna maandamano imefanywa bila barua Kenya, hakuna.
Okay, yes. We have to work in a county then. Ruto is under criminal then.
Yeah.
If aliingilia polisi waue.
He's a criminal. Yes. Why are we dealing with him? Why do we spend hours here talking about strategies of how to get him out? He's a criminal.
Yeah.
Nani alikuwa mkubwa wa polisi? Sinu Kidiki. Hiyo iko account. It's account. Sauli watu waliuawa. Wakenya tukae chini tuache kupigana, kufanyia makelele wote, turudi tufanye nini, to talk. We talking. We are not fighting here.
Wakenya ni wagani wanapigana by the way?
Njeru, which Kenya?
Government inapigana na Wakenya. Wakenya wanapigana time.
Makelele. Huyu tunahesabu.
Hapana, makelele hatuna. All we are saying is we are having conversations zenye zina make sense. Atuongee about theories. Tunataka kuongea practicalities.
Unajua, wacha nikwambie kitu. Jaji wote Kenya, sio Kenya peke yake, world, wanaangalia point. Tuko na point hapa, ati Kidiki ndio alikuwa amesimamia polisi. Polisi wale waliua watoto. Unaona? Na mulikuwa na barua zilikuwa pale. Sauli mimi nilikuwa huko on 2nd of January February 2023. Nilikuwa kwa hiyo march in Nairobi. Na I can prove that. Sasa vile nasema hiyo ni is account. Ati tuliwauliza watupe escort ya polisi wakakataa, alafu wanakuja kuua watoto. Polisi wangekuwa pale au watoto wangeingia kwa parliament, wangesimama hapo nje. Unaona, wangesimama hapo nje. Kwa hivyo
Hapana, it
hakuna
was an
escort.
ambush. Hawakubelieve watu wataingia kwa parliament. Hiyo move ya kuingia parliament iliwa shock sana. Hakuna mtu alibelieve mtu ataweza ingia parliament. Walikuwa very surprised.
Nasema wewe ukisikia vile nimesema, wangekuwa hii maandamano ya Gen Z ilikuwa imeescort by police vile inatakana,
Hakuna
wangeingia kwa
polisi ata
parliament.
escort mtu hapa. Saizi hakuna kitu inafanyika vile inafaa kufanyika Njiru.
Si ndio
What we
hiyo
are saying,
maswali tunataka. Aya,
saizi hizo maswali
sasa
tunataka yes tuziulize zijibiwe,
unaona
hazitajibiwa.
hapana, ile mtu ameniuliza hapa, tutaenda kotini aje tutoe Ruto?
Huyu mtu hao watu wenye nakuuliza waambie Kenya saizi hatuna constitution, hatuna any other arm of government. Ruto is the only government. And Ruto is the devil. Sasa mtu akikuuliza maswali mwambie we are dealing with a very abnormal country.
It's arrest people.
Ndio nasema tukienda kumpeleka kotini Sauli parliament waweti, si ndio hiyo maneno yote tunaweka pale.
I hope unasema ICC. Usijaribu kusema koti yetu, because koti yetu hakuna kitu atamfanyia. Atawaua tu. Atawaua tu hapo nje.
Hakuna koti Kenya, Njero. Hakuna koti Kenya. They all garbage.
Mumejaribu wakakataa.
Yanajua vile alifanya nao kazi wakamuingiza.
Mumejaribu hii sasa ikakataliwa.
Kwani kuna kesi ngapi za Ruto zilizoitwa menini?
Njero, say one case unataka ijaribiwe. We have all the cases in the court. All. Including
if they did it to BBI, what are you talking about? They did stop BBI.
Njero uko nyuma kabisa.
Ruto Uhuru alikuwa muungwana by the way. Huyu mwenye mnadeal naye ni shetani mwenyewe, ni ibilisi.
Sasa huyu kama mtu akona kichwa kidogo amezaliwa 1967. Mnaogopa hivi?
Huyu ni mdeadly Njero. He is deadly na atafira Kenya properly. Huyu mnasema 67.
Hapana.
Listen Njero, and remember
he's willing to flatten this country. He's willing to flatten this country.
Mark my words Njero. Ruto ni deadly. Ruto ni deadly. Ameshinda wale wote hata kushinda Moi. Niliwaambia hapo kwa suicidal mission. Ukijua vile mtu anaenda suicide ile anakuaga. And I want you to start following Ruto vizuri. Msikize speech zake as much as I hate. Nasikiza speech zake kuona demeanor. The guy is a devil. In those the words vile na describe.
Mimi tangu mwaka jana aliua watoto. Mimi sisikiagi miti ya Ruto.
That's why umemiss. You don't know who he is. That's why unamuita mtu wa 67. Amepira kila mtu hata akina Kalonzo. Wote ni
sasa kama amemanage kumaliza Raila with one stroke. Raila mwenye all the administration zimejaribu kumweza zijamweza. Yeye amemaliza Raila. Mnafikiri mtamuita mtu wa 67 kweli?
Kwisha. Huyu nani wa Munyoro hakuna mahali atapeleka Ruto. Yeye atakwisha. Pesa ile atapewa.
Hiyo mapepo yake anatumia. Wallahi nipeni, nitafunga. Si tumeanza sasa.
Ni pesa.
Waache hiyo pesa yake na Mungu. Pesa na Mungu nani mkubwa? Mimi nitaanza kuomba na nitarudishia nyinyi June.
Omba utusaidie.
Peke yangu. Mimi siedagi hizo machache. Mimi na believe God. Our Father in 7 times are destroying Ruto.
Amen. We are praying. We want anybody who will do anything. Praying, shooting.
Mimi siedagi hizo machache niliwacha. Na hiyo Ruto ujinga na udanganyifu na Biblia. Mimi naomba peke yangu. Najua Mungu anasikia. We mostly pray, not saying money. Money not strong than God. God can make it even alale asiamuke.
But money is the source of all evil. Money is the source of all evil.
Lakini hiyo pesa yake siogopi. Mimi naogopa Mungu peke yake. Na mimi najua Mungu anasikia. Hao watoto wanalala huko jamii na waona wanalala hakuna kwa mchanga, wanasomea kwa mawe. Mungu atasikia maombi yangu.
Amen.
Na wanasemanga Mungu pia anatumianga watu kama hawa kufunza watu adabu.
Kabisa.
Amemanage kutufunza adabu.
Mungu amemanage kufunza Kenya adabu kabisa. Wakenya wakifanya
Mnajua
ukabila tena
Yeah.
watakuwa irredeemable fools.
Tugokera tene tena hiyo wimbo hiyo kama itaimbwa tena.
Watahokora tena wakienda kupigia Mungu magoti.
Kupigia Mungu magoti.
Mimi naamini Mungu anatupenda, alitutolea huyu
Kwani nyinyi
anaitwaje?
Jeromaora hamkusikia nani? Jeromaora, sorry. Haukusikia kuna watu nimesikia huko Northeastern wakisema ati hiyo wimbo ya Wakikuyu wao ndio wataichukua.
Yeah.
Alafu waipelekeshe kabisa. Sijui.
By the way, nani niko nayo nini ya Kiborana.
Kuna watu wanasema sasa hiyo wimbo ya Wakikuyu wametuachia. Sisi tunaiimba kabisa sasa. Na tuchague Ruto tena. Can you discuss that?
Waachana na huyo tumama hiyo wanafunga wanaofikia pesa.
I'm loving this.
Sasa hii wametoa hiyo body ile body yule Ruto amewacha huko. Wametoa.
Na moto yao ni 10 bila break. Si umesikia hivyo? Atu wanasema ni 10 bila break. Hiyo
sasa wako na miti gapi? Sasa hiyo ni kuongea tu, wako na kura gapi? Hiyo ni kuongea tu wajinga.
Itachagua Ruto mami, kura itachagua Ruto. Elections will never happen again in Kenya. Election ya mwisho
hata iba mniamini, mimi naomba.
Unaomba nani? Oh my God.
Mungu
atakuwa kwa kila polling station.
Ananisikia?
Jeromaora.
Yeah.
Up in Kakuma, pale Kakuma jana kulikuwa na watu wa Sudan walikuwa wa South Sudan na sijui Rwandese na Burundi walikuwa interviewed hiyo story ya sijui integration. Wao wanataka kulazimishwa sasa na serikali wajiapishwe kuwa wa Kenya. They will be given IDs, passport, kila kitu. Sasa ile story ya Dadaab, I don't know if it will be the same, lakini Kakuma serikali ishaamua watu watapatiwa Kenyan ID, alafu wanaweza kuendelea kupata passport. If this same thing happens,
hiyo itakuwa world news. Sauli wamekaa pale na nchi nyingi sana
It is happening.
Hold on.
Let me just finish.
Please. Can we all mute? There is a bad echo. I just came from down there to tell you. Can we all mute one person, please? But there is a bad echo.
Yes, Alex. Now,
echo,
one person at a time.
And let's all mute.
Jiru, manage the show. Jiru, watch your kuka side. Let one person at a time talk. One person at a time.
I was just concluding my comments.
And then I found myself
Somebody mute PK.
PK.
Okay, so this is what I was saying, that in Kakuma, some refugees, some who have even stayed there for over 5 years, they've been approached by government officials that they will be forced to integrate. And that integration will be, in fact, I think even Comfort spoke about it here the other day. She gave a hint of what's happening. And the same thing will happen in Dadaab. Now, if this happens, and nothing against Muslims, but if this happens in Dadaab, the authority, the power, the fidelity that people have about the Kenyan passport in airports and places like that will just disappear. We will be like the Nigerians. At when in Kenya?
It's already happening in Dubai.
It's already happening with the Nigerians.
Thank you. Can you just explain it to everyone here, please?
Do you want me to try? Yeah. The Nigerians, our president's father-in-law is a Nigerian. State House is full of them. And Nigerians, they know corruption like squared. Us maybe are corruption. Kenyans are corruption. Then they're corruption squared. They've been doing a lot of funny stuff. They are bringing all sorts of people. They're the ones who allow a lot of Nigerians to come in.
they get the passports to go to Europe and other parts of the country, of the world, sorry, especially Dubai. In Dubai, they're already messing up. So they're starting to look at Kenyans twice going to Dubai because of that. The Dabab, that thing of the refugees, after some time when you go to a country as a refugee, you're supposed to be integrated. But then there's people now use that as a one-stop from everywhere, because even some people from Uganda went to Dabab, whatever it's called, because of 70s LGBTQ issues. He didn't allow them, so they were allowed to stay to join the people at Dabab by the USAID or whatever they're called, whoever is helping them out there. So some have been there for a long time. Then Dwale and the rest, they came up with a plan to have them integrated. And actually, integration
for
means
elections.
where is there an echo? To be able to work even in government, a certain percentage of government jobs needs to go to them. Imagine, and the Kenyans who don't have jobs. And Somali now is stable, so they should have gone back to their country rather than staying. They don't have issues in their country as such. So there's that debate, but money is talking. You saw amongst the Shah, Dwale is there and the rest. Yeah, so the monies that have gone through that Shah issue, yeah, that's our budget. Our budget is already gone. But the part that hurts me most is that people died. People have died waiting to be treated. And then we don't know where the NHIF money went. People paid for almost how many years? 10 years NHIF, paying, you're not getting sick. Where did that money go? They used that thing to change to share so they could pocket the NHIF and then continue pocketing. What are they doing with all this money? It's unbelievable. Yeah, it's very sad to see those kids. I'm telling you, I still can unsee it. Those kids in that kind of a school. What happens when it rains? I mean, I felt so sad. I can't recover from that. That issue is just too much. And then you go and give a church 20 million. Anyway, back to you. That's the issue that's going on. Oh yeah, by the way, also once you get the passport, this is how they do it. There are those who end up staying in Kenya, and there are those who get passports and come to Minnesota. You just check all the flights live in Kenya. They have people from one country. So there are those who are staying and those who are going to Minnesota. Thanks.
That one I disagree with Minnesota.
Sorry?
That Minnesota I disagree completely.
No, okay, maybe not exactly Minnesota, but they live in the country. You just every flight I go often when you live in Kenya, there are many. And then up to Minnesota, coming to the US.
And you're sure it's not the IOM program?
I don't know. It's just the numbers and the random.
IOM, IOM usually has a program.
January, I go whichever month I go is when I'm coming back.
So IOM usually has a program, and in fact, I remember my late brother used to be a chaperone at some point.
Oh.
You chaperone them. So IOM has a program where they are brought in after they've stayed, they're naturalized over here. I think then, in fact, the YMCA is the one that we have a contract with the IOM where we kind of hold them waiting repatriation. So there's a program for IOM, yeah.
Okay, maybe that's what's going on. Thanks.
Yeah, so I complete here. My last word here is I was just trying to reassure Jeru there because Jeru said that she does not think that William Ruto will rig the 2027 elections if it happens. And so I was trying to tie up that issue of Dadaab and Kakuma, because once these people have been, regularized in Kenyan identity, they will be allowed to vote. Then the next thing they'll have voters cards, and that's why people like Aden Duale, they're very excited. People think it's a joke, but it's real. And this is me, a Pan-Africanist, who is afraid of this situation at the moment. So I would like to tell Njeru that I think you're wrong, that Ruto will not rig the elections. If Ruto is still around, I think he's already rigged it, So thanks anyway. Thanks, guys.
I would like to be a bit more hopeful because people are also not going to sit and watch their country go. They won't. And yeah, you get it, but people on the ground will know that you're not a Kenyan when you're going there to vote. There'll be issues. And probably that's why people are saying there'll be no elections. Like there'll probably be a lot of violence, people being stopped from voting. You look like this. There'll be some chaos. People are not going to allow it. People are not going to allow it again. That you get a few people that go and take the entire budget and just take it, all of it. You know, it's okay if you take a bit and let things continue functioning. This is a bit much. Thank you.
So what Eli has been saying, Eli is not disagreeing with that. What Eli, and can we all mute, because I think on a kid, okay, yeah. What Eli is saying is very correct and candid. And if we are not going to diagnose that problem from there and start like bubbling people without like telling people the truth that at the center of this is power. You're not just going to jittle Ruto out of power just like that the way you want. The mathematics they used, whether be in CDS or whatever way they used last time, it's not the same card they are going to use. Obviously, you have seen that their Esabiao is totally different this time. And one of the things that is coming is the issue of the refugees, how they are going to normalize them quickly and legitimize their stay in Kenya. Which brings a potent point that, look, yes, the mountain has 6 million votes. Or hesabu yote sisi tunapiga is not the hesabu hao wameshapiga. So which brings a new thing on what? On the table. And I agree with Eli on this. We disagree a lot, but I'm saying Ruto is not going to sit down pretty easily and wait that tufunge hii mitego yote yenye we think we can. And that is why I still go back to what Wajakoya said kwa the program he was in the morning. It reaches a point that if he has the instruments of power, he has more leverage over us. In that, he assigns the people in the IEBC because we are waiting something that is going to be Ruto's. So the idea of us even going to election in the idea of saying 2027 is a lost cause. You can't go to election and with Ruto, however much we are going to kuchukua kura or whatever way we can do, that even that announcement will come that Ruto ameshindwa. I disagree with Njeru completely. At sasa yeye nataka maombi. Hakuna maombi hapo. It is realizing that it is a rigged thing before even we start. If you look how this man became a president, and while he was what we call deputy president, they forced whatever gadgets they had with this lady from Eldoret. We don't even know how those things were working, but somehow they knew that the system, and these people are very proud and very arrogant to even tell us, Ataweka Oburu Odinga. So if you can borrow a leaf from there, there's no even need for us to start talking about election. Let us understand, we must dismantle this system because these people are ahead of us. If you hear that 104 billion of share is probably because the Auditor General told us that that thing is not controlled by Kenya. They don't even know where the money went to. Like, we know very well that whatever monies that are being stolen today from Kenya, even the 1.3 trillion we're talking about, it is working towards 2027. You know it, I know it. So if that is the case, and we have seen since 2002, obviously, whether people want to agree or disagree, that is our history. We agree when it favors us. But from 2002, Kenya has never had an election. That's a fact to my side. Other people may say, oh, somebody, even if I don't like Raila, I will obviously say in 2007 he won the election. 2013, well, they can say, well, let's give it to Uhuru. 2017, he never won election. But what happened? The system that we are talking today And we keep on saying that, oh, hakuna. There is nothing, there is no power Wamunyoro will have when it comes to IBC, declaration, so on and so forth. We can have the power right now to make a lot of noise that we can, but eventually the person that will announce, and that is why even Isaac, the former IBC said, the person that takes that chair is already cast because they know they are bought, they announce, and the next thing is to die. So what ought we do instead of talking about 2027, legitimizing Ruto until 2027, giving up, rebranding parties and giving him space to steal and control the system until 2027? I think we must go to what Nani Wajakoya said the other day, that, we have to destabilize the establishment totally and completely. Why? Because it is already rigged towards there. And the problem is this, now that you have brought the issue of the refugees. If we were to rescue ourselves from 2027, the mess that will be done already to get that mess, to clean the mess. For instance, if you say that they are going to harness these people back, like, I don't know the name you used, I'm not an expertise in the issue of how the refugees work, but if they are going to integrate them,
Naturalize them.
both this side and this side, do you know that's already a security issue, a big time security issue. So you can see what we are also headed to, whether Ruto wins or not, or continues. So what ought we to do now that we know all these things? Should we start saying that Wamunyoro is doing the right thing? We wait until 2027 when we get such kind of news? I think now it's a time we go what Stone has been saying. We have to completely destabilize the system, destabilize. We have to we have to allow anarchy to take place. And it's already taking place, because if you realize very well, Ruto is not in control of so many things. The powers that he gave to the intelligence, especially to the Somali, now there is a place they are controlling that Ruto is not able to control. How powerful they have become in the last 2 years, just 2 years, how powerful they have become. That brings another question, that is really Ruto in control of that country? So for me, I go for full-blown war. We get him out.
Halo, Kiru ameenda. Moderator ni
No,
nani?
niko hapa lakini ni kama mic yako inalialia sana. So nilikuwa nikitaka kuuliza nani kitu. Alex kidogo as you come. So Alex, umesema full blown attack on Ruto. So my question is, who will lead that? Do we have a conventional opposition? Hata kama hawa akina Wamunyoro, akina Natembea, all these people, or what you are saying, are we going to use the conventional style ile ambayo wakina Wamunyoro wanatumia, just attacks on the government, or
I think there's something.
Kidogo nilisikia nani Wamunyoro mwenyewe akisema hata anaweza ongoza maandamano, but what I'm asking is now that full blown attack on Zakayo, where do we start from? Na Gen Z ni kama wanaonekana ni kama hibernate, maybe tuseme we want them to rekindle and they start this thing again. So who will do it and where do we start from? That is my question to you, Bwana Alex, and then maybe Stone PK can come and also say the
Maybe I
same.
can comment before he says it. I think that Gen Zs are going to save us. When I listened to them, I had them asking for the list of the owners of SHA. They really want to know who the owners are. I think they're going to be visited, like that church. And I think those are the small things that are going to begin, and they will add up. There's very many people, very many young people, full of energy, frustrated, and they're watching. I mean, we can't have such a lawless place that people are taking billions. You can just take a few millions. You really have to steal. You can't just steal the education and steal everything and the health and everything. Yeah, it's something it's got to give. I had them asking seriously for lists. Don't you know who are the owners? Like Kinandi, all those people who are the owners of SHA, they start getting visits. And I think it will be like that. It will be sporadic. It will not be predictable. But yeah, I think something's going to give.
Alex, do you have a reaction to that?
I will try. Your question is good and it needs honestly a candid answer, like not a cheap answer. But I'll give you the feeling I have. My feeling is when, for instance, I saw Lynn Gugi was putting it's 5,000. I don't know if it was 5,000. I thought it was more than that. That they announced some jobs in the same place that Ruto gave 20 million, and young, desperate men and women went there because they have given up in life. Like anything kidogo inatangazwa. These people, these young people, the core of the labor that we have nowhere to go. And I do believe the reason why, like, you cannot threaten hungry people. You cannot threaten a poor person, or you cannot threaten a person who is already sick and almost dying. There's this feeling that Morala has kept on saying that, look, people may be quiet. Is it Morala or Okiya Mtata? This one person who keeps on emphasizing, people may be quiet. No, it's Onyonka. People may be quiet, but there is that thing that is inside them. Any opportunity that will come out, that it's to agitate for their country, which is on a national platform, like Iman, the one when you saw last time, whereby it was not affiliated to ODM or so on and so. We are tired of those things. Anything that can come forth, we do not know. It should be so sporadic to the advantage of everybody that there should be nobody to lead it, so that we are united by whatever at that particular circumstance that it will be, so that nobody can take credit or nobody can stop anybody. I wish such kind of thing could happen. That's a good question. But the problem of waiting for somebody like that is everybody's working towards 2027, not towards getting Ruto out. That's the problem I have seen. Mtu anasema anafungua party, mwingine anasema hii, mwingine anasema hii. Some are rebranding, some are going to the government, nusu mkate. So who do you expect to come out right now? Nobody. So this is going to happen sporadically to a point that our anger, we are not going to vent. There will be no time to vent. It will be time to react so vicious that something will happen. I believe so. That is what I'm seeing. Unless the military sees the danger of it and intervenes. Unless, because I don't know if it's true. I keep on hearing that the military is disquiet, the military is disquiet. But to look at the history of our military, really, where has the military really fought? And I've had a privilege of going to DOD sometimes, to the officers' mess, and when I look the composture even of our own military people, they're not people who are ready to fight. These are people who have big stomachs and big bellies and big pockets, to a point that I don't think they are there for us. So I think it will be the GNCs vile nani Comfort anasema. They are so desperate, they are so hungry, they are homeless, like they have no option. That kazi kitangazwa anywhere, even a place that they don't want to go, you find them there. That kind of desperation is what I think finally, if an opportunity will erupt, an opportunity that they were given like last time, but we made a mistake, and somehow, I don't even know if we made a mistake or how Raila hijacked it. Sometimes I ask myself, should we blame Raila or blame ourselves? But somehow we've learned from it. But this time around, if they get an opportunity to go, for instance, if it's that SHA they are saying, or maybe that Sunday they are saying they are going to occupy churches, I think if it succeeds the first one, and we are able to destabilize the security in a way that the effect of it will be felt across the country, I think then our total tena utaona the second time wakirudi, because they have no hope in the current system. But it will not be a political leader or a political party or an organized thing that will do such a thing. It will erupt. That one I am sure. But how, I don't know. That's my feeling.
Okay, sawa. I think that is okay. Stony PK na uko na mbili, so you can
Toa moja,
upload one.
toa sudo.
Nito hiyo iongei.
Sijui ni gani hiyo.
Okay, ni sawa. Okay, you can speak, nitatoa.
Imetoka? Haya, sasa niongee ama ni aje?
Yes, go ahead. You're okay.
Yeah, Njiru na my fellow panelists hapa. There is one subject which is my pet subject in all these issues. Election. Holding election. I know watu wamekuwa wakini accuse na kuwa extreme, but I've been seeking, nimekuwa nikiuliza election hiyo watu wanasema tungojee. I've been asking people, please, can you give me a rundown of how we are going to hold election with Ruto as the president? Ile tu simple rundown, simple rundown. Niambiwe itakuwa hivi, Bomas itakuwa hivi, constituencies kutakuwa hivi, ward level kutakuwa hivi, county level kutakuwa hivi. Nimetafuta in space in all other places. Watu wanasema tu hapana, hawezi iba again. Mkenya kawaida. That is our way of swallowing, and ni kama mtoto akiwa ameshika glass. Usipomwambia glass, baby usiangushe glass, hataangusha. The moment you mention it, ukinyamaza tu hataangusha. The moment you mention it, anaachilia, inaanguka. That is Kenyans. Kenyans ukimuuliza, niambie bro, election with Ruto as the president currently, hata iitwe kesho ama kesho kutwa, give me a formula of winning. Wananiambia tu numbers. Alafu nawaambia, tell me how and who will count the numbers and pronounce the president. Watu wanaanza kukula ulimi. Why am I saying this? And Alex, you've said it very well. Hakuna election. Hata Kenya wapige kura wote against Ruto. Ruto will not be pronounced as a loser. Because who will announce? Saa hiyo already umeambiwa Kim's kit, zile zote zilitumika. Can you imagine that they are obsolete? What makes them obsolete? Watu hai timu niambie. What makes computers obsolete just after using them once? Kwani zilikuwa ni nini? That tells you then we didn't have any kits. I know I'm going extreme. That tells you we didn't have kits. We had dummies. Yeah, that's why you had very funny kind of things. And I keep on saying also, mimi Stone PK nasemanga, there is nothing like a server. There was no server at all. There was just a computer hapo, wana pretend ni server, ati tuko high tech, it has recorded kila kitu. There was nothing. That I can say with finality. Okay? Why? Because Ruto rigged this election from the day they won. The day he became the deputy president, won. The deputy president won. Aliandika mahali na kaanza project President Ruto for life. So he corrupted and spoiled all the systems. Imagine tulikuwa na forms mbili. Wakenya wana question, why do we have two forms? Chebukati akakuja kwa press, ati akaelezea, and Kenyans swallowed it. Kenyans swallowed it, including the Railas and all these guys. They swallowed it and allowed it to continue with no clear information. Why are you having duplicate? Why are you having two of them? Mtu aniambie, what answers were we given? Then people arrived at the airport and inaitwaje? Incognito. Wanapitia upande wa nini?
wakago na huko wanapitishwa, then unluckily wakapatikana. Chebukati akatoka kwa bedroom kwa kitanda kule alikuwa na bibi yake usiku kukimbia airport because he leak. Kenyans continued and went to nini kupiga kura. Guys, there is no way that we can hold elections. And that's why I'm tired with the Gachaguas who are telling us to go to 2027. Anybody who stands and nasikia after talking and complaining and lamenting about Ruto, anamalizia na kusema ati 2027 ataenda nyumbani. Nothing. Hakuna kitu kama hiyo. Hata hiyo authority nani anaongea nayo. Gachagua, nilisikia aliulizwa, what will you do differently? Akasema atakwenda nyumbani. Kwenda nyumbani atakwenda. Wewe ngoja hiyo siku. Is that an answer? Watu wangu. For me, I always believe in prevention than curing. Prevent it now in whichever way we can, and I keep underlining, in whichever way you can, prevent it other than just walking into a slaughterhouse. Now, you vote, hizo ma 16, 17 million Gachagua anasema. Thank God. Yes, we vote 17 million. Aya. After voting 17 million, you expect zikuwe announced. Alafu hazita announcediwa. Somehow ifanywe kama ile siku. Do you know Raila alilead not 2022 ile ingine ya 207. Raila alilead Wajaka wakaenda kuwaka Gini Wasekao. Na sisi wengine ambao tulikuwa huku pande ya Eastern tumemsupport to death. Wengine wetu hata tukaona sasa si imefika midnight na tuna lead. Una take break juu jalala wiki kaa moja. Kukuja asubuhi tunaambua kwanza stima zilizima. I mean, those of you who can remember what happened with your time ya Kibaki, it was so bad, so heartbreaking. By midnight mtu amelead, unaona ameweka gap karibu almost close to almost a million. I mean, was it a million or half a million? Then unaambiwa Tharaka Nithi. People have never even questioned this story of Tharaka Nithi. Tharaka Nithi voted more than their population. Right? They just having hope. Really? Tutalia tu, again tutalia hivi tumelia hii miaka yote. Bomas, what happened in Bomas? Hiyo Otero alifanya hapo. Why couldn't they stop Ruto? Ruto stormed Bomas. Watu walikuwa wanasema alikuja na watu hata waongei Kiswahili. They were ready to beat kila mtu. Where were you? That is Otero, that is Ruto. Yeah, I may sound like I'm telling people to lose hope. No, I'm saying let's think of the heaviest, unbelievable alternative. You better even not pretend to go for elections. Hata afadhali wa Kenya wote waseme hatutaenda for elections.
Wacha nikuulize kitu. Sasa Raila angewin, which position you could be today with your village or your family? I want you to tell me that. That is
Kenya would have been ahead kabisa. Kenya ingekuwa mbele kabisa.
Nasema ungekuwa sasa saa hizi umelete maneno is past. When Kenya you stop talking past, you'll be knowing what is going on.
Umeniuliza aje? Niulize nikujibu.
Sasa Ruto Raila angewini saa hizi ungekuwa na position gani?
Mimi ama nani?
Wewe, si wewe ndio umeongea hiyo.
As an individual. Are you asking me my position as an individual if Raila won?
If Raila sasa angewini, Sauli umekauti 2017 wakati ya Kibaki, ukakauti ya Uhuru, ukakauti 22. Do you think Uhuru ni mtu wa sio ya 17 kuliambia hiyo ni election turudi, Raila akakata?
Wewe nani Mwaura, listen, Raila alikataa because those who stole elections ndio walikuwa bado watasimamia. Let's not, unajua ubaya nyinyi wa Kenya, wengine si wote, muli change things. They stole elections. Maraga akasema it was faulty. Those mistakes were not corrected. People were just told to go back. That was stupid. It was nonsense. What na nyinyi kwanza mlima mkaanza kusema Raila alikataa kutokelezea. You guys, it is so annoying. The referee. No, listen.
Ndio alisema kumera.
Shika
Sasa
hii,
kuko
shika hapa.
haja gani ya kuongea hiyo sasa? Si tuongea
Kuna haja kwa sababu
wewe,
hiyo ndio time electoral integrity iliharibika
history, yeah, that is where we started hurting, my dear Mwaura. Na muache hii Ukikuyu mko nayo Mount Kenya. Mkubali mlikosea, mlianza kuiba kura. Mnasema Uhuru alishinda. Uhuru never won election first round. He never won even the second one. And that's why we are where we are. Mimi nataka mlima ikubali walituingiza kwa dhambi ya asili. That you must admit that Kenya is in shit because of Mount Kenya. Hiyo tukubali,
so
and then we start correcting.
How long are you going to carry it like this now? It's
forever.
How long will you carry on?
We have to admit.
Forever. We are part of our history. Ni kama kusema mkoloni alicolonize Kenya. Ndio tutasema Wakikuyu wametuweka in a ditch.
Yes.
Tunatoka kwa ditch. Wakikuyu wakubali matokeo. Wakubali
na
that they were involved.
Gachagua amekubali, which is very good.
Raila never win election Kenya.
Sawa Mwaura. Na uzuri mko na Ruto, shetani anadeal na nyinyi vile inatakikana.
Unaona? So if Gachagua has admitted, the only thing Gachagua amekataa kuadmit ni kwamba waliiba kura. Of course, because anajua hiyo ni suicidal, but he knows because hiyo ni narrative yake ati waliumera sijui alifanya nini. Kwani kumera mnaumera nyinyi ndio mnashinda Wakenya wengine wote. Hiyo narrative tukubali tu, we messed and now we are in shit, we want to correct that.
Uzuri Ruto atadeal na wao, atawafinya masehemu nyeti mpaka mshangae. Sisi we are correcting it, lakini Wakikuyu uzuri ni kile yenye nyinyi ndio mlifeed. You fed the monster, it is eating you nice. Iwakule kabisa.
Ameibiwa, ni nini anafanya kwa serikali sahi? Na
ameingia kwa serikali kwa sababu nyinyi saa zile mlikuwa mnyang'anya hakuwa mtu. Msitulete. Wacheni Raila afanye vile atafanya, mshamfanya vile mnaweza mfanya for as long as possible. Sisi wengine wacha tupigane, tumezoea. Besides
Raila ni saitani mwingine
na nyinyi by the way Denjeru uzuri anafinya Wakikuyu pali na stahili na nyinyi mlimweka zoea.
So anyway, I was the one talking. Nilikuwa nasema tulikuwa hii Mwaura anasema hatutaki history, hatutaki kitendawili, hatutaki hii. Yeah, now because of not revisiting your history, you are being swallowed. Unaambiwa hapa kulikuwa monster. Yeah, mimi I supported Raila all along. Okay, and it is not that, and I used to say even on TV, I know Raila's weaknesses to death. I knew those weaknesses. Weakness number one yake ni selfishness. Hiyo nilikuwa najua ako nayo, anajipenda na yani hiyo hata watu wao wanajua. He's selfish. Number two is jealous. Anakuanga na wivu. Anataka tu yeye ndiye shine. Those are serious weaknesses of a leader. But he was better by far than he would have been better with his running mate by far than Uhuru with Ruto. Yeah, Uhuru and Ruto is when Kenyans started losing billions. That is a fact.
Hata whole Africa imemwimbia hata sasa AU. Didi.
Skiza,
wacha. Jeru, it's about time you agreed the following. Wacha chuki na Raila by the way. Zoea, that Raila amekushinda, hautawahi atazaa mtoto mwenye ako na umaarufu kama Raila. Zoea hiyo. Ukishamaliza kuzoea hiyo, jua that Kenya itaendelea mbele long after you are dead and gone. Kenya itaendelea mbele na itakuwa Mkikuyu na Mjaluo. Mimi nimezaa mtoto Mkikuyu na namlea kwa Kenya yenye lazima tubadilishe. Akina nyinyi mutapotea, which is a good thing. Mumefanya chuki Kenya imeharibika kwa sababu ya chuki yenu yenye hujaelewa. So the likes of you mwenye mmekataa kubalini, tunatengeneza Kenya kwa sababu ya watu kama nyinyi.
Yeah, and that's why tunataka for me I like calling it as it is. Yeah, I like calling it as it is. Because I know I'm not biased in any way, and I call a spade a spade. All right, I know the narrative hiyo ya wizi tu, ukora ilianza na pale tulipopata independence, not even ya juzi. Everything was conning.
Shetani mkubwa kwa hii country PK alikuwa Jomo Kenyatta.
Exactly.
Sio ati hatujaanziwa na kuharibiwa nchi na Mkikuyu leo. Kenyatta
Yeah.
ndiye alituharibia hii Kenya kabisa mwanzo kabisa.
He's
So
the one
saizi
who
whenever
ruined.
Kikuyu speak they don't know what they are talking about. Hao ndio walileta hii shida tumekuwa nao Kenya throughout. Walipatiwa na wakoloni ndio hawa hapa bwana tusumbua mpaka saizi. Si muzoe tulie watu wengine wawapange.
Yeah, so na unajua all what goes, there is no, huwezi kuwa na permanent situation forever, you know, lazima unakuwa.
Raila atakufa kabla hajatawala Kenya
Na
na
wewe utaishi
atatawala.
forever, wewe utaishi forever. Umefanya nini? Wewe ni nini umetengeneza? Hata mtoto wako mgani tunajua amewahi kuwa cattle dipshare mwenye utatuletea hapa Mwaura. Hauna anything yenye unaweza kutuonyesha. Kwa hivyo Raila kukufa, wewe utaishi forever. Pia wewe utakufa. Lakini tofauti yako na Raila, Raila atakumbukwa kwa historia hii country. Wewe utakumbukwa kama nini? Mkikuyu mwenye chuki.
Okay, guys, order, let's
Yeye ya kutumia watoto wenyewe damu.
Okay, Njero, let's redirect this debate. Let us not stop going personal. I guess, what was the topic again? That Raila Odinga decided that Haogeno wa Munyoro. I guess, let us be a bit objective. Tuache kuwa pa.
Yeah, Julia, you know, Julia, why I like, you see, we have this very serious weakness. When tukiongea ile swala nyeti, watu wanaendanga personal. Okay? And it is so bad. I've been in other spaces. Tunafunika uchafu. Saa hii ukiangalia what is going on is a rot, but there is the root cause. There is, Julia, whether we like it or not, there is the serious Kikuyu-Luo controversy. Kikuyu-Luo Kalenjin. That's why a Luo will go quickly to save the Kalenjin, to fight the Kikuyu. My friend, let's call it as it is. And then we start correcting the Gen Z way. Why did Ruto, Raila prefer watoto wakufe, lakini achunge Ruto asifukuzwe? Maura, jiulize hiyo kitu. As much as you are saying ni
Because
shetani.
to this day, Luo say that. Luo say that Kalenjins are better than Kikuyus.
Yes.
I will tell you that, and ndio nawaambiaga vizuri na nilisema before on this forum. Nakwambia mimi kama Ruto angekuwa half a human being, ningeshika mimi ndio ningekuwa hapo mstari wa mbele. By the way, ningekuwa mnaona ule protocol lady mnaonyesha huyo Mkikuyu mwenye anatembea na kina Ruto, ningekuwa hapo if Ruto was half a human being, na nionyesha Wakikuyu what it means, what they have done to us. Tulikuwa tunaonanga list ya Kenyan MPs na nini ministers yote imejaza Wakikuyu. Kama ni ambassadors imejaza Wakikuyu. Kama ni PSs imejaza Wakikuyu. Mbona mlikuwa mmenyamaza? Sasa siku hizi ndio mnajua. Ni vile mmebahatika Ruto ni shetani. Angekuwa nusu human being, mungeshangaa. By the way, some of us would have demonstrated to you what you guys have done to us over the years, na how you have messed up this country.
So for me, I believe in ile tulifanya South Africa na Rwanda, truth and reconciliation, and is what we did in Liberia by calling it and accepting kuna mwiba kwa mguu, tafadhali na iko kwa kidole gumba ili ungolewe. Kenya huo mwiba until utatolewa ni pretense. Angalia saa hii Raila hataki kuongea na Wamnyoro. Imagine that. Yeah? And why would even na Wamnyoro anajaribu kuongea? Wamnyoro was saying Raila ni shetani. Why did Wamnyoro say on the interview, oh, I'm ready to work with Raila? It is a stupid game they are playing. Let's call them. Tuambie wacheni kupretend. Wacha hiyo ujinga. Ruto, Raila, Wamnyoro, you are all BS. Don't lead us. You can't lead us. And then we have a new crop of leaders. Badala ya kudefend, oh, Wamnyoro, sijui kwa sababu ni wakwetu, oh, Ruto, Raila, kwa sababu ni Mjaluo, na mimi ni Mjaluo. That is SHIT. We should forget. We should throw them into the ditch, into the garbage where they belong. Because truly speaking, they belong to that garbage. Wamnyoro, Raila, Ruto, all of them. They actually, I wish they would all be swept by one wave, one storm. They'll go. We will not miss them. But we pretend hapa ati kwa sababu sasa Wamnyoro, mimi ni Mkikuyu, Wamnyoro Mkikuyu, sitaki kusikia akitajwa. Now Wamnyoro has become an angel. Tomorrow I'll be playing all clips za Wamnyoro akiongea na za Raila. Tomorrow nitafanya show very deadly now because of that. Then you tell me hii mafuta mnapaka huku, and you are a generation that is supposed to really be out of this. Nataka kucheza clip zote. Huyu akisema huyu ni shetani, huyu akisema huyu nini, because internet doesn't forget. Then you tell me ati sasa Wamnyoro amekuwa angel because he's telling us the obvious things about Ruto. What don't we know? And he's the one who was saying kwao ni shares and all this. Hiyo tumesahau. Haya, Raila watu wamekufa, anaenda anauliza mkitoa Ruto mnatoa Ruto mweke nani? Can you imagine? These are two devils.
Okay, asante PK.
Wacha niongee dakika mbili before naenda kanisa, nitawaombea niombee Kenya, but wacha niseme hivi. Nimefurahi sana hiyo discussion ilikuwa ya Wakikuyu, sijui Ukale, Luo. I mean, we should not be having that discussion here.
We will have it forever, Irene.
It will
My
be
name
there
is
forever, Irene,
Sana.
unless you want to
Imagine we will
pretend.
have it.
Wacha nimalize kusema.
Guys, now I'm
Sababu
requesting
mimi I'm not mimi si mzee sana na mimi si I'm not mimi si mzee sana lakini bado mimi si young sana. I was never taught about the Kenyatta family. I just discovered them myself and I hate that family. Mimi ni Kikuyu kabisa. Na hiyo familia hiyo ndio imeleta shida yenye tuko nayo Kenya. Na nilisema hapa from the beginning. Na it's about saying Wakikuyu mjue hiyo mambo ya kusemanga ati lazima support Mkikuyu juu ni Mkikuyu wetu. Yet hao Wakikuyu ndio wametuletea hizi shida zote. Huyo anaitwaje, huyu alikuwa vice president mwenye alitolewa. Yeye ndiye aliungana na Kasongo mpaka wakaform government. So I don't understand why we don't see that. Me from the time I was a little girl, I could see there was a problem with this family. Huyu babake alisema ati alipigania Kenya, akapewa mali na wazungu, akafukuza Wakikuyu wengine, lakini bado tunamfuata. Kwani hatuna macho tuone hao watu ndio wameharibu, walituharibia sisi. Sasa sisi wote tunawekwa kwa ngunia moja because of a few families that only benefited or have benefited from Kenya. Sasa wacha nikwambia, hata ushinde ukisema Raila hata kuwa president ni sawa, hata kuwa president, na mimi si ati nasema ni mzuri. Mimi hawa watu wote siwapendi hao, all those old folks wanafaa waende, but lazima ujue hao watu wamepamua na hiyo familia ya Kenyatta na wengine, na ndio maana tuko na shida. We need to start from a clean slate. Tutoe watu wote, tuache sisi Waluo, mwache kusema ati mnatetea Raila. Raila pia nyinyi amewabeba ujinga pia kutoka wanashindanga wakimfuata. Same thing with us Kenyans. Mimi nakumbuka Ruto na Kenyatta huyo Uhuru akikuwa president, I was begging my parents, tafadhali msiwavoti, watu si watu wazuri. And my dad would tell me, unajua huyu ni kijana wetu. They were all talking about our son. Our son mwenye hata waletea chakula kwa meza, ana root pesa za Kenya kwa familia yake, and yet we keep supporting these people. Why can't we look for leaders? Hata akuwe Mturukana, ametoka huko Turkana, sijui mtu ametoka Mombasa na huko ndani kabisa, mtu mwenye na akili, mwenye anataka kuongoza Kenya kwenye dafu. Mambo ya kushinda tukifight ati Wakikuyu ndio mlituleta hapa. Tumepelekana hapa sisi wote. Watu wa Raila mmetupeleka hapo. Amekuwa akicheza game na Kenyatta na Ruto na kina Moi huko. Haya, sisi I accept. Sisi ndio Wakikuyu ndio tulileta Kenya penye iko, but si Wakikuyu wote, ni hao leaders hao akina Koinange, akina mtu huyu tunaita Kenyatta au, but na sisi tunawafuata kama wajinga, kama venye Wakale bado wanafuata huyo Ruto wao kama wajinga, venye Wamasai wanafuata walifuatanga kina Timama wakaua watu huko kwetu ati juu ni mtu wao. It's nonsense kwa tunashinda tutakwanga tukishinda tukisema ati tunafuata mtu wetu. Me, I don't believe I would vote for somebody just because he's from the Kikuyu community. Me, I would vote for them because of their ideologies and what they are running for our country. Hiyo ndio nataka kusema, na nitawaombea tuendelee kuombea na kusimamia nchi yetu. Asanteni.
Wonderful Irene, wewe ni Mkenya halisi.
Sawa, unaweza bonga.
How else do you know she's an Irene?
Kwa innocent.
Watu wale wanaitangwa Irene ni wabest sana.
Sawa, unaweza bonga kidogo.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Innocent.
Asante.
Innocent.
Thank you.
Innocent.
Yeah, I'm here. How are you, all of you? Leo inaonekana
We are very fine, sir.
Mjadala umechacha sana. Vifaranga za kompyuta. Stone PK, that's where the era began. And I'll just give some few slogans zenye zitafanya ndio tufikirie vizuri. Vifaranga za kompyuta, and then if you can't defeat them, join them. Those two slogans nataka nitumie so that we know what we are discussing, whether it's viable or not viable. I've listened to Alexi, I've listened to Comfort and Stone PK. Nimesikia mkigongana hapa. Ni vizuri kugongana, but sometimes it's good that you admit where you made an error. And that's why some of us, we have admitted where we made some errors and we move forward. Unless we move forward, tukiendelea kukaa huko, then we might not win this race. Number one, mmesema maneno ya Kimskit. Mimi nimefanya na IBC ama ile ya kwanza paka the last one, and I know a bit of the elections, the way they are done, the kits they are using. Okay, Stone PK, the kits they used, they were supposed to be used for 10 years, and then they become obsolete. Means kama unakuanga na phone, kuna phone unakuanga nayo inafika maybe haiwezi ishika YouTube, vitu kama hivyo. If you understand about the gadgets we use, they keep on updating them, so means that they are going to bring new way of doing things. Hizo zenye zilikoko, the way that they procured it, hawakuleta zile mzuri sana zenye zingekaa yani sifike hii era yenye tuko saizi. So there are things maybe they want to add inside there, which we need to know, which they need to explain to people why we need the new ones, and why even if they update it haiwezi fanyika. So that is one of the area when they were procuring it, wangenunua those kits. They were given money to kununua zile kits mzuri, but they didn't buy the good ones. They bought zile zenye after 10 years zingekuwa obsolete, means you cannot upgrade some softwares. So that is one of the error they made. And number two, the ones they want to bring, I don't know whether they want to bring it again, if for maybe 10 years again, and then we procure others. One thing we need to discuss to do is to make sure that we buy something yenye software ukitaka ku upgrade, you can upgrade to another new software kama itakuja. So those are some of the areas which we need to work on IBC, so that we see whether it can be worked. Number two, on the IBC, because now we want to give the way forward. IBC, if there is a way that this the guys who are given the contract for kufanya, It is open to every person. Any person can enter inside ndiangalie what is going on. Sio ile maneno ati ukiingia tutafanya nini. Waweke kama there is a way, kitu inatumwe wherever it goes na inaenda. So that any information that is sent inside, anybody can is able to, ni kama ukifungua ukienda YouTube tuseme kama sasa channel ya Njiru ama Stone PK, that I can enter into this channel na niangalie what you guys are discussing without being, as you know, you can block kama you can do things, but I'm able to see directly what is happening in this channel. So if they can do that that too, it's tunajua then haiwezi ibiwa. So what these other guys wenye wako nje, guys, I know Alex ataweza kusema nimesema guys. So what we can do is to make sure that the software which is going to be used in 2027, kila mtu is able to access it the same way nimesema kama hii channel we are able to access it, then we know that it haitakuwa vifaranga sa computer. Number 3, whether you like it or not, Raila, Wamunyoro, if they want, they can bring this thing down. They can bring this government down. These are the guys who are able to do it. Let me give an example. Saisi Raila anataka kuingia hii broad base. What if tomorrow aseme sitaki kuingia? Sitaki kuingia. So we are the guys who are supposed to make sure that this thing is not workable. Haitafanyika. How do we do it? Yesterday niliangalia nikaona kuna watu wanasema Gen Zs can help us. Some of these Gen Zs ndio wameanza kuingia kwa hao watu. Yesterday mliona wale sijui MDD waliingia wakasema Raila move forward. Raila move forward. And these are the guys wenye walikuwa, if you remember, ndio walikuwa kwa maandamano, ndio walikuwa wanatangulia wanaenda huko. Na ndio Gen Zs mnasema wanataka kutusaidia. So on that point, those Gen Zs wenye also wamekulishwa kitu na wanataka kuingia huko, they need to be called out. Wakwe occupied. How do they occupy this? You remember vile hii church ya 20 million ilifanyiwa? Occupy sijui ni chapel, Winners Chapel Church. These guys are not going there. Hawaendi huko physically. They have what we call TikTok court, TikTok High Court, TikTok Supreme Court. Wanakuja, wanaongea those things, they come up with videos na wanashituma na kila mtu anaelewa what is happening. Some of the things wamefanya kwa hii church, wamesema this land is not genuine, iliibwa mali hii church iko. So they come up with facts, and those facts ndio watu watatumia, watasema. Some of them wamesema hata kama hii church itabuildiwa whatever structure you want to put there, hata ikifika 2032 Ruto atakuwa ametoka, we will still revisit it na tutabomoa hii irudi kwa government, because this is not a land ya watu wa church wamepatiwa. So things like this one, you do a research and you come up with facts, and those facts are going to make sure that these people are not going to build the church, because wataambiwa mkibuild hii kitu inaenda. So they have started visiting them online. TikTok courts. The TikTok courts are working very well. So Raila, please, ama whatever these guys anaendelea consult, let's make sure that we come up with things. Tunamtumia, tunamwambia ukiingia kwa hii government, this is what you are doing. Those are some of the things tulikuwa tumesema that if we come up with TikTok clips zenye zinatumwa zinasema what he has done kwa kuingia hapa, what will happen, so that isambazwe na iendelee. Wacha endelee kuvisit na meet these people, but also let us also send him some clips zenye akiangalia ama akisikia sikifanya anakuwa visited kwa hii court martials, TikTok courts. We send these clips, angalie na anza think twice, so that he knows that whatever he's doing is not right. By the way, he can bring this government down. Now I'm of the opinion, what if he goes inside within 1, 2, 3 months aseme staki hii maneno ya ama hii government money nimeingia ndani, imeona something which is happening, alafu atoke nje. So that is also one way he can do it. But do we want him to go join? No, we don't want him to join. So if he can do it now, because tunasema actions zinatakana kufanywa before 2027, if he can do it now, asingie ndani, then ile support machine yenye wa Munyoro alikuwa anatuambia imezimwa, na ikizimwa Ruto atashindwa kubreathe, na akishindwa kubreathe ataanza kutafuta watu wengine wenye atamsupport. So even if he has schemes ya kuiba 2027, ataanza kufikiria mara mbili, how will I do it, because now it seems that this jamaa amejua. Number 2, wa Munyoro, how he can help us, wacha, because he's a truthful man, aseme ukweli kama waliiba, this is what we did A, B, C, D. Hata kama itaharibu jina yake, iharibu, but atakuwa amerestore because ameongea ukweli. You know, once you say the truth, then the truth will set you free. Anasema maybe this is how we did it. Hii election tukienda hivi ndio itafanywa. Tumesikia akisema ati wewe ngoja tu discontract. Let him not wait mpaka wakati tunaenda kufanya kura. Aseme saizi, aseme hizi kura sisi ndio tunajua vile tulifanya. We did A, B, C, D. Ama kama ni walikuwa naitwa sijui ni smart something, wale wa Kimskit, waseme this is how we did it, na hivi ndio tulifanya
mathematics.
Mathematics. So kama akikuja saizi aseme this is how we did it, then hao watu wataanza tunasema hapa ndo tutachunga. Tukienda kama ni Kimskit inakuja, hatutaki hao watu wapatiwe because tuliwatumia na tukafanya hivi na hivi na hivi. So if he comes up na aseme ukweli what happened, na watu wajue ukweli what happened, alafu akisha asema ukweli, Raila na yeye akuja aseme okay, this is what happened, sitaki kujoin kwa hawa watu ni hivi walifanya. So yani watu waanze kutomboa vitu saizi, wa Munyoro aseme ni hivi, Raila aseme kama ni hivi ndio mlifanya, nilichukua kura, mimi nataka yani what Stone PK mlikuwa mnasema tufuruge hii inji upside down, so that hao majensis hata wenye wanataka kujoin kama ni wanasema wanataka kujoin Raila, na hao washinde wafanye nini, because kila mtu ameanza unajua una change huko unafuruga unapendwa hivi. If we start doing things like that now, the way Stone PK you are saying, we do it now, then we can salvage 2027. Thank you, that's my introductory part.
Mimi nina swali kwa Innocent.
Yes.
Julia niongee. Innocent, you know what you are narrating it's a foregone situation. You are saying that what if Raila does this and that, Raila, for your information, wewe uko ODM lakini you are still in denial. Raila ako ndani ya Ruto and he is there to stay. He can never come out of that, because if he comes out of Ruto, yeye ndio mashini itakufa, si Ruto. Okay? In fact, there is nothing Raila can do to bring Ruto down. He can't. He has amekunywa muma, ile kitu amelambishwa Innocent, ndio mko in denial, na wanalambishwa wote hao na kina Kaluma. Kila mtu ako na share yake. What they have done, what they have gone through, akina Junet, those trips of Dubai, bro. Akitoka hivi akijaribu kutoka kwa Ruto, sitaki kuambia, he can never leave Ruto. Take that to the bank. Number 2, let me finish. So a scenario of him bringing down Ruto, sijui staying for a short while and then atatoka aende wapi? By the way, Kenyans wamemalizana na Raila in terms of akuja anze kumobilize watu. Hiyo tena ODM mko na denial. Watu wako na denial. Oh, they think Raila can ako na pool. Mkiwa na akina Professor Manyara. You still want to hold the clout ya Raila ati mnamwekelea ati he has the pooling. No, hiyo imekwisha, and it is aliharibu juu on top of another. Maybe after the Gen Z incident angechange kabisa, people would have, because people are forgiving, watu ange forgive kidogo, but ameharibu zaidi. kabisa, ametoka outright na ameuliza watu, na hii hata latest speech yake anasema mtaongea, mtasema vile mnasema, lakini lazima atengeneze, asaidie kuunda Kenya, kuunda vile devolution. I mean, really, you listen to Raila now, the speeches are so tiring and they are terrible, they are insulting. Number 2, Kim's kit. Umeongea vizuri sana. They were supposed to, you used that term, they were supposed to buy this kind of gadget, but they bought this, which means what? Walikula. Okay, corruption. And that's why we are where we are. That's why they were able to rig massively and, you know, give a very, very distorted election. Yeah, so you are hoping, again, hoping that this time they'll buy a gadget that will be able to do X, Y, Z to give an austerity to the election. Who are supposed to? They are in Ruto's government that has lost 1.something trillion. You still have hope that they'll buy a gadget that will be able to X, Y, Z, kupeana credible election and all that. And then you are also hopeful that itakuwa system that anybody can enter and do that. Surely. Under Ruto's watch, lastly, the Gen Z hao unaona wakisema Ruto Ruto, hivyo ndio imechange. Saa hii wale Gen Z wamebaki, I know there are many, but wale wamebaki sasa ni wachache ambao wako na hiyo spirit ya fiery. Yani, but they can do the keyboard, they can do the TikToks. Remember, some of us are parents of Gen Z. We know how sustaining power they have. We know their sustaining power. Hiyo nakwambia for free. I know the capacity. I know the elasticity of these young people. Okay, the endurance is limited. That's why they hit and achieve results immediately. Once you prorate it, you prolong it, bas wana lose hiyo, wanaanza kufikiria something different. Okay, and that is what Raila and Ruto did. They knew, because these guys were hitting bam 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 na kumaliza, and then it was stopped. They knew once imestopiwa to regroup, to recoup again, it will take forever. Okay, so what results are we, what strategies are we remaining with? It's what now we are talking about. Kuchafua, but ni kuchafua na njia gani? Ni kuchafua na njia ambayo it's unorthodox. And that's why we keep on saying people have to really, I don't know, go searching, yeah, because it is not maandamano. Yes, we will occupy churches, but does that send Ruto home? No. Si jana wamefanya hivyo. Ruto is still in State House, and tomorrow you will go to another church. So Ruto is happy when those vipindizi zinaendelea, hiyo madrama. For him, it's good because it's an activity that makes him relevant. You know, ameongea chachi huku, mnaenda mmechoma, atarudi, anazunguka, atawapatia pesa. Those kind of things. Those are the activities that he is cherishing and is happy about. What am I painting here? I'm painting a very, very desperate situation in our country called Kenya. Desperate that, lest we forget, this is what some countries went through. And the snapping, I call it rapture. Rapture in Kenya is here. So tusikue surprised when it happens. And when it happens, it might happen in a way that we don't expect, because ya Gen Z hiyo tusahau, okay? Ya hii ingine ina boil kama hivyo umeona kwa studio, sasa ilikuwa imeboil when we touched the nerve that is the cause of these issues, okay? Because people are still in denial. Watu hawataki kuamini, wengine walifanya hivi, wengine walikosea hivi, wengine ndio wamelead into this. Like the way Raila people are in denial that Raila has messed big time. And they are already eating. That I will keep on emphasizing. I have no hope in ODM bringing any salvation to this country.
Usiongee sana. ukirevert unaripati kidogo kidogo, ndio rasi unajua
No, we are
naongojea.
free to talk. You should wewe ni mwalimu, you should cram, you should shika. Unashika alafu una nini?
Ndio nimesema ndio rasi na yeye asiongoje sana. I want to just answer, ama I just want to kuweka vile nilisema the way forward, na nikasema hivi, since the Kim's kit were meant for 10 years, because nimekwambia nilikuwa huko na tuliambiwanga hivyo. Nimesema saizi they are procuring new ones, and since we are going to election year 2027, we need new Kim's kit. So when they are procuring it, we want to know wanna procure which kind of Kim's kit, and that's what I was saying. We need at least sasa vile tumeshajua what happened na zile zingine. So this new Kim's kit zenye zinakuja zinaenda for how long? What are other new features zenye siko ndani zenye asikuwa kwa zile za kitambo? What are the advantages of this new Kim's kit zenye itakuwa nayo other than the other ones? Because the other ones can be used. By the way, see ati zimekuwa obsolete, they can still be used. The only thing ni ile itatumika the same way ilitumika, and there are some kuna vitu zingine zenye hamwezi fanya nazo. So we are saying when they are procuring it, watu wenye wako kwa system wenye tunasema kuna opposition na kuna government, waseme we are zeroing in on this and it has this and these advantages and these disadvantages. So we procure something which is going to help Kenyans, not which is going to help the current government. So that is one way ndio nilikuwa nakwambia they can do it. So sisema ati mbona Ruto ati ndio kwa government so they cannot. They can procure the right Kim's kit, because if they said we want 60 billion for this election 2027, then we need the right Kim's kit, we need the right company yenye itafanya hii kazi. So that is one way you can do it.
Who will prefect that? Who will prefect that?
Stone pekee nimesema kuna opposition na kuna government.
Hakuna opposition, innocent. That's where we are missing the boat. This government has no opposition, bro.
Okay,
we are who is the opposition?
Let me finish. What are wakina Wamnyoro doing? What are wakina Kalonzo doing?
Wamnyoro ataenda IBC.
We are giving the way forward. These are the things they need to talk. Tunasema tuingie, because I don't know whether you listen the way nilianza. Vifarangas are computer. That is where the election is stolen. And if we can do that, if we can sanitize, if we can deal with the Farangas are computer, then the election can be free and fair. But if you cannot, the same way yenye ulikuwa unasema Raila alikataa 2017 kwenda election, we can still refuse not to go to election kama vifaranga za computer zitaendelea. So that's one way nimesema. Number 2, unaendelea kuniambia ati niko DM ama sikubali. Nimesema hivi, the only people who can bring the government size down currently, there are 2, na nikasema how can they do it? Sijasema ati wafanye, but they have refused to do it. Nilisema number 1, if Wamnyoro can tell us that they stole the election now, si ati angojea ati akuje kutuambia after Kim's kit imekuja kila kitu imekuja, because procurement itafanywa za hii Kim's kit kama Wamnyoro ashasema vile waliiba, ndio wasema kama mlifanya hivi then we don't need this Kim's kit, we need this ones. Na nikasema if he can say this is how we did it, then it bring that instability. Wasema kumbe Ruto is not legit kwa hii presidency. Na nikasema hivi, if it is done like that, na nikasema if Raila also naye asema kumbe uko kwa hii government illegitimately, naye aseme sitaki kukaa na wewe. If you remember what I said, nikasema they can bring this government down now, not 27, before I join. So nilisema Raila also can do it, naseme mimi sitaki kujoin na wewe because I'm the rightful president, na aseme sitaki kukujoin. That's what I said. Asikusema ati ODM ama nilisema if Wamnyoro can do it na Raila afanye saizi hivyo before they join. I said before they join. Thank you.
Na si Raila sasa, si mimi, I think we are talking almost the same thing. I'm just saying Raila cannot reverse from where he is. He's already deep inside. So there is no nothing. Hakuna haja ya kuangalia hiyo option ati anaweza, because he's gone. He's gone. Innocent. Raila is gone kabisa. You don't even think ati option ati atakuja akatae ama nini. It's done. Gone. You talk to those insiders watakwambia. Ile pesa wamepewa bro, ni deadly. Ni ile unapewa unaambiwa sasa you have no choice ya kunini. Actually they have no choice other than kushikilia Ruto mpaka 2027. They will do anything.
Ras ameenda hapi ni kama amekasirika, amerushwa nje ama bring back.
Nani huyo?
Ras alikuwa huko.
Ras atarudi tu. Alikuwa sikumuona.
Ndio alikuwa anataka kuongea next.
We have a serious problem because sasa unaona hao watu wote, hata Wamnyoro anarudi kwa Ruto tu, by the way. Atarudi. Na hawezi kusema ati waliiba kura. You know that is his card. Hiyo sinasikia anaitwa truthful man. Na mimi nimetafuta zile vitu ameongea ati zinaitwa truth. Sasa unaambia watu what they know, unajiita we ni truthful man. You are telling people, kama sasa unaambia watu you are preaching to people according to what is written in the Bible. Alafu mtu anasema anaambiana ukweli. Sasa ukweli unatuambia Ruto ni muongo. Hiyo ni ukweli tunajua. Then you want us to crown you as a superman, the prince of truth. Wanatubeba ufala hawa watu. Na wote
Stone PK, can they, unajua kitu nimesema, I don't know whether you got me. Kama tunaenda 2027 na tuseme hii server lazima itafunguliwa, si ati itawekwa tu wherever they are. Tunasema kama ni server, kama itawekwa hivi na tutaifungua. You know there are things which mnaweza agree now before you do election. Useme hii server tunataka tuifungue na tunataka kuangalia what is inside and it's able to be open. Si ati unasema ati siji kuna vitu hapa hamtaweza kuingia, security siji what. Yeah, those things. And number 2, Stone PK, si ati ninasema nini, what hii ni nini Raila unasema ati amerambishwa, ati hawezi toka kwa government. Number 2, you know, nataka niulize some questions ndio uelewe vizuri. Why is it that there are some ODM wamekataa, even there are people, by the way, mbona hii kitu imekataa kwenda mbele? There are some people who are supposed to sign. There are some people who are supposed to sign. Ngoja nimalize. Who are supposed to sign that agreement na wamekataa. And that's how imedildal kidogo. Now, ngoja. What is this? That unasema ati Raila amepata. Which position can Raila be in this government yenye itafanya join hii government?
Hapana, Innocent. Ngoja. Woi. Innocent, kwanza usiende sana. Imagine hii wiki tu inaisha, as in by Friday utashangaa, si ati kuna position yoyote.
No, ndio nasema hivi.
Innocent, bilioni ngapi zimetumika? Kama kiti moja ya AUC ilifanya Raila akahave kunyamaza, akasino evil, akahia no evil. Kiti moja ya AUC ndio itafanya apatiwe ofisi, apatiwe nini, magari, apatiwe power. Hii Kenya unafikiri ataweza kataa?
That is what I've said. It's not the position that he wants. Sio position ndio anataka ati ndio kwa hii government.
Oh my God.
Ndio nilikuwa nasema it's not the position that he wants kwa hii government. It is ni hiyo kulambishwa, kuna pesa amepatiwa, na ndio tunasema sasa, ndio nilikuwa nataka kusema hivi Son PK. Kama hakuna position Raila anapatiwa kwa hii government na anataka kuingia huko, what is this that makes him to join this government?
Power, bro, power. Ngoja hata unapotea.
Ngoja niulize. Unajua sijakuuliza question ndio uanze.
Umeuliza already. It is power.
No, nimesema hivi. If it's not the position, then there must be something. What is this something? Ndio nasema sisi kama sisi tuanze kuinvestigate before you take us to
Right.
this government.
Is
What
Ruto
have
is
you
looking
been
to
given?
survive.
Kama ni pesa amepatiwa, tuanze kuinvestigate. Ndio nimekwambia
What difference will it make? Hatutajua, hatujaijua yeye upatiwa ngapi.
You wouldn't know.
Innocent, you know how this thing is looking already.
Ngoja.
Innocent.
Atapatiwa weko wapi? Hiyo pesa
Ah,
This
wacha
thing
we innocent,
hakuna
wacha bana.
napatiwango wanekanga kwa manyumba zao in cash. Innocent. Unajua what this thing has made us feel, or rather allow me to speak for myself. Inaka anytime anaendaga election, anaendaga akijua that ana make a pact na ule mtu mwenye anaingia, ni kama amekuwa hata akipatiana hizo victories zake. Saizi there's nothing you can believe at everything has been a coincidence. Hakuna vile at every time uko na project you do not manage that project professionally, inashinda ina slide off your hands like that. I'm seeing like this has been a deliberate thing, and especially year 2022 hakuna venye angeanguka, na muone ndio Uhuru alikuwa disappointed mpaka kansa ikamgonga ikampiga dafrau karibu imue, ni kwa sababu he could not believe. He gave every machinery he knew to do, so all he expected was that Uhuru also knew that Raila is a political genius, but I think he did not understand that he's not a management professional as such, because surely Innocent, you're a teacher, PK, you're obviously you've managed projects. When you're given a project, don't you start backwards in terms of, yes, this is what I want, so you start with the end product, then now you work backwards. How do I achieve this? See, that is what normally happens, and in his case there was unlimited resources to that end. How do you not do that and just deliver it? Because you will know which personnel do I need in place, what infrastructure do I need. Let me put it in place, and it is thorough, it is updated. I'm given reports every now and then. I'm confirming. I've got a team who are on the ground and working and ratifying. Everything is on point. My goodness, you guys, there's nothing that was more amateur than the outcome of these elections of 2022. It came as though it found it, it's almost like when I hear there was a campaign manager in the name of Uyo Masai, what was his name? Memusi. Brother Memusi Uyo. If I hear there's a manager, I hear he's a lawyer, I'm thinking, my God, Kenyan universities teach useless, bloody nonsense people. They who are those they graduate? Because which kind of a lawyer cannot understand that this is a project that I need to work on, and like these are the deliverables? I'm looking at the measurables, because I mean, my God, like I was like, my goodness, if you gave me this thing to manage, I would do it. You know, like you'd wake me off my sleep, and I would tell you how that campaign ought to have been managed and how to get the results out, especially the resources that were available. But then how do you lose all that, and then kuja unaanza kuangalia tu kama mjinga? Then he now comes and does these things that he's done. I'll be honest and tell you, I have a feeling he made a pact to this guy before they even went for elections. Sisi ndio tulikuwa wajinga.
Alafu
Maunga, unajua kitu amukushika, nilikuwa naongea literature na ni kama amjanishika. Sijasema ati pesa sijaibiwa, ama sijasema kama hajapatiwa nini. What I was saying is this, na nataka muelewe hiyo literature. You are crucifying me na tuko in the same page. Unajua sio unasema we are in the same page.
Hadi mimi siku crucify. No, me innocent, I'm probably reinforcing what you're saying, but I'm simply saying, when we are speaking about the character of the man Raila, right now, the depth that we can look at him through is not what he has gotten. That we will not be able to find for a fact. Can you be able to investigate and find out how much has been used for AUC? And yet we know a lot of money has been lost in AUC.
Exactly.
So if at all you cannot find that information, how will you find the information regarding how much money has been given to join government? Now kama pesa zimebebwa in gummy bags na zikapelekwa kwa manyumba na zikapelekwa kwa places, utajua aje?
Dubai. That's where the deal.
Ndio nilikuwa nasema sasa hivi. By the way, it is very easy to know that pesa zimepatiwa. That's where I was going.
It is easy to know. As for how much has been given, we will not be able to establish.
Yeah,
so we will be there on a speculative approach that money has been given. As to the evidence of how much money has been given, when, how, by who, hatutajua.
And ndio nasema, that's why I'm saying, you know, when I started, nilikuwa nawaambia ndio muelewe where I was going to. Ndio nikasema there is no position anaweza patiwa kwa hii government yenye anaweza kunyamaza. The only thing ni kulambishwa, the way inasema Stone PK anasema amelambishwa lolo. Na hiyo lolo ndio tulisema hivi. if kuna pesa zinapotea and we start following them because hakuna mtu atatoa pesa yake kwa mfuko ampatie hivi, so there must be a way, maybe they're stealing from the government, na hii government ndio
Ati there must be a way. Yani Innocent, Aki, those are your choice of words. Ati there must be a way.
Innocent,
Okay, there is a way.
utaulizwa vile Eli aliniuliza aje.
What I'm
Ali
saying,
aliniambia ati ana suspect niko kwa gava.
Okay, ni hivi. Irene, ni hivi basi, wacha niseme. Kuna pesa zinatolewa, and that is the where we need to go. Tuanze kusema kama billions zimepotea, kama kuna watu tunaambiwa aziko na hivi, we will start following those leaks. Mali pesa zinapotea ama zinakuwa withdrawn na zimeenda wapi?
Aje utafuata aje?
Sasa Stone PK, nimekuambia if we start following we will unearth.
Innocent, that is an act in futility. Hiyo tu acha nikwambie tu, afadhali uanze kuhesabu rice. Afadhali uende uchukue kazi ya kuhesabu rice moja huko Mwea, na kuimagine ati utafuatilia mambo pali pesa inaenda.
Wewe tu Auditor General bas tosha gari.
Auditor General atakwambia vitu, usikie uko na stress nyingine imekumaliza. Usikie ni kama yani ukishaona hiyo report ya Auditor General sasa unashindwa ujiue. You know the way it leaves you feeling very helpless, and itafanya tukue na terminal problems.
Innocent, unaambiwa pesa inaenda into an account that is not known where it is, na unasema hapa tufuate, na ndiye alikuambia pesa mpaka zinaenda kwa cloud.
E-Citizen, imagine.
Yeah. Alafu Innocent,
all the government services were anchored on E-Citizen. Alikuwa kusema mpaka shule mpaka fees zilipwe na E-Citizen.
Yeah, we are giving up in terms of getting that money. What we want to do is crucify the thieves, period.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. Unajua tuko in the same page, but ni ile unataka kusema that we should not ask ama we should not follow it.
What we are saying, you will ask, you will tafuta, hautapata. Be satisfied knowing that money has been lost, a lot of it has been lost, and that our dear enigma is part of it.
Yeah. Ile tunaweza pata ile ya Uhuru iko kule, zilikuwa zinaitwaje? Juu alikuwa hajachanuka kama Ruto. Zile ziko aje kule nani Irene? Kule ziliitwa nini?
Wapi?
Hizi pesa zilijulikana za familia ya Uhuru, inaitwaje?
Eurobond.
Zile offshore zile. Hizo zilitracewa zikapatikana, ziliitwa nini papers, something papers.
Hiyo jina imeenda.
Hiyo jina imeenda. Sasa hiyo naye ni juu hawakuwa wamejua Wakenya watachanuka. Sasa Ruto, haki ya Mungu, Ruto si ni mwizi na Raila. Unaona unaenda kupewa gunia ya gold na nini? Unajua hata labda si do ni gold, unapatiliwa Dubai. Why do you think Raila kila saa wanaenda Dubai na Junet? Innocent.
Now ndio nimekuuliza Stone PK. You know that is very easy. By the way, kuna mali hatujaelewana. Uwezi enda Dubai, you're given money na pesa ndio nimesema utasibeba kuja Kenya, because if he goes to Dubai na amepatiwa pesa, there is akiweka any account outside Kenya, we can know it. That's what I'm telling you.
You'll never. Utapata.
You fungua account.
Hakuna. They are not stupid. These are high level accounts, my friend. Ni kama ukiweka pesa Switzerland. Do you ever get that account?
Yes.
Where?
Yes. That one I'm sure.
Never.
So PK, there is no way you can ever open an account outside Kenya isijulikana if we want to know. That one I'm telling you.
Secret accounts. That's the reason why they're called secret accounts.
Oh my God.
They are normally secret accounts for that particular reason.
Yes. In business,
the country cannot even get it back.
Yeah.
It cannot even be released to your country once your country flags you.
Yeah. na ni
That's the
business.
reason why they had those accounts. In
Yeah.
fact, I think they even had a name for them.
Yeah. Na ni wizi, ni business. Those are thugs, wanaficha pesa, wanafichia these thieves. Man, it's the way they are building the economy that way. That's why Dubai sasa, you Dubai nini, wanasema una convert into gold. Okay? So every other gold, every other money stolen in Africa, you convert it into gold. Na unapeleka. That's how it is as of now.
Story pekee unaambiwa ni Pandora Papers.
Pandora, yes, thank you. Thank you ule amenikumbusha hiyo kwa comment section. Yeah, sasa hakuna mtu utaja kusikia Pandora Papers tena Kenya. Juu alijua hiyo ni rahisi, watu wamejua. Unaona bwana? Huyu nakwambia, unajua hiyo unazia I read hivyo umesema project management you start from the end. Ruto anaanzanga na the end. Na hiyo ukitaka kuwa mwizi, that's how you do it.
Exactly. And you know he has professionals,
Yes.
and then he spares no expense.
Exactly.
Yeah, the moment akona target and I make sure that anaigonga bullseye.
Yeah.
Huwa habahatishi.
So mnasema we give up. We don't there's nothing we can
How
do.
do you give up? How do you give up? You know,
is that what you are saying?
Innocent. How do we give up when kesho tunaweza amka tupate breaking news Ruto amekufa?
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. We should not give up.
Who said we are?
To look for options, other options.
Yeah. No. We have options. We are working on those options, but it is important that we recognize what it is that is hidden. That sisi wenyewe hatutaki kuangalia. Then we have to be realistic. Unaona hata kwa project management yenyewe tunaambiwa within our goals, let us be realistic. You know, you can't just necessarily be chasing the wind.
The word smart.
Exactly. You know, so when you're being realistic because you know what can I achieve, what can I not. Then you start with a SWOT analysis. Like we're basically actually for the last I think 2.5 years after Ruto's election, we've been on a SWOT. Because initially, just before the elections, we were so sure on our goal, and we were so sure we had planned. Hapa kwa channel kwa platform tulikuwa tumejipanga kabisa, tulikuwa tunajua. I don't think any of us imagined that level of incompetence would be realized at the Azimio campaign. So now, when they disappointed us in the manner in which they did, we came back now as professionals and decided right now, even where we are doing a SWOT. It's just that our tribalists wanakujanga wanatuvuta nyuma. But otherwise, our tribalists wangekuwa wanaelewa tunafanya SWOT, wangekuwa wana identify that is a weakness. That is one of the weaknesses. So what is the opportunity out of the weakness? Let us move with this. You know, the moment tukimaliza vizuri hivyo, tunaenda towards earlier in the show, Julia outlining how as a Minister of Education, she would align the education system in Kenya. It is clear and simple. It never has to be complicated. But people complicate it. Why? Because we have people who don't have an agenda for the nation. Their entire goal is not to really give results. Their entire goal is not to do right by the country. Their entire goal is to do right by themselves. And we have a bunch of rulers who do not have leaders. And they are from both sides. Actually, nadhani labda ODM for me, right now as I'm looking at them, they appear worse than now in Guinea as it is.
Yeah. So, Maunga, do you believe that we can move forward without these leaders, without the Ruto, without
certainly,
Raila?
Definitely,
because these are leaders. These are
innocent. These are mortal beings. These are people who will die one day.
Na sisi tuende kama citizen tuseme umeenda kwa hii broad based government as an individual, now the leaders tuseme kama ni hao Wajaluo leaders wameenda huko wakinimili wakina Kaluma nini,
but they're already facing that. Millie said she was in Mbita the other day. The young people did not even bother with her. She claims they did not recognize who she was.
Yes. Na ndio nasema that one is very easy because nasema nyinyi endeni.
But that is what we have confirmed to them so far. Ni vile tu they are in denial. Hata hizi claims that anaenda around kuconsult watu. Alikuwa kiconsult nani hao? Umeona hata amekuwa na ralieta moja kwa hizo places ameenda kuconsult. Akishatoka town hall.
I did. But what I'm
Akishatoka
saying,
town hall, umemwona kwa rally yote, hata kwa by the roadside watu wakisema huyu ndiye Raila anapita, sasa tunataka tumsikize. Vile Uhuru alifanyiwa jana akienda kwa Jebukati.
ni kama wa Munyoro alikuwa nafikiri alikuwa na mlima akakuja kupata kumba ako nje na watu washaenda kitambo. That is the same thing tunatakikana tufanye also as citizens. Sasa tuseme our leaders wacha waende, wacha waseme wako huko nini na nini, but sisi tukae as a group so
notice
that
how saizi Innocent, notice how a lot of those leaders wamenyamaza, wanasikia ground inatokota. Ground ni moto, they don't know what to do with themselves anymore. They are damned if they do, they are damned if they don't. So right now hata wajui.
Unajua Irene,
Maunga ndio nilikuwa nakwambia hata kama unasema Raila Ruto deal inaendelea. Wacha nikwambie ground imefanya hii kitu ilikuwa inatakana kufanywa last week. Ilikuwa inatakana kufanywa wakati walienda Mombasa, but ground imekataa. And that is one of the thing yenye imeifanya. Usisema ati ni ground ndio imefanya hii deal haijaenda through.
But Innocent, you want to tell me Raila alikuwa na expect ground ikubali?
No, ground. Okay, alifikiri unajua the same way anasemanga ati haya nikisema right ni right. Right saizi sio right. Si nimekuambia
I doubt bro. Raila Raila knows is finished. Unajua hata ndio unaona hawezi taka kufanya public rally. You know he's trying to go through Ruto. Ruto atalipa watu wakuje, na hao wajaka watabebwa na mabasi. But it is so costly. Mpaka hata Kasongo anaona hakuna haja. Unaona? But Raila he knows it's done, and I think he was ready for it because it was his last bullet. That's why nakwambia he is now very comfortable upande kulala kwa akunywa, amepewa bodyguards, amepewa magari zingine mpya ameongezewa. That is what Raila loves.
Hata Kisi ameshindwa kukuja because of the ground. Let me tell you, Kisi akikuja ndiye atajua.
Hata na hana haja ya kukuja Kisi bro. Raila is done with his ya mbwembwe. Yeye sasa itakuwa tu anaingia mahali amewekwa red carpet, anaitwa prime minister, yani national days hako, alafu Ruto saa ingine atamtuma nje kidogo hapa na pale, okay, as special envoy. Yeah, hiyo that is what Raila wants. Anaenda kulala huko, akirudi kidogo ameshikilia au wajaka wanasema tuko ndani ya serikali, alafu 2027 imefika nini, yeye mambo yake hivyo namna hii. Wakenya tumebangaishwa hapa na pale, tunapigana chuki, Wakikuyu wanachukia Wajaluo wanachukia hiyo, that petty nonsense, we shall be engaged with it. Kumbe hao wanakula unono, wanalala nini kidogo confusion hapo. Election ikuje, baba aseme hiyo election it was straight and fair. Yeah, Ruto is akue 10 tena, 5 tena, period. Yeah, ama kukue na declaration through the MPs wa ODM na wale wamebaki wa UDA that we cannot hold election. They need special extension 2 years or 3 years, yeah, to be able to put a robust IBC and all that, do the deliminate. They have all the language they will use, and the ODM and all that, they have the majority. Wanaipitisha, ikishapitishwa parliament kwisha.
But unajua sasa hiyo ndio tunataka ndio iboilishe watu. Si sasa ndio tunataka to boil kabisa. Ama unatakaje? Si let them make those mistakes.
Mimi ningeomba sana, I wish ningeomba tu hiyo kuboil ndio sasa nimetafuta siipati. Hiyo kuboil kama ya Gen Z. Sioni.
But nimekuambia, unajua mimi niko kwa ground, sometimes I meet these Gen Z sana, hata wherever I am. Gen Z ni ile tu wamesimamishwa kidogo, wanaongojea 2027, but kama kungekuwa na kitu fulani tu ingeguza tu hivi, wapate hiyo chance, mali hawatashutiwa na nini, they are ready. but ni hiyo sasa wameshindwa tu. How? Hii kitu ni nini? Hiyo kuboil tu kitu tu kawasha tu moto hivi. Ndio utajua Gen Z hawajalala.
Sasa ndio nashindwa, ndio natafuta what would trigger ni nini. You know, sometimes tunafanyanga trigger points. What are those? List them. Ile ita trigger Kenya flare up. What can that be? Kama 1.6 trillion cannot flare up. Watu wanakufa, you see people dying live. That cannot flare up. You've seen kids they have not gone to university. That has not flared up. Okay? People are totally poor. That has not flared up. Sasa ndio nashindwa, what will flare up?
I don't know kama hii ya the TikTok quotes kama sitafanya, but nimeona simeanza kufanya kazi vizuri because like unaona huyu pastor vile walisema hiyo TikTok Supreme Court wata occupy. Unajua siku hizi wana occupy, haendi ku occupy washutiwe huko kama nini. Some of them will go, but yani they do investigation, wanapata kila kitu and then wanaweka kila kitu. Do you know even some of the church members wameanza kukataa kwenda kwa hiyo church, and that is one of the way yenye unafanya watu ama institutions sifanye kama hii sasa ya church. Institution ya church haitafanya because watu wameanza kuogopa, wameanza kusema kumbe pastor wetu hii ni land tunataka hata kutoa pesa to build, sio yetu. Kumbe hii, you know, those are some of the things I think zina trigger and now ndio tunauliza kwa government nini inaweza fanywa, na ndio nilikuwa nasema things kama hii pesa ya kuiba, there's no way tunaweza enda to invest because I know there are guys who are doing investigation, wajue hii pesa imetoka ngapi na imeenda ngapi na nini, and then they start coming up with those facts. You know, facts ndio zinafanya something ikue moto, but without ukisema tu blindly the way Wamnyo anasema ati kuna pesa State House na uwezi fika State House uenda kusitoa ama kuziona, uwezi pata. So ile tu those triggers zenye tunaweza guza hivi iwasha moto.
Innocent, unajua, I know you followed the South Africa struggle for their independence. I mean their end of that nasty regime. You followed. I am sure you followed.
Apartheid.
Apartheid, yeah. That is the kind of struggle we are supposed to adopt. Your module. Okay? If you have forgotten, we anza kurudi kwa YouTube uone. That module can in Kenya for now, because it's not about apartheid, it's removing a regime, it can take us less than 2 months. Less than 60 days, jamaa atakuwa ameenda. If we adopt that module, go check
Actually,
what that module is.
PK suspect Sarafina ndio ilifanya mpaka jenzi wetu wakatoka. Unajua that's the time it had been anchored on ilikuwa imewekwa Netflix. I recall not wanting that cousin of mine who 14-year-old, I didn't want him to watch it. Anakuanga very silent boy, but mimi muogopa. Anakuanga crowd puller. Anakuanga na hizo tendencies za nani za nani huyo Njenga, Maina wa Njenga. Yani he's a very silent person, lakini akona crowds zingine, akona click ingine yenye akona pool ingine ya watu yenye make sense. So normally I'm very scared of him because me wanaga in schema. So I tried to stop. I tried to tell my aunt, be very careful what this child watches, and I'd prefer that he doesn't watch Sarafina. Imagine soon after that, then Gen Z broke. So it's almost like my fear was already was kind of valid at the time, because then it's almost like it was just something that was in the air. Then sasa siku hizi anasemaga ati ajui kaya ni Gen Alpha ama Gen Z because it's not clear. So that generation, there's a generation that's coming up, they're now 15.
Yeah, hiyo si ndio
Hao
wanaita
watoto
nini?
watakuja kuleta shida hii Kenya.
Unajua
Because by 2027 they are voters.
Yeah.
They will be lethal.
Yeah. So na ndio sasa hii module, unaona hii module ya hiyo ya South Africa hiyo, it was very well, hiyo ilikuwa ni noma. Now that is what we need. Hiyo yani hizo sasa trigger points everywhere. Hizo nani Julia alikuwa anaziita pressure points. Nilikuwa nataka kumwambia hiyo module ya nini, lakini saa hiyo siku anaweza kuongea. it is that module now na hizo sasa it's looking for those pressure points and erupting them, you know, and rapturing them, rapture here, rapture there. Yani per day unakuta kuna rapture kama 100. Unaona vile kulitokea rapture in the counties yani in one, ilikuwa ni 3 days 4 days I think in a row. Unakumbuka Irene? Innocent, unakumbuka
Nini?
Unakumbuka vile ile rapture ilitokea in the counties?
Yeah.
That is what I'm talking about. Ile yani zilikuwa ni 40 I think out of 47 counties zili rapture zote. Zina rapture zote. That is what is supposed to happen.
Yeah, that can see.
Yeah, because sasa hiyo ni una combine guerrilla na hii conventional. Yeah. That is the way to chase huyu jamaa juu lazima jamaa hapa you have to remove him by fire. Yes, it's not ati tafadhali enda. Hey, vile anasimama bwana ana enjoy watu ana mock people. Na watu wananiambia tungoje mpaka 2027.
Unajua one of the thing mimi naongojea ni ya Kikuyu kutolewa ndani ati watu wa ODM wawekwe ama Waazimio wawekwe kwa hii government. Unajua Mlima ndio sasa that's another trigger mimi naona. Ama unaonaje?
Unajua ubaya, you know why I don't trust Mlima and watu washangaa na mimi sana. The approach ya Mlima Innocent does not achieve much. Approach ya Mlima ni cowardice. Unajua Mlima tu anatajango ati siku za Maumau. There is nothing else they have achieved. Hakuna, just go down the memory lane. Hakuna, juu kama ni kutokelezea resisting, wanasema business zao. Wanasema sisi ni watu wa biashara. Unaona? So if it is in terms of maandamano, they don't. If it is in terms of whatever, you know, anything that looks like it's against the constitution, wanasema hao ni watu wa amani, hao ni wameokoka. They always you know, rebel. They don't want to be seen to be on the wrong side. Gachagua is preaching the same. Anasema sisi ni watu hatutaki fujo, hatutaki hii. How do you talk like that and you are talking that una nini na wewe ulitolewa na fujo? Yeah, so hawa watatolewa gava Innocent and they will do nothing. They will just be going and milling around the Wamnyoro wakingojea 2027.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, you know, mimi nawajua sana juu, you know, you go by past. Where is it that they have ever resisted? Hakuna. Hata, do you know even they don't even know how to walk out of parliament watu wakiongea ujinga. You know, those are some of the good gestures. You storm out. Ile siku walitoka nje, wengine hata sijui kawa walitoka wote. Walikuwa yani mpaka walikuwa wanaambiwa si utoke. Yani imagine you cannot ile, you know, like now me and you Innocent tumekaa mahali alafu because we know the way we think. Hata sita have kukwambia let's walk out. Yani utasimama na mimi nisimame na tutoke na tuende to issue statement as if we had pre-planned. That is called synchronization of a common goal. But Mlima ina shida mbili. Shida ya kwanza is they are money minded. Number one, very easy to, yani money lures them into anything. Okay?
Pesa inawasumbua. Rasi amekuja hapo.
Ras, karibu bwana.
Vipi Stone, Maunga na Innocent. So nimekuwa nafuata show kutoka jioni na Eli alikuwa naongea about you know, the narrative that is going on in, you know, Nyanza about the ongoing processes, you know, akijaribu kusema kwa Nyanza wanauza narrative ya, you know, Mlima walitupatia this regime, so mbona sisi ndio tupiganie. Na Stone PK sasa umeleta hiyo point vizuri, umesema watu wa mlima wanajifanya watu wa amani sana. That's very right, kwa sababu that's the same narrative that is going around, and wale watu wa Lakeside ndio huonekana kama watu wa maandamano. So this time around pia wanasema, you know what, mbona tuende kwa street tuwapiganie. So that is the same narrative that ina reduce hakuna maandamano right now, because watu wa Lakeside wanangoja watu wa mlima kama they are very truthful about the change, why don't they be ahead of the maandamano? So until that happens, utapata vitu zitakuwa too stagnant and everybody will be so reluctant. Ukiangalia wale Innocent aliongea about Gen Zs wameingizwa pocket, that's the honest truth. Wale Gen Zs walikuwa mashujaa, wale walikuwa nakuja kwa street. Right now ukiangalia narrative wanasema it's the same concept that hatutakuja kwa street sana tena, kwa sababu tukikuja kwa street tunauliwa bure for the sake of others. And that is the same narrative that is making Raila to be more popular. Don't underestimate him. If he gives way forward, utaona vile so many Kenyans are going to buy into Raila's way forward. So unaangalia from both sides, from Ruto's side and from the Gachagwa's camp, everybody is kind of keen to listen to what Raila is going to say. And when it comes to consultation, those consultations, to be honest, they are a waste of people's time. Hakuna consultation inafanyika. He has already made up his mind, and hizo consultation, they're just inviting a few like-minded ili atakuja aseme nilitembea Kenya mzima nika consult, but he has already made up his mind on whatever direction he's going to take. So right now kulikuwa na Njeru, the kind of hatred that she keeps, unfortunately nimepata fursa kama ametoka saa hizo, niliingia studio earlier on ndio nilikuwa nataka kumwambia the kind of hatred narrative that she keeps saying and others saying, that is what is selling this ideology ya ukabila. And this is the same ideology that some of our tubocrats politicians huko Lakeside wanaambia watu. And when people hear somebody like Jeru speaking, wana relate na how tumbocrat politicians. So we, for a good revolution to happen, we need all of us. We should be speaking in one voice, irrespective we ni mtu wa Lakeside ama we ni mtu wa mlima ama we ni mtu wa coast or eastern or whatever side ile unakuja. We need to be speaking in one voice. We should stop hero worshipping these politicians. Kenya kuna parties mbili. There's the rich and the poor. That's the honest truth. Ukifikiria we ni mtu wa Azimio ama we ni mtu wa Kenya Kwanza, unajichocha. It's either you are rich or you are poor. Right now, the Gen Z movement is being killed intentional kwa sababu it was going to change the political class, was going to be so useless in Kenya. But right now, they're ganging up against Gen Zs, they're ganging up against Kenyans ili wafanye hiyo Gen Z movement ikwe irrelevant. And we are all buying into their propaganda, and they're laughing at us. So we need to figure out how can we speak in one voice so that watu wa Azimio, watu wa Kenya Kwanza tuungane pamoja. Wamunyoro, Baba and all those, they don't have any interest yetu. Hawapendi Kenya kutushinda. As long as they get their deal, their fair share, hao wako sawa. Their families are okay. Kwa sababu ukiangalia Wamunyoro, hizi vitu zilikuwa zinafanyika mbaya kwa serikali ya Ruto, alikuwa anapiga makofi back then. But sasa hivi anajifanya ni kama Ruto alikuwa muongo na hizo uongo ndiye alikuwa anapiga makofi. So all these politicians, they are all the same. Tuwekeni siasa kwa nini? Kwa lungs, unakohoa inatoka. Let's not make it so personal mpaka unaanza tu kuchukia makabila zingine kwa sababu ya one politician. Asante.
Yeah, that's I agree with you. From some of our talks ndio give this the ODM guys some tumbocrats ponga points.
Alafu kitu moja Innocent. Stone uliongea about Kimskit. You know, Kimskit, I've talked about it before. Unajua, with all honesty, Ounye ajui vile hata alikuwa president. That Kimskit, when it was introduced to Kenya, before Musando died, he told us that he's the only one who will determine who becomes president. Now, Kimskit administrative access was taken away na kidole yake. So tusijidanganye. So as long as we're having election na Kimskit, we know who has the administrative right. Ounye hata ajui. He thinks he won election, but ajui nini lifanyika. So, you know, watu wengine wasijipige kifua hapa ati tyranny of numbers. Those numbers ni opaque vile Kome alikuwa anatupatia judgment. Those numbers are not there. Ni Kimskitili but yana vifaranga vya computer. One person was ahead of everybody. Aliona, hey, you know what? Ili ni control hii inchi for a long time. I need that kidole. Na hiyo kidole ndio inatufikisha pali tuko. But we don't want to talk about it. You know, we just keep beating around the bush. Watu wengine wanatupigia kelele ati tyranny of numbers. Na saa zile wameachwa waende kwa polls peke yao hatuoni hizo numbers. So we have to go back to the basic tujue shida iko wapi.
Yeah, on the same note, I believe unajua ikifika kwa administrative access to it, and then inatupeleka back, we need to go back to mlolongo ile yenye mna 1 2 3 4 50 watu umeona ni 50 yes. Alafu unaweka tu chini. That can help us now, but I don't think we can go back to that, but that is the easiest way of doing it, because mnaenda mnasimama na mna count watu wakiona. You can even take pictures as zile wana count, since people have smartphones, mnaenda mnashika 1 2 3 4 5 Ruto amepata 5. Okay, ni nani huyo? Kama ni Martha Karua 50 zinaandikwa chini. That is the easiest. But if faranga za computer with that algorithm formula, I'm telling you things can be cooked, and that's how they were cooked. And hata hii ya Raila si ati wangetaka kuiba, si ati hawangeiba mamilioni. They said let's just make it ionekane Raila alikuwa karibu kushinda. They knew how they worked it. Aonekana ako karibu kumshika hivi na hivi na hivi, na because wangeweka mingi then ingejulikana. So they had to cook it kidogo tu ionekana ni 200,000 ndiye ameshindwa nayo. Hata yeye aone okay, I tried, but sasa hii 200 ni gani? Hata ukienda kuangalia maybe unasema hii ni ya Wetangula, maybe ndio alinyang'anya from there na ndio imempatia. So there is a way they cooked it and they are able to do it. But we are saying if there is a way they can do it, if there is a way that they wanaweza work out on the Kimskits, then election can work. But other than that, I believe something has to happen. Maybe God in heaven can do for us something. Maunga, umenyamaza? Sasa unaweza endelea, maybe Maunga medos. Okay.
Sija those nilikuwa nime move to a different platform. So I think Njiru ako hapo kwa background and I plan ku close.
Okay.
Rasvik, good to see you. Nimekusikia. What I was about to say based on what Rasvik has said, the truth is Raila ametukosea sisi sana, but hatutakubali mtu ajifiche nyuma yake kuleta chuki yake kufikiria ati she'll get away with it. The truth is wale watu wenye wamebaki wako bado na hiyo kasumba, tutawapeleka na hiyo rieng. Mkitaka tuende tukaswim huko wengine wetu tumezoea kuswim na hizo pigs, tutawapeleka huko na tukue champions huko, kwa sababu sisi tunakuanga tumezoea anyway kuteseka. Tunajaribu kubadilisha nchi, either mu decide kubadilika nayo ama mtazama na kila kitu yote yenye tunafagia nje hii nchi. Watu watatuletea ujinga hapa hivi na ukabila za upuzi. It is either you own up to your mistakes as we move Kenya forward, or you are drained with the swamp that we are draining. We are getting a new Kenya whether anyone likes it or not. Some of us are very deliberate.
Maunga, ngoja kidogo. Stone PK, Njiru, add Stone PK anauliza huko nyuma. Stone PK anauliza huko nyuma, you can add in. Thank you, Maunga, endelea.
Some of us are very deliberate and extremely intentional about loving each other. Leo hii, I do not know, hakuna nyumba Raila naweza gonga nikipata shida. Innocent, I have your number. Rasvik niko na namba yako. So nipike niko na namba yake. Julia niko na namba yake. Njiru niko na namba yake. So those are people I can access. And na watanisikiza. Akina Alex, I will stop them and they'll listen to me. By all means, I will fight for those people. And that is what every Kenyan has to do right now. The political class, wakiwa na shida ama wakiwa na vitu zao, wanafanyanga wenyewe at that level. So including kuharibu Kenya saizi, wanaharibu for their own interests. Interests ya Wakenya ikue sisi kushikana, tupendane, to decide that nothing will divide us. That together tutashikana mikono na to build hii nchi. One effort at a time. One person at a time. The welfare of a fellow Kenyan is going to be as important as the welfare of your brother or sister. Because kesho hautakuwa na that Kenyan will be there. Na atakuwa around your brother or your sister, na akuwa around your children, na akuwa around your parents and all your relatives. So at no time should we allow anyone to attempt dividing us because of their own interests by telling us so and so amefanya hivi na hivi na hivi. When some people speak here so strongly about the hatred for Raila nini, Wamunyoro anamtafutia nini? So if they love that Wamunyoro of theirs and they think he's such an angel, why is he now expressing love for the Raila that he wanted to kill in the first place? So the truth is, we have facts and we have evidence. Our history has taught us a lot. That we want to leave it behind is not to mean that we have forgotten. So occasionally when you revisit ours, we will revisit yours, and yours, by the way, inanuka zaidi ya yetu. So let people not think that sisi ni wanyonge saa zile tunaongelelea hapa. Tunaongea hapa tukijua, some of us when we take on certain decisions, we are thinking the nation, and we are part of that nation that is thinking. So hatutaongea kama kina Gaucho hapa. Hatutakuwa na upuzi. Leo hii watu wanasherehekea Chebukati ameuawa. Why is it that hata watu wa ODM wamekuwa kisherehekea Chebukati is dead, and including hata some supporters wa Ruto? Why is it that they are excited that Chebukati is dead? If indeed they were part of the broad base na wamechukua broad nonsense, si wangemwona na Ruto pia, because Ruto has lost his friend, or rather labda yeye ndiye ameua huyo friend yake, lakini si alikuwa friend yake anyway. But si wangemwona naye kwa sababu saizi they are BFFs. So watu waache kuleta ujinga. Let Kenyans be very, very, very deliberate, extremely intentional about being a Kenyan and loving your neighbor as thyself. Like saizi to decide hatuna constitution, to decide kama Wakristo wenye tuko hapa au hizo religions zingine zinaweza decide what to hold on to decide that we are living by the 10 commandments. Hiyo ndio ikuwe constitution yetu na ituguide as a principle, because constitution yetu ilitengenezwa na binadamu. 10 commandments, Mungu alitucommand do this and that and that, and the one thing that is explicit there is love thy neighbor as thyself. The moment you have love for anything, it encompasses everything. Akuna love sees nothing. Love sees no darkness. Love will literally look for the good in the little good that there is in another person, and it will find it and it will magnify it. Let us do that about Kenya, about being Kenya. Asanteni.
Yeah, alafu sometimes unajua ni vile watu hatutaki kujianika sana, but sometimes you are tempted, you know. You've put it very well. We've something has brought us together, and you can see the ingenuity in it. You can see the juice in it. You can feel the bond, the common, you know, the commonality, the focus that has really brought all of us together since then. So it is shocking when we are trying to forge forward, and of course, as I keep on saying, it is always also good to, as you move, as you propel yourself, whether you are in the ocean or in the river or wherever, or on the road, you are going into some place, you've decided a destination. But sometimes uwe unaenda hata kama ni gari unaendesha, unaangalia speed, kama sasa huku mahali kama US na wherever, unarudi unaangalia compass yako, ama ulichukua south, north, kule ulikuwa unaenda, you look at you have to keep referring ndio usije ukapotea. So our political journey can never move forward without us remembering where we have come from. And when we were coming, when we started, tuligongwa wapi, tulijikwaa wapi. There's nothing wrong with visiting that. And I know Wakenya ikiwa mali tuligongwa ni Stone PK alitufanya tukagongwa, hatutaki ikifika hapo tuanze kusema Stone PK hapa ni yeye alikataa kutuambia turuke, tukaingia kwa shimo. Then Stone PK started defending himself. And yet we fell. Hapo tulianguka, tukachelewa. You know, we lost time there, nursing injuries and this kind of a thing. So hatutaki kuongea juu ya hiyo. So, you know, and this is the problem that we are even having at the very senior level. Okay? Our wote wanakataa kukubali hako kakitu. Kanaitwa kubite the bullet. Biting that bullet. And until you bite that bullet and discard it, hata tukienda tunakuwa tunafichania kadi. And then haikaagi bila kutokelezea, you know, ndio unasikia watu wanaanza kuibatiza. Oh, it's a mistrust. Oh, it's a stereotype. Oh, it is this. Oh, it is old age. Oh, it is that. Hapana. It's what that kakitu, it is old, yes, but it is still current. It is living. Juu hatujaiua. That jiga, we've refused to kill it. Yeah, and we can only kill it by realizing and calling it by its name. All right, that there is this. Is it useful? We all agree it is useless. That's how you kill it. Okay, and for example, that's why now we have to say whether mtu anajidai. Like I always say, how about somebody who is married to this tribe, wanapata hawa watoto wanaolewa tribe tofauti. You are married, you are ex, you're married by Y. Mnazaa watoto. Hawa watoto wanaitwa XY. Alafu wanarudi wanaolewa kwa K. Sasa, what do you call that? How do you even begin now to segregate ati hawa ni hivi, hawa ni kabila hii, hawa ni kabila hii? That already a homogeneous product has already been developed that is supposed to really prosper, and it can only prosper focusing on a common goal, which is, for me, that is where we are supposed to really be focusing. Now that we have realized, the politicians, when they have realized wako cornered, walidraw hiyo kadi. Okay? Wote. And there was kuna topic nilikuwa nimeweka, sijui ni jana ni jana. Ile nilikuwa nimesema political predators. Wao mnaitaka dynasty. Wameongea usiku. Wamezungumziana usiku. Wakaambiana, law, we are in danger. Because already the common man ameunite now, vile wema nani Maunga unasema. The common man amesema hii upuzi hatutaki. That is so threatening to the predators, to the looters. It is dangerous.
Common mwananchi saa hii sasa Kenya amefika hapo, and thank God, as I kept on saying, thank God maybe Ruto aliiba kura jundi amefanya tukafika hapo haraka. So hiyo akina Raila, akina Uhuru, akina nani, they will do everything possible to suppress it, to kill it. That's why they'll buy the Gen Zs, watawanunua kabisa. I mean, they'll pay. Hao majenzi mtu akipewa milioni 3 that hiyo anaenda crazy. That kid will go crazy. Just 3 million or even 2 million or even 1 million. Mtu hajawahi ona hata 100,000, then umempatia boom, kamilion. Hiyo ni kwisha. Kwanza unarudi unaona nikaa itajaisha. Then finish. Once you get it, you're done. Okay, you change the tune. That's why for me, for example, I know an abrupt maandamano at Gen Z led and all that might not be possible because already money and scaring na hiyo kuuliwa na nini it's lethal. Hiyo already nini. So I still insist that people swallow their pride, people swallow their ego, and then we began saying that we must change this leadership. Na hakuna kusema sasa hiyo narrative unaona imeletwa, sasa nyinyi amuku mnatokeaga, si ndio tulikuwa tunatokea. Hiyo sasa tunaweza sema ni sawa. Hao wanasema hivyo juu si wote, wacha waendelee. Because again, we will never have 100% support. Ati mseme Stone PK alafu everybody comes towards Stone PK. No. Tukubali. Yes.
Stone, do you know Gen Z hawakuwa kwa hiyo lawama? Wale wenzao wenye hawakutokea hawakuwa laumu. Yani those children, they taught us how to be Kenyans. If at all we decided not to draw lessons from them, sisi ni wajinga wenye hatuwezi saidika vile kitambo. I think Mama Selina alikuwa akisema kufunguke tu to disappear so that your generation ikuje tu ioccupy country yao ianze upya.
Yeah.
Because the truth is those children came and gave us a model of the kind of a country and the kind of governance we should have and the kind of people we should be. Our watoto walidemonstrate mapenzi ingine hapo hivyo. Then bado sisi tuko hapa tukiongea ujinga hapo tukijaribu kusema Laila kai.
Alafu naona kitu imenifurahisha Maunga, sijui Innocent kama alikuwa. I like triggering such things imetoka. Unaona show ya leo imetoka, mnajua watu sasa vizuri. So when people talk of freedom, sijui watu wanapigana.
Na wacha nikwambie PK, mimi hakuna mahali Mkikuyu atatukanwa ni nyamaze. Because leo hii nitapeleka mtoto wangu wapi? Wewe wakisiwa kitukanwa mahali utanyamaza Njero? PK. You understand? Rasvik, yeah. I don't know. We watoto wako wanakaanga wa nini? Wanaitwa aje strawberries. So, on the other hand, wewe watoto wako sijui kani wakisi na kususpect Innocent mnazaanga tu na wakisi wenzenu ama Waluya. But still, we've got to decide. Mimi leo hii hakuna mtu anaweza ongea about Wakikuyu nimsikie, but I will talk about the ills that Kikuyus have done. But lazima niwatetee na niwapende kwa sababu najua ni nini niko nayo huko. Na hata kama in my case Mungu alifanya nikakuwa nayo, which is important because I can be a radical. But at the end of the day saizi nisipotetea all these other tribes, mtoto wangu akuja niletee one of your children, nitajifanya aje? Kani nilikuwa nimejifanya ati ndiko na ujaluo wengine yenye inanisaidia inanisupport juu kununua unga kwa duka, ujinga upuzi tu. Na siwezi enda nikagonga nikaambiana ati mimi ni Mjaluo so nataka nisaidiwe Karen ama Bondo huko nini. Tuache upuzi by the way. And it is something that you have to call out and you have to call it really strongly. Hakuna kushugarcoat anything. Saizi ukiona Mkenya anafanya tribalism ya ujinga unamwambia. Mimi ya Wakisii tu ndio uwaga nime-embrace because wanafanyanga hiyo ukabila ya kubeba ya kuinuana. And when mumeinuana, munakuwa muna inhibitions na muna hang-ups. Munakuwa easier people to live with. Because in fact, Innocent, unafaa kutuambia, mulianza kuroga nani? Mulikuwa mmetengeneza uchawi muroge nani kwa sababu Wakisii wanapendana in a way that you understand hiyo uchawi inakuanga huko ilikuwa ya nani? Mtuambie kama ni sisi Wajaluo mlikuwa mna plan kuroga.
Okay. Maunga nini leo unaleta? Paka unaona Njiro ananiambia leo nagongwa. Anyway, what we are discussing is good and it's right, and that's why we need to change our mind. And Monga, I agree with you. Some of us, are to Jawa from the same tribe, so watoto wetu hata hawajui when we talk about tribes hawajuangi ni nini juu wanashanganga, what are you guys talking about, ama mbona mnadharau hawa ama nini. They don't understand that, and that's why we need also as this channel we don't tusianze kuleta ukabila sana paka channel ianze kuonekana ni ya kabila fulani ama nini. We make it in such a way that the facts, I told you guys, kuna watu wanaenda wanasikiza hii kitu baadaye because I usually give them waangalie, and they like the way we are articulating issues here. So when we start bringing some ukabilas, then tunaanza kuwa kama Kaluma. Ni Kaluma ama naitwangaji huyo MP wa huko. You can imagine this is the same guy juzi tu some 2 years ago alikuwa anaongea ABCD and now he's talking like that.
Mwenye aliambiwa meno zake zimekuwa chafu all along na kuna mtu ashaimvuta kwenda kumwosha.
Yeah. And you can imagine what he's talking now. If we can change like that, then that's why Maunga, I agree with you. We don't want to believe any politician, whatever they say, kama ni true ama ni yani kama ni ukweli ama ni uongo. Tujue tu politicians are politicians, they will hang up together, watatukanana saizi, kesho ikifika wameshikana. Na sisi wacha tukue vile ulikuwa unasema ati tuna namba yako, una namba yako. Let's just make this Kenyan livable. Mahali tunaweza ishi.
Unaona nini what I was saying, nimekusikia ukisema ukabila. Kwa nini ni apologize for being a Luo? Why should you apologize for being a Kisi? Why should Stony apologize for being a Mbere? Why should Ras apologize for being a Luo? Because believe me, the tribes I speak about and the attributes I speak about those tribes are usually, there's a friend of mine, she's Kisi, we went to primary school with her, we've been friends for over 30 years. Now, Christine, like she one time told me that I really know the one thing about you, you always look for the best in everyone. And at the time, I didn't even know what she was talking about. So immediately she said that, I started auditing myself. I realized that kumbe nachukia vitu toxic kabisa. I always want, saa zile watu wanasema vitu mbaya about wewe, nataka niangalie hapo ndani natafuta ni nini hiyo mzuri about wewe, niende ni magnify, and that is what I should focus on, and that is what I should dwell on. Sasa hata mkisikianga hata hizi tribes, whenever I mention them, and I mention them with attributes that I think are beautiful and make the diversity so beautiful and something that can be useful to this nation, it is because I've been deliberate, intentional. I didn't realize it. It may have been something I was doing subconsciously, but it was something useful. So when we decide that a tribe is not a bad thing, it is the same way. The reason why I usually talk about sex so casually is just so that people can get the mystery out of it and not stop thinking that it is something that you can throw at me and make me shy. You cannot. So similarly, when we start speaking about tribes so explicitly and we bring out the best in those tribes, and that is why I'm saying the next level of Kenyan leadership, cultural exchanges amongst children and students of this nation and learners of this nation will happen. Whether people like it or not, it will be anchored in the curriculum. It will be something that those children literally are transported to those counties, to those places, those geographical places in this country. They will go all around this country, including volatile areas. They will go and get security. They will ask, why are we being guarded by armed people when you're going to this place? The history of that will be told, and these children of this nation are going to understand their country better, and they will know from that history what they're never supposed to repeat. That is the only way we're going to move forward. As for this thing about saying, no, we cannot mention tribes, we must mention tribes to the extent that all the mystery around it is demystified and now suddenly becomes a normal thing. that I can stand and I can be a Chieng, in fact, you know, and our surnames can be something that we are proudly using. And should someone ask from which side are you, or even when you're introducing yourself, you introduce yourself with your surname and you say where you come from, you including even say your clan and everything else, because there's nothing to apologize for it, because you are first that person before you are Kenyan. Because as is, we are being told. In fact, someone in the comment section I saw saying that tulitoka Sudan. Well, if my ancestors came from Sudan, I've never even been to Sudan, by the way, to even sightsee. So when you're telling me that it is a part of a history that I just need to know because it is worth knowing, but that it will be useful to me is neither here nor there. So at the end of the day, it is something that we have to do. Mpaka watu wazoee. Asante.
That is key. Unajua, there are things we cannot cover and wish them away. Okay? We can't wish at the tribe away. How? How do you wish tribe away? You only wish away kitu ulianzisha ama kitu binadamu ameanzisha, but not what God created. Yeah? The only bad thing is, of course, misusing it. Yeah? And as you correctly said, ni vizuri watu tukue na hiyo diversity, na hiyo diversity ndio inafanya watu wana appreciate na inafanya our communities zinakuwa very rich. I'm a patron of one inaitwa cultural group. Actually, I started it. Na huwa imevuma kabisa because of what we do. And I'm proud of it. Okay? It's part of what has made people know Mbere. People didn't know who Mberes are. They used to say Meru, Embu. But once we started that, beginning with my dad, who had initially initiated that, I think we put Mbere people in the map of Kenya. And it's a community. Once you are a community of over 300,000 people, you should not be marginalized and summed up with other people. Then you are covered. When resources are being distributed, mnahesabiwa tumedistribute Embu, and Embu is so big. So it is important. And that whoever wants to wish that away, hapana, iwezekani. Number two, I just want to ask the nyinyi panelists. Sometimes we vilify, we say politicians, achana na politicians, achana na politicians. Politicians are just like that. If tomorrow I become a politician, will you refer to me the same way? Or Innocent, or Irene, or whoever? Or Raz? Itakuwa tu politician ni wale wale. That's a question I'm posing. Because I find sometimes when people are discussing, wanakuwa na a funny stereotype. I would call it a stereotype or attitude. And they do a collective band inaitangwaje? Banjoizing the politicians. Wanawekwa kwa kikapu moja, wanakuwa dismissed kwa wholesale. Why do we do that? Is it that once somebody becomes a politician, kama alikuwa na akili inarudi inashuka kutoka juu inakuja nyuma? I don't know. Wanaikalia, so they don't think with their head, they think with their butts. Just a question. As we explore.
Indeed, food for thought. That is food for thought. So does it mean that once Maunga becomes a governor, after change, anze to behave like governor? birds of the same feather flock together. So it's high time that we change our politics. We make sure that whatever we are doing, whatever we want to do, once we get that position, we are able to do the right thing. Just like the way Father Dan was saying yesterday, akasema yeye ni father, and what he does is what he believes is right, not what the Catholics believe should be done. It's what he believes is right with God and with him. So I believe that is the right thing we need to follow. And those of us who are aspiring to be elected leaders in future, it's high time we start retrospecting this kind of life the politicians live. But I believe it can change. It can change because if we get the right people in parliament this time round, na waanze kuchange parliament, then inaweza kuwa mzuri. On one way, Stone PK, I believe it's high time hata hii salaries zenye watu wanapatiwa huko parliament ireduciwe ikuwe pesa kidogo. You can imagine a doctor mwenye amesomea 6 years kwa course na anatibu watu na nini, anapatiwa less money than the MPs. So that watu wasianze kung'ang'ania juu, because people I think wakienda huko ni pesa wanang'ang'ania. Ikuwe kama some of the countries najua in the world whereby people when they go there they go to serve. Yani wanasema hata watu wenye wako politicians they are very poor in terms of salary, yani wanalipwa vibaya, so that you know ukienda huko ni kazi unaenda kufanya, sio pesa unaenda kutafuta. Because hii politics ya Kenya ni kama mtu anataka kuwa politician because anataka kukula mahali ama anataka kupata pesa ama tenders mahali fulani. So it's high time that we make this also politics ya Kenya isikuwe ni pesa. I don't know how this issue can be dealt with, ndio hii pesa ireduciwe kuja hata kama ni 100 to 200,000 salary for MPs. Mtu uende ufanye kazi, kama ujisikii kufanya kazi, kama unaona pesa ni ndogo, wachana, so that they can go and make policies na kila kitu ikuwe iko decentralized in such a way that sio lazima upate pesa ndio uende kusaidia watu wako huko nyumbani. Just go and make policies zenye zitasaidia Wakenya. Enda parliament, ukaa huko. Hata hii maneno ya constituency that you are representing people from your constituency is quite you are going to bring money for them. Kama ni medical care, wacha ikuwe inafikia kila mtu in your constituency in Kenya. Kama ni education inafikia, so that you zero in parliament making policies, kupitisha vitu. I believe if we can do that, we will help Kenya. I don't know whether that can be done. Stone BK and Vic.
Yeah, you know what? There are things that cannot be reversed. Vitu kama salaries, hiyo itakuwa ngumu, because that was the biggest blunder that, Kenya has been making blunders ever since independence. Stupid blunders, selfish blunders. So some of those things, reversing them would be very difficult. But now improving on the existing system, for example, things like CDF, okay? All these monies GMP anapewa kufanya nini na nini, it should be like if it is the county, okay? County should have the budget and then it should be accountable, okay? The Auditor General asikuwe ni mmoja, all right? Na ikuwe devolved pia. You have Auditor General offices in the region. For example, Kenya inarudi wanaweka zile region 9. Then you have Deputy Auditor Generals ndio wanasimamia hizo region reporting to the head
who will be either in Nairobi or wherever they want him or her to sit, so that these auditors are also not historical. And this is a dispute I always have with the auditors. Okay, and that's why I don't respect. I don't respect as a project manager. I hate auditors because I don't want you to come and give me history. Because when you give me history, unisaidi kama my team, my staff wame misappropriate pesa, unakuja kuniambia it was. Where do you want me to get it? Okay, so I would want to have, you know, a very strict, monitoring and evaluation stroke audit that is an ongoing thing, you know, before the project starts, as the project starts, so that you have almost quarterly kind of whatever. Same thing for the country. It should be that way. A country should give in that 5-year budget, 5-year program. 5-year program, you have annual budget. During the year, there should be midterm. Because if it midterm, then you'll be able to point out that this didn't go well. Yeah, this needs to be corrected. This money has been stolen. Okay, and this money should be released, in halves. Not that sasa pesa ni ya mwaka itoke. That is the loopholes that we have in government management of their country programs. Yeah, so yes, if it is schools, if it is, that should be released and monitored, so that it is not individuals competing. Ati sasa unajua mimi ndio nimeenda nimewaletea shule, unajua mimi ndio nimeenda nimefanya hivi. Those are nonsense. It should not be pegged to individuals. Okay, it should be uniform. Yeah, if it's award wanapata development program, yani it should be uniform everywhere. If it's health centers, it should, and that's the way it used to be. Raz na Innocent. When I was growing up, like in Nairobi, every other estate had a dispensary, and you would go to any of them. You go to the nearest one. Every other estate had a school, a primary school, and every other estate had a kindergarten. Okay, so that there was minimum walking distance for the kids, and then every other kid was supplied with stationery for free. If it ever happened, why would it not come back? And then somebody was arguing so stupidly, telling me, oh, that time the population was XYZ. I find that very tired, even if it's a professor explaining that to me, that because people are 50, I was able to manage them well. And then when they are 100, I'm not able to manage them. Yeah. Yet when they are 50, I have resources for 50. When they are 100, I get equivalent resources for 100. Why should I not use the same formula I use to manage the 50? If the resources are increased as according to the number. Unless you tell me 50, then they are 100, and then I still have the resources of the 50. There you can tell me. But the country, the way it has grown, you can't tell me the economy has not been growing. The population has been growing. The economy has been growing. But what we increased is the theft. It's theft. You initially were stealing hundreds. Then you go into 100,000. Now we steal millions. Millions tukamaliza haraka haraka tukagraduate into billion. 2 billion being stolen every day. Na watu wanaongea hapa. Now we have gone to trillion. Walai. Rasvik, unataka kusema kitu? Mimi niko karibu kuondoka, sijui Jiro ako wapi.
Yeah, ulifuata ile story ya Sakaja hearing kwa nini? Kwa parliament about story ya Nairobi. What it really exposed ni these counties are not paying their bills. Hizo pesa za kulipa bill, if somebody, kuna mtu anazikula, they're using services, but the money that is allocated to pay those bills inapotea tu, and nobody is asking kwani hiyo pesa inaenda wapi?
Stone PK, zima mic yako. Nakusikia kitu naongea huko nyuma. Stone PK.
Yeah, so these county governments, they need to be held accountable. Hiyo pesa ya kulipa hizo bills zinaenda wapi? Kwa sababu most of them they owe different agencies and vendors a lot of money, but nobody is answerable for. So hii kitu juzi auditor anatuambia sijui pesa ya e-citizen inaenda kwa private account. Why can't she name those private accounts? Kwani hizo accounts hazina jina? You know, if you make a deposit into account or money goes into an account, there's an account name that is attached to that particular account. She needs to expose these people to Kenyans so that tuwajue, wasalimiwe, ama they get held accountable. You know, vile walifanya Waititu, they need to go, whoever that account, whoever the owner of those accounts are, wanafaa kwenda kujoin nani Waititu huko boarding. You know, that's where they belong. But if you give us a report and you tell us that there are some private accounts the money is going to, and you don't give us details of those private accounts, ni kama you just wasted government's resources doing these audits with no resolutions.
I agree, that's Vic. For me, that's why I'm tired with some of these things. You know, when you tell me you are exposing, seriously. Sasa unakuja kwangu, unaambia Stone PK, vitu zako ziliibiwa jana. Na ziliibiwa na tuliona huyo mtu aliiba, lakini siwezi sema ni nani. Umenisaidia? Umenisaidia? Not helped me. Yeah. Ati for the sake of wanasemaga hivi Raz na nani na Innocent. Ati for the sake of, there is a phrase they use. Yani unaziba mwizi. For the sake of what? Si mwizi ni wa kuanikwa. That's why I agree with somebody who says akiwa president atanyonga watu sana. I think that is what one needs to do. I think that should be, I wish I could. Ni vile naona siwezi. Mimi nitaweka hiyo executive order. Kuna
Don't PK, can you repeat ulikuwa umeenda off na on? Ulisema nini?
I don't know when I went off.
No, hiyo statement ya mwisho. Umeenda on and off. Ulikuwa repeat, umesema nini?
Hiyo ya mwisho nilikuwa nasema I wish that, I mean, I support some people who say that the first thing they would do is to even have executive order ya kunyonga some activities. Unajua, kama sasa mwizi ameiba pesa kama hiyo yote ya nchi, that is not even criminal, ni ile inaitwa treason. You see? So you know, I don't see how you can really unamalizaje hii mambo. Mnakaa chini mnaambiwa na auditor ati hao watu pesa imeibiwa imeenda hivi. Alafu anaenda. Tunabaki tukidebate ile do imeibiwa, lakini hatusemi imeibiwa ikaenda. Nani ameiba? Tumeambiwa tu kuna mtu ameiba. Lakini ati hawezi tajwa. Sasa hawezi tajwa kwa nini? And that is what I would want akina nani to talk about. Wao watu wanajiita truthful men. Hao watu wanasema wanaongea ukweli. Hao watu wanasema ni watu wa Mungu. Akina Kalonzo. Akina nani? Akina Martha. Gen Z hao wanasema wanapata hizo vitu sijui whatever they are getting. Hizi zinaonekana zimewashinda. Waanike hao watu tujue the way Adani ilianikwa. Yeah? You know? So we still have a problem. You give me a report and you are not telling me pesa zimeenda na nani. Unaniambia tu zinaenda kwa private account. Yet it means which ulazima uliona hiyo private account. Just as the way Raz umesema. So I think there is something we need in Kenya. Tunahitaji, I think, sijui ni nani atalidi hiyo kelele. Because tunahitaji hiyo kelele na kuanika. I don't know how we'll do it, who will do it. Because sasa tumenyamaza kabisa. Sasa kila kitu imezimika, imekuwa lullaby. Hey, wazee wa kureketwa, sasa inaonekana muda mimi ninataka kuretire.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. Hata sisi tunataka tuanze siku. So it has been a good day, and especially what you've said is right. Kama pesa zimeibwa na zimewekwa in private account ama nini, it's high time we ask this now. Auditor General tuambie, you said this. If you don't tell us mali pesa iko, hakuna haja ya kutuambia ati imeenda hivi. Na wapatiwe powers ku name them, so that if they do it, then we are able to trace the money and we get it. Otherwise hiyo itakuwa tu ni mnasemanga ni mnyambo wa punda. So ile watu wamezoea tu ati ikifanya ni so it's high time that our jamaa waanze tu if they tell us this is what ama pesa zimepotea sa county, the way Ras was saying, kama ni Nairobi county watu hawajalipwa, they should ask lazima tuende tuone this financial year mlipata 10 billion. 10 billion was used at A, B, C, D. We have not paid these guys because we don't have money. But if kuna pesa mna hold, you know, some of Stone PK na Ras kama mjui, watu wanafanya pesa na biashara, pesa za watu na biashara. Wanaenda wananunua kama ni stock. Just 1 week kama 1 day. Mtu anachukua pesa na tunaweka kwa stock exchange. Sasa ile imepanda tu hivi ama wanajua tomorrow hii kitu ama you know this stock exchange also they know how to play their game. Wanasema tutaenda nunua ikikuwa chini, tutaenda tuisongesha juu, so that wanachukua hii pesa wanaweka kama ni 1 week kama 1 month, inaenda inapanda, wana withdraw, wanapata ile profit yao juu, wanarudishia hawa watu pesa. So those are some of the schemes watu wanarekana kwanza kujua why they are not paying ama why they are holding some money. Hata government it can be doing the same thing. Wanachukua pesa wanaenda wanaweka mahali stock exchange, hata kama ni huko ng'ambo, ina exchange, wanapata profit, wanakuja wanaletea, wanarudisha pesa za watu, wanawaambia mshahara tunawalipa sasa, na imekaa maybe 2, 3, 4 months hawajalipwa, but they have been using the money to trade with it. Otherwise, thank you. Good morning from Kenya.
Great. Rasvik na Njiru, ukuwe tayari kufunga station eh?
Yeah, so my closing remark ni, you know, we are all in this together. So let's speak in one voice. The more we are divided, the more the politicians are laughing at us. They're taking advantage of our division, and they are selling their propaganda. You know, sometimes, you know, we come to this show to share with you how it is on the other side also. Let's all be open-minded, you know. Tusikize both sides. Sometimes it gets so heated mpaka, you know, watu wanatoa their true colors, and those true colors is what politicians take advantage of to divide us and to keep ruling us. So tukitaka ile organic maandamano irudi tena, you know, we have to love each other. We have to look at each other as if, you know, we share the same problems and accommodate each other. That is how that maandamano organic itakuja. Until then, tutarudi tuseme, you know what, if this is the reasoning of this person, then wacha wasafa. But at the end of the day, sio huyu mtu atasafa peke yake, sio hii kabila ndi itasafa peke yake, tunasafa sisi wote. So let's speak one voice. Let's speak with one voice. The more we speak with one voice, tutakuwa pamoja na tutashinda. But hii division yetu, Ruto anatucheka tu, because atatumia perception na jua akona kidole. So hiyo kidole with the perception that ako popular in different parts of Kenya, ameshatugawa, hiyo kidole itashinda kura asubuhi na mapema. But tukiungana pamoja na tuonge lugha moja, hiyo kidole itakuwa null and void, kwa sababu the turnout it will be so great that kimskit ita backfire. You know, hakuna vile unaweza iba kura kama kila kona ya inchi inasema no. the same thing that when Raila campaigned for Kibaki, when he said Kibaki tosha, Kibaki was on a wheelchair. That time Mulima was praising Raila like how great of a hero is it. Then all of a sudden akakuwa mchawi, akakuwa sijui nini, na hii katiba tunamtukana nayo. He is part of watu walitupatia hii katiba. So sometimes I wonder kama, I don't support him working with Ruto personally. And I feel so bad sometimes nikisikia watu kama Ladwa ana praise serikali ya Ruto, na ukienda Makadara looks like a shithole. The roads are so pathetic. He's the local MP of that area and he's supporting this government, and even him himself is underperforming. So sijui watu wa Makadara wanafikiria nini in this kind of leaders. So sisi wa Kenya sometimes I think we're just sick, or something is wrong with us. Kama these are the kind of leaders that we choose amongst ourselves. Let's all be sober and think in a straight way. Good night, everyone.
Sawa Stone, umepeana benediction yako?
Benediction yangu ni this is very nice. When we have discussions, and I'm urging those who are listening to us, those who come to the show, that we are looking forward to what can heal the country. That is the purpose of us having this channel. The reason why we are not in other channels is because we want to call it as it is. When people come, people talk and touch that which people call it sensitive. For me, I don't call it sensitive. I call it that the poison, the hypocrisy that has led us to where we are. Yeah, people have baptized it. Oh, mistrust. No. Oh, kuna ukabila, hakuna ukabila. I want people to discuss ati oh, ukabila ni mbaya. I want people to define what is ukabila. Si kusema tu ukabila ati if I say I'm from Mbere, then mimi ni mkabila. I don't know what that means. Ukabila ni nini? All right? So it is good that we call it as it is, because we even had some people saying, wako na shida sana na kabila fulani, na the first thing watafanya in their nini ni kudili na hiyo. So those are things we need to talk about. Why is Kenya not working? Why are things not working in Kenya? We call a spade a spade. Tusianze kuficha ati oh, I hear people say, oh, it's in politics. It is about politics. It is not politics. What is it that hiyo tunaogopa kusema? It's that which ails Kenya. Okay? When we begin to start saying, oh, I can't side with Njiru, I can only side with innocent. Instead of us saying, why am I going to side with, I'm moving to side A? Why am I choosing to work with O? Is it the ideology? People should come out very clear. For example, now, as we are talking, we have Wamunyoro saying he has to announce a party. Why are people not concerned about that? Why are Kenyans, our constitution allows multi-party? I mean, as we are the voters, do you really want to be that confused? Fine, people can have as many parties as possible. But why would that every individual wants to have his own party? What is it? Why can't Wamunyoro join any of the parties that are existing? Why must I begin my own party? So people should come out and tell us. Instead of saying you will join with another party, why are you joining that other party? You register your party first, then you want to join the other party. Yet you are trying to show like there is something in commonality with that other party. Then why didn't you simply join that party? This is a question I'm throwing to Kenyans.
that these parties are all BS. They are all kiosks. All right. And I wish I would get a presidential candidate that would say is order number one, executive order number one, other than kunyonga waizi, is to remove and revise the issue of multi-party. Okay, let's have multi-ideas, people coming with different ideas that now you can rally around Stone PK, rally around Njiro and all that. Multi-party parties are idiotic, they are stupid, they are kiosks that are being used. They don't benefit mwananchi at all. Yeah. So when people are excited waiting sijui for a party from Mount Kenya with the Mwamnyoro, it continues now to even annoy more. Back to you, Njiro.
Yeah, thank you, Stony PK. I think today we have really explored a lot. I can see there are also new people who are trying to join us. I appreciate for everybody who was here tonight or today. I know at home, Kenya, people are waking up. We have been here the whole night. We really appreciate the contribution which have been done here. Yeah, we had many panelists here who have really funneled their thinking about our nation. People are coming here because they love their country and they feel that they can do their contribution in these intelligent discussions here. So that is why we need to be very serious in coming here to collect our, to relay our intelligence with an aim that somebody could hear us and we can participate in that intelligent decision which is needed for our country, Kenya. I really appreciate. There are so many things which have been said here, and some of our panelists, as they talk here, we actually tend to understand each one of us better. And more so, we are also able to also benefit and learn from each other as we funnel the dialogue to once making our country better. People have frustration, especially when we think the only legitimate way to remove Ruto is through an election, while we can see desperate efforts from him trying to embed himself in leadership forever. So that is a question we have to ask ourselves, Bwana Stone PK, all the time. Must we wait for the election, or there is another legitimate trigger which can be done? When we talk of an election, that is unsureties. In the elections, things happen. Munaenda kwa debe, munapiga kura, kura yenyu inaweza hesabiwa, kura yenyu inaweza kataa kuhesabiwa. So elections are uncertain globally. And if you think at times you want to force changes through an election, unless if you force a landslide, that is you are running through a very unpopular person, and your team is very orderly, and they are able to swing that election through a euphoria. So, Bwana Stone PK, maybe to ask you before tufunge, you have already seen our team. You have already seen what maybe the opposition side is capable of doing. When I talk of opposition, wale watu wanapingana na Ruto, up to where we are now, because for us to remove Ruto, we need a decisive win, and we need to build a wave. There must be a wave, especially when you want to unseat a sitting government, which might want to invest a lot of resources and do a lot of meandering within the election system. Maybe I can give each one of us, yule ambaye ako kwa studio sahi, maybe a minute. Can you try to explain to me, can we build a euphoria? Stony PK, do you see a euphoria which is possible to remove Ruto at the moment?
Yeah, there is a euphoria, but not for 2027. If we talk of 2027, it will die. It will die in the next. In fact, this euphoria it cannot survive the next 2-3 months. Euphoria, if there is plural, euphorias don't survive for more than 2 months. Okay,
just like yeah, they just come like the tsunamis and the rest. They are very short-lived, even the tornadoes and all that. Because euphoria is like in physics, there is what we are calling that curve. I can't remember. When you reach the peak there, the zenith, it has to, it will definitely come down after, if you look at the vertical distance and then up there. So euphoria is the same. Imepanda, imefika tide juu, lazima itashuka. So if you want to take advantage of it, it is when inakaribia hapo juu, then you do what you want to do. Ukiwa hapo juu. All right? Ukingoja ishuke, inashukaga haraka sana. And it's like what happened with the Gen Z, You see, ilipanda ikaenda hivyo, then Raila did what he did. I know people want that to die. People want, and I'll never stop talking about that disaster that happened. So right now, again, the euphoria is there, and this is the opportune time. But I can hear people trying to deflate it. Wana flatten hiyo curve haraka sana by promoting narrative ya 2027. That's why I'm up in arms against that. Anybody for me akinielezea juu ya 2027, namwambia tuwe basi tukubali Ruto akae mpaka akufe akiwa kwa nini. I mean, it's simply as saying that, and then people are telling me I'm losing hope because nauliza, when you tell me 2027 hii euphoria unani ata sustain euphoria mpaka 2027? Alafu number 2, which system is this that will take care of this euphoria in terms of, because votes have to be counted, and you've correctly put it. Hii euphoria ndio itajihesabia kura. Are we the ones who will count votes? No. Look at the cold being played about IBC, about electoral system. This electoral system has to be disbanded completely, Njiru. What we are talking about here ni kama sasa kusema unataka overhaul gari ya 1969. If you want to do that, ikue Concord elegance, you have to buy brand new things. That's what we need to do with IBC. Dismantle kila kitu. Kila kitu, send everybody home. Not about commissioners. Commissioners are not the ones who run in the elections. They are not, Njiro, you know that. Commissioners are executives hapa juu. Mabwembwe tu. Huwa nani walikuwa wanarun na kupurchase hizi vitu? Even commissioners didn't know these things. Yeah? And most of the commissioners that have given these jobs are tired people. Watu wamechoka. People, watu are, anyway. So euphoria is there, Jiro, but it is dying. It will die. And I think Ruto knows that very well. Once it dies, kwisha. And, that's the most frustrating thing. Thank you.
Last week, do you have something about that?
Sorry, before I finish, Njiro, my nail one, I forgot to finish. This euphoria now can achieve results, Njiro, in hours. If, for example, the people we know now, those who are presenting themselves as the leaders, if they can actualize this euphoria, hata mmoja tu aseme, aite press conference sasa, aseme enough is enough. Kwanza hii 1.6 trillion hiyo na 104, those two triggers were warranting an urgent press conference. Na kama mother ndiye ana coordinate, aite wale watakataa kukuja shauri yao na akuje awambie we are declaring this. Aya, wale watakataa awambie it's up to you, walk out of the meeting. This is what I'm going to declare. And then wa declare waseme this is enough. Hawa watu lazima wangatuke. Monday ama kesho, all of us we gather in this place. Kwisha. Lakini si kutuambia today is Wednesday, unatuambia next Wednesday. No, it is tomorrow. Tomorrow, if you can't be in Nairobi, gather in your county, gather in your ward. All right, but Nairobi tomorrow mutokeleze, we want 1 million people. Unaongea hivyo kabisa, what will happen? 1 million people watatokelezea. Then you continue again saying we want by kesho kutwa another 1 million iongezeke kwa 1 million. Bro, that is how you start.
and you do it, it will take us 2 days. Na jamaa ataenda. But somebody has to say it finally. Thank you.
Yeah, I think that is what our generals are not able to read. They are not able to read and be able to use this momentum to do deconstruction. That is the problem we have. I hope they can be able to read that, and they know that Kenya is at a point whereby we can detonate. We can actually detonate. But it's so unfortunate that they are unable to understand what it means. Rasvik, do you have something about that?
Yeah, well, my opinion is, tunachezwa. Like, right now, even Raila himself, he knows what the ground wants, he knows what his support base wants. Aje kutuenjoy ati anafanya nini? Consultation. There is no need for consultation. Whatever reason Gen Zs were on the street, that's exactly what are Kenyan issues. He knows Kenyans have inadequate healthcare. Kenyans have inadequate education support system. Kenyans are unable to put food on their table. Kenyans don't have jobs. So I don't know what the hell is still consulting for. He should stop wasting his time going around and just let us know how he's made up his mind. Because these consultation meetings, they are predetermined, whereby they just invite like-minded minds. Aende Baringo vile Sifuna alienda Baringo apate organic consultation that how people feel on the ground. That Sifuna clip, that was so organic. That's how people feel on the ground, but not meeting a few tumbocrats that just as kissers. Ile kitu amewambia ndio wanatoka kwa meeting ati nilitembea Kenya mzima nikafanya consultation. We are watching closely, and what I'll urge Kenyans, please, I can't repeat this enough. Let's stop fighting each other. Let's be together. We know these politicians. We know what they're trying to put in our minds. The other time, Gashago was talking about Nairobi being all gamma. Somebody who grew up in Nairobi doesn't want to hear that crap. Those are just divisional tactics. Same thing if you hear people like Kaluma, talking about being in the government. They're just talking crap. That being in the government doesn't help lakeside people more than, any other region. So Kenyans, let's watch closely, and whatever direction they take, let's take that as a trigger to put our forces together and fight the regime. Whichever regime joins and work with the Ruto government, that's public enemy number one. That's the enemy number one that we need to attack. Let's not attack any tribe. Let's focus on bad leadership. That should be our focus for now and, for future. Otherwise, thanks everyone in the studio and in the comment section. Good night.
Yeah, thank you, Rasvik. Bwana Innocent, do you have a comment about that? Is there euphoria, and can this euphoria build to something, or we have to go all the way to the election?
Yeah, it can. It can if people are genuine. Starting from our leaders, if they are genuine, it can work. But if our leaders are not ready for it, the citizens, we can work our way out and see what we can do. On the same note, one thing I keep on asking these ODM guys when wanataka kuingia government ama Raila wherever he is, we keep on asking, what is this good thing that Ruto has done and he has become a saint, and he was it a saint? what is this that he has done that he is going to support him. Kama hakuna kitu anatuambia, that's why watu kwa ground tumekataa, hatuendi na yeye, tuko huko, wacha yeye aende na other leaders. So the euphoria you are talking about is watu huko chini kwa ground are not following Baba blindly this time round. Wacha ajue hivyo. Some of us, we are not bodying. Thank you.
Okay, wow, thank you. I think I have no any other issue. It has been a very productive day. Yeah, we have really done a lot here. Other than Francis, who is one of the most negative person here, ambaye anaramba Ruto miguu. I don't know what Ruto has given Francis, because ile saa zingine zile comment naonanga Francis akitoa hapa is like he doesn't know that Kenyans are under devastation. Sijui ama kuna jamaa anaitwa Francis, huyu jamaa anaitwa Francis hapa. I don't know kama Francis thinks that tumepagawa ama ni aje. I don't know. Francis thinks watu wamepagawa hapa ama Francis anafikiria tunakujanga hapa kwa studio kupagawa. What do you think, Innocent? Is Francis in reality?
No, I think he wants just to raise emotions of others. Ama anataka, you see there are other people who are wanataka ndio wakuwe the main topic, wakuwe the main person anaongelelewa. I know Francis knows what he's talking about. Maybe he is the one who buys bread 10 shillings, is the one who kids wake wanaenda shule free, is the one kila kitu iko sawa. If that indeed is what he's saying, then congratulations, we will give you what you want. But I believe he's just a person who wants to raise emotions.
I think saa zingine Francis anajokingi sana na the emotions ya Kenyans. Francis sahii si wakati ya kutambaliza vitu hivyo. Anyway, we appreciate you. Hata kama wewe ni Ruto ambassador hapa, we have no problem. Tutafanya vile unataka. We will try to teach you. Unajua saa zingine pia mtu kama akiwa na maarifa ya kutosha pia tunaweza mfunza. I think maybe you are under a payslip through Zakayo. That's why you think like some of us are hallucinating. So there's no problem about that. Tutakufunza. We will be very patient with you.
Njiru, on the same note, sometimes people like this one, if you want to deal with them, they comment and you don't answer. They comment, you don't answer. That's how you make them irrelevant. Wana comment kitu, anasema unaandika tu no comment. Ama you don't even answer. Na ataandika utaona tu amenyamaza peke yake. So that's also one way of doing it. Just keep quiet. Don't answer him.
Okay, ni sawa. Okay, I agree. Anyway, that one is another note. Naona kuna watu kama akina Eve, I think hawa ni wale wamemaliza usingizi. Wametukuta hapa tukua tumepiga mzunguko. So tumepiga mzunguko watu wakiwa wamelala. So I think this is the first group ile imeamuka. So Bwana Innocent mumekaa hapa mpaka watu wameanzia kuamuka, because tulianzia na kina Eve na nimewaona tena. I think they are from snoring.
Waambie wa karibu, I wish we could leave the show to them waendelee, lakini
sasa no, wako busy sana saa hii, unajua sasa wanaamuka waende kazi. So I don't think even Eve has time for us and many other people, but tunawapenda because you are the people who actually make this show be what it is. Hata kukuja hapa na kupiga hiyo comment, it is really something we take it. Kuna kitu Kagure ananiuliza, and I need to answer it. So Francis, we don't care of what you think. So we know you are not happy that Kasongo is going home. So you actually on panic mode. Tunajua umeshtuka, so but we will give you company. Hatuwezi taka ujinyonge. We need you as a person. We know Ruto people are panicked. Wacha nisome Kagure. Kagure anasema Njiru, I think even this Mount Kenya East guy is for Kasongo. Okay. Sijui
Which one is this guy?
So I don't know Mount Kenya East guy.
Nani East guy? Nani wewe?
Kagura ni kama ameongea na mafumbo. Kagura ni kama unaambia ende zaidi, but anyway, we don't mind too much. Kama kuna mtu, we know nani ana watu, Zakaya ana watu, so we don't care about that.
Mount Kenya East ni nani?
Sasa Mount Kenya East, sasa hiyo ni kama sasa Kagura ndiye atawaambia nyinyi wenyewe.
Kagure, Mount Kenya East, what is Mount Kenya East?
Story ama ni wewe? Story unajua pengine
no, kwanza, no, there are some narratives we have to discourage. Like, where is Mount Kenya East? Where is Mount Kenya East?
Na west na north ni
na west na north na south. That's garbage.
Weka campus.
No, you see, people are buying narratives za nani the bootlickers na those are hao ndio watu siku za Maumau walikuwa wanatolewa vichwa. I know. Because now kwanza, I also don't like this idea Mount Kenya extends up to where? Mount Kenya originally was those tribes that surround the mountain, and they are known Meru. Embu is not even Mount Kenya. You are far away from Mount Kenya. It is Embu. I mean, it is Meru. Unazunguka huko, unaenda huko pande hii ya Isiolo, pande hii ingine ukija na Nyuki huko. Hizo ndio Mount Kenya na kina Nyeri. So tuache hiyo narrative ati juzi kulikuwa ati Mount Kenya East, Mount Kenya ati hata Ukambani sasa imekuwa Mount Kenya.
Nani Tony PK, Ukambani ni Mount Kenya South. Lazima uanze kujua hizo
ati Gachagua ameita ni Mount Kenya. Just remember, hata hii Gema Ukambani waliingizwa Gema waka reject. They refused. They said we are not Gema. That's why the A was ilichangiwa from Akamba ikaitwa association. Now Gachagua ndio wameirudisha na Kalonzo. These are cowards. There are people who don't know how to forge political muscle to remove a tyrant. That's why watazunguka wakisema wako na namba na 19 million and they'll be beaten hands down by Kasongo because Kasongo is rigging. Wewe unahesabu kuhesabu 1 2 3 4. Kasongo is saying to me Kim's kitizini hizo za zamani analeta mpya zile zitakuwa calibrated tena. Kasongo yeye amepiga mahesabu anawaambia kwa public rally. You know, these guys they don't listen to Kasongo. Anawaambia nyinyi hamjui. So wacha huyu akisema ati east na west. So we should not even be talking of east west or something. We should be talking what you have said, Njiru. Euphoria, muscle up, get an army, irrespective of where you are from. It's not an issue of Mount Kenya, and that's why Gachagua is losing it. He keeps on poetry that he is consolidating Mulima. Mulima unai-consolidate aje now the people are together against Ruto. He's wasting time. That's why nakwambia euphoria itashuka. It will burst.
Mute
Endelea bro.
Yeah, okay. So we needed to comment. So the giraffe Kindiki ni wewe Kindiki ni wewe tu. I don't know what Kagura. Okay, can you see what Kagura is saying there? Unajua, Story ni kama unasemekana, sijui kama ni wewe ati wewe ni Wakasongo.
Well, it's not funny, but I mean, personally, I don't even listen to what some of these people. It's like people talking about, you know, you don't know who people are. So for me, it's neither here nor there.
Anyway, sijasema hivyo ndivyo amesema, but I think you are the only person here from Mount Kenya East.
No, I'm from Mbere. I'm not from East. I'm not from Mount Kenya.
Mimi unajua mimi ni Bontao. Mimi ni Bontao. Mimi ni Bontao. Sawa? Mimi ni msoa mtaa. Kama wewe ndiye Wageshagi huko East, ujitetee.
Mtaa gani? Umezaliwa mtaa gani Njiro? Wewe umezaliwa Manyata. Watu watao wanajulikana. Wewe ni mtu wa Manyata ocha kabisa. Watu wa mtaani, nikiita watu wa mtaani hapa utashangaa. Kwanza tutaingia FM nyingine hamtashika hata mtapata rada.
Mwambie ongee Kishengi kidogo tusikie.
Hakuna. Hata huyu hakuna, mtatupa mbao kabisa, tutawatia chini ya maji.
Wacha ongee tutajua ni wa mtaa gani.
Hakuna. Mtaani, by the way, kuzaliwa mtaani ni privilege juu ndio ilitoa hiyo. Hao watu hawajui hizi maujinga za ukabila ati Mount Kenya East West sijui wapi.
Njiri wewe ni wangumu ati ngunyumu. Unaona unaambia na dad. Dada tukwambia ni wapi?
Bwana. Ati mimi ni wangonyumu.
Unaona wewe ni wangonyumu. Ngonyumu huko kwa hata hawa ndio wale wako kwa kina nani? Anaitwaje huyu mbunge wa Mbere North? Unaongea kwa National TV, accent iko deep, unaongea kizungu ya Kimbere.
Nani Mondigi na tukua tunajua chochote. Unakumbuka Mondigi akisema story ya mapolisi wa Haiti? Tunajua kama vile wana wa Israeli walienda kwa vita na Mungu akawapigania. Hata sisi wakati wa Maumau sisi tulikuwa tuna panga na rungu, hatukuwa tunajua chochote na tukapiga mzungu.
Akiwa na nani? Acha Mondigi na Roko.
Hata Roko ni mshamba hivyo.
Kwani usikii hiyo accent? Ushamba inatoka kama huku Polish English, ujue uko ushambani kabisa. Ndio ni mshamba. Na Kiswahili. Hizo lugha mbili kama huku zi Polish ukiongea watu wanapik where you are from. Hiyo turieda, tulikura. Mashakura. And you know, if you look at the computer, you can be able to, you can tax that computer. My good God.
Unataka kuniambia Roko si mtu c.com is not I had during the burial ya yule kijana wa senator, wa former senator, alisema he is a millennial.
Kwani kuwa millennial ndio inamaanisha nini? You are polished. Si kuna millennial wa ushago huko Ngonyumu. Kwani millennial inamaanisha ati wewe ni mtu wewe ni matiki ati wewe ndio atao.
All millennials are shaped up, wameshape.
Kushape from where?
Unajua majenzi ndio wako shaped by nature.
Hakuna nature, hata jenzi wa Ngonyomo ni Ngonyomo tu.
Wacha kugonga watu waocha sana.
Unajua watu
Stone PK. By the way, what happened to your friend ule Tarakaniti senatorial aspirant mwenye alikuwa anaitwa Kirimi Muturi? Nasikia alidedingi. What happened?
Ati nani huyo?
Ule famous prominent lawyer Kirimi Muturi. Nini ilifanyika? What happened?
Ati Kirimi mzuri? Hapana.
Alikufa lini?
Ndio nilikuwa naambiwa, sijui kama ni ukweli ati there's something happened, sitaki kusema, but you just confirm ujue kama ni ukweli.
Ati Kirimi?
Unamjua?
Sijasikia, simjui Kirimi. Najua ule alikuwa prominent, huyu alikuwa kwa ministry na bado yuko. Huyu ni alikuwa
minister. Kuna story nilikuwa nasikia, sijui kama ni ukweli, just fuatilia tu. It's a prominent.
Huyu ni ambaye alikuwa na mama, ilikuwa inasemekana kwa TV the other day, the other time maybe in the other regime, alikuwa ameforce mama, akamtoa damu, akampima. Is it that guy?
I think so.
Unakumbuka yule jamaa alikuwa na skando ya mama?
Yeah. Sijui kama ni
skando ya mama aje?
No, kuna jamaa alikuwa anasemekana alikuwa anataka sijui kurepo mama ni nini. Kuna jamaa ya Meru, wachana na Midhikarinturi, alikuwa anakosea room. Unajua pia Midhikarinturi alikosea room, sijui akaenda kwa room ya mtu ya bibi ya mtu, siongee huyo. Pia kuna sijui ni MP ama alikuwa senator wa Meru, sijui waliforce mama fulani kukua kwa ofisi, wakaenda sijui wakamtoa damu, wakampima na wakalala na yeye. Amekusikia story? No, there was that story during Uhuru regime. Kulikuwa na jamaa alikuwa accused of raping a woman, but sasa sijui story ilienda wapi finally. Ni mbunge. You can imagine going to the extent pia ya kupima mtu, na watu wanajaribu.
Stone PK, nimekutumia picha yake uone kama unamjua. Ndio nimekuforwardia.
Si hata mimi unitumie. Kagore anasema kitu. Kagore anasema for you Njiro. Aya, Njiro nani Stone sasa aona hii accusation sasa. Huyu anakujua kabisa, ati for you Njiro you balance. Stone is completely at right. I am also for wewe ona. Kagore anasema yeye ni wa kutoka Muminji Wande mbele. Huyu ni mtu wa home. Stone, umepata mtu wa home hapo.
Huyo ni Waroko. Ni Waroko huyo.
Unajua tunaenda kumedia kura. So Kagore utungoje,
mwanza kujuana.
Watu kwani hamjui Stone, nitakuja kukusaidia kutoa hizo kura ili ukue MCA sasa. Hiyo wakati mwingine sasa na mimi unisaidie sasa.
That's okay.
Tutakuja kutokeza,
nimekutumia.
Nitaangalia. So Stone PK, huyu jamaa amekalia kiti yako, uanzie kumtumia message ya hatari. Umwambie tunakuja. That guy was sitting on your chair. Okay? Sijasema kitu. We are just concluding. So Stone, I think you need unafaa kujuana na Kagore, by the way.
Huyo jamaa alikuwa aspirant wewe.
Let me see.
Innocent. Alikuwa aspirant wa senatorial position. Ni huyo huko ni Tharaka Nithi, si Mbere huko. Unajua geography ya Eastern province. Now let's talk of Eastern. Those are the things we should be talking about. Eastern province, Central, Western, Northeastern. Those are the things we grew knowing.
Unaona wazee wameamuka, wakina Mauro wameamuka sasa.
No, unajua ni ile unajua Mwamba, sababu Mwamba ni Bonitao. Sasa unajua amesema acha kuja represent mabonitao.
Unaona?
So bwana Mwamba, salimia watu na and tell us what you want. Tulikuwa tunaenda lakini tunakuza kupea nafasi.
Leo nimesikia siasa ilikuwa moto sana, nikasema nikae mbali, sitaki kuwatoa.
Ilikuwa noma. Mwamba, ulikuwa wapi na ilikuwa imeshika nare, nikakosa support man.
Nilikuwa nimeona imeshika ubaya nyinyi. Ngoja niwaambie nyinyi. Sasa inashika nare sasa, you guys are all tribal. You are all tribalists. Mnarudi tu kwa
Stone,
cartoons zenu za matribe.
Stone.
Eh,
Niko na swali kwa wafanyikazi wa Kenya.
yes.
Hizi miaka zote
Eh.
niaje wameacha Atwoli kukuwa Secretary General wa KOTU? Like, are they serious? Let's be honest. Let's have a honest conversation. Let's start from there. You know, this kind of movement, they start saa zile wafanyikazi wenyewe, for example, who are taxpayers are serious with themselves. Like, let's start from the basics. Like, huyu jamaa tangu nimjue kwa Secretary General, sijui kama wafanyikazi wanaweza niambia kitu moja ile ameshawatetea.
Na hapo Mwamba alikuwa amekuja fiti juu itashikana. Unajua Mwamba ameita watu tribalist, na hiyo swali unauliza you know there is a lot of things that needs to be discussed. What is ailing Kenya and people don't want to talk about it.
Yes, this has nothing to do with the tribalist. Kwa sababu Atwoli,
what is tribal? Wacha Mwamba atuambie what is tribal, being tribal. Amesema kila mtu ni tribal.
Ni vile sasa mmeanza kuongea, nasikia watu wakisema nyinyi wa Kikuyu, nyinyi wa Jaluo, nyinyi. That is telling me what it is in your heart. I mean, you're still a tribalist. So hii maongeo hapa tunajifanya saa nyingine sisi sio ma tribal. Ni kujifanya tu. But when you are touched, unaanza sasa kusema nyinyi watu. What does that got to do with me today? My goodness.
So Mwamba, that's the truth then. If inaguzwa watu wanaumwa, inachomoka, that is the truth which we should be addressing.
The real monkeys come out of their skins. So we are all tribalists, and that is one of the big problems we have in our country. That is
which is what problem we are saying people should address, but like to pretend.
We've been pretending. We pretend. I think it's the high time we start accepting that we play the tunes. But now, Mkikuyu, let me first tell you, I come from the neighborhood of Kenyatta. I come from Gatundu. And Gatundu is the last places that I saw that grass-thatched houses. Yani poverty Gatundu imekuwa all that much. The fact that I am a neighbor to Kenyatta, I have never eaten a single coin from Kenyatta. So if you start telling me, nyinyi wa Kikuyu mlitufanya hivi ama mlituweka hapa, I feel so offended. Because that is not true. Kenyatta, the fact that he was Kikuyu does not mean all Kikuyus were the ones who created this mess. Today, I can't tell Ruto is that he's creating, all the Kalejins are creating this mess. And if you look at the pictures that have been appearing on this mitandao these days, you see that Ruto's place is where children are sitting on stones today and learning under a tree, yet he can afford to come and brandish some 120 million just like that. So, sasa hata sisi tuamke sasa. I think our generation sasa, we need to wake up and start being people, because we are just bad animals. That is my feeling, and I think we are getting it all wrong when we come to argue here, and we can't still help ourselves from the tribal tunes. Gachagua today, whether he's singing on top of rules and everything, he's a bad man, and I know that. But he's trying to do something that might be beneficial to this country. If he can bring us together and we look for somebody to put there, yes, I can use him. But it doesn't mean that I'll sing to his tunes. I know him, and everybody knows him. Leo ndio nilishindwa na kuingia kwa sababu ningekasirika.
Ongea ikutoke.
Mimi nanitokanga haraka sana.
But that's how it's supposed to be. Watu waongee itoke. Unajua kuna watu wengine wananyamaza ama wanaiongea na haijai watoka.
Sasa unajua ni vile watu wakiongea wanachanganya. Kwa mfano, why do people like hiyo address? Unasikia watu wanasema nyinyi wa Kikuyu, nyinyi wa Jaluo. Why do people refer to that? For example, watu wana quote the current government, the Ruto, when he was being elected, there was that euphoria. Okay? That euphoria is what people felt so bad. And it's not now, it's not after. People are talking about it then. And then watu wakaambiwa mupende, musipende, tohokera tene. That is why that is always being quoted. You know? It is not everyone who voted for Ruto from Mulima. From let me be precise, from Kikuyu land. No. There are people who would
there was
never
a time
even go anywhere near there. All right.
So in the year 2007, I thought tribalism was over when Raila said Kibaki Tosha, and everybody was like glued together, and we made a very good. No, not 2007. It was 2002 when Kibaki took over, isn't it?
Yeah.
That time I thought tribalism. Then came 2007. When 2007 happened, my 5-year-old daughter came from school and asked me, Daddy, sisi ni kabila gani? Do you know that made me cry? They don't know what tribe they are, but now when they go to school, the politics was meshika sana, so that even the children in that class of age of 5 o'clock, I'm 5 years, they were talking about tribe. So sasa we just crazy.
Yeah, so the truth is,
crazy.
The 2002 was not that tribal in Nilisha. It's the pretense we've been going through. And that's why one time
there was a common problem. That's what brought us together.
Yeah, so it was Kibaki Tosha for a purpose.
Yes.
For that short purpose.
Yes.
It was not at the buried at the so and so is tribe E, so and so is tribe E. No, it's pretense ile mimi nimesema. Kwa hivyo tuna pretend for the moment.
Yep.
That's why it is dangerous.
We cover it. We are just pretending because Ruto is really punishing us. As soon as we remove Ruto, we just go back to our tribal lines and we start talking about
exactly. And Ruto even said it. His biggest problem were the Kikuyus. That is on record. So that is who Kenyans were evil. Now Rwanda had similar problem. Luckily, they are only two, but you can see what they did to each other. Okay, there are two. Yeah, but
the issue of community is very difficult to understand because I worked in Somalia. Somalia is only one tribe.
Yeah,
but these people still fight among clans.
Exactly.
They fight among clans.
Badly.
Yes. So even if we are all Kikuyus or if we are all Kalenjins in Kenya, we would still be fighting because we don't belong to the same mother.
Maybe Joseph might be having a different opinion. I would Joseph tuambie wewe. Ni nini Google? Karibu.
Habari zenu?
Nzuri sana.
Poa. Mimi nilikuwa nataka nifanye a bit of reasoning. Sikuwa nimesikiza mkiongea. Lakini naweza ongea kidogo juu kuhusu ukabila.
Okay, Joseph, wacha tu nikuulize swali ili uweze kuingia vizuri. Ile kitu tulikuwa tunaongea hapa, tulikuwa tunajiuliza kuna euphoria ili tutoe Ruto, we need a euphoria. So tulikuwa tunajiuliza, is that euphoria there? Na kama hiyo euphoria iko, hiyo euphoria between now na siku ya uchaguzi 2027, can it be there? Ama hiyo euphoria tunaweza itumia saa hii tufanye kitu? That was the question.
Tumejaribu kufanya revolution na imeshindikana, lakini euphoria yuko because there is that saying ile inaendelea kusema wanataka anybody lakini sio Ruto 2027, na hiyo itatusaidia. Tutakuwa tunasema sisi hatukatai mtu yoyote, anybody,
hata Mende tunasema anaweza chagua Gunguni,
anybody but not Ruto. Hiyo itatusaidia kumuondoa. But all the same, mambo ya ukabila, let me say something about tribalism. Mambo ya ukabila sionagi ikiwa ubaya sana, kwa sababu tribalism ni vile utaishukulia. Useme ile kitu Ruto amefanya sio mambo ya ukabila ako naye. Amezuia watu kufanya kazi. Watu hawafanyi kazi, watu hawana kitu ya kufanya. Ame capture every sector. Sasa watu wako idle. Na kama angekuwa anakubalia watu wafanye kazi, a working nation kama ile tulikuwa tunasema wakati wa Kibaki, watu wa create wealth, iwe ni working nation. Na hakukuwa hiyo mambo ya kusema ukabila. Sasa hii anasema anataka kuchikanisha nchi. Nani ametegana hii? Watu gani wametegana? Kuna watu wamekosana? Zero.
Hakuna.
Hata hakuna.
Ni nani anaikanisha?
In fact, Kenyans are still staying together. And
You
they are
have
living
mentioned Rwanda.
they're neighbors to one another all the time. So
Nobody, hakuna Kenyans anapigana na mwingine juu ya ukabila. So hiyo kazi anataka kufanya ni kazi gani ya kushikanisha watu? Hiyo tu ni wale kushikanisha cliques na ile tu wanapora nchi na hiyo mambo. Kama saa hii tunaoboleza hii mambo ya cha, tunasikia pesa inaenda mahali ambayo hiyo system sijui inachukua 104. Mambo ya hii auditor general, hata watu wamelala, hata hawasikii, hata watu waamini ati pesa inashukuriwa tu na hakuna mtu ako na nini. If you hata ukiangalia mambo just sorry just check. Unakumbuka Rio Estate ndio ilikuwa inafanya vizuri Kenya na farming?
Yeah, imekufa.
Rio Estate nao imekufa. Ukiona mtu anajenga Kenya saa hii any apartment either from abroad, ni mtu ambaye unasikia huyo ni wa majuu. Hakuna mtu anajenga ambaye ako Kenya nani, especially Eastern, kuonyesha economy imeanguka.
you should know the state of the economy. Kama mngesikiza leo huyu msichana anaitwa Lynn Ngugi ameongea mpaka
sorry, unaona kitu imeangusha economy. Ni hizi mambo ya pending bills. Una supply serikali na ulipu.
And the other thing is also the government has borrowed all the money from the banks. So the banks haiwezi kulend mtu pesa. They have a better place to take their money for a bigger profit. So hakuna pesa circulating in Kenya because the government has borrowed everything.
That is another aspect also. So mambo ya ukabila haisaidii, na mtu asikudanganya na mambo ya ukabila. Mimi nimeshaenda Rwanda bado wanaonekana hawana ukabila saa hii, lakini ni cosmetic. Ukiongea na wao chini ya maji unaona wanaongea in the rotals. Ukabila iko kila mahali. Hata ukienda mahali mnakaa hapo abroad America, sio mambo ya ukabila, ni mambo ya kusema
kwanza hapa my friend, hapa ndio iko kali zaidi. Let me tell you.
Ninakwambia anywhere in the world. Ukienda kila mahali, either waseme wewe ni mtu mweusi, wewe ni mtu mweupe. Wakifika mahali jingine wanasema hii kabila haifanyi kazi. Anywhere in the world, hiyo kitu iko na haifanyika.
Please Aston, atakwambia vile tunakaa hapa New York. Tunakaa, kuna mahali za Wakikuyu, kuna mahali ya Wakisii, Wakisii wanakaa wapi, Wajaluo wanakaa wapi. And we don't talk.
We don't talk.
No.
So hiyo haiwezi kuzuia watu wafanye kazi na nchi iendelee. Kwa hivyo tusidanganywe na Ruto vile anasema ati anataka kushikanisha watu ndio Kenya iendelee. Inaendelea wapi?
But there is one thing I really saying or I'm observing. If this issue is not going to break the host this time round, if it's not going to bring a revolution in Kenya, ngojeni inaitwa 2027, mngojee hiyo. Na mkigojea hiyo, mngojee Ruto aende miaka hiyo ingine.
But I'm telling you, where labda uko Kenya ama uko wapi? Mimi niko Nairobi. Nakwambia niko Nairobi, naongea nikiwa Nairobi saa hii. Nakwambia kitu moja mimi naelewa, na mimi nilianza kuvote wakati wa Murorogo. That is back 1988. Were you born?
Ate?
Were you born 1988?
My friend, if I give you my years, I think
juzi sana bro.
If I take your years, I'll still be an adult.
When I started voting myself.
88 ni karibu bro.
Ndio nasema, unajua unaweza kuagi una mtu ambaye amezaliwa 1992.
Oh yeah, you are right. Yeah.
So mimi nakwambia nimekuwa kwa election na nimekuwa kwa election now and then, na mimi nakwambia 2027 Ruto hata survive. Not unless through gun.
Joseph, wacha nikuulize Joseph, kwa nini tunai-extend to 2027?
It is better. Nakwambia, nimesahau jina yako la unaitwa Stone PK. Let me tell you kwa nini inawekwa 2027. In Kenya tangu tupiganie mambo ya uhuru, na that is back 1950s, hakujawahi kuwa na hizo vita za nini za kupigana na serikali, isipokuwa 2007 that we had some skirmishes, na ikakuwa kuna watu wali lose life more than 1,000 and over and displacement. Kenya hawajakuwa na zile hasira kubwa zile zinafanyaga watu wakuwe nini wanaweza fanya kitu. Lakini let me tell you one thing and I know. Kama ilifanyika last Sunday hapa, kuna hii mtu anaitwa Bishop Mwai. Huyo alikuwa anahubiri hapa Mathare, sasa amekuwa bilionea.
Huyo anapewa mamilioni.
Wakati alisemekana amepewa 20 million. Leo asubuhi nimesikia kutoka kwa marafiki zake ametupa hiyo simu juu hawezi kutumia simu yake na saa hii mimi nakwambia. Saa hii tunaongea na hata bibi yake hawezi kutumia hiyo simu.
Kusalimiwa.
Amesalimiwa vile hajawahi kuona. Kwa hivyo mimi nakwambia wakati wa Kenya wanangojea tu ile ambaye, na Wakenya ni wapenda amani, hawataki kuharibu kile wametengeneza. Unajua when you mean revolution you mean destruction also. Don't said by anyone Stone PK. When it comes to revolution there will be destruction because wale wako na monopoly ya violence ni government na hawatakubali watu wafanye, na watu wamejaribu hapa kuuliwa. Unaona yule mtu wa mzee wetu alikuwa Raila Odinga, alienda akachukua hiyo kitu. Watu vijana wameuliwa hapa karibu na Buge, ndio alichukua hiyo viti na akapea kina Badi na nani. Sasa watu hataki kuona timu watu wanakufa hivyo, lakini ikifika ile democratic voting, ile kitu ya kuchaguana na kutoa huyu mtu, hakuna mtu atamvotia. Mimi nakwambia aweke vote asubuhi. Let me tell you one thing. Wale unaona watu wa ODM wanaenda huko because mimi niko na Wajaruo more than 40 years. Wale wako na Raila saa hii ni wale tu that clique ambayo wanataka kujipendekeza na wakue. Mtu anataka kuuza hizo madola na nini na pesa za Bayern za Bwerere nini, ndio wanataka kutafuta utajiri. Because Raila amekuwa amewakasia sana, hakuna mtu angeenda kwa government kuongea ama kufanya abuse na serikali. Lakini now Raila maybe starting from Monday atakuwa kwa serikali. That one is given. Na kila mtu anajua Raila anaenda pande ya serikali. And ilikuwa inagojewa kwa sababu Raila is allowed 80. Ni rika ya my mom. Na 80 hakuna kitu kubwa anaweza fanya hapa outside. Anaona ajiweke mahali at least akuwe na miaka 5 akielekea 90. So Raila, Ruto ni kama mtoto wa Raila, anamsaidia angalau afuke hii miaka 10 ndio aende 90 aende nyumbani. Juu nafikiria ikifika 90 hawezi kuwa anajitoa tepale kale ni anazunguka huko. Itakuwa amepolea. Unaona?
Amelemewa sana, hata sijui anangangana nini.
Na hiyo lakini kile mimi najua saa hii Mungu atatusaidia. By 2027 Stone PK, God willing, Ruto haitakuwa gumu sana kumuondoa, na kama ataingia wale watu wanakuja kuchaguliwa MPs hawatakuwa wale ananunua, kwa sababu mtu kutakuwa watu wengi watakuwa wameingia under pressure na watakuwa wameingia hapo wakijua tunaenda kutoa.
Jose, kama ile mchezo tuka, let me tell you, akifikisha 2027 you can count he will be the president. Hamtamtoa 2027, hamtamtoa.
Okay,
Mwamba, atatumia njia zote. This guy, now look here, Njiru. Saila alienda kupeana hiyo 20 million. Did you see that cloud?
Lakini mimi nakwambia hiyo 20 million ya kupeana. Have you ever gone there around that church that is Roysambu?
Mwamba, yes. We can answer you when tuko Kenya.
Endelea.
Mimi nakwambia unaona hapo Roysambu. Stone PK. Unaona hapo Roysambu. Hawa mama wanaenda hiyo church siku ya Sunday. Wanaenda mguu mpaka Hawezi. Wanaenda mguu mpaka Mweki, hawakuagi hata na fare. They are rooted there. Hao watu wanaweza chagiria anytime, kwa sababu unaona ukipiga mtu abaya anakupatia chakula za roho ati utakufa ama utakosa mafanikio. Hao mama wanatembea mguu, hata matatu waziwabebage hapo Roysambu. Hapo TRM.
Na huyo ndio yule mtu atapewa, na huyo ndio mtu yule ndio walipiga kura asahau. Atapiga kura akipewa ngiri moja ama mbili.
Wale wamekuwa wale ile crowd unaona hapo.
Listen, Joseph.
What I'm telling you, ile crowd unaona hapo. Ile crowd unaona hapo ni brainwash.
This is a guy who has a budget of 1 trillion. So he can be able to go around again vile alienda Central, na uone hiyo akipata 50% of that vote.
No, wewe unajua wewe ndio unasema mambo ya ukabila, hawezi pata 50% ya Central my friend, hata akikuja na pesa yote ya Kenya hawezi.
Wewe unacheza na pesa.
Wakiamua, I am one of them. Mimi nakwambia wakiamua they are not voting, hata atoe pesa gapi, no, hakuna kitu anaweza pata juu ya pesa.
Nani
Central
atahesabu kura Joseph? Nani atahesabu kura?
Hatutatoka kwa polling station, watu wamekasirika my friend.
We know.
Kwa polling station na muende Bomas.
No.
Na mtaenda Bomas.
Bomas. Let me tell you, Bomas ni ya presidential. It's only that is the only. Lakini ujue kura zote zinahesabiwa kwa polling station, isn't it?
Yes.
But you don't go and you don't go to validate it ikienda Bomas sayo. Whatever. Rigging haifanyi kwa polling station.
Unajua, let me tell you one thing. Kama unakumbuka if you have the record straight, kama uko na record za uchaguzi vile zinaendaga, hata uangalie juu hata Ruto alirigi Raila, if you don't know. But ndio uchaguliwe na uweze kurig. Hata wale international league ndio uchaguliwe uweze kurig. Lazima kukuwe na margin kubwa. You cannot rig 2 million votes. I'm telling you.
What
in Kenya, you cannot.
When Kebaki alirigi ngapi? Whatever, when 2007.
Kebaki, let me tell you one thing. Unajua nataka tumalize juu sasa simu za kazi zinakuja na kuambia you cannot rig 2 million votes.
But who are you dealing with here, my friend? You are dealing with Ruto, not anybody
Don't
else.
create fear. You know how you are creating fear.
I'm not creating
fear.
You are
creating fear. I know these people from UDA. They come here to create fear that the man is cunning, he is what, you do everything. That is creating fear. Don't create fear.
Let me tell you something.
Yes,
Possibly. Let me tell you something. This time round, last election, Raila had won that election with more than 1 million votes. And I'm telling you that from a very, 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 I mean, it's very credible information. I'm telling you. So
do some elaboration.
Okay, I can't say whatever I know here. I can't say it here.
But that one is what another bridge. Even if you say what,
but he's
not
still,
help us,
wait a minute.
You. Yes. That one you are telling me that you cannot say that, you cannot say it there, you cannot say it here. Mambo ya 2022 is water under the bridge. Say it here, okay. And you'll be not taken. You'll be taken nowhere. Say it here.
No. That one I have a very special reason why I can't. Behind the wall nitakwambia, lakini not here. But Maura, I can tell you.
Maura, wacha tukwambie.
Raila was the president with more than 1 million votes.
Raila was irresponsible. He did not guard his votes in Central Province. Ruto aliiba kula macho juu hata agent hawakulipwa. Mimi niko na records. Agent especially huko pande za Kieni. They were not paid. They joined the UDA fellow because they had even no ranch. Raila alifikiria tu Wakikuyu wote watamvote.
But you are still the one who is telling me at the vote rigging haifanyi huko kwenu, huko kwa ground. Ilifanywa huko na ikakuja kumalizia huko.
Inafanywa ground. Mimi nakwambia niko Ruaraka. I'm telling you niko Ruaraka. Na rigging ilikuwa inafanywa hapa kwa chief na mimi sikudanganya. Nikiona na macho. Wewe unaniambia rigging haifanywi ground aje? Rigging inafanywa.
Unaniambia inafanywa polling station. Nikakuuliza kama unaenda
if you don't have agents to shout. Unajua kuna watu wa media, you should have agents to shout. Yes.
Maura, hebu niongee kidogo.
Na watu hawajakatazwa simu. Let me tell you one thing. Watu hawajakatazwa kuingia na simu, smartphone kwa polling station. So you can do recording. So when you are telling me that somebody will do rigging in the polling stations, na tunajua kura zile zimerejeshwa in every polling station in Kenya. Sasa unaniambia ata rig namna ile kitu wana rig. Let me tell you one thing. What they actually do. In every station, in every polling station, they had like 50 votes. In every polling station. And that is why you find that in every, while we register bigger numbers, they are able to rig. Because in every polling station, they might say that in every our polling station we will add only 100 votes, which will make no difference. Hata utaiona kama ni kitu imeibiwa juu ni 100 votes. So if you go to 1,000 polling stations, uniambia hizo ni kura gapi umerigi? So kuna ile area unaweza league na kuna ingine hujali. Kama polling station tuende Kajiado pale Kimana hapa pale BC kuna polling station moja najua imeregister only 70 votes ama 120. Sasa utaongeza 100 ingine utoe wapi? Utaongeza utoe wapi? Na unajua the registered voters they are 150 votes. Wamevote 70. Utaongeza tu hiyo kama 20 ama 30.
Bwana Joseph, hiyo unaongea ni ile, hiyo ni ile smart rigging, but ya Ruto ni kama ya Museveni.
Like don't pick like
the way Museveni rigs. Museveni unajua vile ana rig, you cannot, yani ana rig na kifua, anatumia it's like upende usipende. Yeah.
Stony Peak, let me educate you. Let me do some education this one to you. Wacha nikueleze kitu moja hapa. Wacha nikueleze vile haitawezekana. Unaona 207 wakati Kibaki alisemekana Amerika. Mambo hii ya technology ama mambo ya masimu na nini hazikuwa zimefika. Technology haikuwa imefika. Mambo ya 2013 ilikuwa ndio inaanza sasa. Ndio ilikuwa ina interest in Kenya. 2022 ndio imeonekana kidogo unaweza kureport somewhere was leaked somewhere. 2027 na ndio Gen Z wameingia na hii mambo ya technology. Utakuwa unafanya kitu umekuwa reported. And these people Gen Z are pretty much prepared. Mimi nakwambia haitakuwa, it will not be the same again. Na mimi nakwambia sasa hakuna kitu.
Una report wapi?
Unajua kila mtu unaona you know what? Ndio uweze kulig ni lazima ufiche. That is when the revolution will come, because watu hawatakubali umeonekana na watu wakubali hesabiwe. It will not be counted.
Sasa kwa nini tunangoja mpaka 2027 tukufe?
Lazima tuwe na kitu. Stone PK ni lazima tuwe na trigger. A special trigger. Ile itatrigger. Kwa sababu watu watakuwa wameamini huyu mtu anaenda.
Sasa trigger ile inawashinda. Saa hii watu wanakufa, hawaendi shule, pesa 1.6 trillion zinaibiwa. Hiyo si trigger.
Haijafika trigger.
Bas, then we are dead. Kenyans mmekufa, mkubali tu mchinjwe na Ruto.
Let us have hope. Unajua mimi sitaki kukufurahisha hata ukiiba 2 trillion Kenyans watakuja kwa street. Wanashindwa kama umeiba ama tunadanganywa.
Because they believe in stealing. Wa Kenya ni wezi, unajua hivyo. Si ni waizi.
Everybody in Kenya is a
yeah. So that's why mimi saa ingine naongeanga candidly. Nasema wacheni tu Ruto atufire, atumalize akufe, Mungu amuondoe, tuweke mwizi mwingine. Elections in Kenya zilikwisha. We cannot hold an election in Kenya. Lazima uibe pesa mingi, you buy people, you buy policemen. The way I've participated in as many also elections and I've seen hakuna, it's only MCA level huko chini ndio angalau zinatokanga credibly, na pia unaona nini na MP kidogo. Yes. Yeah.
So that is why I'm saying itakuwa ni gumu sana kwa Ruto kusurvive 2027 because there is a lot of anger. Na watu unajua Kenyans are not armed. You are telling to them watu watokee tu hapa kidogo wamepigwa 3 vijana 3 wamekufa. Kenyans are not armed, they are empty handed. Hawana hata pesa. Na wanakaa tu they are just right. Na mimi nakwambia isipokuwa saa hii wameanza kupeana ile walikuwa wamekataa kazi mtaani. Vijana wale wanasubuka Nairobi. Hawana kitu wanafanya. My friend. Mimi nakwambia I don't know because hata mimi sijakuwa 2020. Unajua 2027 kuenda tunaenda. Hakuna mtu ameshafika 2027 na akakuja kuripoti ni kama heaven. Kwa hivyo vile pressure inaenda ikiwa Stony PK maybe something will happen. And there is fear. There is a lot of fear. Kitu baya inaweza fanyika na iharibu nchi. Na yule mtu anatupeleka hiyo njia ni yule ambaye anatuongoza. Something bad is coming, I am telling you. Because you cannot, na ujue saa hii watu tuseme almost 70% ni youth, ni watu wamesoma, wako na degree, wako na courses, wameenda TVET, Watu wengi wako na know how the life is moving on. Na hawana kitu
Joseph,
anafanya hivyo.
Joseph,
Yes.
the problem in Kenya today and why we can't even succeed in a revolution, it is poverty. Poverty peke yake. Manake unaona majenzi wanatokea vizuri, watu wanaenda wanapewa 100 wanakuja kuwapiga. See, that is what happened. There is no way, because if everybody would be able, or if there would be an organizer of somebody who would actually be able to create a civil disobedience in Kenya today, people are willing and they would go out. But poverty will not let them, because there are some people who will be paid to come and create chaos. Like, there's something like I have always thought. I don't know which country it was. Kuna siku watu walitokezea. They took all their vehicles, wakaweka gari zote kwa barabara, wakafunga everywhere. And then people go there down, sit down and keep quiet. Nasema sasa tuendelee hivyo. But that one can't happen in Kenya. Kwa sababu mtu ataanza kukuambia watoto wangu watakula nini? Because that's usually the problem in Kenya. Tutakula nini? Ukituambia twende kwa street.
Ile kabila inazuia ile kabila inazuia revolution, na mimi ni mmoja wao, ni Wakikuyu.
That is true.
Wakikuyu ndio wanazuia.
Wakikuyu ndio huwezi kumwambia ende kwa barabara siku mbili.
Wale watu nimewataja hivyo. Wale watu wanazuia revolution na ndio wanasave Ruto ni Wakikuyu. By the time that is what I'm telling you. By the time Wakikuyu watasema wanataka revolution na wakuwe wako serious, revolution itafanyika. Ask me why.
That one I don't. That one I agree with you 100%. 100%. Siku Wakikuyu wataamua. Time is come. That is the only time it will happen.
Yeah, unajua revolution sio lazima watu waende streets ate waende wakaandamane huko kwa street.
No.
Revolution inaweza fanyika in a lot of areas, in a lot of dimensions.
Yes.
Juu kama watu wa Central wangekuwa wanasema wa down truth, matatu sisimame, watu warudishe vitu zao nyumbani, watu wakatae kazi, tufuge majia, sasa hiyo ni revolution inaweza kuja.
Yes.
Because Ruto has cooperate without Nairobi.
Okay, na nikuulize bwana Joseph kidogo
na watu wafuge mashule, watu wafuge shule, waseme hakuna shule, watu hata warudi nyumbani, wakae nyumbani.
Joseph, 1 minute
Yes.
Na why do you think Kikuyus are not sensitive to such issues yet they are suffering? What makes Kikuyus, as you say, as the bigger population, not wanting revolution?
I know most of the middle class walikuwa ni hao watu ni wa kutoka hiyo jamii.
Jiro, what I would want to tell you, Jiro, is that they are not suffering enough, and but it's not all of them, and it is not all of them who are suffering, unfortunately.
The bigger chunks are suffering, but there are also another chunks which is not suffering. They have not suffered enough.
Kwanza wanaonanga ni ujinga sana kutokea kwa barabara.
Lakini ujue saa hii biashara zao ziko chini, wana regret. So itafika wakati
hiyo wakati
najua ni kama vile Mswahili anasema ukiwa na mayai kwa soko huwezi toa vita. Unajua mayai hutarudi nyumbani naye. So unaona? And that's why unasikia watu wengine wakisema saa hii waliambia Raila usiandamane juu ya biashara zetu.
That's the thing.
Sasa wanaambiwa sasa simlisema mtusiandamane juu ya biashara, wacha tukaa hivyo na mtu yenu.
Okay, Joseph, wacha niongee kidogo na mimi.
Yes.
Mute kidogo tuongee. Okay, sasa Mwamba umeuliza maswali na umejaribu kujibiwa na Joseph, na ni kama hutaki kukubali, especially for us wenye tuko Kenya. Tunaangalia kwa ground ni nini inaendelea na tunajua ni nini inaendelea. If I may give you an example of what you are saying, that Ruto alikuja kapatiana 20 million hiyo kanisa ya Roysambu na unasema watu watachange wamvotie. Let me tell you, Sunday itafika. I wish some of the guys wataenda wachukue clip, utaona watu wangapi wataenda hiyo church this Sunday, because that is how far hiyo revolution yenye mnasema imefanyika. From the revolution yenye imefanyika kwa TikTok, kwa social media, Vile huyu jamaa amepigwa, vile Joseph anakuambia simu yake he had to change the number, akachange number akaweka namba ingine juu alikuwa amesumbuliwa na namba ya kwanza, na hiyo namba ingine ikajulikana not less than 7 hours alikuwa amechukua namba, ilikuwa imejulikana amechukua namba ingine, na hiyo namba tena ikaanza kupigwa. How did these Gen Zs know the new number? You can imagine how fast these guys wanaweza pata information na wanaanza kumsalamia, and that is how far watu wamekasirika. Some of the church members wamekataa, hawataki kuenda church on Sunday. I don't know whether you are...
Let me tell you something, Let me tell you something,
Let me finish. I don't know whether you are privy to the information, because some of us we are there. This Tuesday kulikuwa na meeting huko. How many church members went there? If you want to know the information, watu wangapi walienda church hii Tuesday? Because inakuanga na I don't know how they call it, it's something Tuesday. I don't know kama ni there's a word they use it, wanaitanga ya Tuesday, ni kama Miracle Tuesday wanaendanga. How many people went there? That is how far the effect has done to this church. Na ndio nakwambia,
but what I'm telling you, that come that Sunday na tutakuwa na wewe hapa. Let me tell you something, nothing will happen on Sunday. They won't even go.
I've not said something will happen. Nimesema the effect it may cause to that church, even by now it has reduced the number of members going there. This Tuesday watu wanajanga na hawakuwa wamefika, it was half full, na inajanga half full means there was an effect. Just some 2 days to Tuesday, Sunday to Tuesday, the church was half full.
How does that help, my dear friend?
Ulikuwa unasema ati watu wanapatiwa pesa ati wanakuja kuvote, na ndio
yes, those ones who didn't go for the service are the people who are going to vote. The fact that they didn't go to church today does not mean they are not going to vote for Ruto. That is what we are arguing about. We are not arguing about whether they will be occupied on Sunday or not. Wait a minute. They were fearful, but they were fearing nothing, because nobody
who tells you that hiyo siku wanaenda kuvote they will not fear to go and vote?
Voting.
What will they fear kwenda kuvote?
Ndio nimekuuliza, what were they fearing kwenda ku worship? This is just worship. What were they fearing not to
this is typical of Kenya. They are just watching what is going to happen. Soon they will just be feeling that church vile kawaida too, and also expecting to go and get those handouts anytime.
Now let me tell you, there were guys the guys wenye walilipwa wakakuja hiyo church ndio walishangilia that material day. Na wakati walishangilia, I don't know whether you are here, I said that. Wakati walishangilia, some of the members walisema, watu wenye wanashangilia we have never seen them. Wameharibu church yetu. That's how some of these members wamekataa kurudi kwa hiyo church, because walisema hii kitu ni kama imeanza kutuharibu. Some people are feared, wakasema they have even changed churches, if you don't know. Wamechange. I have friends wenye wamechange wakasema, if this is the kind of church tunaenda and this is what is happening, nimeacha. And they have changed churches. That's what I'm saying, that there is an effect. Hata kama ni kidogo, that's how it starts. And it is because of the social media, what it did. Na imeendelea throughout this week. From now Tuesday you can see the effect. Paka sasa inaendelea, wanasema we are good. Na ndio nimekuambia Monday tutakuwa tunaongelea ama Sunday jioni Stone PK. Wewe ndio utakuwa unaleta utaona people who will go there hawatakuwa now members, watakuwa some people different wenye wanataka kwenda kumsalamia, wenye wanataka kwenda kuona things, but not the members. Members have already refused, hawataki kwenda. They have also changed churches. So ndio tunasema kuna effect, kuna hiyo what PK walikuwa nasema that triggers, there are some triggers zinazofanya na this is what we want hata kwa churches. Let these triggers kuja hata kwa church. We want to see them. You can even see what some people are writing there. My friends changed to Sitam church. Unaona, huyu ni friend mmoja dadani anasema, mimi have friends wenye wamechange. Kuna watu wengine walikuwa nasema ati miracles zilikuwa zinafanyika huko ni za uongo. Wameanza kujua kumbe there are other people walikuwa wanapatiwa pesa zilikuwa zinapatiwanga ndio watu wakuje church. Wamejua kumbe mahali pesa zilikuwa zinatoka ni wapi. They have already now known where this money was coming from. Kuna watu wenye unajua spiritually they are mature. Walikuwa wanasema now, okay, kumbe we thought kuna miracles happening, kumbe these things were being bought. Kuna watu wameanza kuambiwa miracles zenye zilikuwa zinafanya they were fake. Na unajua kuna clips zinaendelea kutengenezwa, the fake miracles, and people wenye wako spiritually majua wameanza kusema okay, kumbe these things were not right. Sisi tunaenda kanisa tunafikiri mtu ameokoka ama amepona na alikuwa kiwete amepona, kumbe huyo mtu hakupona ya ukweli. Now you see the truth zenye zinaanza kutolewa, na ndio nakwambia that's how the what Joseph is telling you, vitu zinafanyika na ndio zinaanza kuchange even now the maneno ya church. Watu wameanza kufikiria vizuri kwenda church. Thank you.
Innocent, all what you have narrated, how does it help remove Ruto? Number two, why don't we have people? It's good Joseph amesema that the hindrance to real revolution in Kenya amename. Why don't we have this so-called Gitungati, the leader of the hindrance group? Why is he shying off from even pronouncing? Like, for example, Joseph amepeana example mzuri sana. You don't have to be violent in the street, but I remember during Michuki's time, watu wa matatu walileta shida walipoambua speed governor na mishipi. And then, watu wakasema, kama wanini tutatuendi, watu walienda job miguu. You know, because these guys walipopandisha walipandisha bei, wanaanza kupunish watu. People sabotaged, people refused. Haikumaliza siku mbili kabla wajaanza kurudi kwa barabara, which means you can have mass action, but it has to be called, and the right time to call for it, it's now. Vile Joseph na nani wanasema, watu wamekasirika vizuri sana. Why can't Gachagua, who has this bigger portion of people who are always shying away from those revolution, Bonas pronounced jameni, hii mambo ni deadly. 1.6 trillion nini hizo story anaongea zake za jaba kwa radio, kwa TV. Aite sasa conference aseme kesho mtokelezee sisi wote mkae nyumbani.
Now you are talking.
No, I'm just asking. You know, so mambo ya church for me it's not a revolution.
Okay.
You know?
Okay, what
we need these politicians, at least one of them, to come out and call the people
exactly.
Hii sasa kushinda watoto wakitokezea, and you know that hawana plan mingi, wanaongea tu kwa line, wanatoka nusu leo, wanatoka pande, kesho wanatoka pande, wanaenda wanachapa, wanapigwa, wanauawa. But if the whole population came out, that is what would be effective.
Yeah, Mwamba, the day before yesterday, ati tunaambiwa wanakunywa kahawa kwa hoteli. Garbage. That's nonsense. Sijui akina nani ati tunaripotiwa. What are you strategizing, sincerely speaking? Ni kama ile swali umeuliza ama ni Joseph ameuliza, ati watu unaambiwa tunaunganisha Kenya. It's the same game Gachagua na nani wanacheza ya kishenzi. Ati wako kwa mahoteli wakistrategize. Gachagua is coming with a party. Mlima tumekosa parties. Hiyo ni nonsense. Waseme tu wanangoja kuungana na Ruto. Hiyo 1.6 trillion.
Exactly, that is what we are saying. Watu unajua huko watu chini wamekasirika, but our leaders hapa juu ndio unajua, those are the triggers. Tunasema if they can, whatever you are saying, Gachagua asema millions zimepotea hivi, can we go tuende hata asema tuende tu hata kama ni seta tukuzitafuta, watu tu wasema tunataka tu asi ati watasipata, just ile ka trigger tu, yani ku test even the waters. Can we do this? Those are the things we are waiting. But huko chini, what Joseph was telling you, huko chini vitu zimeiva. But unajua kuna kale ka uoga kidogo Kenya kanaongojea.
Sabotage. Innocent, umeambua sabotage ni mlima. Saa hii Morara akaita watu. Morara hata nikimtext saa hii, Morara tumweke hiyo motisha, can do that. But will they come out? They will not. Wataanza kusema aka kamkisi, aka kanini. But if one of their own now, Gachagua or Martha, aseme hiyo press conference hizo wanafanya na mabendera hapo, waitane immediately, ule hata kuja atoke.
akina wale soldiers kama akina Jeremia Kioni wakuja hapo, even if there are two of them, sasa wakasirike juu ya hii kitu imetemwa na Auditor General jana kabla unajua Wakenya itapoa, ndio nasema euphoria ya Kenya ni nini. Wakenya watasahau juu unasema trillion 6, they don't bother. Kama yeye ana pesa yake amecollect jioni, hataki kujua hiyo. That's the foolishness we have. Yeah, but now the leader should apige meza, aambie Wakenya this is what has been stolen now of all. Now this is the effect. In the very short time wewe unafikiria unaka wholesale Joseph ametuambia sasa hii hakuna construction. Kwa hivyo wale watu wana warehouse zinaitwaje hizi hardware wanauza nini? Si watafunga hivi karibuni? Yeah? Watu wataanza kufunga vile siku za Moi. Watu wataanza kurudi manyumbani. Watu wataanza kuuza zile manyumba nazo wanauzia wa Somali. That is what has happened. Kikuyu's most business they have gone. How is Eastleigh now Somaliland? How is River Road? How is, they are waiting for the short-term, long-term impact, which will be irreversible. Yeah? Kwa hivyo, let's call it out. And I like what Joseph has said. Tuambie akina Martha, in the next 1 or 2 days, kujeni, tusitaki kusikia mnakunywa kahawa, ambieni wa Kenya wakae nyumbani, matatu zikuwe grounded, kila kitu. What Raila used to do, as much as people na hata waseme hakuna kupiga simu, hakuna kufanya nini. I mean, seriously.
Na unajua Gachagua akiongea inaweza fanyika, si ati iwezi fanyika. Sasa hizi mali amepika.
Lakini naye ni muoga, ni kiguaya. Ndio nasema huyu atajoin Ruto. You'll go back to Ruto kneeling down, licking his ass. Akisema yeye ni Mkristo.
Ndio nimewaambia ground iko right, but nimekuambia whatever you are saying ndio tunasema. Who can now touch these other people? Ndio nimekuambia if this watu chini hao watu wa social media they can make watu wasiende church. What about wao wakina Gachagua waseme what you are saying? Those are the real issues tunataka siongelewe, tuseme okay, this is what is happening. Ama hii pesa 1.3 trillion imetolewa. Let's put this kama ni Auditor General into task.
So do they need to be told by TV kama sisi, akina Gao, akina Gachagua, akina Martha wanahitaji kuambiwa na watu kama sisi? Then they are idiots.
Ndio nasema those are the guys wenye wanataka kuongea waseme now pesa atituambia tusimeibiwa, tulisikia tusimeibiwa 1.3. Unajua wanaongea lakini hakuna action. Watu waambie what should we do? Can we put this, huyu mwanamke mwenye alisema Audit General tuambia 1.3 trillion maybe imeibwa ama imeenda, tuseme tunataka atuambie iko wapi. Kama iko watu tusiende job, kama iko hatutalipa sha, kama iko yani some actions zenye wanaweza sema so that people can implement it. Hatutaki kulipa next month, atulipi sha, mtu asikatwe pesa yako ikatwe kutoka kwa mshahara.
And that's why I said if this is not enough trigger for Kenyans to be on the street out of all of them, then you wait for 2027.
Yes.
And 2027 comes, I'm telling you by
nothing will happen. Ruto will be the president.
Kutakuwa na trigger kama hii.
This is the greatest. This is the greatest of them all. This one is the greatest of them all.
Nani ameelezea vizuri sana Joseph. It's a very sad story. Ati Wakenya hawawezi fanya hivi. It's sad and it's true. That's why Ruto ajali. Anajua Mkenya ni muoga kabisa. The biggest number cannot come to the street. Anataka kufungua kahadiwea kake. Ulikuwa unaona hata siku ya maandamano wa Kikuyu wanaenda kufungua duka nini kule Manyama
Marungu.
Actually, they just need to give 1 week notice. Ambia watu tafuteni chakula mweke kwa nyumba because next week hatuendi kazi na hatutoki kwa nyumba until tuambiwe pesa yetu imeenda wapi. You might even see Kasongo now talking.
Hata nani Mwamba si Kasongo atuambie pesa yetu inaenda wapi.
No.
A resign. Hata si Ruto must go, resign. Resign na watu watokelezee. Siku ya kwanza nyumbani, siku ya pili kwa street, siku ya tatu kwa street, siku ya 4 3-4 days. Then yani na wanaambiwa siku ya kwanza kaeni nyumbani toto. na
Yes,
msipige simu.
na watu waambiwe hakuna matatu ama pikipiki inatakiwa
Yes.
kuonekana kwa barabara.
Yeah. Siku ya pili watu wa matatu waambiwe you offer matatu free ride free to where? Maybe Uhuru Park au mahali popote pale. Mara moja watu watokelezee pamoja. Hakuna watu watawazuia. Si ati mtu anatokea saa 3, saa 2, saa 4, saa 5. Waambiwe dhinashara saa 11, 4 o'clock in the morning. Kila mtu atoke na chupa ya maji. And then watu waamuke pamoja. Matatu zitoke kila from everywhere. Polisi watafanya nini?
Stone PK. Wakikuyu wakiamua kusimamisha Nairobi, Wakikuyu tu wapo. Unajua anasemanga hii kitu sijui kama mnaelewanga. Wakikuyu wa decide kusimamisha Nairobi, hata biashara ya Nairobi inaisha tu. Na ukisimamisha Nairobi unajua umesimamisha the whole of Kenya.
Lakini hawawezi, hawajawahi.
Ndio nasema if. So the word I use is if wakiamua. Because all the things zenye zinatoka ng'ambo zinakuja Nairobi. Watu wanatoka makaunti zingine wanakuja kuchukua vitu from Nairobi. So the moment you make Nairobi is stand even for 1 week, hata biashara huko makaunti zingine zitasimama juu wanakujanga kuchukua from Nairobi. So ndio nasema if Nairobi action ifanyike, yani mtu asimame tu na make Nairobi ikuwe in standstill, utaona tu Kenya imebow down. Ruto atabao.
Na mimi nasema you have to do it safely. Just say you stay home, hata msitokee kwa barabara, just mtu akae kwake.
Yes.
Mtu akae kwake, no business, absolutely. Hakuna matatu, hakuna pikipiki, no vehicle moving around, na hakuna mtu anaenda job.
Hata vehicle zikitoka na hakuna watu unapeleka kazi,
yes.
Utaenda wapi?
Nani wamelala? Somebody is sleeping.
Hapo ndio unakutanga Raila ndio mwanaume. Hata ingawa anaitangwa kihe, kumbe ni mwanaume. Anapeananga holiday Kenya.
Na tutasema Gachagua anaweza peana. Baada sijui mbona hajafanya.
Hizi za kawa tukisikia mtu anaita mpaka saa hii anaita Ruto my brother. Unaita Mkalenjin brother yako mlizaliwa. Yeye ni Mkalenjin by the way. Inaonekana ni mtoto ya Ruto.
So Stone PK, in simple terms, what you keep on insisting is what needs to be done. Action. Saizi ni maneno ya action. What do we do? What impact will it bring? Not talk show. Talk show imeisha. Mali tumefika saizi talk. Otherwise tukiendea talk show, the way Maura is saying, itafika 2027. Na 2027 hiyo watakuwa wamejipanga. Before wajipange.
Hapa ni kusema hata simu hakuna kupiga simu. Let communication die. Hata hiyo Safaricom inaumiza watu tafadhali.
Yeah. That is juu sasa Safaricom ni serikali. Ni Ruto. Everything is captured. So if we ground kila kitu for even 1 day, 2 day, the 3rd day, kwanza hiyo ni mpaka civil servants. I'm telling you, worldwide, I mean countrywide.
Hakuna kazi, ni holiday.
Yeah, if I mean Gachagua naye ni muoga, okay? Huyo mtu ni muoga. Wewe imagine mtu anakuambia juu ya 2027 na Kenya vile iko saa hii.
Hapana, 2027 does not apply now.
That is Gachagua bwana. Miaka watu wakimuhusudu ati wanaona ni kama njamba. I don't see any njamba in him. Kwanza had he not been sacked or fired by Ruto, he would be that side and doing all that. So whatever triggered him to come this side, it makes him ingenious. Yeah. So no wonder, and that's why anajiongeza value. Ndio Ruto I extend amwambie, hey bro, kuja bana. Na utasikia atapeana speech hapo. I have a pastor wife. We prayed in the house. Malaika alikuja akaniongelesha. Nikaona Kenya nini na nani akakuja akatubu. Sasa na sisi ni watu wa kusameheana. Hiyo ndio story narrative utapewa. Unajua he did literature, so he'll package it nicely Alafu sasa ndio nimeona tushikane, alikubali atarekebisha kila kitu. Kwa hivyo tumsaidie, na tumekubaliana 2027 hivyo. Basi hapo akikuwa atapiga makofi, watapiga ngemi, kwisha business as usual.
Stone, wacha nilale bwana, sasa tuonane kesho.
Na Ruto utakuwa amesucceed. Unajua Ruto anataka kufilisisha Mkikuyu mpaka itapita ile ya 24 years za Moi.
Mazi.
Nasema nini sasa? Thank you. Wacha tumalize. Unajua wamekuja na tulikuwa tunamaliza, Maura nyinyi ndio umefanya hii kitu imeendelea, otherwise thank you. Tulikuwa tunamaliza. So what we are saying, please, wenye wako karibu na hawa watu wawaambie we need some action oriented moves. Action oriented moves. Otherwise
na wewe Stone, sasa baridi imeisha, usema hiyo tukule kanyama bwana.
Tukule kanyama. Haijaisha kabisa, kasa hii kunanyesha.
Kuna kamvua, lakini sasa baridi imeanza kutulia.
Basi wacha tukule kanyake.
Hiyo sasa weka hiyo kwa mpango.
Sawa, niko na namba, ni sawa, tulie exchange. Tukule tukipanga vile tutatoa huyu jamaa.
Sawa wazee. Haya, kwaherini basi.
Haya, okay, thank you mama. Jiro wako wapi?
Jiro ndio alikuwa na snow, amalize.
Na sasa ako wapi afunge? Unajua hatuwezi acha hiki nini. Jiro.
Sio yako ni Njiru?
Ni Njiru. Njiru leo ilikuwa ni Njiru.
Okay.
Leo tulistream
mahali huko tufungie sasa.
Niliuliza Stone. Niliuliza swali, but hiyo swali nikaa wafanyikazi wa Kenya walilenga tu.
Mazesi niweke ama niweke leo kwa show.
Kuweka leo kwa show kwa sababu tukichochea wafanyikazi real movement itaanza, kwa sababu tukiuliza wafanyikazi kama wako serious kweli, mtu anawawakilisha hajawahi wawakilisha, ama kama ameshawawakilisha, kesho kwa show watuambie huyo jamaa ameshawawakilisha na nini, kwa sababu hii ni package inafaa kwenda na Ruto. Hawa ndio watu wananyanyasa wa Kenya. So we have to be honest to hii package as a whole. Tusiache chembe chembe. Tukiacha chembe chembe, hawa ndio watu instead of kurepresent wafanyikazi wanaenda kujirepresent. Akishapatiwa kati yake anatumia movement ya wafanyikazi kama rubber stamp. Unaona kama hii taxation high za wafanyikazi haongelei. So wafanyikazi wa Kenya, they need to get serious. They need to get themselves a better representation, kwa sababu mimi ndio swali nataka kuwauliza wafanyikazi wa Kenya, are you guys serious that this is your face? Because Atuoli is the face of workers. He brags around, but the face of workers, what is it really doing to represent workers? Is it just bragging at the funerals, or is it just bragging when he gets a mic? So Kenyan workers, that's a question I'm throwing to you, all workers that are being represented by Atuoli. Is he representing you, and how well has he represented you? So if they can give us good points that Atuoli anafanya kazi mzuri, then watakuwa wamenijibu.
Nafikiria kwa show leo nitaweka hiyo part of that. Show ya leo nilikuwa nataka ikuwe moto sana ya kuuliza Wakenya wanahitaji nini, ndio wanahitaji trigger gani ndio wajue Kenya imezama,
We're serious kwa sababu tunalia change hapo hivi na hatuwezi change basic. Unajua kama MCA wenu wa represent, you start from there. Kama represent ana rubber stamp vitu Kasongo anafanya, ati anaimba we are in government. What is that government helping us? Kama kuna tutakuwa tunajidanganya. Kasongo atafund politicians, watakuwa na simama na party zote. So nyinyi mnachagua UDA ama mnachagua ODM, mnafikiria ati chagua party yenu, kumbe hiyo ni sampuli ya Kasongo. Kasongo has all the resources and he can manipulate. Anaweza kuwa na nini, anaweza kuwa na candidates kwa kila party. At the same time, ukiangalia hizi ma political parties, if a candidate doesn't pay a certain amount of money, he doesn't get the party nomination. Even ODM itself, kuna watu wengi wanalia walinyimwa ticket kwa sababu they couldn't afford whatever, you know, the ticket is worth. So
Yeah.
Kasongo anaweza patia any candidate aende apatiane hiyo pesa, alafu anaelektiwa. Hiyo ndio unapata watu wakishaelektiwa wanaimba a different music from, you know, what sera za chama zinasema. And those head of those political parties, they don't have control over those politicians kwa sababu yeye alishapata kati yake.
Kabisa. Haya, Njiru tutaacha studio ikiwa hivi bwana.
Alikuwa amekuambia 4 minutes na anakuja na 4 minutes ishaisha. I think alikuwa amesema 5 minutes. Na alikuwa amesema that time that was 9 ya Kenya 9:28 na sasa 9:30. Means he's listening somewhere. I don't know. So still having 3 minutes. Maybe ndiye ingie.
3 minutes, yeah. So maybe later we should discuss on unajua mimi I'm moving vile ulikuwa unasema innocent, nilikuwa nataka kupose juu sasa inaitwaje, tumeagitate enough. Sasa it's supposed to be action. Now action saa hii saa ingine inafanyangwa different strategies. So nilikuwa nataka niende break sasa, because we've said all what we can say. Triggers zimekuwa accumulated. Okay, we have enough triggers now. Sasa tungoje action to agitate for action. That's why I wanted to hold a show ya kuambia watu sasa, if you have all these triggers and you are still talking about 2027, then you are on your own. Alafu mi nichukue break kabisa. Summer is coming.
Okay, that's right, especially what you are saying. Ama watu kama trigger, we can also ama people can mention the trigger na waseme what the effect ina cause ni nini. Wacha watu waelewe ni nini hii kitu, what is the effect of this. Yani watu wakuwe educated on it, ndio watu wajue kumbe kuna impact fulani itafanyika kwa hii kitu tukienda, like what ulikuwa unasema kama saa hizi nyumba, yani estate mlikuwa mnasemaje, real estate imekufa, na these are the people walikuwa wanafanya hii biashara ya real estate, but maybe hii housing levy yenye imekuja imeua hii, means sasa hawa jamaa wametolewa, that they have been moved out of the so watu wanaanza kueducatiwa saa hizi before hiyo kampuni ikufe. Sasa unaona ilikufa juu watu hawakueducatiwa what is the effect of whatever policies yenye zimepasiwa, so watu waanza kulia so that means kama nafanya kwa real estate nitakosa pesa. If I want to buy nyumba kutoka real estate sitapata juu watu wakuwa nayo. Kama yani unaanza kuongea the effect of whatever those triggers zenye ziko saizi, what are the effect maybe after 1 year 2 years in future. Kama ni pesa yenye imepotea means kama ni loan ilikuwa imepotea, that means we will pay it. So why should we pay something yenye hatujui mali imeenda? So yani tuanze kujiuliza those questions. Thank you.
Sawa, sasa Njiru amekuja, anaweza Njiru saa hii funga kabla tujaanza tena.
Haya ni sawa, ina shida. So nipike I appreciate everybody. I appreciate everybody who was here in our show tonight. Yeah, I really appreciate your effort. Panelist, Bwana Innocent, sio Mutumbu kukuja leo. Maybe kuna vile nasikia kitu kiniambia you need to come into the kuna wakati ulikuanga unakuja kwa zile machannel zingine, lakini inakaa unachukia hii channel yetu sana. That's why you don't want. to come. Naona Anna mlienda akalala na akarudi. Yeah, I think today was one of our longest podcasts, close to 11 hours. Congratulations to you, all the panelists. It is not easy to dialogue, and everything was zeroed in to Kasongo. Bwana Stone PK, ni chuki gani mko nayo na Kasongo? You have 11 hours of talking about devastation about our account. Yani nchi yetu haina kitu mzuri tunaweza ongelea. Na kesho muko tena na pengine mtagonga masaa 10. Yeah, Stone PK, kesho tunakuja kwako. Can you prepare
Sawa.
for that?
Sawa.
Yeah,
Kesho ndio nilikuwa nataka kufanya ya mwisho alafu nipumzike, kwa sababu sasa tutakuwa tumemaliza mipango, tutapeana strategy triggers, tuambie watu sasa waingie kwa kutoa mtu. Si tumeongea 2.5 years sasa.
For real, I think now this dialogue has to start pointing somewhere.
Yeah, sasa lazima hiyo kwanza, hiyo swali umeuliza ni mzuri sana. This euphoria tunangoja ilale chini. The tide is high. Sawa bana.
Ni sawa, nimeshukuru sana. So panelist, kesho tuko kwa Stone PK, so tuende tuchangamkie pia huko. We will be there for long hours. So Stone, ukiweza show ikiweza kuanza mapema, I think it is much better.
Mapema is normally what time?
At least 10 p.m. time ya Kenya. That is the best time you say.
Oh, 10 ya Kenya, okay.
Yeah, 10 p.m. ya Kenya, 10 p.m. ya Kenya kama show iko ready. Tunaanzia kuchangamkia hapo. Akina Anne wanakuanga washakula sapa. So they have a lot of time. So Danny is always here.
Nitatafuta msimamo ndio hiyo inakuanga bado ni msimamo.
Yeah, I understand. So at least by 10 p.m. time ya Kenya, that one is a very good time for people here. Sawa. Anyway, we appreciate. Without any further ado, Marshal Kaheri, usiku mwema, siku njema. Till we meet tomorrow.
Okay.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye.